Pay attention. This young man is named Hao Dayao. After traversing into the world of Dragon Ball, he transforms into an infant. He possesses a unique physique that actively absorbs the ambient energy around him. By a twist of fate, he is adopted by Bulma, who has just given birth to her second child. Just when he believes he has finally gained an advantage at the starting line, Majin Buu suddenly experiences an overwhelming surge of paternal affection, vowing to taste the hardships of fatherhood. He brazenly abducts Hao Dayao, taking him back to his homeland, which exists independently outside of the 12 parallel universes. There, he devours his fresh and tender son 100 times over. To his surprise, this results in the emergence of a chaotic constitution that can accommodate the talents of all. Moreover, during combat, his opponents grow weaker as he becomes increasingly powerful, and he proves impossible to defeat. Is there a problem with all the delicious food belonging to me? Not satisfied? Feel free to challenge my son to a fight. Vegeta, I consent to your joining my family, but please refrain from seeking me out for battles that disrupt my training. Son Goku, fighting with my nephew is exhilarating, yet no matter how much strength I possess, it never seems sufficient to absorb. Beerus, I shall gift you a travel voucher for the 12 universes. Go and wreak havoc in other realms. Chapter 1. Consumed by Buu 100 times. No, stop. Can you please refrain from consuming me in such a manner? As a man, Hao Dayao does not wish to emit sounds that might be misconstrued. However, if you were transformed into an ice cream the size of thigh by Majin Buu, retaining your sensory perception and ability to vocalize, could you resist voicing your discomfort while being licked by a tongue as agile and wide as a palm, circling around in all directions? Yet, his voice soon faded into silence. As the large ice cream, Hao Dayao was swiftly drawn into Buu's belly. He could peculiarly sense his own body enveloped by saliva and gastric juices, being broken down and absorbed, then assimilated by Buu's genes. Eventually, he coalesced into a fleshy cocoon, gradually forming into a human shape, growing stronger and maturing. A familiar sound of flesh tearing echoed. A large hand suddenly grasped Hao Dayao's tiny foot, pulling him from the cocoon. He resembled a plump, slippery loach, covered in slime, and was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. Naturally, he transformed back into an infant. Nearby, Majin Buu lay panting heavily. He appeared utterly exhausted from the late-night ordeal, lying on the ground, unable to move. A horrifying gash marred his abdomen, showing no signs of healing. His body was entangled with fragments of cocoon wrapped in white tendrils, which directly connected to the underground of the cave they occupied. At this moment, the once 2-meter-tall, rotund Buu had shriveled to a mere skeleton, his bony structure visible. Witnessing Buu's miserable state, Hao Dayao, the culprit, felt no gratitude for his rebirth. Instead, he stood upright in his infant form, hands on his hips, unleashing a tirade of curses. 100 times. This is the 100th time you, perverse creature, have devoured me and spat me out. I am truly going to lose my mind. Before Hao Dayao could finish speaking, the seemingly lifeless Majin Buu suddenly sprang to life, raising a hand and sending him flying with a slap. With a dull thud, Hao Dayao crashed into the wall of the cave, vanishing from sight amidst the cotton-like surface. Rebel, disobedient child, call me father. Buu struggled to sit up from the ground, breathlessly uttering the words with a tone of ancient weariness. The wound on his belly remained unhealed. I will not call you that. Even if you torment me to death, I shall never yield. Upon hearing Buu's words, Hao Dayao erupted in anger, charging out from the cave wall to roar defiantly. Had it not been for your sudden madness in abducting me to this place, I would have been comfortably living as the adopted son of the world's richest woman, Bulma. Not only would I have savored her nurturing sweetness, but I would also have an endless supply of money in the future. The Saiyan prince would be my benefactor, and the battle-crazed Sun Wukong would be my master. Angels and destroyers would change my diapers, and on 18, I could frolic freely in Bidalias' embrace. I would have won the race of life from the very start. You destroyed all of this. You abducted me, consumed me, subjected me to 100 painful births, making me endure this inhuman agony without end. And you still expect me to call you father? What a beautiful thought. I am truly fed up. Even if I still cannot defeat you, I will fight you today. As his anger escalated, Hao Dayao suddenly raised both hands, channeling all his strength into a powerful push. A brilliant surge of energy erupted from his palms, hurtling toward the seated Majin Buu not far away. The scene was terrifying. Buu raised his hand to block, but this time it was unlike any before. His palms seemingly melted away like paper. His very being was shattered by the impact. This chamber, constructed as if from cotton, exploded like a detonation of cow dung. The violent shockwave surged outward, sending Hao Daiqiao flying over 1,000 meters, crashing into a sea of pink mist enveloping the white, cotton-like ground. It took him a while to regain his bearings and slowly rise dazed. The surrounding pink mist dispersed, as if in fear, hastily seeping into the cotton-like earth and disappearing from sight. Hao Daiqiao was no stranger to this scene. This pink mist could be regarded as the primordial essence of Majin Buu. Lacking consciousness, driven solely by instinct, it was nearly indestructible. Once Hao Daiqiao stood upright, he gazed towards the location of the cavern. There lay a deep pit over 100 meters wide, shrouded in white mist. The cotton-like walls of the pit displayed strands of white silk slowly writhing and intertwining, autonomously repairing the depths he had blasted out. Yet, there was no sign of Majin Buu. Not even fragments remained. If one did not pay attention, they would not even sense a breath. Don't play dead. You return to the ancestral star to reconstruct your body. Your rebirth power, which is indestructible, has grown 100-fold, almost granting you immortality. I refuse to believe that a mere gentle push could annihilate you. Hao Daiqiao leapt over 1,000 meters to the edge of the pit, astonished at his newfound strength, and taunted. No sooner had he spoken than Majin Buu failed to reappear. Instead, an utterly terrifying sight unfolded before him. The sky to the west of the ancestral star suddenly erupted with an endless, dazzling, glass-like radiance, 10 times brighter than the sun. Following this, a colossal, twisted space-time portal opened. From this portal surged an immense, dark purple-red mist. Upon its emergence, it broke through the constraints of time and space, enveloping the entire ancestral star in an instant. The indigenous beings of the ancestral star, the primordial essence of Buu, that pink mist formed by clusters of single-celled organisms, were visibly tainted into a purple-red hue. The entire ancestral star, with its cotton-like ground, began to transform slowly within the purple-red mist. Hao Daiqiao sensed that the atmosphere around him was undergoing a terrifying transformation. The once peaceful ancestral star suddenly felt like an immensely dangerous entity, exuding an aura that could chill the soul. Roar! A tremendous roar echoed. Hao Daiqiao turned to the source of the sound, witnessing Majin Buu reassembling his body amidst the purple-red mist. But his form had grown to monstrous proportions, akin to Godzilla. His originally pinkish-white skin had turned purple-red, adorned with mesmerizing cerulean patterns, and his eyes glowed with a bewitching purple-red light that could ensnare the heart. He resembled a malevolent spirit from hell, radiating an aura that instilled fear in Hao Daiqiao. Furthermore, the moment Majin Buu's body was fully reformed, he opened his vast, gaping maw. In the next instant, Hao Daiqiao inexplicably found himself inside Majin Buu's belly. A wave of destructive power surged from all directions, instantly compressing him into a paste. This time, it was unlike any previous encounter. Hao Daiqiao felt as though the force of annihilation was intent on completely obliterating him. He could sense his cells disappearing one by one. He was utterly powerless to resist. The sense of helplessness and frustration crashed over him like an unrelenting, boundless tidal wave, pressing down upon him with overwhelming force. Chapter 2. The Slumbering View. I remain unmatured. Yet again, this dream. It appears that the shadow is not easily dispelled. In the morning, Hao Daiqiao awoke from his slumber, letting out a deep sigh. Ever since he escaped from his ancestral planet, every time he succumbed to sleep, he would find himself ensnared in a dream akin to this one. Many years have passed, yet he remains unable to break free. Perhaps only when I bear a robust child of my own will this affliction cease. With a solemn demeanor, Hao Daiqiao turned his gaze inward. In a small corner of his being, a minuscule flesh cocoon, no larger than a peanut, hung delicately. Encased within was a miniature version of the demon Buu, blissfully slumbering with an adorably foolish expression. Streams of pure life energy continuously gathered towards the cocoon. What was truly poignant was that Hao Daiqiao appeared merely as a toddler of 2 or 3 years old, burdened with responsibilities far beyond his tender age. It was undeniably cruel. Leaping from his bed, Hao Daiqiao, clad in his pajamas and barefoot, ventured out of his bedroom, only to be greeted by 2 unfamiliar beauties awaiting him at the door. Each appeared to be in their 20s, possessing an 8-point beauty, both alluring and delicate. However, it was their exquisitely crafted maid outfits that truly captivated the eye, exuding an enchanting allure. Upon seeing Hao Daiqiao emerge, the 2 maids bowed, and one, with a warm smile, addressed him, "Young Master Daiqiao, you are awake. I'm Chan Chan, and this is Rao Rao." Mr. Satan has instructed us to attend to your daily needs. How Daiqiao was evidently entranced by the splendid sight before him, standing in a daze, momentarily at a loss for words. The other maid, Rao, noticing his bewilderment, chuckled softly and, with a gentle, resonant tone, remarked, "Oh, why speak so profoundly, Sister Chanqian? Young Daiqiao looks merely 2 or 3 years old. What does he know of daily care? Let us, his elder sisters, play with him and lull him to sleep instead. Surely, that will suffice for young Daiqiao to understand." With that, Rao bent gracefully, placing her hands on her knees, and offered a charming, playful smile. How Daiqiao felt a tremor in his pupils, his heart whispering that this was rather intriguing. He had never anticipated such delightful fortune. If this were the case, returning to Bulma's side might not be a necessity after all. Look, young Daiqiao is truly adorable and perceptive, catching on swiftly. Come, dear brother, let me take you to freshen up before breakfast, Rao declared, and before how Daiqiao could respond, she swiftly scooped him up into her arms. The warmth and softness enveloped him, accompanied by a sweet, fragrant aroma and gentle pats on his back, a genuine expression of tender care. Who could understand the familial love he craved? In that moment, how Daiqiao felt that such a caretaker could bring both joy and ruin. 15 minutes later, he donned a crisp outfit, a napkin in place, and found himself seated on Rao's lap, facing an abundant spread of delectable foods. Obediently, he opened his mouth, patiently awaiting the delectable morsels that Rao would feed him, savoring each bite in silence. He appeared to be the epitome of a gentle and introverted child. Only how Daiqiao understood that his reluctance to sit alone stemmed from a desire to fully embrace the long-awaited sensation of being tenderly cared for, along with the smooth, delicate touch against his calves. His tiny feet quivered slightly, sending a delightful shiver coursing through him upon contact. Truth be told, the breakfast spread was quite extravagant. A 5-meter-long table was laden with an array of delightful dishes, enough to satisfy at least a dozen people. Chanqian busily traversed the table, presenting how Daiqiao with various delicacies. At the opposite end of the table sat Satan, the unlikely savior of humanity, awkwardly perched in silence, wearing a sheepish smile. He had already experienced the sting of cold reality. The playful little child who had laughed and joked with him the night before was now suddenly ignoring him. Yet, Satan bore no resentment. He was no stranger to the complexities of human behavior. Moreover, he had learned from the angel Whis that this child before him was none other than the infant rescued by Bulma, who had been abducted by the villain Majin Buu just 2 days prior. After being taken for 2 days, the child had been inadvertently sensed by Whis in the depths of the cosmos and returned. Remarkably, in just 2 days, this once helpless infant had transformed into a toddler of 2 or 3 years, capable of running, jumping, and speaking with an air of precocious wisdom, almost as if possessed by an ancient spirit. Were it not for Whis' unwavering certainty of the child's identity, no one would dare to recognize him. Furthermore, Whis informed everyone that Majin Buu, for reasons unknown, had suffered severe injuries and was currently in a deep slumber within this child's body, healing and recuperating. As long as the child was well cared for, Majin Buu could gradually recover and awaken. Nevertheless, despite Bulma confirming the presence of a distinguishing mark on Hao Daiqiao, which indeed belonged to her adopted son taken by Majin Buu 2 days ago, Vegeta stubbornly forbade her from bringing Hao Daiqiao home for care, only notifying Satan. Given the circumstances surrounding Majin Buu, Satan reluctantly took on the responsibility of bringing Hao Daiqiao back. Otherwise, being well versed in the intricacies of such matters, he would have steered clear of the situation entirely. As breakfast time ticked away, the expressions of the 2 lovely attendants, Chanqian and Rao, transitioned from awkwardness to astonishment. They realized that Hao Daiqiao's appetite was nothing short of astonishing. Despite his tender age of 2 or 3 years, he meticulously savored each morsel under Rao's attentive care. Yet within just over an hour, he devoured an entire table's worth of food, bearing a look of insatiable delight. Were it not for the existence of peculiar individuals and occurrences in this world, coupled with Satan's prior warnings, the 2 women might have fled in terror. Instead, they marveled in awe at how such a small belly could possibly accommodate such a grand feast. Meanwhile, Satan felt a tinge of pride. His predictions had proven correct. The child capable of containing Majin Buu within is certainly no ordinary individual. It is highly likely that their appetite surpasses that of the average person. Since Whis mentioned that the better the child is cared for, the sooner Majin Buu would awaken, the father, having experience in raising children, understood that ensuring Hada Tiao is well-fed would lead to Majin Buu awakening in good health and plumpness. Although he was unaware of Satan's inclination to treat herself as if she were with child, she was nonetheless delighted to be surrounded by beauty and indulging in long-missed delicacies. The only drawback was that the feast laid before them was somewhat meager, insufficient to fully satisfy. However, he recognized that his current condition could not be remedied merely by eating more. After being transformed into a being akin to Majin Buu, Hada Tiao felt as if he could consume the heavens. His body resembled an endless abyss, filled with a sense of emptiness and fatigue. Originally, his innate ability to absorb surrounding energy would alleviate that sense of void, yet since he had ingested Majin Buu for nurturing, the energy he absorbed was inadequate even to satisfy Majin Buu's minimal needs. Thus, after escaping from his ancestral planet for so many years, he remained stunted, maintaining the appearance of a 2 to 3-year-old child. It was imperative for him to seek out combat or a place to cultivate. Otherwise, Majin Buu might remain in slumber indefinitely. As long as Buu remained dormant, growth would be but a distant dream. The thought of this extinguished Hada Tiao's joyful mood during the meal. Chapter 3. I am here to join their family. This card contains 10 million. Feel free to use it as you wish. After breakfast, Satan led Hada Tiao to a secluded area, beaming as she presented him with a bank card. She explained that she had been quite busy lately and had little time to accompany him on outings. If he wished to explore or spend, he could take Qian and Rao along, with her covering the expenses. This sudden generosity took Hada Tiao by surprise. He had not anticipated such lavishness from Satan, likely due to Buu's influence. Regardless, with beauty at his side and wealth at his disposal, what more could he desire? Especially after enduring the torment of being devoured and transformed by Majin Buu 100 times over. Without hesitation, he accepted the bank card and tucked it into his pocket. Expressing his gratitude, Satan sighed in relief, thinking that she had managed to save her own life, perhaps even the lives of others. This insight was drawn from her past experiences. Initially, forming an alliance with Majin Buu had required her to be selflessly accommodating, thus securing a semblance of peace. Presently, she felt uncertain about Hada Tiao's true nature, but suspected he possessed considerable abilities. If a million could ensure that Hada Tiao was well-fed, entertained, and content, it might ultimately benefit him, others, and even the world at large. Hada Tiao remained unaware of the true intentions behind the bank card gifted to him by Satan. Otherwise, he would have sincerely praised him, acknowledging him as a genuine savior, truly remarkable in vision. Momentarily contemplating, Hada Tiao decided to inform Satan of his impending visit to his godmother Bulma's residence, wanting to ensure that the latter was mentally prepared. This revelation caused a slight pang in Satan's heart. Visiting Bulma's house? That seemed rather unwise. Last night, Vegeta had appeared particularly resolute, and it was unlikely he would permit Hada Tiao to linger near his abode. Satan pondered that Vegeta would likely not tolerate Hada Tiao's presence, given his temperament. Fear not. I am merely visiting to join their family, not to cause any disturbance, Hada Tiao declared, leaving Satan momentarily speechless. This individual clearly understood the distinction between joining and causing chaos. Aware that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Satan refrained from further commentary. Thus far, he had been rather kind to Hada Tiao. The latter felt that whether or not he joined Vegeta's household was of diminishing importance. His thoughts inevitably drifted back to the desire to engage in combat with Vegeta, who had never once shown him a kind face during Bulma's care. Absorbing the energy from their potential skirmishes to awaken Buu left him devoid of any guilt. The reason he had not acted on this impulse yesterday was that when Whis returned him to Earth and Bulma's home, it had already been late at night. The arduous journey from his home planet back to the 7th universe had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. He sought a chance to rest. Thus, when Vegeta opposed his presence, Hada Tiao did not insist on remaining. After a satisfying meal and restful sleep today, he was eager to commence his plans. He had no desire to remain in the guise of a mere child, as it severely limited his ability to experience the wonders of life. However, before he could set off, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in Satan's household, startling Qian and Rao. The only individual capable of manifesting silently in another's presence was none other than Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong and Hada Tiao had never encountered one another. During the time Bulma had taken him in, Wukong had been traversing the universe. Upon his arrival, Wukong greeted the startled Qian and Rao before hastening towards Hada Tiao. Without uttering a word, he lifted Hada Tiao into the air, subjecting him to an array of flips and playful pinches, thoroughly examining him from every conceivable angle. Wow, he can truly absorb the surrounding energy autonomously. His combat power appears to be in the range of 2 to 3,000. The transformation after merely a few days with Buu is astonishing. How is this even possible? Ah, I can sense the complete essence of Buu within you. Whis mentioned that Buu suffered a significant blow and has been dormant inside you. This indeed holds true. Who possesses such formidable strength to inflict wounds upon Buu? A being capable of regeneration? Who is this individual, and where can I find them? I wish to engage in a spar with them. Oh, by the way, how did Buu enter your body? Did he come through your mouth, or? Before me stands the unmistakable figure of Sun Wukong, innocent, naive, and utterly carefree. His virtues and flaws are laid bare, yet he possesses an unforgettable charm that captivates the heart. Despite being subjected to various whims and posed with questions that elicit both laughter and tears, Hao Tiao exhibits no hint of reluctance. Though he has traversed dimensions and endured trials, reborn amidst the chaos of Majin Buu, his perspective has transformed significantly since his arrival in this Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, he harbors a unique fondness for the man before him. As Sun Wukong studies him, Hao Tiao observes in return a figure who, in childhood, inspired countless imaginations through books and comics. Now they stand face to face, engaging in an unconventional exchange. Disregarding Gukung's inquiries, Hao Tiao curiously remarks, Ankal Wukong. While your bold brows and bright eyes render you quite handsome, your hairstyle in its ordinary form seems rather tragic. Have you ever considered a change? I can assist you in transforming it, or perhaps simply tie it up with a rubber band. I promise not to disclose this to your fans. Taken aback by Hao Tiao's sudden comment, the usually carefree Sun Wukong is left bewildered. Tragic? I don't understand. A change of hairstyle? What does that have to do with whether you tell my fans? Do they leap into water to soften and then whip me with each strand? Interestingly, there are indeed such fans on the planet where Broly is currently in hiding. Though I've never tasted them, I wonder if they are palatable. Sun Wukong responds earnestly. Leaving audition momentarily spéciales. The fans wouldn't lash out at you, but your imagination certainly strikes me. This, perhaps, is the generational gap between them. Fortunately, Satan arrives just in time to alleviate the awkwardness. Mr. Wukong? So it is you. Oh dear, why are you holding my Tiao like that? Quick, sit him down. Satan, pale with fright, rushes over to take Hao Tiao from Wukong's grasp and gently places him onto a nearby chair. After dismissing Qian Qian and Rao Rao, he prepares to introduce Sun Wukong and Hao Tiao to one another. No need for introductions, Mr. Satan. I had heard rumors of Bulma adopting a child and was eager to come see for myself, but other matters delayed my visit. Today, I learned from Whis about this delightful little one, so I hastened here to witness this miraculous child and also to learn about the circumstances of Majin Buu's injury. If it was inflicted by another, I must admit, I am rather itching for a fight, Satan interjects. You, despite your youthful appearance, are quite advanced in age. Might you not act with a bit more maturity? While we cannot avoid conflicts that come to our doorsteps, it would be wise to refrain from seeking trouble elsewhere. After Buu ventured outside, things took a turn, leaving everyone puzzled about the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. While he chuckled, he grasped a certain point, noting the tone of Mr. Satan's voice, which suggested he was oblivious to what had transpired with Buu. He glanced toward Hao Tiao as he spoke. In Chapter 4, as Sun Wukong engaged in sparring, he exclaimed, "Are you saying that Buu took you back to his birthplace for assimilation? Upon leaving that origin, Buu inadvertently triggered the forces of time and space within the temporal tunnel, leading to his destruction. In your desperation, did you manage to preserve only a half-destroyed cell of his? Furthermore, the time Buu took you away wasn't just a few days, but decades. Yet, you returned to the 6th universe as if only 2 days had passed. Isn't that reminiscent of the space within the Divine Palace?" Upon hearing Hao Tiao's account, Satan was astounded by the revelations. Of course, those were merely selective narrations from Hao Tiao. He concealed the fact that he was devoured by Majin Buu and underwent 100 cesarean sections, along with the upheaval of his ancestral star. He wished to keep his embarrassing tales hidden and to protect the location of his ancestral star, which exists independent of the 12 universes. If its changes would not affect these universes, there was no need to disclose them. Otherwise, such information could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Thus, Buu's injury was an unfortunate accident. Understanding the full context, Wukong was momentarily shocked, yet he appeared somewhat disappointed. Satan nearly lost his footing upon hearing this. However, In the next moment, Sun Wukong squatted before Hao Daitiao with renewed enthusiasm, saying, "So, you're like a miniature bow. You must possess hidden depths. Would you care to spar with me?" Satan, exasperated, could no longer hold back. "Sun Wukong, have you become so obsessed with martial arts that you've lost your senses? He is still just a child. What if you harm him or the bow within him?" Before Satan could finish his sentence, Hao Daitiao responded in a youthful tone, "Sure, I also want to learn the Ultra Instinct from Uncle Wukong." This declaration shocked both Sun Wukong and Satan. "You know of Ultra Instinct?" Wukong inquired. "I heard Boo mention it. He said it is a divine state of combat, which is why I aspire to attain it." Hao Daitiao lied. This was, of course, something he had learned from watching anime in his original world. However, after traversing into this new realm, he found himself in a timeline post the Universal Power Tournament, having just dealt with Super Broly. Therefore, Hao Daitiao felt a sense of regret, wishing he had arrived before the tournament. He realized that after being assimilated by Buu upon returning to his ancestral star, his physique and talent surpassed those of the previous Buu by leaps and bounds. With his current capabilities, he could effortlessly learn his opponent's combat skills at a glance. One can acquire segments of an opponent's cellular genes through combat, thereby merging with their innate constitution and undergoing ultimate evolution once more. If he were present at the Cosmo Power Tournament, he could effortlessly assimilate the physical attributes and skills of all participants, as simple as partaking in a meal. Such an extraordinary constitution undoubtedly rivals that of the chaotic beings found in fantastical realms. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that being devoured by Buu resulted in a chaotic form. It was indeed Buu who conveyed this to you. However, dear brother, mastering the Ultra Instinct is not a trivial endeavor. I stumbled upon it myself while teetering on the brink of death, and even now, I have yet to fully consolidate it," Goku replied. Hao Daitiao nodded, acknowledging I understand. "If given the chance, Uncle Goku, allow me to observe that state a few more times, and I will grasp it." Goku was taken aback by this. Wow, is that true? It's no surprise. Buu is renowned for his astonishing aptitude for learning, and it seems you are no exception. Thus, it remains to be seen whether you can elicit that state from me a few times, which would also aid in my consolidation. Come now, let me witness your talent. With that, Goku suddenly vanished, transforming into a gust of wind as he exited Satan's villa. Hao Daitiao's face lit up with excitement, and without hesitation, he too vanished without any extraneous movements. Instantaneous movement. One need not even mention the expression on Satan's face. In the next moment, Hao Daitiao appeared beside Sun Wukong. Instantaneous movement. "Did Buu teach you that?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished by Hao Daitiao's sudden appearance. However, despite his surprise, he was not particularly taken aback. After all, during the battle with Majin Buu, Buu had learned the technique after observing him use it a few times. After obliterating Earth, he utilized his newly acquired instantaneous movement to pursue him to the King Kai's planet. As a member of the Buu clan, assimilated by Buu, it is entirely reasonable for him to inherit such a remarkable skill. "Yes, but doesn't Uncle Goku plan to find a more spacious location?" Hao Daitiao inquired, glancing down at the city below. Following Hao Daitiao's gaze, Sun Wukong also surveyed the area. "Spacious locations? There are plenty to choose from. Just follow me." With a finger pointed at his forehead, Sun Wukong disappeared from his spot. A smile graced Hao Daitiao's lips as he too vanished in tandem. The two appeared above a vast ocean, with a small island and a modest house in the distance. Indeed, it was near the island of Master Roshi. As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, Hao Daitiao was quite familiar with this locale. Upon their arrival, before any combat commenced, the door of the nearby house swung open instantly. An elderly man with a bald head dressed in a floral shirt ambled out. It was none other than Master Roshi. "Goku, you brought a guest without a word of warning." "Oh, is that a little child?" Master Roshi exclaimed, surprised to see Goku and a young boy floating in the air. Particularly, the aura emanating from the small child was surprisingly robust, seemingly exuding a combat power of 3 to 4,000, which left everyone astonished. "Master Roshi, we have not come as mere guests, but rather to seek a place for sparring. I shall refrain from formalities until our bout is concluded, after which I will extend my apologies." Goku, ever the impatient one, despite his deep respect for Master Roshi, could hardly contain his eagerness and disregarded the customary courtesies. Master Roshi, well acquainted with Goku's temperament, merely gestured for him to proceed without further ado. Moreover, he was quite intrigued by the small child who displayed such formidable power. After all, anyone capable of inciting Goku's enthusiasm, regardless of their youthful appearance, warranted consideration beyond ordinary expectations. In the next moment, without any indication to commence, Goku launched an attack. A flicker of movement appeared behind Hayodashio as he delivered a powerful punch aimed at the back of Hayodashio's head. Observing the usually carefree yet remarkably skilled elder in a critical moment, Hayodashio felt a surge of excitement. However, faced with Goku's unorthodox approach, he quickly regained his focus. With a swift motion, he activated an innate ability to absorb the surrounding energy, generating an intense force of absorption around him. As Goku's fist approached, Hayodashio's right hand inexplicably vanished from view, only to materialize behind his head, palm outstretched to block the blow. With a muffled thud, Goku's punch struck as if against a soft cushion. The kinetic energy from the collision transformed into an influx of power coursing into Hayodashio's body. Goku, clearly startled by this bizarre occurrence, hesitated to continue his assault. Instead, he leapt back several meters, exclaiming in astonishment, "How extraordinary! Your hand can vanish in an instant and then reappear from behind. This is unlike anything I witnessed with you. Although I'm still in my ordinary form and did not exert much force, why does it feel as though my punch barely made an impact against your palm? It's as if I couldn't even break through a mere bubble." Goku was genuinely surprised, yet he remained composed, his face lighting up with excitement. "This is truly fascinating. Let us go again." With that, he increased his intensity and charged at Hayodashio, entering a rapid-fire barrage of punches and kicks. His figure flickered as he unleashed a relentless assault upon Hayodashio. Nevertheless, Hayodashio stood resolute, though not entirely passive. His limbs mysteriously vanished, emerging from various angles to effortlessly deflect Goku's every strike. While Goku's expression went unnoticed, the reactions of Master Roshi, along with a large turtle and a humanoid pig that had inexplicably appeared from the room, were nothing short of captivating, rendering their astonishment beyond words. Chapter 5, Uncle Goku. Do your best. In the Divine Hall, the newly ascended deity, Dandy, sat cross-legged on a meditation mat in the main chamber, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, feeling a stirring within. Ah, there are two energies clashing against one another. Is someone engaged in battle? One of these energies belongs to Mr. Goku, who has returned, while the other, seeking clarity, Dandy exited the main hall. From a distance, he observed Mr. Bobo, who had been watering the plants, now standing still with his eyes closed, seemingly attuned to something. His lips parted slightly, brows furrowed, his expression one of astonishment. "Mr. Bobo, what captures your attention so intensely?" Dandy inquired. Startled by Dandy's voice, Bobo regained his composure. "Divine One, I am witnessing Mr. Goku in combat. There is a small child whose energy resonates closely with that of Majin Buu, exhibiting a battle power of around 3 to 4,000. Not particularly formidable. However, his fighting style is exceedingly peculiar, sending chills down one's spine." "Oh, peculiar, you say?" Dandy responded. "I too sense the presence of the individual clashing with Mr. Goku. Their energy is akin to that of Majin Buu, yet not Buu himself. But you mentioned it as a child?" Dandy questioned, perplexed. "Indeed, a child of merely 2 or 3 years old. If you doubt me, Divine One, see for yourself." With lingering skepticism, Dandy joined Mr. Bobo in a state of perception. A scene unfolded before their eyes. Goku, like a bolt of lightning, unleashed punches and kicks upon a small child, who babbled incessantly. This child bore a human form, yet fought in a manner entirely uncharacteristic of humans. At that moment, the child's limbs had returned to their rightful positions, yet from various parts of its body. Countless hands and feet emerged. From behind the head, from the forehead, from the rear, and even from the lower regions they sprang forth, swiftly countering Goku's attacks, while launching their own. Some extended merely half a meter, while others resembled the long tentacles of an octopus. Astonishingly, some limbs detached from the child's body, breaching spatial limitations to materialize beside Goku and execute surprise assaults. Caught off guard, Goku rapidly transitioned from an offensive stance to a defensive one, struggling to fend off the myriad of punches and kicks raining upon him. Had those strikes possessed greater force, he would have surely been left battered. As his sparring with Hao Daqiao progressed, Goku's astonishment deepened. Not only were Hao Daqiao's techniques growing increasingly enigmatic, but Goku also discerned that with every physical contact, whether he attacked or was attacked, he felt a gradual diminishment of his own strength. Yet, Hao Daqiao's energy remained unchanged. Instead, the dormant energy of Buu within him seemed to swell imperceptibly. Goku's face brightened with excitement. It had been a long time since he experienced such novelty since the Cosmic Power Tournament. Moreover, he sensed that he could potentially aid Buu, invigorating his resolve further. With a swift leap, he deftly evaded the flying attack from Hao Daitiao. Suddenly, Sun Wukong accelerated, creating several illusions, and closed the distance to Hao Daitiao. He raised his right palm, unleashing a torrent of surging energy waves. However, Hao Daitiao did not retreat in haste. Instead, at the very moment the shockwave erupted, his cherry-red lips widened eerily, resembling a fisherman casting a net. He enveloped the entire energy shockwave released by Sun Wukong within his mouth. Contrary to expectations, the formidable energy did not cause Hao Daitiao to explode. Rather, it surged down his throat and into his petite frame, vanishing like a cow sinking into the sea, without stirring even the slightest ripple within him. This left Sun Wukong visibly astonished. Seizing the moment of his surprise, dozens of fists and feet broke through the fabric of space, striking him from all sides, causing him to stagger. Compelled to react, he abruptly unleashed a spherical shockwave, repelling all incoming strikes and swiftly distancing himself from Hao Daitiao. Ha ha, little Daitiao, your techniques are truly numerous. If only your martial prowess were a tad stronger, your uncle would find it difficult to withstand. I never anticipated you could devour energy like that, akin to a certain artificial being. Were it not for the essence of Buu that you possess, I might even suspect you were his reincarnation. In terms of martial arts, you surpass Buu by leaps and bounds. It is quite refreshing. Alas, as a Saiyan, I cannot replicate your displayed skills. Since I cannot learn them, I must devise a way to counter them. Henceforth, I shall amplify my strength and defeat you with absolute power. Hao Daitiao grinned and replied, Uncle Wukong, feel free to exert yourself. Do not hold back simply because I am a brilliant star of the future. If I truly cannot endure it, I will cry out in pain. His cheerful demeanor elicited surprise from the turtle hermit below, who mused inwardly. Why do I feel this little fellow is as incorrigible as I am? Such words are entirely unbefitting a child. It's quite disturbing. Enough to make me want to report him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong exhaled in relief, his expression growing more relaxed and exhilarated, as if he had been holding back moments before. In the next instant, he tensed his body and transformed into Super Saiyan. His once unconventional hairstyle, along with his eyebrows, turned golden, complementing his dark bronze complexion, making him appear even more striking. Hao Daitiao squinted, pondering. In books and anime, this looked quite appealing, yet in reality, it seemed strange. Nevertheless, he could genuinely sense the sudden surge of energy emanating from Sun Wukong. The startling transformation of an ordinary person into a colossal creature akin to Godzilla was nothing short of breathtaking. Yet for Hao Daitiao, this astonishment did not equate to fear of the present Sun Wukong. In his Super Saiyan form, Sun Wukong was insignificant compared to Majin Buu. In the past, Majin Buu had manipulated Hao Daitiao at will, devouring him repeatedly. Each time, he would extract him from his belly only to transform him back into food, absorbing his essence to the utmost extent, depriving him of the power needed to resist. Thus, despite possessing an extraordinary physique and talent akin to Buu, he had never been afforded the opportunity to grow stronger. In the initial 30 or so instances of absorption and transformation, Hao Daitiao was utterly powerless to resist. However, as the transformations reached the 60 or 70 mark, he began to sense a shift towards becoming a chaotic entity. At that point, he was certain that even if reduced to a single cell, Buu's methods could no longer subdue him. Yet he had fully grasped Buu's intentions and, instead of resisting, allowed himself to be manipulated at will. After being transformed 100 times, his physique reached its pinnacle, and he could have soared to new heights. However, due to the upheaval of his ancestral planet and Buu's subsequent predicament, Hao Daitiao harbored Buu within himself and fled from the ancestral star. The journey back to the 7th universe consumed excessive energy that he could not replenish effectively. As such, he maintained a combat power of merely 3 to 4,000 after leaving the womb. Nevertheless, he was confident that those who underestimated him would face dire consequences. Chapter 6. Surrounding the transformed Super Saiyan Wukong. In the depths of an Arctic sea, 1,000 meters below the surface, a figure floated with eyes closed. A tremendous force was contained at the surface of his body, continually resisting the immense pressure of the deep sea. Utilizing the struggle against the water pressure, he refined his physique and energy. However, the overwhelming pressure rendered his face pale. This individual was Piccolo. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly succumbing to the water pressure's breakthrough, which would have dealt a heavy blow to his body. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, stabilizing his mind and instinctively sealing the breach with his energy. He then surged toward the surface without needing to alleviate the pressure on his body. Within mere seconds, he broke through the ocean's surface, hovering amidst the frigid Arctic winds. After a moment of steam rising, a white robe and hat adorned his figure. He slowly turned his gaze in a specific direction. Sun Wukong, you truly have too much time on your hands. Haven't you? Have you turned your attention to a mere child? Distracted by this sight, I nearly fell victim to the ocean's wrath. With that, he vanished in a flash, transformed into a streak of green light, racing towards Sun Wukong's location. He had been training beneath the waves and remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. This time, I sensed that Sun Wukong was genuinely serious, and the peculiar aura emanating from Hao Daiqiao was rather strange, prompting me to take a closer look. Similar sensations were experienced by others as well. The Krillin couple, Android 17, Tin, Katsu, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks all perceived the odd energies and hastened to the scene. Even Vegeta, who had declined to host Hao Daiqiao the previous night, emerged from his training chamber and soared into the sky towards Wukong. He had sensed something unusual about Hao Daiqiao's return. It was unexpected that, just after Wukong's arrival, the two engaged in combat, albeit primarily for training purposes. Nonetheless, it presented a valuable opportunity to teach that insufferable brat a lesson. That little rascal, seemingly no more than 2 or 3 years old, bore an innocent and pitiable appearance, yet his furtive glances unmistakably hinted at his intentions towards my Bulma. Out of respect for the angel Whis, I refrained from acting upon my impulse. Otherwise, I would have delivered a punch right then and there. I might endure a beating myself, but no one dares to covet my Bulma, regardless of age or gender. Above the waters near the Turtle Hermit's residence, Wukong had elevated his power to the Super Saiyan 2 state. Although his appearance remained largely unchanged, the aura radiating from him had intensified several-fold. Streams of golden energy erupted forth, enveloped in intricate arcs of electricity. Previously, in his Super Saiyan form, he had already exchanged blows. Despite Wukong's power and speed being magnified several dozen times, he began to dominate Hao Daiqiao in martial prowess, effectively overpowering him. Yet, he still failed to inflict any significant damage upon him. Wukong felt as though he was striking a massive dough. Under the immense force of his Super Saiyan form, this dough-like entity, Hao Daiqiao, grew increasingly compact and resilient, far more so than during his battle with Majin Buu. Moreover, Wukong sensed his own energy depleting at an alarming rate, while Hao Daiqiao's aura remained steady at around 3,000 to 4,000, showing no signs of enhancement. However, the energy of Buu within him was burgeoning. Hao Daiqiao could feel Majin Buu inside him, although its size had not increased if it continued to recover at this rate. Once he gathered his companions from Earth for a confrontation, Majin Buu should be nearly restored. At that point, he could extract Buu from within himself and embark on a thrilling new chapter of life. This could also serve as a way to repay Buu for his rebirth. Little brother Daiqiao, I understand that you seem to be utilizing my power to restore Buu. However, since we are merely sparring, your passive reception of my blows lacks excitement. If you truly wish to revive Buu, we can directly infuse you with energy after our bout. But before that, shall we engage in a balanced contest? After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong did not immediately engage in combat. Instead, he earnestly conferred with Hao Daiqiao. For Sun Wukong at this moment, the opportunity to engage in a thrilling battle was far more significant than anything else. Upon hearing this, Hao Daiqiao displayed a look of helplessness. I apologize, Uncle Wukong, but as long as Buu resides within me, I am unable to accumulate energy. However, do not fret about the lack of excitement in the fight. Since you are so eager for a spirited contest, I have alternative methods of retaliation. Feel free to unleash your full potential. Very well. This time, I shall truly hold nothing back. With that, Sun Wukong no longer restrained his power. He swiftly appeared beside Hao Daiqiao, delivering a right punch, imbued with the full force of Super Saiyan 2, aimed directly at Hao Daiqiao's temple. Yet Hao Daiqiao did not evade. Without utilizing instant transmission, his combat prowess, merely 3,000 or 4,000, could not allow him to dodge. Although he could withstand such an attack, Sun Wukong sought an equal counter. Thus, Hao Daiqiao turned and, with his mouth agape, unleashed a spray toward Sun Wukong's fist. A tremendous, pink mist erupted from Hao Daiqiao's abdomen, colliding with Sun Wukong's fist. The ethereal pink haze felt as tangible as a solid object upon impact, dissipating instantly. Seizing this opportunity, Hao Daiqiao deftly retreated, opting to observe from a distance. Sun Wukong pressed his advantage, but the vast cloud of mist in the air seemed almost sentient, enveloping him with lightning speed. Sun Wukong, naturally wary due to past encounters with Majin Buu, recognized the technique all too well. This was reminiscent of the maneuver Buu had employed to consume Gohan and Gotenks. Having faced it before in his fusion with Vegeta, he knew how to counter it. Consequently, he immediately formed a protective barrier on his surface to thwart the invasion. Simultaneously, he unleashed a miniature version of the self-detonation technique Vegeta had attempted to employ against the newly awakened Buu, a technique he had comprehended during the Universe Power Tournament. A powerful vortex of destructive energy erupted from him, aimed at obliterating the encroaching mist. However, Sun Wukong had clearly underestimated this pink haze. It was not comparable to the physicality of Majin Buu. This mist originated from Hao Daitiao, identical to the pink fog that had once enveloped the ancestral planet. It represented the primordial form of the Buu lineage, nearly indestructible. After Buu's evolution, that essence had been diluted. Yet Hao Daitiao had just recently assimilated it using the original source. The energy vortex that Sun Wukong unleashed was indeed formidable. Yet the pink mist astonishingly did not disperse immediately. Instead, it expanded like a balloon, morphing into a thin, spherical shape under the force of the energy vortex. It could have a diameter of 6 or 7 kilometers. Enveloping the swirling vortex within, it swiftly devoured the energy contained therein. The once dim pink mist suddenly radiated with vibrancy, becoming even more resplendent and expanding severalfold. An aura emerged from within, now surpassing the strength of Hao Daitiao by countless magnitudes. The energy-devouring vortex completed its task in a mere matter of seconds. In the astonished gaze of Sun Wukong, it broke through the constraints of space and once again enveloped him in an instant. Wukong reacted with remarkable swiftness, attempting to break free from the confinement at the earliest opportunity, striving to escape with utmost speed. However, he resembled a luminous bulb, with the mist acting as the light it emitted. As he fled, the mist remained in a wrapping formation, moving in tandem with him, as if he had never moved at all. Simultaneously, he sensed the energy within him dissipating at an accelerated pace. At that moment, Sun Wukong finally furrowed his brows. Chapter 7. Vegeta's illegitimate child? Master Wutian, why is that little brat so sinister? More so than the former Majin Buu. Outside the Kame house, Pig Beiji and Oolong hid behind Master Rashi, filled with trepidation. They were aware that Bulma had previously adopted a child, who was later kidnapped by Buu. Yet they remained ignorant that the child before them was indeed Hao Daitiao. It was likely that he belonged to the same category of beings as Majin Buu, and possessed even greater innate talents. With a battle power of 3 to 4,000, he had rendered Sun Wukong powerless, even trapping him. Master Rashi's expression turned grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Will he be as bloodthirsty as Majin Buu was? If Wukong cannot prevail, will we face our demise? No, I refuse to perish. I still have a plethora of action sketches left to peruse. Master Wutian, you observe for now. I shall retreat indoors to gather my belongings. If Wukong breaks through that mist and engages with that little brat again, we shall seize the opportunity to escape. With that, Oolong attempted to slip into the house. In the next moment, he received a punch to the forehead, collapsing onto the beach and losing consciousness. A bump akin to a chicken egg slowly emerged on his head. The nearby turtle was startled into a frenzy. Master Rashi's eyes gleamed with insight as he retracted his fist, muttering softly, he secretly stashed away action sketches. And I was unaware. Thinking of fleeing? Who knows if once you gather your things, you might slip away. The pig may escape, but the sketches must remain with me. Then, sensing something, he raised his head toward a certain direction. A beam of light was rapidly approaching from that very direction. In an instant, it arrived nearby, halting to reveal a proud figure. It was Vegeta, having emerged from the training room and rushing over without even changing his clothes. He was indeed the first to arrive. Upon his arrival, he remained silent, hovering in the air with arms crossed, casting a disdainful glance at the pink mist that ensnared Wukong. Subsequently, his gaze rested upon Hao Daitiao, who lay comfortably in the void, relishing the gentle caress of the sea breeze. He couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. In the following minutes, several figures hurriedly arrived, gathering nearby. Among them were the Klin couple, number 17, the brothers Son Gohan, Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Trunks. Along the way, they sensed each other's presence and converged together. What transpired? It seems that Goku is trapped. Let's assist him. Upon their arrival, Witnessing Goku ensnared in pink mist, the group instinctively sought to intervene. However, they were abruptly halted by Vegeta's loud admonition. It's merely a spar. What assistance is needed? How embarrassing. At Vegeta's rebuke, everyone came to a standstill. Son Gohan, feeling rather awkward, flew over to Vegeta, hoping to inquire about the situation. He had encountered Trunks on the way and had already gleaned some details about last night's events involving Hao Daiqiao. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Goku had engaged in combat. Vegeta, still maintaining his haughty demeanor, feigned ignorance to Gohan's inquiry, offering no response. Gohan, increasingly embarrassed, retreated back to the Klin couple's side. Klin cast a knowing glance at Gohan, signaling him not to worry, and pointed towards the distant Kame house, leading the group downwards. Upon receiving Master Roshi's explanation, the group's anxious expressions finally relaxed. Initially, I thought Goku had truly lost his senses, even disregarding children. However, it now appears his insight is quite remarkable. Though he merely temporarily ensnared Goku in his Super Saiyan 2 form, it was enough to terrify everyone. Where has Majin Buu taken him, and what events have unfolded? Such a significant transformation occurred after just a few days of disappearance. Observing the situation before him, Klin remarked with curiosity, "Once their sparring concludes, won't we learn the truth from Goku himself? It seems that Son Goku is already aware of the situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sparring with a child," Tien Shinhan stated calmly. At this moment, Hao Daiqiao had already noticed the newcomers. He had encountered these Dragon Ball companions several times before being taken by Buu. However, during that time, having traversed into this world as an infant, he dared not engage in conversation. Otherwise, he would not have been adopted by Bulma, but rather regarded as a monster and fled from. After being taken in by Bulma, these companions had gathered several times, showering Hao Daiqiao with affection. Each had held him, and several had even changed his diapers and prepared his formula. He had been quite mischievous in the arms of those lovely ladies. The most amusing incident occurred when Bulma forcibly handed him over to the god of destruction, Beerus. Hao Daiqiao pretended to be frightened and deliberately vomited all over Beerus. One could hardly describe the black cloud that darkened Beerus's face, as he was too enamored by the delicious food Bulma had prepared to unleash his wrath. Reflecting on those encounters, coupled with the companionship of childhood books and animations, Hao Daiqiao had already developed profound feelings for these individuals. From afar, a companion waved and smiled in greeting. Upon seeing their complex, awkward expressions, Hao Daiqiao understood that despite having been taken away by Buu for several decades, only a few days had passed here. His transformation was still too abrupt for them to comprehend. Thus, he refrained from further conversation. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had been trapped for approximately 10 minutes, and it seemed he finally adopted a desperate attitude. Previously, he had attempted various methods to break free from the encroaching mist, but to no avail. His stamina was depleting rapidly, while the mist only grew stronger and more expansive. Blue beams of light, akin to celestial blades, shot forth from a haze, tearing through it and creating numerous rifts. Hao Daiqiao realized that in order to conserve his energy, Sun Wukong had bypassed the Super Saiyan 3 and the God of Scions forms, advancing directly to Super Saiyan Blue. He did not resort to instant transmission to escape, but instead gathered his strength and unleashed a formidable Kamehameha, blasting a massive pathway through the mist. With renewed speed, he swiftly emerged from confinement. The velocity he achieved was so great that the mist, having absorbed only a fraction of energy, could not keep pace. Upon his escape, Sun Wukong greeted his friends, surrounding him with exuberance. "Ha ha ha, I've stirred you all up. Kakarot, you've underestimated the situation, allowing a mere child to confine you for so long." Sun Wukong was about to say more when he was interrupted by Vegeta from a distance. His words as scathing as ever. "You should not underestimate your son. He is quite formidable." "Shut your mouth. He is not my son," Vegeta bellowed, suddenly agitated at the mention of son. Unfazed, Sun Wukong continued, "How can that be? Whis mentioned that Bulma adopted Hao Daiqiao, and an adopted son is, by definition, not a biological child. What is there to deny?" Suddenly, Sun Wukong's train of thought derailed, and with a mystified expression, he mused, "Could it be that he is your illegitimate child, brought back secretly?" Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion resounded. Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and descended upon Sun Wukong, fists clenched, striking him in the back as if swinging a baseball bat. With a resounding whoosh, Sun Wukong plummeted like a meteor toward the ocean, the water erupting into a towering spray of hundreds of meters. This entire spectacle unfolded in an instant, leaving their companions stunned into silence. They had all overheard Sun Wukong's speculation, and their gazes toward Vegeta shifted dramatically, especially for the young and astute Trunks. His father's reaction seemed overly intense, prompting him to squint in disbelief. Chapter 8. Vegeta's affection is genuine. With a tremendous crash, Sun Wukong burst forth from the water, continuously grasping at his back, wailing in pain. If it's not true, then why hit me so hard? That hurts like hell. Such is the price of utter nonsense. Should you dare to speak recklessly again, the consequences shall be far graver. Vegeta uttered a cold snort. At that moment, a distant voice, unmistakably loud, rang out, "Uncle Goku, are we still fighting? If not, I shall seek my godmother." He continued, "Brother Trunks, is my godmother at home?" His intent was clear. Trunks, caught off guard, froze in place. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta sprang to his feet. "You dare to approach my home?" Recalling the mischievous glint in Heodacio's eyes from the previous night, Vegeta felt an unsettling discomfort, sensing something amiss. Today's revelation of the boy's peculiar behavior only solidified his resolve to keep him away from Bulma. "Why should I be afraid? That is my home. My godmother once assured me not to fear, for she would always be my godmother, and her home is mine." Such absurdity. When has Bulma ever said that? She has. If you don't believe me, ask her when the time comes. I care not. Should you dare to approach her or my family, I shall break your legs. Come now, Godfather, do not be so menacing. I merely wish to return to our family. I harbor no intent to disrupt your relationship. A united family is a beautiful thing. Upon hearing this, a deadly glint flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and he vanished in an instant. Goku, alarmed, exclaimed, "Vegeta, what are you doing? We have yet to finish our fight." But his protests fell on deaf ears. Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, appeared beside Heodacio like a ferocious beast, launching a terrifying close-range assault. This level of attack posed a genuine threat to Heodacio's physique. Yet he had anticipated it. The cloud of pink mist that had once ensnared Goku returned to Heodacio's side after Goku's escape, swirling around him without retreating into his body. The energy absorbed had evaded Majin Buu's grasp and accumulated, equating to the power of a Super Saiyan 2. As Vegeta unleashed a barrage of relentless strikes, the mist coalesced, akin to the transformation of Laozi into the Three Pure Ones, manifesting numerous identical avatars of Heodacio, each solid and ready to absorb Vegeta's onslaught. Although each avatar could only withstand a single blow from Vegeta before bursting apart, the mist was intrinsically linked to Heodacio, possessing all his capabilities. Their destruction merely inflicted minor wounds, easily recoverable in moments. Moreover, these avatars began to siphon Vegeta's strength. Fueled by rage, Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue form unleashed strikes of unparalleled ferocity, far surpassing Goku's earlier attacks. With each avatar of Heodacio that was obliterated, their essence grew stronger upon reformation. Vegeta, having sensed this, cast aside all caution, intent on executing the most powerful combination of strikes in the shortest time to vent his fury. The air was filled with thunderous explosions. Vegeta effortlessly dispelled all of Heodacio's clones. Before the replicas could reassemble, Vegeta abruptly raised his luminous hands, arcs of electricity dancing around him. He directed a tremendous shockwave, radiating outward towards Heodacio, enveloped in pink mist. The blinding brilliance that erupted was as dazzling as a sun, seemingly dissolving half the sky. A colossal wave of destructive energy engulfed Heodacio and the vast ocean stretching 100 miles behind him. The entire body of water surged to an altitude of 10,000 meters, forming an immense wall of water reaching towards the heavens. Once the shock wave subsided and the tumultuous energy dissipated, the spot where Heodacio had stood was utterly devoid of his presence. Even the surrounding pink mist had vanished without a trace. Not far away, the ocean's waters had been displaced, revealing a terrifying fan-shaped trench, 100 meters deep and several thousand meters long. Now, the surrounding waters rushed back to fill this enormous chasm. Vegeta withdrew his hands, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, yet his complexion remained largely unchanged, and his breathing steady, devoid of any sign of exertion. He hovered in place, gazing into the distance, slowly surveying the expanse of sky. Although he appeared nonchalant, the corner of his eye twitched imperceptibly. Meanwhile, both Goku, not far behind Vegeta, and the onlookers at Kame House were equally stunned and astonished. However, their shock was not due to Vegeta's ruthless assault on a child. Rather, They sensed a growing aura within the range of Vegeta's attack, swelling ominously. If it were an enemy, they would not know where to strike, for nothing was visible. A green light streaked across the horizon, shattering the silence of the scene. The green light halted beside Goku, revealing it to be Dend, who had hurried from the Arctic. "Dend, you've arrived," Goku greeted with a smile. Dend merely nodded in response, his gaze returning to the turbulent ocean above, his expression grave. Perhaps fatigue from his journey was to blame, as beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. "Uncle Piccolo." Soon after, Gohan approached Piccolo, seemingly delighted to see him after a long time. "Let us observe first. We can discuss later." "All right," Gohan nodded. "My godfather truly cares for me," acting decisively right away. Unlike Uncle Goku, who hesitates, fearing I might not handle it. A childish voice, though soft, reached everyone's ears. They turned to see, floating in the sky not far away, a diminutive figure, Heyodacio, now a shrunken version of himself, only the size of a palm, smiling mischievously at Vegeta. At this moment, the presence of the individual was nearly imperceptible. However, another force within Heyodacio had notably intensified. Apart from Vegeta, the others were astonished by Heodacio's appearance. His original essence was minimal, yet the aura that enveloped the area for dozens of kilometers. Whose could it be? Clearly, the previous confrontation had not been sufficiently punishing. They dared to meddle recklessly. Vegeta remarked coldly. Heyodacio danced with anticipation, exclaiming, "Then please, Godfather, exert even more strength to truly make me feel it." As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a mist broke through the fabric of space, materializing instantly by his side. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were taken aback. Son Goku gasped audibly. "You can manipulate instant transmission to such a degree?" Upon hearing Goku, those around him exchanged puzzled glances. They were astonished that Heyodacio could also utilize instant transmission. Yet upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. But why was Goku reacting so profoundly? Was it merely instant transmission? What was so astonishing about that? Did they not observe his ability to reconstitute, like Buu? Vegeta scoffed. Indeed, his ability to instantaneously relocate is not particularly remarkable. However, what if every cell could independently teleport? Goku grinned. What? Each cell can instantaneously move on its own? The crowd was left in shock. Goku continued. You likely think that Heyodacio summoned that pink mist with a mere gesture. In truth, Vegeta's earlier strike scattered Heyodacio into individual cells, covering a vast area. When he waved his hand, he was issuing commands to the scattered cells, each of which transported itself to his side through instant transmission. I could sense the fluctuations of space being traversed. Imagine the potential of such a skill in battle. After Goku's analysis, everyone, including Vegeta, was left speechless. Chapter 9. Since we are here, let us all engage in combat. The ability for cells to teleport independently. What wonders could that produce? Only experimentation would reveal the truth. Vegeta remarked coldly, observing Heyodacio, a mere child, openly taunting him and his family. Could he endure this? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, vanishing in an instant to continue his assault on Heyodacio. In that moment, the diminutive Heyodacio wore a slight smile. He gently tapped his right index finger, and the pink mist coalesced into a tangible doppelganger that advanced towards Vegeta. Instantly, the sound of fists colliding resonated like thunder across the heavens. Remarkably, Heodacio's doppelganger could exchange blows with Vegeta, despite being merely a fragment of the pink mist. Though it was still no match for Vegeta after a few exchanges. The doppelganger was shattered into fragments. However, the advantage lies in the fact that Heodacio's avatar, much like himself, is nearly indestructible. It surpasses the formidable Majin Buu from the days before the return to the ancestral star by countless magnitudes. In the sky, two luminous figures intertwine and collide, stirring up boundless gales that churn the ocean waves into a frothy tumult. Once again, Heodacio's avatar is reduced to mere vapor by Vegeta's Heavenly Maiden's scatter energy attack. With a cold snort, Vegeta retorts, "You little brat, if you have any tricks left, now will be the time to reveal them. If not, I shall sever the two tails of flesh you've manifested from your body once and for all. Dear Godfather, it's rare for you to be so confident in wanting to help me lose weight. Why not give a try?" Heyodacio chuckles, and in the next instant, an avatar of Heyodacio materializes once more before Vegeta. Not only does it appear unscathed, but its aura has intensified further. This is of little consequence, for the mannerisms and demeanor of the avatar mirror those of the original, cheeky and grinning. Vegeta's expression darkens, He cannot believe that with his current power, he would struggle against even Majin Buu, and yet be unable to deal with the avatar of this mere child. So what if Buu had returned to the ancestral star and undergone a transformation? Could it truly have become an immortal being? Even if it were an immortal, he possesses the means to banish it. Thus, the two engage in combat once more, their force greater than before. This is precisely what Hayao had anticipated. The harder Vegeta fights, the more energy he can absorb. Yet, to awaken Buu, Vegeta's strength alone is far from sufficient. Consequently, Hayao gaze shifts towards the spectators who are watching the spectacle. They are astonished, witnessing the avatar being vanquished by Vegeta time and again, only to resurrect stronger each time, almost forgetting the existence of the original Hayao. However, Son Goku perceives Hayao gaze and turns to meet his eyes, as he notices the longing in Hayao expression, akin to that of a man gazing upon a beautiful woman. Son Goku, who has come to understand Hayao to some extent, feels an icy shiver for the first time. Yet, this chill quickly dissipates, and with a smile, he says, "Little brother Hayao, why not release all that pink mist you have over there? I will be most pleased." Hayao is amused to the point of tears. Son Goku is indeed a person of great wisdom, having discerned his innermost thoughts at a glance. However, the ensuing scene does not catch Son Goku by surprise. Hayao gaze shifts towards the nearby Piccolo and Gohan. With a flick of his hand, the pink mist swirling around him immediately solidifies into two avatars that dash towards Gohan and Piccolo. The two avatars move with astonishing speed. In an instant, they are upon them, leaving Piccolo and Gohan utterly unprepared, ensnared before they even comprehend what has transpired. Seeing this, Son Goku becomes slightly flustered and exclaims, "Hey Hayao, I meant for you to send your avatars to me. Uncle Wukong, it is far more joyful to share in the pleasures of play than to indulge in solitary amusement. What is the point of playing alone? It is much more delightful to engage together, especially since they have all gathered. Do not fret. My clones are equally matched in strength with their respective counterparts, so they shall not struggle unduly." As how Daiqiao spoke, his gaze shifted towards the anxious faces of those gathered beneath the Kame house. Android 17 and 18 are unlikely to tire. They warrant our keen observation. As for Trunks and Goten, though they are small, their boundless energy is formidable and should not be underestimated. We must also keep an eye on Krillin, Yamcha, Ten, and Kairatsu, whose powers are limited. They should combine their efforts to face a single opponent. With that, he conjured 5 additional clones. However, it was evident that these 5 were significantly weaker than the clone that had faced Vegeta. The sudden emergence of these 7 clones of Hao Daiqiao sent the surrounding crowd into disarray. Only Son Goku remained unchallenged, standing still as he surveyed the various battles, a wry smile adorning his face. Hao Daiqiao had spoken truthfully. His clones and those friends were of comparable strength, posing little danger and serving as a rare trial. "Uncle Wukong, do not worry. I have reserved the strongest for you," Hao Daiqiao reassured, redirecting Son Goku's attention to the final swirling mass of pink mist nearby, gradually coalescing into his form. Once fully materialized, this clone exuded the most potent aura among all the clones. "I shall fulfill my promise to allow you a thrilling battle," Hao Daiqiao declared. Son Goku smiled slightly. "Then I shall be grateful." In an instant, the clone vanished from view, reappearing before Son Goku, a fist raised to strike. Too slow. Though Son Goku's punch was delivered slightly later than Hao Daiqiao's, his speed was superior. He dodged to the side just before the blow landed, striking the clone at an awkward angle. However, the moment his fist made contact, he sensed something amiss. Before he could fully grasp this thought, a flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon him, propelling him into the depths of the ocean below. Son Goku plummeted like a meteor, the velocity unmistakable. Yet, as he descended, he adeptly adjusted his body to land feet first. With a motion reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water, he pushed off with both feet, propelling himself upward in a V-shaped arc. Upon his ascent, the mere touch of his toes to the surface created a massive circular crater, nearly 100 meters in diameter, akin to a round frying pan. Once stabilized in the sky, Son Goku admired the spectacle. Instant transmission combined with shadow clone technique. What a splendid way to mask one's energy and create illusions. Truly remarkable. Let us do it again. No sooner had he spoken than he raised an eyebrow, as an energy sphere suddenly materialized before him, radiating an intense light. He instinctively recoiled. However, several luminous spheres reappeared, surrounding him on all sides, his waist and abdomen. Despite Sun Wukong's transformation into an ultra-blue form, a qualitative change in his reflexes and speed rendered him unable to evade them. Even instantaneous movement would be futile. His options were limited. Either endure the onslaught of these attacks directly, or unleash the immense power within him to counterbalance or diminish the destructive force of the two spheres. He opted for the latter. Although these energy spheres posed no tangible harm to him, the manner in which they were delivered was beyond his capabilities. They manifested as if a single cell bore the energy sphere and teleported it into existence. Such an assault, if launched in multiples, left him with no means of evasion. This time, he was bested not by strength but by technique. Yet, one must ponder, when would such spheres pose a genuine threat to his life? Thus, he chose a more scientifically sound approach to avoid sustaining severe injury. Witnessing Sun Wukong being restrained consecutively, the onlookers, each engaged in combat with a clone at a distance, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Except for Vegeta, all faced clones that employed no extravagant techniques or strategies. Their greatest asset was the element of surprise through instantaneous movement and close-quarters combat. However, this simplicity rendered them at a loss for how to respond, growing increasingly anxious as they fought. At this level, it was one against many. Given time, if Hao Daiqiao were to mature, he would equal the might of 1,000 troops. Chapter 10. A surprise for Uncle Wukong. Subsequently, Hao Daiqiao, utilizing instantaneous movement, executed numerous techniques, leaving Sun Wukong in a state of constant vigilance. He could not help but marvel that if those techniques possessed sufficient power, they could undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon him. Meanwhile, Vegeta's frustration mounted as he found himself teetering on the brink of being overwhelmed. He had nearly exhausted all his ultimate techniques, indeed shattering the clone repeatedly. Yet, his promise to assist Hao Daiqiao in shedding those 2 pounds remained unfulfilled. Not only was the clone growing stronger, but Vegeta also sensed his own stamina waning. He had come to a stark realization about Hao Daiqiao. He was on an entirely different level than Majin Buu. Having traversed the universe and encountered numerous beings, he had never before encountered a creature with such unfathomable vitality and resilience. Despite employing every tactic at his disposal, he had yet to eradicate even a single cell of his opponent. Moreover, with Hao Daiqiao's ability to absorb the excess energy of his foes, he wondered if the destructive power of the god of destruction could indeed prevail. The thought nearly escaped his lips in a cry of disbelief. How could he reconcile the notion of likening this playful child to a god of destruction? Vegeta felt a surge of frustration, prompting him to seriously contemplate how to counter Hao Daiqiao, pondering whether the Demon Seal wave might serve as a means of containment. In the other battle groups, the excitement was rather subdued. It merely revolved around the peculiar martial techniques encountered by Sun Wukong in his ordinary form, transitioning to Super Saiyan 2 against Hao Daiqiao. Apart from Android 17 and 18, most others began to exhibit signs of fatigue. Consequently, Trunks and Goten, feeling the pressure, resorted to fusion, resulting in a dramatic surge in their power levels. Upon merging, they shed their previous playful demeanor and ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Observing this, the two clones engaged with Trunks, and Goten instinctively fused as well, yet they were still severely overpowered by Gotenks' formidable strength, suffering numerous defeats. It can be asserted that Gotenks, aside from Sun Wukong, was the one enjoying the battle the most. His exuberant power remained inexhaustible within the span of 30 minutes, allowing him to fight with reckless abandon, relishing the thrill of the combat. Techniques such as the Phantom Wind Fist, Energy Donut, Big Mouth Cannon, and Ultimate Continuous Death Cannon were executed in succession. The more exuberantly Gotenks fought, the more elated Hao Daiqiao became. After a series of Gotenks combos, the clone had amassed a power equivalent to Super Saiyan 2. Uncle Wukong, Godfather Vegeta, the time for a grand surprise has arrived. Suddenly, the real Hao Daiqiao called out from a distance. Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Sun Wukong paused. If you have any trump cards, reveal them directly instead of wasting my time with your delays. Vegeta's body seemed to urge him to consume his 6-flavor Remania pill. Yet his words remained defiant. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What could this grand surprise be? A smirk appeared on Hao Daiqiao's face as his gaze swept over the distant battlefield. Before their eyes, a clone of Hao Daiqiao engaged in combat with Master Roshi. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Kairatsu suddenly exploded, transforming into a cloud of pink mist that enveloped them instantly. There were a few muffled groans, and then the pink mist descended upon a small island. After lingering on the island for a brief moment, several figures were left sprawled on the beach. The mist dissipating instantaneously above Piccolo, descending with incredible speed. Another muffled sound echoed. The next second, Piccolo found himself on the sandy ground in front of Master Roshi's house, along with Krillin, Roshi, Tin Shinhan, and others, all drenched in sweat, seated on the ground, their faces reflecting shock and trepidation. Each of them exhibited an extremely weak aura, scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary person. Witnessing the plight of those around them, Android 17 teleported beside Android 18, and together they conjured an energy shield in an attempt to fend off the mist. However, the next moment, his expression froze. The pink mist leaped through the spatial barrier, suddenly manifesting within their shield and engulfing them in an instant. As Android 17 and 18 found themselves on the sandy beach of the small island, a terrifying energy shockwave erupted from Gohan. He sought to disperse the mist. Yet Sun Wukong had previously employed this very method. At that moment, it proved to be useful, though its effectiveness was limited, especially now. The cloud of powder had absorbed the energy of others, reaching a level that could not be overlooked. It had merely been pushed back slightly by a powerful shockwave. Gohan had likely forgotten how Majin Buu absorbed others' energy through a part of his body. Now, however, how Daiqiao possessed a part of his body capable of instantaneous movement. Consequently, a cloud of powder swiftly entered Gohan's mouth, flooding into his body. With a muffled groan, Gohan's explosive aura faltered, leaving him unable to resist further. The powder that had been blown away immediately coiled back around him, enveloping him completely. The fate of Gotenks was not much better. He was swiftly subdued and consumed. At that moment, Gotenks realized that those clones were not incapable of dealing with them. Rather, they had simply refrained from using their ultimate techniques. With a single instant movement combined with Majin Buu's absorption ability, they could effectively banish their opponents in an instant. However, none of them suffered any harm. Each was sent down to a small island by Hao Daiqiao. Yet, their battle power would require some time to fully recover. After absorbing the energy of his companions, the cloud of powder reformed into a clone. At that moment, the clone's aura was already approaching the level of Super Saiyan Blue. Yet, let us not forget that the clones battling Goku and Vegeta had yet to merge. Thus, amidst the incredulous gazes of Goku, Vegeta, and the others, these clones ultimately fused into Hao Daiqiao's singular clone. At this juncture, this clone's battle power was on par with that of Super Saiyan Blue. Uncle Goku, I promised you an exhilarating experience, and now I can finally deliver, he declared. Given the circumstances, I am still unable to intervene directly. So let this clone engage you both in a proper battle. No sooner had he spoken than Hao Daiqiao's clone hovered in place, fists clenched, ready to strike at the air. With each punch, a fist transcended the confines of space, materializing at various points on Vegeta's body, sending him tumbling through the air. This time, it was equivalent to the power of Super Saiyan Blue, and the force of these punches was incomparable to the previous attacks from the clones. Goku's expression was one of astonishment. This assault was entirely different. This time, it was not Hao Daiqiao's fists utilizing instantaneous movement, but rather an attack reminiscent of the colossal monster formed during the Universe Power Tournament by the robotic team from Universe 3. That monster had directly broken through the boundaries of space to strike at them. Now, Hao Daiqiao's clone, having reached a certain level of power, had also employed such a technique. Yet, did you not claim this was meant for my enjoyment? Why then was it landing upon Vegeta? However, before he could finish his thought, an uncountable barrage of punches and kicks rained down upon him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a cry of despair. Yet, even as he began to suffer under the relentless assault, the barrage of punches and kicks raining down on Vegeta showed no signs of abating. It was the manifestation of Hao Daiqiao's avatar, exerting its maximum power. Its fists and feet defied the laws of physical movement, contracting like springs to deliver devastating blows. Sun Wukong was left disoriented, unable to predict the source of the strikes, and thus could neither block nor counterattack. However, in that moment, he inadvertently grasped a glimmer of insight. His fingers did not press against his brow. He simply vanished from sight. Instantaneous movement. Although he still could not travel without sensing the energy around him, he no longer needed to make unnecessary motions. In the next heartbeat, he appeared behind Hao Daiqiao's avatar, launching a ferocious assault that freed Vegeta from the onslaught. A series of rapid martial arts techniques sent Hao Daiqiao's avatar crashing into the ocean. Stabilizing himself, Vegeta, sporting a face marred with bruises, let out a furious roar. Seizing the moment as Hao Daiqiao was about to plunge into the sea, he unleashed a final, devastating ultimate flash. However, to his astonishment, the ultimate flash did strike Hao Daijiao, sending him down to the ocean floor, yet it did not explode. Instead, a pair of luminous hands caught it with ease. They began to mold the energy as if kneading dough in a Tai Chi manner, shaping it into a sphere the size of a basketball. Then, the mouth suddenly expanded, swallowing the energy whole. This spectacle left both Vegeta and Sun Wukong in utter shock, their pupils dilating. This was Super Blue Vegeta, unleashing a furious strike after being pummeled. How could it have been devoured so easily? Chapter 11. The Devouring of the Godfather. Vegeta. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta watched in disbelief as Hao Daijiao's avatar consumed the ultimate flash. In the midst of their astonishment, a brilliant light erupted behind Vegeta. Vegeta, father, cried Sun Wukong and Trunks, but it was far too late. The blinding sphere of light expanded rapidly to several kilometers in diameter, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave and the steam of evaporating seawater. A monstrous mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. It was several times larger than the previous two explosions. The destructive force was none other than Vegeta's ultimate flash. Hao Daijiao's act of swallowing it had been a ruse. He had not absorbed it, but instead shattered space, transferring it behind Vegeta. A figure, cloaked in azure smoke, emerged from the center of the explosion, crashing into the ocean, causing the water to collapse into a chasm hundreds of meters wide. A massive water spout erupted, shooting up over 1,000 meters. In the next moment, Vegeta appeared suspended beside Hao Daijiao's avatar, his clothes tattered and charred, already unconscious. Ignoring the worried gazes of those around, Hao Daijiao's avatar extended a hand, transforming into a snow honey peach of the four seasons. In the next moment, Hao Daijiao's doppelganger unleashed a cascade of luminous energy, which, upon contact with Vegeta, transformed him into a vibrant pink mass exuding the sweet, succulent aroma of ripe peaches. With a swift motion, Hao Daijiao's duplicate consumed the essence, and the delightful nectar erupted on his palate, flooding his senses with a long-forgotten taste that enveloped him in sheer ecstasy, eliciting an involuntary groan of pleasure. Sun Wukong, taken aback, could hardly fathom that Hao Daijiao was serious in his actions. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving him unable to intervene. Below on the island, a group of onlookers turned pale. Although only Trunks held any affection for Vegeta, they had faced life-and-death situations together numerous times. While they relished the idea of Vegeta receiving a lesson, none had anticipated his demise. Hao Daijiao, we agreed this was merely a sparring match. You didn't kill him, did you? Please, spit him out, urged Sun Wukong, his brow furrowing yet maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Hao Daijiao chuckled heartily. Uncle Wukong, why do you place such trust in me? I can sense that your nature is inherently good. Wukong replied coolly, what if I were truly serious? This fellow prevented me from returning to my godmother last night, and has spoken so harshly today. I must teach him a lesson. As a member of the Buu clan, consuming a person was as mundane as eating and drinking, yet he had abstained until now. Vegeta, being his first meal, was indeed fortunate. You have made him suffer, and now that he has, please release him. We wouldn't want to frighten Trunks. After all, he is your brother, Wukong implored, appealing to familial bonds. Hearing this, Hao Daijiao glanced at Trunks, who lay on the island, visibly distressed, unable to move, nearly on the verge of tears. With a smirk, Hao Daijiao's doppelganger opened its mouth and released a radiant orb that soared towards the island below. With a resounding thud, the light collided with the beach, revealing Vegeta, who lay there in tattered garments, his wounds miraculously healed. However, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, his aura now indistinguishable from that of an ordinary earthling. Conversely, Hao Daijiao's doppelganger felt its energy surge once more. Uncle Wukong, I am now at my peak strength. Do you still wish to spar? Upon witnessing Vegeta's unharmed state, Wukong exhaled in relief and responded, of course. You previously mentioned that your doppelganger would revert to your true form, and its power would be absorbed by Buu. Furthermore, with no one to interrupt us, if not now, then when? Then let us continue. Hao Daijiao nodded. In the next instant, Sun Wukong shouted with fervor. His Super Saiyan blue form trembled as his energy rapidly escalated. Kaioken 20 times. With a resounding crash, a tremulous aura erupted from within Sun Wukong, propelling his strength to its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Hao Daijiao's avatar, raising his fist to strike. Hao Daijiao's avatar countered with an open palm, morphing into a pliable mass akin to malt sugar, absorbing Wukong's punch. Suddenly, His left hand transformed into a silvery serpent, coiling towards Wukong's other hand and ensnaring it in an instant. Startled, Wukong twisted at the waist, launching both feet toward Hao Daqiao's chest like a pendulum. However, Hao Daqiao's chest split open unexpectedly, revealing a vast void, causing Wukong to miss his target entirely. Seizing the moment as Wukong retracted his feet, Hao Daqiao's chest healed instantaneously, binding Wukong's foot securely. In an instant, Wukong found himself akin to a marionette, entirely under Hao Daqiao's control. Hao Daqiao's mouth morphed into a gaping maw, intent on swallowing Wukong whole. Yet, Wukong's form abruptly vanished, reappearing eerily behind Hao Daqiao, unleashing a punch that struck deep within him, accompanied by the explosive rupture of flesh. A massive, translucent hole materialized in Hao Daqiao's chest. Though a flicker of pain crossed the avatar's face, a glimmer of ferocity ignited in his eyes. The torn flesh from the wound did not recede. Instead, it instantaneously relocated, materializing behind Wukong and smashing into his back like a bullet. With a muffled groan, Wukong was sent flying. Hao Daqiao, a blur of motion, pursued Wukong, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy from his outstretched palm, striking Wukong's back once again and driving him into the depths of the ocean. A colossal chasm was created, spewing forth magma. In that moment, the seabed erupted with terrifying fissures resembling a spider's web, each crack extending hundreds of kilometers, causing a tremendous upheaval in the ocean. Towering waves, reaching over 100 meters, surged outward in all directions, significantly affecting Turtle Island. With a swift motion of his right hand, Hao Daqiao released a cloud of powdery mist, enveloping Turtle Island, fortifying the seabed and staving off the impending tsunami. A blue light burst forth from the ocean's surface. Sun Wukong, his lips stained with blood, his garments tattered and disheveled, appeared in a state of utter disarray. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. Despite channeling the power of 20 times the Kaioken, he found himself drained after only a few exchanges, having lost some strength when ensnared by Hao Daqiao. The relentless counterattacks had further sapped his energy. Indeed, once Hao Daqiao's avatar had ascended in battle prowess, every aspect, physicality, vitality, and energy absorption, had notably intensified. The weight of his strikes rivaled that of Jiren during the Universe Power Tournament. Hao Daqiao expressed his desire to witness his son Wukong's mastery of the ultimate technique, and it seemed increasingly likely that Wukong would be compelled to reveal it under such pressure. Upon this realization, son Wukong not only remained unperturbed but grew increasingly exhilarated. His relentless pursuit of sparring partners was driven by a desire to elicit the state of transcendent mastery he sought to achieve. Such a state is not easily attained. His current ambition was to transform this elusive state into a habitual norm, one he could access at will. Chapter 12. Eliciting Wukong's Transcendent Mastery. Uncle Wukong, please enlighten me. Before the recently invigorated son Wukong could catch his breath from employing the 20-fold Kaioken, Hao Daqiao declared, summoning all his strength to execute a similar buildup of energy. Suddenly, Hao Daqiao's aura surged dramatically, culminating in a 10-fold increase in battle power. Kaioken, son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. I surmise this is not something you taught you, but rather a technique you have just learned from me, correct? Indeed, I have just acquired it, so I humbly request your assistance in verifying my technique. Hao Daqiao replied with a grin. Before he could finish speaking, a pained cry escaped son Wukong's lips as a figure struck him fiercely in the abdomen, propelling him skyward. The figure's presence was fleeting, yet another anguished cry erupted from son Wukong as he was assailed by successive strikes, his cries echoing in the air. This barrage continued for several moments until the final 10-fold Kaioken culminated in a devastating Kamehameha unleashed by Hao Daqiao. Son Wukong was rendered unconscious, only to be summoned back by Hao Daqiao. Observing the battered son Wukong, Hao Daqiao exhaled with relief. At the very least, he had fulfilled Wukong's request for a spirited battle. He did not consider himself superior to Wukong. Rather, he had fortuitously acquired a nearly overpowered physique that allowed him to harness the strength of others to overcome Wukong. This was a gift from the villain Buu, who had absorbed a significant portion of the ancestral planet's essence and bestowed it upon him. Had he arrived in this realm with merely the ability to absorb surrounding energy, he would have been incapable of withstanding such a ferocious onslaught, let alone amassing power to this extent in such a brief span. Regrettably, he had struck too hard, failing to elicit Wukong's transcendent mastery, a state he was genuinely eager to witness. Forgive me, Uncle Wukong, for borrowing your strength. With your formidable power, you should be roused from his slumber, yes? As he spoke, Hao Daiqiao exhaled a cloud of pink mist, intending to envelop Sun Wukong and siphon his strength. Just as the mist was about to ensnare him, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A radiant spectrum of colors erupted from the slumbering Sun Wukong, illuminating the surrounding waters and nearly blinding the nearby Hao Daiqiao. Then a figure emerged, cloaked in resplendent, multicolored light, rising from the void. As the kaleidoscopic brilliance gradually dimmed, Sun Wukong's form became visible. His eyes were wide open, his expression remarkably serene, devoid of any discernible emotional turbulence. A vibrant, multicolored mist emanated from his body, resembling the essence of a god who has transcended all understanding. Upon witnessing the current state of Sun Wukong, Hao Daiqiao's pupils dilated in astonishment. Truly, Sun Wukong never ceases to amaze. Seizing the moment, Hao Daiqiao's eyes sparkled with a luminous glow as he heightened his perception to its utmost capacity. An imperceptible ripple of energy burst forth from his being, expanding in a spherical wave that enveloped Sun Wukong entirely. In that instant, Hao Daiqiao could fully sense Sun Wukong's condition, his body, consciousness, aura, and the myriad fluctuations of his state. Soon, Hao Daiqiao's form detected a faint trajectory of the ultimate freedom technique. Eager to draw closer and take a step onto this path, he found an insurmountable chasm obstructing him. As expected of the ultimate freedom technique, it was indeed not so easily mastered. Thus, he resolved to test the intricacies of this state. Maximizing his perceptive abilities, Hao Daiqiao commanded his distant avatar to launch another assault on Sun Wukong. The first move involved utilizing 7 or 8 cells, enveloped in a sphere of devastating energy, which instantaneously teleported to the surface of Sun Wukong's body, sealing off all avenues of escape. To thwart Sun Wukong's potential use of instant teleportation, Hao Daiqiao had already locked onto the location of Kame House and his immediate surroundings. Should Sun Wukong attempt to escape, he would transform him into a colossal chicken leg using his magic. The energy sphere he unleashed this time was far beyond the previous ones. Even in the heightened state of the ultimate freedom technique, should Sun Wukong attempt to withstand the assault physically, he would surely incur injuries. However, to Hao Daiqiao's surprise, Sun Wukong did not resort to instant teleportation. His body moved with the fluid grace of an eel, effortlessly twisting and turning, generating a gentle energy whirlwind that subtly dispersed several of the encroaching light spheres. When the distance allowed for his escape, he slipped away like a swimming dragon, swiftly evading the blast radius. A series of thunderous explosions followed. The light spheres detonated mid-air, creating a vast, terrifying black hole that shattered the surrounding space, forming a dark vortex that continued to collapse inward. After distancing himself from the explosion, Sun Wukong cast a casual glance at the expanding black vortex and waved his hand. Without any ostentatious display, he felt a force akin to a gentle breeze pass through, effortlessly flattening the black vortex. Hao Daiqiao's brow furrowed. He could not maintain such nonchalance and ease. However, through Sun Wukong's actions, his understanding of Sun Wukong's state grew increasingly clearer. Unceasing, Hao Daiqiao's avatar unleashed a cloud of pink mist, breaking through the fabric of space to envelop Sun Wukong. Just as he intended to exert pressure and invade the surface of Sun Wukong's body, he discovered that the space appeared to be fixed, preventing any further advance. Then, he beheld a distorted aura enveloping the pink mist. Although the visible atmosphere was engulfed by a pink haze, the vast energy capable of confining space was not something that could be absorbed in just a few breaths. However, in that brief moment, Sun Wukong managed to extricate himself. The pink mist was forcibly parted, and with an impassive expression, Sun Wukong soared forth. His hands continued to manipulate the energy, transforming the haze into a massive pink jade belt that lashed out towards Hao Daiqiao's doppelganger. At that moment, the combat prowess of Hao Daiqiao's avatar surpassed that of an ordinary Super Blue. With the ability to teleport, evading his grasp was no simple task. Skillfully dodging the pink jade belt, Hao Daiqiao left a small doppelganger to confuse Sun Wukong, while his main body appeared above Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful slap downwards. Reacting with remarkable speed, Sun Wukong retaliated with a punch that scattered Hao Daiqiao's hand. Simultaneously, a mass of pink energy transformed into a spear that launched a surprise attack from behind Sun Wukong. Remarkably, as if he possessed eyes on his back, he narrowly evaded the assault. The spear had indeed been conjured by the small doppelganger. Thus, despite a series of relentless moves. Hao Daiqiao found himself unable to contend with Sun Wukong, who remained in the state of ultimate freedom. It seemed that conventional tactics would no longer suffice. "Let us see how long you can endure this," thought Hao Daiqiao, as his doppelganger absorbed all the mist, enhancing his aura further. In the next instant, he suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing directly within Sun Wukong's abdomen. At that moment, for the first time, a hint of panic flickered across Sun Wukong's face, nearly breaking him from his state of ultimate freedom. He had never anticipated that Hao Daiqiao would employ such a tactic. In truth, he should have foreseen this. After all, had not Hao Daiqiao employed a similar strategy against Gohan? At that time, Sun Wukong had devised a countermeasure. If he could form a protective barrier of energy within himself at the instant of Hao Daiqiao's intrusion, and then forcefully expel him with overwhelming energy, perhaps it would succeed. Indeed, Sun Wukong executed this plan. The moment he sensed Hao Daiqiao entering his body, he summoned his energy, sealing off the minuscule space within his stomach, attempting to force him out. However, Hao Daiqiao's doppelganger clung to his stomach like a stubborn adhesive, maximizing its energy absorption capabilities while continuously siphoning Sun Wukong's internal energy. For the time being, the two became locked in a stalemate. Chapter 13. Victory over Sun Wukong. Initially, Hao Daiqiao had simply wished to witness Sun Wukong's ultimate freedom firsthand, hoping to leverage his significantly enhanced learning abilities to grasp the method of entering that state. Yet, as the battle progressed, he found himself growing increasingly earnest. Before Sun Wukong entered the state of ultimate freedom, Hao Daiqiao had been able to suppress him after absorbing the energy of everyone present. However, ever since Wukong attained that state, Hao Daiqiao felt a sense of power that could not be unleashed. Every move was anticipated, and the opponent's speed was significantly superior. He barely managed to keep pace by utilizing instantaneous movement, yet was evaded by Sun Wukong's sudden acceleration, dodging all his attacks. He felt as if he were being toyed with, and an intense desire to win surged within him. However, his techniques had been laid bare, leaving him at a disadvantage. Sun Wukong had become wary, making it challenging for him to achieve success with the same strategies. Thus, he needed to seek alternative avenues for advantage. Consequently, he began to explore areas where he held superiority over Sun Wukong. Though Sun Wukong could also teleport, he had not employed this ability, seemingly confident that his state of mastery would effortlessly counter Hao Daiqiao. It was evident that the ensuing pursuit would lead to a stalemate, with the outcome hinging on their stamina. Clearly, Hao Daiqiao possessed a definitive advantage in this aspect, yet he was not fond of prolonged battles. In addition to his stamina, Hao Daiqiao discovered another edge. He could traverse to any location he had previously visited without relying on sensing energy, as long as his gaze fell upon it. Coupled with his malleable physique, which allowed him to expand and contract at will, he could easily access confined spaces. Thus, spurred by his desire to win, Hao Daiqiao teleported into Sun Wukong's belly. He reasoned that no matter how astute or swift Sun Wukong was, he could not prevent him from entering. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Hao Daiqiao engaged in the simplest yet most equitable of contests, determined solely by who possessed greater stamina and strength. Hao Daiqiao aimed to take root within Sun Wukong, intending to consume his entire fighting capability. Sun Wukong, gathering formidable energy, sought to protect himself from Hao Daiqiao's encroachment while attempting to force him out. However, as time elapsed, the victor ultimately emerged. Hao Daiqiao, employing his unscrupulous fighting style and his almost supernatural physical prowess, effectively countered Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's previous invincibility was undermined by the inherent weaknesses in his physical structure. Due to the excessive energy siphoned by Hao Daiqiao, Sun Wukong found himself fatigued, ultimately exiting his state of mastery. Hao Daiqiao seized the moment, absorbing 98% of his power. Hao Daiqiao's clone gently assisted the somewhat weakened Sun Wukong to descend upon a small island, with his main body following closely behind. Instead of immediately merging with his clone, he inquired, "Uncle Wukong, did you enjoy the fight?" Sun Wukong, feeling fulfilled and invigorated, joyfully replied, "Not merely enjoyable. It was utterly exhilarating. Daiqiao, you are truly remarkable. You single-handedly defeated us all, and that was while only utilizing your clone. I cannot fathom how formidable you would become if provided with ample energy. Perhaps one could become as formidable as Saiyan on the beach." Apart from Vegeta, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, the others had regained some of their strength. Notably, androids 17 and 18 had restored half of their power. They all found Sun Wukong's assessment of Hao Daiqiao to be quite astute, having personally experienced the terrifying potential that Hao Daiqiao possessed. However, having just suffered a setback and being intimidated by Hao Daiqiao's overwhelming prowess, they were reluctant to converse with him as freely as Wukong did. Although most of them had interacted with Hao Daiqiao and even played with him, few believed that such familiarity could bridge the vast chasm between them. Except for Yamcha. He was the type to be carefree and unrestrained. Once the danger had passed, he was the second to strike up a conversation. Wukong was right. Daiqiao was exceedingly powerful. Had he been born a few years earlier to participate in a universe power tournament, he would have undoubtedly triumphed. Nevertheless, there would be ample opportunities in the future. As you two possess the ability of instant transmission, wherever you wish to go is within reach. Without the angels and destroyers around, he would surely sweep across the entire universe. At present, the most joyous news was that Earth had gained an invincible guardian, and they need no longer fear bizarre extraterrestrial beings causing turmoil. Hao Daiqiao was delighted to see Yamcha so talkative. Yamcha, uncle, are you still a bachelor? The abrupt question from Hao Daiqiao caught Yamcha off guard, his face flushing as he stammered, "Ah, why do you ask this?" Yet, he quickly regained his composure, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. "The reason I remain single is that we warriors regard the maintenance of justice as our duty, necessitating undistracted and arduous training. Matters of romance are secondary." He spoke with a steady heart and unflinching countenance. "This morning, Mr. Satan arranged for 2 lovely maids for me. Would you like an introduction?" Upon hearing this, Yamcha was momentarily taken aback. A seemingly exhausted Master Roshi and the previously fainted Pig Beiji and Yulong suddenly found themselves invigorated. They hurried over to Hao Daiqiao, their faces flushed with excitement, eagerly inquiring, "How beautiful are they? Can you introduce us?" Hao Daiqiao, small yet clever, squinted and whispered, "They are more beautiful than the little illustrated books hidden under Yulong's desk." At this, both Master Roshi and Yulong were taken aback, exchanging glances before they dashed towards Rashi's house in unison. Onlookers bore various expressions, some awkward, some impassive, and others filled with disdain. However, the delightful commotion significantly narrowed the gap between the group and Hao Daiqiao. Yet, an odd sensation lingered, though they could not quite articulate what was amiss. Thus, Hao Daiqiao endeavored to draw closer, saying, "Dear friends, though I may appear as a child, do not truly regard me as one. I am not quite sure how long it has been since I was taken by Buu, but reflecting back, it must have been around 30 to 40 years. As for the return to youth, I have already conveyed the reasons to Uncle Wukong and Mr. Satan. For those who wish to know, I suggest you inquire with them. I have no desire to reiterate my words. I sincerely apologize for my earlier abruptness in addressing you all without prior notice. My intentions were not malicious. I merely sought to harness the collective strength of everyone to revive Majin Buu." Upon hearing this, Wukong interjected, "Is the power sufficient? Do you need more? If it's inadequate, I can assist you in finding someone to ensure you have an ample supply. That should suffice. We shall know once we try," replied Hao Daiqiao as he turned to his nearby doppelganger. The doppelganger, devoid of expression, approached Hao Daiqiao and transformed into a dense pink mist that surged into Hao Daiqiao's body. In an instant, he reverted from the size of a palm back to the normal physique of a 2 or 3-year-old child. Concurrently, the immense energy that had just entered his form surged towards a small, fleshy nodule in his dantian, akin to a tempest sweeping through. The nodule erupted in a brilliant radiance, dazzling all present to the point of squinting. Chapter 14. The Contest of Paternity. Hao Daiqiao gazed inward at his dantian. He beheld Majin Buu, radiating with a crystalline luster, absorbing vast quantities of energy. The aura was undergoing a terrifying enhancement, surpassing the strength he possessed before returning to his ancestral star. The energy now emanating was roughly comparable to Goku's Super Saiyan Blue power, coupled with that grotesque physical advantage. It seemed that without entering the Ultra Instinct state, Goku would find it challenging to contend with Majin Buu. One must acknowledge that Majin Buu's appetite for energy absorption was as insatiable as his appetite for gourmet delicacies. The colossal energy that Hao Daiqiao's doppelganger had absorbed was entirely consumed, leaving not a trace. Despite a day of exertion and enduring numerous blows, Hao Daiqiao maintained the form of a 2 or 3-year-old child, with a battle power of 3 to 4,000, until Majin Buu ceased his absorption of Hao Daiqiao as strength. Only then did Hao Daiqiao take action. In ancient times, there were those who would fight to the death for their comrades. Today, Hao Daiqiao disregarded the puzzled gazes of his companions. With an expressionless demeanor, he thrust his right hand into his abdomen. His hand moved methodically within, as if engaged in a matter unrelated to himself. After 2 seconds, Hao Daiqiao withdrew his hand, revealing a small, gelatinous pink entity, its 2 tiny legs protruding. He did not even glance at the wound in his abdomen, which had healed the moment his hand emerged. Ignoring the astonished expressions around him, he tossed the small figure into the air, where it expanded in the wind, transforming into a 2-meter-tall, plump pink figure that landed heavily. It created a human-shaped indentation in the sand. The soft, pink flesh quivered, resembling a water-filled sack. Who dares disturb my slumber? After crashing down, Majin Buu finally reacted. Slowly stretching his limbs, yawning profusely, he gradually opened his eyes. The first thing he beheld was the closest figure to him, Hao Daiqiao. As Hao Daiqiao stood expressionless, squinting at him, the formidable Majin Buu suddenly sat up, transforming into a succulent roasted pig trotter. A thick antennae sprouted atop his head, pulsating with power due to Buu's surge in strength, as a beam of energy shot towards Hao Daiqiao. With a flicker of his eyes, Hao Daiqiao darkened his expression and waved his hand, sending the beam hurtling back. Majin Buu's eyes widened in shock, and he leaped up, retaliating by swatting the energy back once more. Hao Daiqiao's right hand glowed brilliantly as he intensified his defense, returning the favor. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange akin to a game of badminton, volleying energy back and forth. "You wretched child, I consume you for your own good," Hao Daiqiao retorted fiercely. "You are the true wretch, daring to transform your father into a pig trotter right after your birth. Such audacity! Had I known this would transpire, I would have crushed you in my grasp before all." "What do you mean before all?" At this moment, Majin Buu noticed a familiar aura behind him. Turning around, he beheld familiar faces, somewhat disheveled yet unmistakably recognizable, staring at him in astonishment, seemingly bewildered by the intricate relationship between Hao Daiqiao and Majin Buu. "Have I returned?" Majin Buu queried, only to let out a sudden grunt. In the blink of an eye, this 2-meter-tall giant transformed into a roasted pig trotter. Upon witnessing this, Hao Daiqiao's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his mouth watering as he lunged towards the pig trotter. However, the trotter appeared to possess a life of its own, swiftly floating away. Hao Daiqiao hurriedly pursued, for this was a veritable elixir for his growth. Yet, with only a combat power of over 3,000, he found himself outmatched by Buu, whose power was akin to that of a Super Saiyan Blue. Even in its roasted form, the trotter retained that formidable strength, reminiscent of the time when Buu transformed Vegeta into chocolate. Thus, no matter how fervently Hao Daiqiao chased, he could not catch up, even using instant transmission. For Majin Buu was equally adept at it. In essence, whatever Hao Daiqiao could do, Majin Buu could do even better, and at that moment, Buu was exponentially stronger. "Wait for me. You think this is like the beginning? Even if my power is inferior now, you shall not manipulate me as before. Kneel and call me father. You roasted pig trotter, you should be the one to call me father." Majin Buu, feeling irked by the insult, was rendered momentarily speechless. The entire pig trotter crackled with energy, and with a whoosh, he transformed back to his original form. Indeed, after experiencing a rise in power, reverting from the pig trotter was not irreversible. As soon as he transformed back, he lunged at Hao Daiqiao. Yet, despite Hao Daiqiao's current inferiority in strength, Buu could not overpower him. After all, they were far too familiar with each other, their signature moves nearly identical. When disregarding their power levels, Hao Daiqiao held a slight advantage over Buu, as his essence was purer. Although Buu is in the process of reshaping his essence on planet Zushing, he has, over the eons, absorbed a multitude of other essences from various beings, resulting in a rather heterogeneous constitution. Conversely, Hao Daiqiao has extracted 80% of the essence from planet Zushing. If we were to determine who possesses greater resilience, it would undoubtedly be Hao Daiqiao. Moreover, he has kept a strategic advantage. Throughout the numerous encounters where Buu has devoured Hao Daiqiao, he has long since merged the capacity to absorb surrounding energy. However, during the period of nurturing within Hao Daiqiao's being, he deliberately diminished Buu's ability to absorb energy by a significant margin through his own genetic makeup. This is the fundamental reason he can restrain Buu. Even if he cannot currently defeat Buu, as the battle prolongs, Buu may find it increasingly difficult to overcome him. This astuteness is a result of the suffering he endured from being consumed in various ways. After observing the prolonged chase between Hao Daiqiao and Majin Buu without resolution, Sun Wukong intervened, calling for a halt. "All right, enough of your squabbling. As to who will be the father, you can discuss that at home. After such an extensive bout, everyone is weary. Let's all return home to rest. Once we have recovered, we can reconvene on another day. Under Sun Wukong's intervention, Majin Buu ceased his pursuit of Hao Daiqiao. Ultimately, all agreed to return home for rest. After all, aside from androids at 17 and 18, the rest would require at least 10 days to a month to restore themselves to their previous states. It is not merely a matter of regaining stamina. Hao Daiqiao's absorption capability is quite peculiar. When fully operational, it can extract not only stamina and energy, but also a portion of the opponent's realm of cultivation. Even with the assistance of Senza Beans and Majin Buu, who possesses healing and stamina-restoring abilities, they cannot completely replenish the energy drained by Hao Daiqiao. They must diligently cultivate anew. Otherwise, if Hao Daiqiao and Majin Buu were to heal each other, it would create an invincible loop. Nevertheless, the process of recultivating their realms is not overly challenging, and they can fully recover within a month at most. Subsequently, except for Android 17, everyone else was teleported back to their respective homes by Sun Wukong. Fearing that Vegeta might awaken and cause another uproar, they refrained from waking him. As for Majin Buu and Hao Daiqiao, they playfully chased each other back to the Satan residence. Upon seeing Majin Buu return, Satan was overcome with emotion, resembling a parent who has been reunited with a lost child. Noticing that Buu had not changed much aside from the lengthening and thickening of his antenna, he felt relieved and immediately ordered an extravagant feast to be prepared for Majin Buu. Thus ensued yet another round of a culinary contest, which only ceased when one of them bit into half of the long table, bringing the farce to a close. Chapter 15. Attention from all sides. Countless light years away in the cosmos, a colossal spaceship was gliding through the vastness of space. Behind the cockpit, there was an enormous platform. Above, a hovering infant carriage cradles a diminutive figure adorned with horns reminiscent of a bull, his lips tinged with a purplish hue as if tainted by a crimson umbrella. This individual is none other than Frieza, the cosmic sovereign who, after the battle with Broly, has returned to his homeland to recuperate and subsequently ventured forth once more to engage in real estate endeavors. At this moment, he is in a state of meditation, gradually opening his eyes, his icy gaze penetrating deeply into the cosmos, fixated on a certain direction beyond the observation deck. Could it be that another formidable warrior has emerged from that insignificant little planet? Truly a target in the universe. Oddly enough, that unsettling aura that had been gnawing at me has vanished entirely. Did Goku and Vegeta ultimately triumph? Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but next, it may not be so. I shall forever remain your nemesis. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the elder Kaioshin waved his hand, causing the image within a transparent crystal sphere on the grass to gradually fade away. He exhaled slowly, raising his head to glance at the Kaioshin beside him, whose forehead glistened with beads of sweat, along with Jebet, remaining silent. The Kaioshin inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. I never anticipated that this young lad would possess such prowess. Fortunately, his nature is not malevolent. He does not share the bloodthirsty tendencies of the Majin Buu who once wreaked havoc upon our realm. Otherwise, it would have signified yet another cataclysm for the seventh universe. The elder Kaioshin nodded, since it was Lord Whis who returned him from the desolate edges of the universe. Perhaps Lord Whis is privy to certain secrets, yet I cannot shake the feeling that, despite the assurance that this young boy will not bring calamity to the seventh universe, his emergence is not as straightforward as it appears. Jebet interjected, there is no need for undue concern. Esteemed deities, the god of destruction and the Omni King have both awakened. In the short term, we should not face significant issues, and even if the universe were to teeter on the brink of collapse, they would be there to support us. Let's hope so, the Kaioshin replied with a nod. In a remote and mysterious corner of the vast universe, on the planet of the god of destruction, a colossal ancient tree stands tall, akin to a mountain. The tree's bare trunk spirals upwards, adorned with structures that cling to its ridges. This is the domicile of Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe, and his attendant, Whis. At this moment, Beerus slumbers soundly in his chamber, while in another room, Whis gazes at the image displayed on the orb of his staff, maintaining a serene smile throughout. In another domain of the universe, on a desolate planet, Broly slowly opens his eyes from a meditative state, murmuring to himself, Goku, your life is truly vibrant. But is this a boon or a bane? Buu, what has befallen you? Early in the morning, Hadaoshio is jolted awake by Satan's thunderous exclamations. Moments later, a gentle knock resonates at his door. Daoshio, are you awake? It is Satan. At this moment, he stood outside the door, drenched in sweat and filled with anxiety. Yet when he knocked, his raps were gentle, and his calls were soft. I'm awake. Please come in. How Daiqiao's words had scarcely left his lips when the door swung open, and Satan hurriedly stepped inside. The scene was remarkably comical, a blend of urgency and a need for quietude, tension intertwined with composure. He had to tread carefully. I just want to wake you for breakfast, but no matter how I called, he wouldn't wake, and his breathing is very weak. I'm not sure what's wrong. Could you possibly help me check on him? How Daiqiao was nearly taken aback by Satan's demeanor. Was he truly that frightening? From how Daiqiao's previous encounters with comics, he had always envisioned Satan as a carefree rogue. Yet, since arriving at Satan's abode, he had never witnessed such a side of him. Even last night, with Majin Buu nearby, Satan appeared overly restrained, leaving How Daiqiao somewhat perplexed. He has simply absorbed too much power and is a bit overwhelmed. He needs a period of rest to consolidate. He will awaken in a few days. How Daiqiao explained with a stoic expression. Is that true? You haven't even seen him yet. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to question you. I'm just overly concerned. If all is well, shall I call Qianqian and Raorao to assist you in freshening up? Mr. Satan, you need not fear me. I merely maintain a youthful demeanor for certain reasons. I am not a terrifying, man-eating ancient demon returned from the dead. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Buu. He would not deceive you. How Daiqiao's sudden candor left Satan momentarily speechless. After a pause, Mr. Satan exhaled deeply, realizing Buu's words were indeed true. Then I am completely at ease. Ha ha, I shall go fetch Qianqian and Raorao now. Farewell. With that, Satan exited How Daiqiao's room with a hearty laugh, leaving him standing there, veins popping in frustration. This old fellow had always perceived him as a resurrected, man-eating ancient fiend. He could hardly tolerate such an absurd notion. And How Daiqiao felt his ears and nose boiling with indignation. Master Daiqiao, did you sleep well last night? A warm voice echoed as two graceful beauties entered the room. Today, they had donned a different attire, no longer in exquisite made outfits, but transformed into youthful, vibrant outfits. Both wore bouncy ponytails, Qianqian with one, Raorao with two, subtly showcasing their slender waists and long legs, adorned in beautiful floral dresses, radiating youthful charm. From the moment their voices resonated until they stepped through the threshold, How Daiqiao transitioned from a state of fury to a docile and charming demeanor, obediently allowing the two ladies to help him change out of his pajamas. Throughout, he refrained from answering whether he had slept well. Of course, he had. Last night, Qianqian and Raorao had each lain beside him, one gently caressing his hair with soft fingertips, a gentle pat on his back accompanied by a soothing voice narrating tales. Initially, he felt a surge of excitement, but as he became immersed in the story, the tender caress and soft words swiftly summoned the slumbering spirit within him. Within mere minutes, he succumbed to sleep, drifting into a dream of his mother, a vision of her youth. Reclining beside him, she tenderly stroked his head, while the humming of the fan served as a lullaby, lulling him deeper into slumber. After savoring the last morsel of pastry, How Daiqiao stretched contentedly beside Qianqian. This is what life is all about. In just 2 fleeting hours, with the assistance of a lovely companion, he leisurely indulged in a feast fit for adults. What had transpired the previous night? It was a frenzied scramble for food. With Buu around, the quality of life had plummeted. Across the 5-meter-long dining table, Mr. Satan, who had already finished his meal, inquired warmly, Daiqiao, do you have any plans for today? Would you like Qianqian and Raorao to take you out for a stroll? No need. I will visit my godmother alone today. How Daiqiao replied nonchalantly. Mr. Satan paused, contemplating why this fellow still clung to thoughts of Bulma's household. Could it be that he found his own residence uncomfortable? However, upon further reflection, if How Daiqiao genuinely wished to leave due to discomfort, it might not be such a bad thing. Recalling the chaotic scene from the previous night when he had contended for food with Buu, it was likely that the chef, maid, butler, and both Qianqian and Raorao had been dispatched to the nearby workers' dormitory. Otherwise, they would have all fled in terror. Very well, if you wish to go, then go. But I must advise you, for Bulma's sake, to avoid any confrontation with Vegeta. Qianqian and Raorao exchanged puzzled glances. Their young master, Daiqiao, was undoubtedly a reclusive soul. How could he possibly engage in conflict? Chapter 16, Trunks Withering. After breakfast, How Daiqiao departed from Satan's residence amidst the concerned expressions of Qianqian and Raorao. Out of their sight, he executed a swift instant transmission, appearing before Bulma's home. A slight smile graced his lips as he inhaled deeply and bellowed towards Bulma's abode. "Godmother, I have arrived." Before he could await a response, a figure, like a gust of wind, flashed before him, blocking his path. It was none other than Vegeta, clad in casual attire. Vegeta glared at Hao Daiqiao, his still pale visage taut with tension. "What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from coming to my home? I'm visiting my godmother. What concern is it of yours? This house was my godmother's long before your marriage. It is her premarital property. Do not refer to it as your home. You contribute nothing, you do not support a household. What sort of home is yours?" Vegeta, confronted by someone barely reaching his waist, felt the sting of the words aimed at him, his anger simmering. He was on the verge of erupting. "You seek death. Are you certain you wish to engage with me in this state?" Upon the utterance of Hao Daiqiao's words, Vegeta's eyebrows twitched slightly. Nonetheless, he proceeded to take action. Just as he was about to make his move, a bolt of lightning shot forth from Hao Daiqiao's fingertips, immobilizing Vegeta. "I do not wish to embarrass you in front of your godmother. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to seek me out later, or I shall find you. I have been lamenting my lack of energy for growth." Vegeta's countenance, a tapestry of anger and embarrassment, was swiftly restored to normalcy. Simultaneously, Hao Daiqiao released him from his restraints. For Bulma was being briskly pulled away by Trunks from a nearby corridor. It was likely that Trunks, having observed the previous day's events, noted his father's apparent hostility towards Hao Daiqiao. Fearing a confrontation between the two, he hastily extracted his mother from the scene. He could not fathom why. Despite his father's initial objections when Bulma had brought Hao Daiqiao home, he ultimately relented. Now, he found his father in a state of frenzy. However, it was evident that should another conflict arise, it would be his father who would suffer the consequences. "Hao Daiqiao, you've arrived. Come here. Let your godmother embrace you." Upon spotting Hao Daiqiao, Bulma's joy was palpable as she sprinted towards him. Hao Daiqiao, not one to conceal his intentions, leaped gracefully over Vegeta, soaring towards Bulma. Like a flying squirrel, he gently collided into Bulma's welcoming arms, perfectly caught in her embrace. This spectacle left Trunks astounded. Neither he nor his mother had ever attempted such a maneuver, only to witness it executed first by another. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing from a distance, clenched his fists until they turned purple, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. His mind was awash with thoughts of obliterating Hao Daiqiao countless times. Yet at that moment he felt unsteady, knowing he would struggle to match Hao Daiqiao even with an entire train's worth of medicinal herbs. Furthermore, he was disinclined to bully a child in front of Bulma, given the latter's adeptness at feigning innocence. "Oh dear, my little Hao Daiqiao has grown so heavy. When you were returned by Whis, I barely recognized you. Thankfully, I still distinctly remember the mole on your little sprout." Bulma, ever candid, unabashedly spoke of her audacious actions in front of her son and husband. However, the true embarrassment fell upon Hao Daiqiao, just as he triumphantly turned to provoke Vegeta, intending to incite the proud Saiyan prince. Bulma's comment served as a reminder to Vegeta. This little brat, he probably doesn't even need to be a sprout now. No matter how tumultuous the situation, it was of little consequence. A heart full of ambition, yet devoid of power. Contemplating this, Vegeta couldn't help but exhibit a fleeting smile of satisfaction. Ironically, he had struck a nerve with Hao Daiqiao. Yet, it was not enough to breach his defenses. After all, he was not permanently stunted in growth. Provided he absorbed sufficient energy, theoretically, he could experience rapid growth in a short span. Moreover, did Vegeta not recall that Hao Daiqiao belonged to the Majin lineage? However, the ability to alter one's size at will is indeed present. Moreover, the capacity for transformation is boundless. Hao Daiqiao felt no necessity to engage in such frivolities. Yet with but a thought, he could effortlessly become a striking figure towering at 1.90 m. His physique allowed for an array of playful antics. Vegeta, in his exuberance, had entirely overlooked this aspect. "Brother Trunks, it has been so long since we last met, and you've grown even more handsome." Hao Daiqiao swiftly diverted the conversation, shifting the focus onto Trunks to prevent Vegeta from regaining his composure. He intended for Vegeta to witness firsthand the consequences of his often reckless and flamboyant demeanor. These were debts to be repaid. He aimed to draw close to Trunks in front of Vegeta, questioning whether he felt discomfort. The day prior, the three of them had engaged in a skirmish at Kame House, unbeknownst to Bulma. Thus, when Hao Daiqiao joyfully exclaimed Trunks' name as if they were long-lost friends, Trunks could hardly conceal his awkwardness. After all, they had exchanged blows without restraint the previous day. Such sudden camaraderie was astonishing. Trunks managed a sheepish smile, unable to utter a single word. Observing this, Bulma remarked, "Well, it's no surprise. After all, it has been several days, and the changes are quite significant. It's perfectly normal for a little one to take time to adjust." She continued, "Come now, don't just stand there. Let us head inside. I've stocked up on plenty of delicious treats, eagerly awaiting your visit." With that, Bulma embraced Hao Daiqiao and turned to leave. At that moment, Vegeta transformed into a gust of wind, appearing beside Bulma, having been irked just moments before. Now, unexpectedly, he bore a gentlemanly smile. One must admit, he was a fast learner. "Dear, allow me to hold him. He seems a bit heavy." This impulse emerged from Vegeta inexplicably, a desire to vex Hao Daiqiao. Yet, as a proud Saiyan prince, he had never engaged in such tender gestures. Thus, it appeared exceedingly awkward. This rare display piqued Bulma's curiosity, causing her to scrutinize Vegeta, which in turn rendered him crimson. Ultimately, Bulma stifled a laugh and handed Hao Daiqiao over. Vegeta clumsily accepted the child, his movements notably stiff. Having rarely held his own offspring, this was even more challenging as he was now tasked with cradling another child under somewhat forced circumstances. Each action was remarkably amusing. Hao Daiqiao nearly erupted in laughter at Vegeta's awkwardness, yet he made no effort to resist being held. Seizing the moment as Bulma turned away, he instantaneously teleported behind Vegeta, embracing his face. Vegeta's body tensed, instinctively preparing to retaliate. However, when Hao Daiqiao's gentle touch brushed against his face, he found himself unable to move. As Bulma turned her head at the sound, she became even more hesitant to express her displeasure. Upon seeing Hao Daiqiao perched on Vegeta's shoulder, she mistakenly believed that Vegeta had accepted him, which brought a smile of relief to her face. From a distance, they appeared to be a warm and happy family of three. At that moment, no one noticed the dejected Trunks trailing behind, silently lamenting, "Mom and Dad, have you forgotten that I am your son?" Chapter 17. The Great Misunderstanding of Vegeta. Clang. As the last cup filled with ice cream was set down, Hao Daiqiao finally let out a satisfied burp. Trunks and Vegeta, seated beside him, were drenched in sweat. Hao Daiqiao's visit had completely depleted their food supplies and exhausted their housekeeper. This was despite some food being magically prepared by Hao Daiqiao. The freezer, as large as a warehouse, was filled to the brim with snacks and ingredients originally stored for Beerus, who might one day awaken from his slumber with cravings. The father-son duo was at their wits' end, as their group of friends continued to grow, each one with an ever-increasing appetite. Fortunately, Bulma's family was among the wealthiest in the world. Otherwise, managing such a band of food enthusiasts would have been impossible. Bulma, cradling her little daughter Bra, watched cheerfully from the side, showing no signs of surprise. She had heard from Whis the night before that he had brought Hao Daiqiao back from the cosmic wasteland. With Buu also residing within Hao Daiqiao, she had her suspicions. "Little Tiao, have you had enough to eat? If you're still hungry, I can call the restaurants to have food sent over." "I'm full, godmother. Your food is delicious." In truth, Hao Daiqiao had barely eaten enough. He thought about mentioning that it would be quicker if Vegeta, his godfather, ran the errand, but ultimately he refrained. After Buu's awakening, he had learned to manage his hunger. Moreover, Bulma treated him with genuine kindness, and he didn't want to trouble her unnecessarily. If he truly desired more food, he still had the 10 million given to him by Mr. Satan, allowing him the freedom to dine wherever he pleased. "It's your home as well. I've said it before, you are my godson, and I am your godmother. My house is your house. If you're not comfortable living with Mr. Satan, you can return any time." "All right." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Hao Daiqiao turned his head and cast a smug glance at Vegeta across the table. Vegeta, visibly irritated, remained silent. Subsequently, Bulma began to inquire about the events following Hao Daiqiao's abduction by Buu. Other than omitting the calamity of his home planet and the incident of being consumed by Buu, Hao Daiqiao recounted his experiences. Bulma listened, intrigued. "Godmother, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight recently. Has taking care of little Bra worn you out?" "Huh? Have I? I didn't notice this morning." Bulma was taken aback by Hao Daiqiao's sudden observation. Perhaps this was a matter she was most concerned about. "Recently, I have indeed felt rather fatigued. It appears that I must once again seek the assistance of a dragon." "Godmother, you need not turn to the dragon anymore. I can assist you," the curious Bulma inquired. "How so? How many years would you like to regain?" "How many years?" "Well, perhaps 3 to 5 years, she replied hesitantly. "If I were to appear significantly younger, others might label me an ageless witch." "Very well," Hao Daiqiao nodded, extending his hand to conjure a radiant orb of light. In that instant, Trunks and Vegeta sprang forth from their seats, positioning themselves protectively in front of Bulma, their expressions wary. What do you intend to do? I mean no harm. I merely possess the ability, granted by Buu's transformation, to render Godmother youthful, much like the wish-granting dragon. I do not believe you. Dare not touch Bulma, Vegeta retorted coldly. At that moment, Bulma returned bra to her stroller and gently pushed aside Trunks and Vegeta. What is the matter with you all? Why are you acting like startled birds? Heio is my godson. He would never harm me. Please do not frighten him. Frighten him? Vegeta nearly chuckled, recalling how Heio had single-handedly bested their group just yesterday. Could he truly intimidate him? However, Vegeta sought another excuse, asserting he claims to possess such powers. How can we ascertain their authenticity? No one has ever tested it. I do not wish for you to become a guinea pig. Indeed, mother. The teacher indicated that untested substances should not be used recklessly. Trunks chimed in. You both make valid points, yet I have faith in Heio. Do not worry. Bulma reassured them. Sensing Vegeta's continued resistance, she narrowed her eyes. Do you wish for me to become an aged crone? No, mother, I do not. Trunks quickly stepped aside, fearing to provoke her ire and risk losing his allowance. Vegeta, however, remained resolute, showing no signs of yielding. Heio smiled faintly. A test? We can indeed conduct an experiment. Godfather, why not allow yourself to be the first test subject? I refuse to be a test subject. Who knows what treachery you might employ? Vegeta retorted coldly. Yet, in the next moment, Heio flicked his finger and the orb of light swiftly entered Vegeta's body. Vegeta was taken aback. He had not evaded it. Soon, he felt a shift within himself, a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. Almost immediately, he sensed a peculiar tingling beneath his skin, akin to tiny creatures wriggling, causing slight discomfort. However, this sensation dissipated rapidly, and soon, Vegeta experienced an overwhelming sense of ease. Oh my, Vegeta, you have become younger. Your skin is now much firmer and smoother. Even the small scars from previous injuries have vanished. Indeed, Father has truly rejuvenated. He resembles a youthful dandy. Bulma and Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta was unaware that he had reverted to the youthful demeanor he possessed upon first arriving on Earth. However, upon hearing his son refer to him as a pretty boy, he was immediately consumed by rage. What nonsense are you spouting? He exclaimed, hastily darting into the bathroom. Indeed, as he gazed into the mirror, a youthful visage reflecting his former exuberance stared back at him. For a fleeting moment, he was lost in reverie, memories flooding back to the past, until Bulma burst into the bathroom, jolting him back to reality. Wow, it truly resembles the transformation from the dragon. Once they returned to the living room, Trunks was seen with a friend, sharing hushed whispers, excitement radiating from his expression, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. At that moment, Vegeta felt a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth. He had been defeated. Both his wife and son had been ensnared. Anger surged within him. Change me back to how I was. Upon hearing his command, Bulma, Trunks, and the friend turned to him, their faces displaying confusion. Vegeta felt a flush of embarrassment, his discomfort palpable. I do not wish for that cockroach to see me and mock me. We Saiyans possess long lifespans and do not require a youthful appearance. Oh, very well then, the friend replied, nodding as he conjured another orb of light, restoring Vegeta to his former state. By the way, I can not only rejuvenate you and improve your physical condition, but also assist you in weight loss. You can choose where to gain or lose weight. Really? Then I could. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she refrained from expressing her thoughts, aware that her husband and son were present. Perhaps another time, I've managed to maintain my figure with a diet. From this day forth, I shall indulge in my meals. And if I gain weight, I will seek your assistance. Ultimately, the friend had no intention of staying at Bulma's home. After dinner, he prepared to depart, preferring not to witness the antics of a fool daily, finding comfort instead at the Satan household. Fools are not meant merely to be observed, but to be entertained. And whenever the mood struck him, he would visit this fool to alleviate his own spirits. That was the purpose of such a fool's existence. Chapter 18. A father's indifference, a mother's absence. The friend instantaneously transported himself back to the garden of the Satan residence. Approaching the door, he noticed Qian and Rao had set up stools at the entrance, each engrossed in a graduate examination book. Upon seeing him return, the two young women promptly closed their books and stood, beaming with joy at his arrival, as if elated by his presence. Yet, He had distinctly observed from afar that their expressions had been tinged with concern before he appeared, their attention lost in their reading. "Young master, you must be hungry. Dinner is ready. Allow me to escort you to the table," Qian said, her voice soft and gentle. However, the friend perceived the hidden sorrow and empathy within her eyes. Rao, too, wore a lovely smile, yet it was evident that it did not carry the same warmth as it had that morning. How Daiqiao was puzzled, wondering what had transpired. However, he refrained from asking and allowed Qian to carry him to wash his hands and prepare for dinner. The table was once again adorned with an array of delectable dishes, resplendently abundant. Notably, Satan was absent. Casting a glance at Satan's seat, Rao spoke up, informing him that Mr. Satan had called to say he had a dinner engagement and would not be returning for the evening meal. How Daiqiao remained non-committal. "Tomorrow, how about my sister takes you to the amusement park?" Qian inquired casually as she attended to How Daiqiao's meal. With a piece of steak in his mouth, he turned to look at her. "How long has it been since the young master last visited an amusement park?" Qian asked with a smile. "Never," How Daiqiao replied coolly. The two women were momentarily taken aback. "Not even once?" How Daiqiao shook his head. He was not lying. Since traversing into this Dragon Ball world, he had never set foot in an amusement park and had no interest in doing so. There were places he wished to visit, but an amusement park was not among them. Seeing this, Qian and Rao could no longer conceal their concern. Qian lifted How Daiqiao from his seat and cradled him in her arms, affectionately pressing against him and gently stroking his head. "Then how about we take you tomorrow?" "No, I don't like it," How Daiqiao replied earnestly. Yet to Qian and Rao, his words conveyed much more, causing deep worry to surface on their faces. How Daiqiao seemed to grasp the situation somewhat, and he had indeed surmised correctly. After days of observation, the two women believed him to be autistic and reluctant to engage with others. At such a tender age, he was already solitary, and this Satan seemed quite unconcerned, allowing him to wander alone without even assigning a servant to accompany him. It was as if he was devoid of parental affection. Especially troubling was the bizarrely odd, overweight man who had unexpectedly returned yesterday afternoon, showing no regard for elders or children alike. Not only did he speak inappropriately, threatening How Daiqiao to call him daddy, but he also snatched food from him, bullying a child in such a manner. At that moment, in order to avoid alarming the two women and the other servants, Satan had dismissed them during dinner. When they returned to clean up, they discovered a table split in two, with shattered dishes strewn across the floor. Naturally, they connected the dots. A withdrawn child bullied by an intellectually challenged glutton? Did Satan care more for the latter? He had been overly solicitous towards the odd man. Could it be that before arriving at Satan's home, How Daiqiao had been scavenging for food? Was that the reason for his peculiar appetite? The melodramatic scenarios played out countless times in the minds of the two women. Thus, when they coaxed How Daiqiao to sleep the previous night, they persistently probed him, asking how he fared with Majin Buu, if he had been bullied, and whether he had eaten enough for dinner. If they were to consider the situation from How Daiqiao's perspective, he would likely speculate in a similar manner upon witnessing others act thus. Where would the young master wish to play? A place with many beautiful sisters. How Daiqiao seemed to be responding to a question unrelated to himself, casually indulging in delicious food. Is there a place with many beautiful sisters? Initially, he was particularly concerned about the two girls, but upon hearing his response, their expressions froze. After a moment, Qian cautiously inquired, "Why? Why do you prefer places with many beautiful sisters?" How Daiqiao glanced at the two girls and replied, "Because the beautiful sisters are all very kind to me." "Is that all?" How Daiqiao nodded. He spoke the truth. It was indeed because of this. As a 3-year-old child with a notably high emotional intelligence, he felt as comfortable in places bustling with beauty as a fish in water. So, if the two girls were to ask him where he liked to go, was there really any need for the question? Of course. It was the places filled with beautiful sisters. All right. When Qian still didn't fully comprehend, the mischievous Rao chimed in affirmatively. Rao. Qian questioned, puzzled. Rao winked at her, signaling that it was best not to state it outright. "Then tomorrow, Sister Qian and I will take young master to our school for some fun. There are many beautiful sisters there. Young Master Daiqiao is so adorable. They will surely like you very much. After you become friends with those sisters, whenever you feel lonely, you can go play with them." Upon hearing Rao's words, Qian finally grasped the meaning. Perhaps when How Daiqiao spoke of liking beautiful sisters, it meant that they were willing to play with him, to not neglect or hurt him. In this light, Rao's idea was rather splendid. School is a relatively safe and harmonious place, If Hao Daiqiao were to go out to play afterward, he would be much safer. Yes. Shall we take young Master Daiqiao to our school tomorrow? I know many beautiful ladies. Upon hearing this, Hao Daiqiao maintained a seemingly indifferent demeanor, merely nodding. This relieved Qian and Rao Rao. Setting aside whether Hao Daiqiao truly liked it, at least he agreed to join them, no longer needing to act alone. Hao Daiqiao wore a facade of nonchalance, yet inside, he was elated. There would be beautiful girls to see. How could he not take advantage of this gift from nature? Moreover, his little friends were currently in a period of recuperation, leaving him without a companion, which was quite dull. His cultivation of the ultimate freedom technique was still merely a silhouette, lacking a complete understanding. It was something that could not be unraveled in a short time. Yet time must be spent. Having traversed and restarted his life, he had no desire to be overly serious. Clearly, admiring beautiful girls was an excellent pastime. Another night of comfortable sleep passed, and even the nightmares that had haunted him nightly no longer sought him out. The next day, during breakfast, Qian pondered for a long while before finally mustering the courage to speak. Mr. Satan, you returned too late last night, so I didn't get to tell you. Today, I would like to discuss something with you. What is it? After breakfast, I wish to take Master Tiao to visit the university alma mater of Rao Rao and myself. Are we going to your school? Why? Satan inquired with a hint of confusion, glancing at the Tiao. Noticing that the Tiao did not even spare him a glance, he instinctively understood. And before Qian could elaborate, he responded, very well, but do remember to come find me for some money for lunch, and please be cautious. Qian and Rao Rao were taken aback, not expecting Satan to acquiesce so readily. What did this signify? Was he still indifferent, merely dismissing them with a bit of cash? Thank you, Mr. Satan. Qian expressed her gratitude, though her tone bore an odd flavor, tinged with emotion. Satan, slightly furrowing his brow in subtle perplexity, wondered what was amiss. Why did the two female caretakers he had specially selected for the Tiao seem so peculiar today? After breakfast, Satan led the Tiao to the expansive garden outside the villa. What is up with Qian and Rao Rao? He'd been acting rather strangely this morning, he asked. Can you guess? The Tiao replied with a hint of mystery. Satan shook his head in ignorance. They believe you favor Buu and are neglecting me. Not at all. I treat everyone equally. It's merely that Buu is more mature, so I refrain from interfering in your personal life. I even intend to arrange for you to move to another, better villa to prevent Buu from disturbing you after he awakens. Then do so quickly, lest they provoke Buu's ire, the Tiao remarked before departing, leaving Satan behind. Under the meticulous grooming of Qian and Rao Rao, the Tiao transformed into a fashionable young lad, adorned with a hat, scarf, sunglasses, and various trendy accessories. All of these were thoughtfully coordinated by Rao Rao the previous night and delivered early in the morning, freshly laundered. One could say she was more dedicated than a devoted maid. However, today, Qian and Rao Rao donned rather ordinary attire, white shirts and dresses, light makeup cascading long hair, and a single shoulder bag, yet their simplicity exuded a unique charm. Noticing the Tiao's gaze linger on their outfits, Qian promptly explained. The uniforms we usually wear as caretakers are provided by Mr. Satan and are mandatory, but this is how we typically dress in private. Naturally, it isn't as appealing as the caretaker attire. Quite attractive, the Tiao replied sincerely, and his words were genuine, although the two women's attire was understated. Their inherent beauty shone through, with every smile and gesture revealing a captivating allure. Such sweet words from the young master. Allow us to kiss you. Rao Rao joyfully exclaimed as she lifted the Tiao and pecked him on the cheek. Qian retrieved a capsule from her shoulder bag, pressed it, and tossed it onto the ground. With a resounding bang, a hovering vehicle materialized. The three of them swiftly departed from Satan's residence in the floating car. Chapter 19, Adults Make Choices. I Want Both. Qian and Rao Rao's alma mater is a prestigious university specializing in finance, a flagship institution in this city. The campus is vast, encompassing picturesque lakes and mountains, creating a breathtaking landscape. Among its many beauties, the most stunning sight is undoubtedly the female students of this university. It is the weekend, and the campus is awash with vibrant blossoms of various kinds. Even the charming Qian and Rao Rao, with their striking appearances, do not stand out as the most exceptional here. Throughout his journey, Hao Daiqiao encountered several young women whose beauty could easily be rated at 9 out of 10. It must be said that this trip is indeed worthwhile. He could spend an entire day admiring the myriad of lovely faces without seeing the same one twice. What a magnificent and beautiful school your sisters attend. Look at all the lovely young ladies. Young Master Daiqiao will need to study diligently to gain admission to such a university. With such an adorable appearance, young Master Daiqiao is bound to grow into a handsome young man, undoubtedly attracting countless admirers eager to be his girlfriend. By the way, what type of beautiful sister does young Master Daiqiao prefer? Returning to their alma mater, the two sisters appeared much more relaxed than when they were at the Satan's abode, and their chatter increased. Noticing how Daiqiao's gaze wandering among the clusters of beauties, Rao teasingly inquired, "Someone like you too would be quite appealing." Upon hearing this, Qian and Rao were pleasantly surprised, and clearly, Daiqiao's compliment flattered them. They immediately asked, "If you had to choose between me and Qian, who would you pick?" Daiqiao looked up at the two and calmly replied, "A person of great talent makes choices. I want both." At this, the two sisters were momentarily taken aback. Their cheeks flushed before bursting into laughter. "Young Master Daiqiao, you are quite mischievous," Rao exclaimed. "But that's not entirely out of the question. You must grow up quickly. We cannot wait too long. We've already noted this down, and on the day you grow up and marry, we shall be there to steal the groom." "Don't deny it then." They laughed heartily, perhaps seeing that how Daiqiao was still a child and did not fully comprehend. Coupled with his evident joy from being out for a leisurely stroll, the two sisters continued to tease him playfully. Although his expression remained unchanged inside, Daiqiao secretly delighted in their banter, thinking to himself that it wouldn't be long before the day would come when they wouldn't be able to deny it. After a while of wandering the campus, the two sisters led Hao Daiqiao to the drama club studio. The studio is located on the ground floor of an academic building, with a grassy area at the back, often deserted. It serves as the training ground for the drama club's rehearsals. At that moment, 7 or 8 handsome young men and women were rehearsing a play. Upon seeing Qian and Rao arrive with the child, they were thrilled, halting their rehearsal to rush over joyfully. "Qian, Rao, it's been so long since we last saw you. What a pleasant surprise," one exclaimed. "And who is this adorable little brother? His outfit is so unique." "The boss's child," Qian replied with a smile. "The boss's child? How did you two manage to bring the boss's child to the school? Could it be that your boss is unable to pay salaries, resorting to using his son as collateral?" A dashing young man quipped, prompting a wave of laughter from those around him. However, Qian and Rao found no humor in it. Despite the fact that Hao Daiqiao was merely a 3-year-old child, one could not ascertain whether he understood the jest or could differentiate it from reality. What if he truly absorbed the words? Would he not be sensitive to the implications? Yet, the two girls did not hold any ill will toward the junior. They were well aware of his value, for he was a golden nugget cherished by the boss. If he could share a bit of that golden aura with us, we might as well consider it our salary. With Qian's deft intervention, the atmosphere lightened and laughter resumed. It must be said, the members of the drama club possessed a certain flair for comedy. A lovely junior approached with a beaming smile, a golden nugget, and it can share its aura? I must partake. Who knows, I might accidentally achieve financial freedom. With a playful tone, she added, "Dear little brother, may I have a hug? I promise to buy you something delicious later." How Daiqiao blinked and, without hesitation, leaped into her embrace. To enhance the likelihood of this charming lady attaining financial liberation was a trifling effort. One ought to lend a hand when possible. This affectionate leap brought another wave of joy to the gathering. One by one, the junior girls requested hugs and received Hao Daiqiao's generous offerings. As for the few boys attempting to join the merriment, Hao Daiqiao regarded them with a proud demeanor, showing no compassion. The boys, far from offended, laughed, acknowledging his youthful cleverness and limitless potential. Subsequently, the two girls took the opportunity to guide their juniors in their performance. Hao Daiqiao observed their professionalism in the dramatic arts and began to comprehend why they had been chosen by Satan as his household caretakers. They donned a variety of costumes daily, embodying their roles with natural grace. It became clear that these two beauties had a solid foundation in acting. Having previously held the positions of president and vice president of the drama club, they had represented their school in drama competitions and had even garnered accolades. During lunchtime, Qian and Rao proposed treating everyone to a meal, eager for Hao Daiqiao to sample their school's signature delicacies. Thus, a lively group made their way to the cafeteria, engaging in cheerful banter along the way. Suddenly, an aircraft descended from the sky, landing before them with a force that stirred a cloud of dust and leaves. The junior students found themselves enveloped in a whirlwind of debris, struggling to breathe. Unbeknownst to them, the fierce gusts had no effect on Qian and Rao, who remained untouched behind a gentle barrier of air. Startled by the unexpected scene, the two girls failed to notice any anomalies. Moments later, The turbulence caused by the aircraft's landing subsided, and the cockpit opened. A pilot clad in uniform emerged, standing stiffly like a wooden post beside the craft. Subsequently, a striking figure adorned with sunglasses and heavy makeup, complemented by a flamboyant wavy hairstyle, elegantly descended from the aircraft while draped in a purple silk robe and donning red high heels. One might say it exuded an air of sophistication. Nonetheless, to Hao Danqiao, she appeared to be just another internet celebrity. "It's Senior Annie," a junior exclaimed. Instantly, a throng of junior students turned their gaze towards Qianqian and Rao Rao. At that moment, an imperceptible awkwardness flickered across Qianqian and Rao Rao's faces, but it swiftly vanished, replaced by a composed smile. "Oh, isn't this my dear sisters Qianqian and Rao Rao? What a coincidence to see you here during a visit to the school," remarked the purple-robed beauty, her slender fingers adjusting her sunglasses as she cast a fleeting glance at Qianqian and Rao Rao, her smile betraying a hint of disdain. Qianqian responded with a faint smile. "When did we become good sisters? Haven't we always seen each other with disdain? There's no need to put on a facade in front of the juniors." It was surprising to see Qianqian, usually calm and composed, display such a candid side, prompting Hao Danqiao to glance at her in intrigue. Chapter 20. Stepping Forward. Annie scoffed. "Ha! Don't pretend to be so open and honest in front of the juniors. Were you so forthright when you were flirting with the higher-ups, hoping to leverage that for your graduate school recommendation?" The moment Annie uttered these words, the surrounding juniors furrowed their brows, not due to the revelation of Qianqian's misdeeds, but rather out of indignation that Senior Annie would dare to slander her publicly. Though Qianqian had never spoken of it, rumors had circulated within the school, predominantly negative in nature. However, those who had spent considerable time with Qianqian understood her character well, and some had even heard alternative narratives. "Senior Annie, you bear no grudge against Qianqian. Why would you publicly defame her?" Several juniors spoke up in defense of Qianqian. "Anya chakil kodli, no grad? How can you be so certain of that? Whether I slander her or not, she knows it in her heart. She has always been a restless soul. What kind of flirtation is beyond her? If there were no solid evidence, do you think someone with her so-called academic excellence and multiple honors in the drama project would have been excluded from the final candidate list for graduate school recommendations? You speak nonsense. That's clearly a fabrication." Rao Rao could no longer contain herself. Yet, Qianqian firmly grasped her arm. "You've already been implicated because of me. Do not involve yourself further." "But Qianqian, this is clearly a frame-up," Rao Rao protested. "What can we do? Her family has immense influence. It's not something ordinary people like us can contest." Rao hesitated. Who could deny it? If it were so simple to explain, how could she have been ensnared by others, leaving Qian to suffer in silence like a mute consuming bitter herbs? Look, even the principal figure dares not refute the accusations, which suggests I have not wronged her. There is yet another matter she likely does not dare to confess. Beyond seducing another's boyfriend and enticing higher-ups into unscrupulous dealings, she has now become the kept mistress of another. And not just her. She has also brought along her close friend, the two sisters serving the same master. The young boy she has seen with is presumably the son of her benefactor, adapting swiftly to the role of a stepmother. Truly a remarkable actress, she immerses herself in the role with such finesse. Ha ha! How did she introduce this young lad to you all? I am genuinely curious. With such a series of shocking revelations, the expressions on the faces of the surrounding younger students grew increasingly grim, and they dared not challenge the unfolding drama. Moreover, the commotion here was particularly conspicuous on a weekend campus. Before long, a group of younger students lingered at a distance, watching intently. Qianqian and Rao Rao trembled with anger, yet they were powerless to retaliate. Since graduation, they had fallen victim to the machinations of the person before them countless times, leading to every internship opportunity being sabotaged by some unknown hand revealing her alleged scandals. This even implicated her dear friend Rao Rao. Their once indomitable spirits were nearly worn away, forcing the two women to consider even babysitting jobs to survive post-graduation. Little did they expect that even their attempts to secure such work would be discovered by Annie. How long could this job possibly last? As Annie basked in her triumph, the others were at a loss. Hao Jiao released Qianqian and Rao Rao's hands, and the small figure slowly emerged from the crowd, walking towards Annie. "Jiao, don't go over there." Qianqian and Rao Rao followed, but Hao Jiao turned to glance at them, causing the two to unconsciously halt. They could only watch helplessly as Hao Jiao approached Annie. The small figure looked up at Annie and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Will you come to my house and play with me like Qianqian and Rao Rao?" Just as you said, Come to my home to be my little secret. How Jiao understood what a little secret entailed. Yet, this revelation meant that the younger students also grasped the implication of Annie's words regarding a little secret. Truly, a scandalous affair. Annie found how Jiao's remarks exceedingly offensive. Just as she was about to utter some harsh words, she noticed a peculiar glimmer in Hao Jiao's eyes, prompting her to swallow her retort. Instead, she involuntarily softened her demeanor, smiling gently as she said, "All right, as long as my little brother likes it. I am willing to be whatever you desire." As she spoke, she stepped forward, crouched down, and took Hao Jiao's small hand in hers, her expression radiating sincerity. At the moment when her hands made contact, certain memories surged through Annie's mind like a film on fast forward. This sensation sent a shiver down her spine. Yet she could not express her unease. Just moments prior, she had uttered words she did not wish to say and engaged in behavior she would normally avoid. At that instant, the image of Hao Daiqiao emerged vividly in her memory, standing as a silent observer of the unfolding events. Within a mere 7 or 8 seconds, Hao Daiqiao had witnessed that fragment of her memory, while she remained fully aware. "Thus it is settled, beautiful sister," he declared. Once Hao Daiqiao withdrew his small hand from Annie's grasp, she regained control over her body. Instantly, her smile morphed into one of sheer terror. You are a monster! You are a monster!" she screamed, retreating in fright. In her panic, she lost her balance in her high heels and fell clumsily to the ground. It was only then that the driver, sensing the escalating situation, hurried to assist her onto the aircraft, swiftly fleeing the scene. This episode was captured by numerous onlookers, who recorded the spectacle on their phones. How had Annie, the affluent heiress, so rapidly descended from normalcy into madness? The accusations she had hurled at Qianqian began to lose their credibility. As the crowd of spectators began to disperse, Qianqian and Rao seized the opportunity to rush back and embrace Hao Daiqiao. Both girls were equally astonished. Just moments before, when Hao Daiqiao had stepped forward, their instinct would have been to intervene, yet they had been rendered immobile. This peculiar sensation left them utterly perplexed. The ensuing dialogue between Hao Daiqiao and Annie, culminating in her frenzy, unfolded in an astonishing manner. They were not oblivious. They had begun to sense that Hao Daiqiao was somewhat extraordinary. Nonetheless, in a gathering of so many, it was remarkable that it was this young boy who had first stepped forward to aid them in their moment of need. They were profoundly moved by his courage. Qianqian instinctively tightened her embrace around Hao Daiqiao. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a junior student broke the silence, exclaiming, "Senior Annie truly has no boundaries. Qianqian and Rao are clearly this young boy's tutors, yet she slanders him so." He continued, given her earlier state of apparent madness. "I refuse to believe such nonsense. I only trust what my own eyes have witnessed." He had initially spoken with conviction, but as he referenced Annie's earlier demeanor, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Hao Daiqiao. With someone leading the charge, others in the drama troupe began to echo their agreement. Yet they could not help but steal glances at Hao Daiqiao. At this moment, Qianqian smiled and remarked, "In truth, we are merely the dedicated caretakers of young Master Daiqiao, fulfilling the roles of both tutor and guardian of his daily needs. There is nothing to conceal, nor is there anything to feel ashamed about." Upon hearing this, a junior could not resist asking, "I have heard that whenever you two seniors intern in a new establishment, there are individuals who spread malicious rumors about you. Is that true?" This explosive statement left the younger students in a state of astonishment. Yet, Qianqian remained non-committal, offering a faint smile. "Does this affect your appetite? If it does not, shall we cast these matters aside and proceed to dine? You may order the most expensive dishes in the cafeteria. My young master cannot be left hungry." In Chapter 21, the instant karma is delivered. On this day, Hao Daiqiao indeed had a feast for his eyes. However, he had not anticipated that this unintentional stroll would unravel the experiences of the two stunning beauties, Qianqian and Rao. He could delve into the memories related to Annie, which stemmed from a boy. It was merely the tiresome tale of unrequited affection. You fancy him, he fancies her, yet she does not reciprocate. Ultimately, no one ended up with anyone, but it birthed enmity between the two girls. One, who had never faced adversity, sought to maliciously retaliate, while the other was caught in a storm of troubles that came from nowhere. Annie, wielding her influence, orchestrated a meeting between a problematic executive and Qianqian, subsequently using deceit to sabotage her path to further studies and later her employment opportunities. Each time Qianqian was on the brink of commencing a new chapter in her life, Annie would strike, preventing her from securing even a respectable job. Rao, in her endeavor to assist Qianqian, found herself ensnared in this web of turmoil. Such occurrences may seem ludicrous, yet they are not uncommon in any world. How Daiqiao was not surprised in the least, especially in this world where the powerful can dictate life and death at will. Previously, when he indulged in anime, the narratives were starkly black and white, with heroes combating villains, and the gray areas were seldom explored. To his astonishment, having traversed into this reality, he discovered that nothing had truly changed. In fact, it seemed even more brutal. Had he still been an ordinary individual, he would have had to endure the insults helplessly today. But now, he embodies strength itself. He can ensure that retribution is not delayed, as the time has come for immediate consequences. With the audacity of the adversary crashing into him, would it not be remiss of him to remain unyielding as a fortress? Thus, after Annie was frightened away, how Daiqiao acted as if this incident had never transpired. Yet behind the scenes, a multitude of his avatars were already busily engaged. Upon returning home that evening and during dinner, how Daiqiao unexpectedly instructed Raorao to turn on the television, specifically tuning into a news channel. Initially, there was nothing remarkable until Qianqian and Raorao suddenly heard a headline. The spoiled air wreaks havoc on a university campus, changing faces thrice within 10 minutes. Following this was a video that presented the entire sequence of events from an observer's perspective. At this moment, the expressions on both women's faces had turned profoundly grim. From time to time, she cast glances at how Daiqiao and the other side where Satan was engrossed in his meal. On one hand, she harbored doubts about whether this incident was orchestrated by how Daiqiao. How could a child possess such immense power? On the other hand, she feared that Satan would learn of this matter, which could lead to their jobs being jeopardized once more. Yet the more one fears something, the more likely it is to manifest. Upon hearing such a sensational headline, even the previously oblivious Satan became intrigued, quickly discerning the clues. "Oh, why are you three featured in this news?" he exclaimed. "Isn't that Annie, the cherished daughter of real estate magnate Lu Sun? How did you find yourselves in conflict with her?" It was said that their family bore grudges without fail. However, before he could finish, how Daiqiao abruptly interjected, "If you're busy eating, perhaps you should refrain from speaking." Stunned by this sudden retort, Satan hastily silenced himself, appearing more like a chastised child than a man well into his 50s. Qianqian and Raorao were left agape, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, their attention was soon captured once again by the television. As the report on the wealthy heir continued, it highlighted a particularly vengeful nature. Once infatuated with a male classmate, the narrative took a turn as Annie's memories surfaced on the screen in a video montage, depicting the tangled love-hate relationships involving Annie, that young man, and Qianqian. After scheming to frame an innocent female classmate, the turmoil did not cease. The adage, "If I cannot have it, I shall destroy it," rang true. As over the past 6 months, the male classmate and the innocent girl endured relentless retribution, with their families and friends also tragically embroiled in the chaos. The television then chronicled the subsequent fates of the male classmate, Qianqian, and Raorao. It was reported that the two female classmates had returned to their alma mater, intent on publicly humiliating their peer, even going so far as to slander the girl forced into domestic work as a mistress. It was truly unfathomable that such egregious oppression still existed in a civilized society. Is there still justice in this world? Are there laws? Is humanity still intact? The existence of individuals who so blatantly disregard legal and moral boundaries, ruthlessly harming their classmates, represents a regression of civilization on Earth, a malignant tumor hindering its progress. Qianqian and Raorao were utterly dazed. Annie was mercilessly condemned by the news commentators, with some even asserting that her kind obstructed the advancement of human civilization. The discourse reached staggering heights. The two girls, with their eyes glistening with tears, continually glanced back at how Daiqiao, who had begun to eat with his own hands, and at Satan, who was focused on his meal, yet attentively listening to the news. They no longer cared whether this news would inflict further harm upon them or jeopardize their jobs again. At the very least, the misunderstandings that had plagued them for over a year were finally being unveiled. At long last, they were no longer mute, suffering in silence, unable to express their grievances. "Mr. Satan, Master Gao Tiao, we extend our heartfelt gratitude." Qianqian and Rao bowed deeply to the two men. Gao Tiao remained engrossed in his meal, offering no response. Yet Satan chuckled, unabashedly voicing his thoughts. He was oblivious to the intricacies of the situation and cared little for them. However, he recognized that the current predicament was undoubtedly orchestrated by Gao Tiao. Gao Qiao's silence indicated his disdain for such accolades. Yet for Satan, it was a delightful boon, an opportunity not to be missed. With Gao Qiao behaving like a reticent child, he felt justified in taking advantage of the situation. As the news broke, the online community erupted in a frenzy of condemnation directed at Annie. At that moment, Annie's family had silenced their phones, from her parents to relatives and household staff. All were subjected to an onslaught of harassment. Their business suffered a significant stock decline, shareholders expressed their discontent, and the online community bombarded them with vitriol. Meanwhile, Annie was ensconced in her room, engulfed in anxiety. Since returning home that afternoon, an image of a young child had persistently haunted her mind, an inescapable specter. Having never experienced adversity, her first encounter with such a bizarre individual was profoundly unsettling. This was a true manifestation of karmic retribution. "Darling daughter, please open the door. Don't make your parents worry," gently implored the real estate magnate Lu Sun, knocking softly on his daughter's door, yet receiving no response. His expression grew increasingly somber. After dinner, Gao Qiao, along with Qian Qian and Rao Rao, accompanied Satan to another villa within the community. This arrangement was made deliberately to prevent future disturbances between Gao Qiao and the formidable Majin Buu. The matter was proposed that morning and confirmed by evening. Gao Qiao moved in without delay, followed closely by Qian Qian and Rao Rao, who packed their belongings to join him. Henceforth, the three of them would reside in this grand villa. Typically, aside from Satan's servants delivering meals or tending to housekeeping, they would enjoy an uninterrupted existence. This villa represented his first semblance of belonging in the Dragon Ball world. Chapter 22, number 18, 1 million each time. The following morning, after breakfast, Gao Qiao informed Qian Qian and Rao Rao of his departure from the villa. He had begun to regret championing the two girls. Since last night, their gazes towards him had shifted, imbued with a newfound distance. Moreover, the playful banter with the housekeeper persona had faded. There was now an invisible barrier between them, permeating their interactions with a sense of reverence and detachment. This was decidedly less enjoyable. Thus, he resolved to visit some friends. Maintaining a childlike form was proving to be untenable. His first stop would be number 18 and Krillin. Though Krillin may not have fully recovered, Android 18 appears to have regained her strength entirely. As an artificial being of infinite energy, she resembles an everlasting spring. Perhaps the flow is not overwhelming, yet it is ceaseless and inexhaustible. The last time she was drained by Heido Jiao, it merely emptied the pool of water from the spring. It will soon replenish itself. Heido Jiao intends to cultivate a good relationship with both Android 17 and 18, so that he may draw from this well in the future whenever necessary. Previously, Krillin and Android 18 had wed and were residing at Master Roshi's home. However, with the arrival of their daughter, Marin, and her subsequent growth necessitating schooling, they relocated to the city to establish their own household. Now, Krillin has become the steadfast pillar of his family. While Android 18 contributes to their finances through the prize money earned every 5 years from the World Martial Arts Tournament, spending her days as a devoted homemaker. Nevertheless, the economic pressures of city life, with the demands of housing, transportation, and child-rearing, weigh heavily upon them. It was during this time that Heido Jiao came to offer warmth and support. When he suddenly appeared at Android 18's doorstep, she was quite startled. Recognizing him, she steeled herself to open the door. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I came to see you, Annie 18. Have you forgotten? You once held me and even changed my diapers. It is only fitting that I visit you," he replied cheerfully. "Let's not speak of that again. Did you not mention being taken by Majin Buu to another dimension for decades? Though you may not have aged, you must be older than I. How can you still call me Annie? If you dare to mention those matters again, do not blame me for being unsympathetic." Heido Jiao chuckled at her words. "I may refrain from calling you Auntie, but regardless of my extraordinary experiences, the hierarchy remains. I must address you appropriately, as it is essential to remember one's roots. Frankly, I find it amusing that you are unwilling to show leniency, as it spares me from unnecessary discourse." Android 18's expression shifted, her brows furrowing slightly. Following their recent battle at sea, she had gained a general understanding of Heido Jiao's capabilities. Despite his current power level of only 3 or 4,000, she realized that she might struggle against him. Gritting her teeth, she endeavored to calm herself, for the times had changed, and the emergence of prodigies rendered her previous dominance obsolete. Moreover, it was her own demeanor that had been unfavorable. "Come in, and speak your mind," she said, stepping aside to allow him entry. Once inside, Heido Jiao made himself comfortable on the sofa without hesitation. "Where is Uncle Krillin? Has he recovered?" He took our daughter to kindergarten before heading to work, but he has only regained about 30% of his strength. However, he mentioned that this time, being drained by you feels different from previous instances of exhaustion. During this recent reformation, he sensed a significant enhancement in his vitality, and his energy consolidation had also become notably more robust. If he were to fully recover, his strength would undoubtedly see a remarkable increase. I shared a similar sentiment, albeit less pronounced than his. Should this be the case, it would somewhat alleviate my feelings of guilt. Are you unaware of this? Inquired number 18, puzzled. That was my first experience absorbing another's power. I had my suspicions, yet lacked certainty. Now that you have confirmed it, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. You still haven't disclosed the purpose of your visit, number 18 remarked, nodding before redirecting the conversation. How Dai Tiao, wearing a mysterious smile, replied, I have come to discuss business with you and Uncle Clint. Business? What kind of business? Uncle Clint, the one with the large hat, received a fixed monthly salary. Aside from the prize money from the martial arts tournament every 5 years, he has no substantial investments and generally leads the life of a homemaker. In such circumstances, living in the city and raising children entails considerable pressure. Let's get straight to the point. Number 18 seemed disinclined to allow Hao Daiqiao to analyze her financial situation. I require strength to grow, and you possess boundless energy. Therefore, I wish to hire you to train with me regularly, and I will compensate you. How much per session? You propose a price. 1 million. Agreed. Observing that Hao Daiqiao did not even negotiate, number 18's demeanor softened considerably. Hao Daiqiao had made his intentions quite clear, and given her unlimited energy, she could accompany him for training as frequently as every 2 days. Earning 1 million in just 2 days? It was akin to money falling from the sky. Moreover, with such a rate, training once or twice a month would be sufficient for her family to live in comfort. When can we commence? How shall I pay? Number 18 inquired, revealing a hint of urgency, suggesting that their financial situation had recently become rather strained. We can start right away. Just complete the transaction and the card is ready. This smooth arrangement was something Hao Daiqiao had anticipated. By addressing each individual's needs, persuading them proved to be a straightforward endeavor. Let us begin. How shall we proceed? Directly through physical contact to absorb energy. All right, let us start now. Perhaps after this, we could grab lunch. Thus, in a matter of 10 short minutes, the two transitioned from state of tension, with number 18 on guard, to her now urging urgency. They settled onto the sofa to initiate the energy transfer. Hao Daiqiao reached out, intending to connect palms with number 18, only to have her hand gently pushes away. She then grasped both of Hao Daiqiao's wrists. Come on. It turned out that number 18 preferred to take the initiative. Hao Daiqiao smiled, preparing to unleash his devouring skills to their fullest. Just then, the door creaked open, revealing Clint, clad in uniform, rushing in with an anxious expression. His gaze fell upon number 18, who was seated on the sofa with another male. What are you two doing? Klein questioned loudly, startling Hao Daiqiao. In truth, he had sensed Klein's return long ago, intentionally feigning ignorance. However, Klein's voice was exceedingly loud and filled with fervor, evoking in Hao Daiqiao a feeling akin to being seized by the shoulders while lying in bed. The fright he experienced stemmed from a primal fear. Oh, I'd almost forgot. I had signaled Klein before you arrived at my doorstep. While conversing with you, I lost track of this matter. This is my fault. Please wait a moment while I communicate with him. Number 18, maintaining composure, stood up and led the bewildered Klein out of the room, quietly explaining something. Moments later, they emerged from the room, and Klein's expression reflected a mix of guilt, insecurity, and helplessness. Number 18 completely disregarded Klein, walking directly to another man and commencing a rendezvous without any pretense. Chapter 23. Oh no, I haven't grown taller. All right, let us go exchange the money. After transferring an immense amount of energy to Hao Daiqiao, number 18 was beaded with fine droplets of sweat. Upon rising, his legs felt weak, and he stumbled as he walked, his hands trembling. Yet his first words were a demand for money from Hao Daiqiao. Were it not for Klein's presence and the obscured reasons behind it, one might assume he had committed some transgression. Hao Daiqiao remained silent, his eyes closed as he attuned himself to his own transformations. Indeed, the aura emanating from him had significantly strengthened, perhaps boasting a combat capability surpassing the second tier. Yet, upon opening his eyes, he was left dumbfounded. Why was his line of sight still so low? Had he not grown taller? Hao Daiqiao puzzledly glanced at Klein and number 18. Grow taller? Klein paused momentarily before scrutinizing Hao Daiqiao closely. He even gestured with his fingers as if measuring, concluding that perhaps he had grown a fraction. Just a little. Ultimately, Klein was uncertain, but upon seeing the hopeful gleam in Hao Dantiao's eyes, he dared not discourage him too harshly. Observing the expressions of Klein and number 18, Hao Dantiao seemed to grasp the situation, and his brows furrowed deeply. Why had his combat capabilities increased without any height growth? This was perplexing. There had to be some mistake. There must be. I need to verify this again, he declared, preparing to depart. Wait, you haven't given me the money yet. Number 18 urged impatiently. Hao Dantiao tossed the bank card that Satan had given him, stating, "There's 10 million here. Consider it in advance for the remaining 9 times. With that, he vanished from the spot. In the next moment, Hao Dantiao found himself above a vast island. This place was home to many ancient and rare creatures. Number 17 resided on this island, safeguarding the wildlife. As Hao Dantiao appeared in the skies above the island, he unleashed his full aura. In the blink of an eye, a figure surged from the island, soaring skyward and swiftly approaching. It is you? What brings you here? On the 17th, upon seeing the arrival of Hao Dantiao, I was somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, it made sense. I sought to verify a matter. I apologize. Without offering an explanation, Hao Dantiao unleashed a cloud of powdery mist directed towards me. Startled, I quickly summoned my full energy to evade at the swiftest pace. Although I surmised that Hao Dantiao aimed to siphon my energy, his immediate assault left me somewhat displeased. I was acutely aware that I stood no chance in a confrontation. Yet I would never submit. Much like Sun Wukong before me, no matter how I moved, that swirling mist adhered to me, enveloping me in an instant. Gritting my teeth, I extended my left hand to manifest a protective shield while employing my right hand to execute the prince's combat technique, launching energy spheres. These spheres erupted from my hand like water from a tap, bombarding the mist with fervor. The powdery cloud writhed under the onslaught, yet it remained unyielding. Regardless of my efforts, I could not escape its grasp. As I observed the energy shield corroding under the mist's assault, I let out a mighty roar. The first layer of my energy shield began to expand, soon followed by the activation of the second layer, then the third and the fourth. I thought to myself, you wish to absorb my energy? I shall not acquiesce so easily. Hao Dantiao discerned my thoughts entirely. I was indeed quite audacious. Yet he refrained from employing overly domineering tactics. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly turned me into a delectable morsel in an instant. He understood that such an act would be somewhat insulting. All right, you have vented your frustrations sufficiently. Yield to me, and I shall be gentle. I will not cause you undue discomfort. Just moments ago, 18 willingly complied. As siblings, why are you so different? Upon hearing this, I retorted, I refuse to believe it. She is far more stubborn than I. How could she so readily allow you to drain her energy? Unless you have done something. I charge her 1 million for a single extraction. It all became clear then. A faint smile crossed my lips. If you wish for me to surrender, I shall demand a higher price than her. I want 2 million per extraction. Hao Dantiao rolled his eyes. You could have simply taken it by force. Yet you choose to negotiate with me. How very unfair to yourself. Furthermore, your sister has responsibilities to support her family, while you lie idle on this remote island. What need have you for money? I felt a surge of indignation. Who says I do not care for my family? I too have a wife and child. Just because my family resides on this modest island and desires little does not mean expenses are non-existent. Will my children not need an education? Do I not wish to secure my retirement? Moreover, I had previously boasted at the Cosmic Power Tournament of my desire to purchase a cruise ship to take my family and friends on excursions, yet that dream remains unfulfilled. I am superior to my sister. She charges 1 million per extraction, so my demand for 2 million is entirely reasonable. Huh? You are married and have children? How is it that I am unaware of this, nor have I heard anyone mention it? The animation has not provided any introduction. Number 17 is puzzled, wondering what animation has failed to introduce. Nothing, just 120, replies Hao Dantiao, engaging in a bout of haggling. 180. 150, let us negotiate further. I shall not give a single cent. Deal. Cash on delivery. In haste, he admits, I came rushing and forgot to bring it. I will provide it next time. Fine. But if you fail to deliver, I shall spread ill words about you throughout the world, tarnishing your reputation and ensuring you remain forever single. He then intends to seek out Bulma. How despicable. Merely collecting a debt, there is no shame in it. All right, let us commence. I am truly pressed for time. Upon hearing Hao Dantiao's insistence, number 17 promptly ceases his resistance. After a while, once Hao Dantiao has concluded his business, he immediately inquires of number 17. Have I grown taller? Number 17 looks utterly bewildered. What do you mean by growing taller? Upon hearing such a response, Hao Daiqiao panics. Oh no, this is a calamity. Am I to remain this way for eternity? Will my meticulously planned perfect life be in vain? It must be Buu. He is the culprit behind this misfortune. That wretched fatso has caused me great distress. I shall confront him this instant. With that, Hao Daiqiao, filled with indignation, vanishes from sight, leaving number 17 in a state of disarray. He appears pale, trembling, and floating aimlessly in the air, struggling to maintain his position. Quite peculiar. Ultimately, number 17 can no longer hold on and plummets directly toward a nearby island. Hao Daiqiao's figure flickers, and he reappears in the room of Majin Buu, startling Satan, who is assisting Buu in his bathing. Daiqiao, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? This is none of your concern, Satan. I wish to awaken this lethargic fatso. Hao Daiqiao responds, seething with anger. Upon hearing this, Satan grows anxious. What has transpired? Who has angered you? Please do not be upset. Tell me who has wronged you, and I shall deal with them. Seeing that Hao Daiqiao is clearly intent on confronting Buu, Satan nervously positions himself between Majin Buu and Hao Daiqiao. Despite his fear, he does not yield even an inch to Hao Daiqiao's words, desperately attempting to calm him down and explain the situation. Chapter 24. The official battle against Buu. This wretched fatso has hindered my growth. So, you wish for my assistance in eliminating him? Hao Daiqiao narrows his eyes, sneering. Upon hearing this, Satan's expression freezes, followed by an awkward smile, his eyes darting around as he seeks to salvage the situation. By the way, Daiqiao, you mentioned that Buu has impeded your growth. But how can you be certain that you have not grown? Hao Daiqiao recounts the incident where Buu absorbed the energy of number 17 and 18. After listening attentively to Hao Daiqiao's account, Satan ponders for a moment before responding. Daiqiao, as you have indicated, you were transformed into a being of the same kind by Buu. Might you be misunderstanding the growth patterns of your kind? To be precise, you have become distinct from ordinary individuals like myself. Can you confirm whether your kind, the Majin Buu race, truly grows within a day by absorbing sufficient energy? Is it conceivable that while gaining strength through energy absorption is feasible, physical growth may require passage of time? Satan patiently elucidated the possibilities. Yet, there was one potentiality he dared not voice. The notion that perhaps, upon completing their transformation, the Majin Buu race's form becomes fixed, rendering further growth unnecessary. He feared that articulating such speculation might provoke an explosive reaction from Hao Daiqiao. After listening to Satan's analysis, Hao Daiqiao smiled, albeit a smile devoid of warmth. Startled by this expression, Satan instinctively recoiled, feeling a surge of anxiety. Mr. Satan, your analysis is astute. Indeed, there exists such a possibility. However, it was he who initially assured me that by absorbing ample energy, I would experience rapid growth. The discrepancies between his assertions and the current reality suggest he may have deceived me. Is it unreasonable for me to inquire? Not at all, nodded Satan. Then might I proceed? Observing Hao Daiqiao's resolute stance, Satan felt helpless. Yet, he hoped they would not resort to hostility. As Satan took a step back, Hao Daiqiao gestured, halting him in his tracks. Hao Daiqiao then approached the slumbering Majin Buu, gently touching his arm before vanishing in an instant. In a dimly lit expanse at the edge of the solar system, the sun appeared merely as a distant star. Surrounding them were numerous erratically floating massive asteroids, seemingly orbiting the solar system. In a gap within this asteroid belt, Hao Daiqiao and Majin Buu suddenly materialized. They disregarded the frigid temperatures, the cosmic radiation, and the vacuum of space. Majin Buu remained ensconced in profound slumber. Hao Daiqiao's delicate and charming visage bore no expression, coldly fixated on the portly figure before him, grappling with a tumult of emotions. This creature had abducted him, subjecting him to a harrowing experience, yet simultaneously had reshaped him, bestowing upon him an invincible physique. He felt both resentment and gratitude. He had believed that upon completion of his transformation, he could resume the life he desired. However, that was not the case. To a significant extent, he merely embarked upon the life that Majin Buu had orchestrated for him, a life from which he could not return after his transformation. I am profoundly grateful to you. In return, you must accept this gift. A faint smile graced Hao Daiqiao's lips as he extended his right palm and gently waved. Majin Buu's entire corpulent form transformed into a pink beam of light, hurtling towards a massive asteroid in the distance. Upon impact, the asteroid shattered into fragments, erupting like fireworks. Following closely were 6 or 7 more asteroids that, in an instant, burst forth in dazzling brilliance. awakening from a profound slumber. The formidable Majin Buu became acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body. He noticed a distinctly visible handprint etched upon his rotund belly, accompanied by a searing ache radiating from his back. As he adjusted his perception and lifted his gaze, he beheld the imposing figure of Heio, suspended in the inky void of space. At that moment, Heio's countenance was as cold as ice, with an ominous aura swirling violently within him. Without uttering a single word or making any movement, Buu could sense the boundless malice emanating from Heio. Unruly child, how do we end up here? I distinctly recall our return to Earth. Buu communicated telepathically. Despite perceiving Heio's murderous intent, his emotional intelligence remained inadequate for comprehension. He continued to ponder the situation with his characteristic naivety, akin to a simpleton. Heio offered no response to Buu's inquiry. Instead, he swiftly materialized before Buu, placing both hands upon the latter's ample abdomen. A terrifying glow erupted from his palms, dazzling and infinite. At that very moment, on Earth, son Goku, who was diligently training in the mountains, felt a stirring in his heart and looked up at the sky. The auras of Heio and Buu were unmistakable. He had been active throughout the day, believing he was finally making strides toward greater strength. How could it be that he was now embroiled in a serious confrontation with Buu? Was it possible that his intentions had inadvertently drawn him into this conflict? No. Something felt amiss. He needed to investigate. Though Goku had only regained a fraction of his former power, he harnessed this energy to transform into the state of a Super Saiyan god. By wielding such divine strength, he could remain in space for an extended period. Meanwhile, other companions were also attuned to the depths of space. Aside from Android 17, who had a rough inkling of the situation, the others remained oblivious to the unfolding events. They could only discern through the auras that Heio seemed poised to engage Buu in battle. Vegeta, too, could achieve the form of a Super Saiyan god, yet he lacked the ability to teleport and, thus, could not directly witness the confrontation. Were he to fly there himself, he would arrive only after the clash had concluded. Taking a spaceship would appear rather foolish. He considered seeking Goku's assistance for a lift, only to find that Goku's energy had already surged past him. Frustration drove Vegeta to stamp his feet in exasperation. In the cosmic battlefield, Buu found himself in close quarters with Heio, who unleashed a powerful shockwave that sent Buu hurtling away. The scene was indeed terrifying, as Buu was propelled several dozen kilometers, clearing a path through the asteroid field in his wake. The further asteroids, akin to stones cast into a river, were caught in chaotic collisions, resembling leaves adrift upon turbulent waters. Yet, despite the explosive force, Buu's belly bore only the faint imprints of small hands, with no other discernible changes. He had grown slightly stronger since a few days prior, but still, he could not best me now. Sensing that Heio's emotions were askew, Buu refrained from retaliating. Instead, he spoke calmly. You may be stronger than before, but I am still beyond your reach. How Daiqiao scoffed, asserting that without him, the entity above your head would not have reached such magnitude. In fact, were it not for my intervention, you would have long since been obliterated in the chaotic currents of space. How dare you pose as if you belong here? Buu, feeling indignant, retorted that without him, Hao Daiqiao would not possess the potential he has today. In a fit of rage, Hao Daiqiao bellowed, You could have chosen someone else. Why did you pick me? I've stated it 1,000 times. Without you, I would manage just fine. Upon hearing these words, the demon Buu regained his composure, a glimmer of wisdom illuminating his eyes as he calmly inquired, Do you still maintain this perspective? This time, it was Hao Daiqiao who found himself a loss for words. After a brief moment, he scoffed, What does it matter to you how I think? Regardless, you will come to regret choosing me, for I am filled with rebellion. Come now, let's fight. I have longed for this confrontation. With that, Hao Daiqiao launched himself at Buu once more, opting for close combat rather than relying on energy blasts. Chapter 25. Transforming into Super Hao Daiqiao. Once again, Hao Daiqiao employed his old tactic, enveloping himself in a swirling pink mist that descended upon Buu like a vast blanket. Perhaps caught off guard, Buu did not evade this time. However, at the moment he was ensnared, a startled exclamation rang out, Ouch, stop, stop. It was the voice of Son Goku. He had sensed the energy of the demon Buu and instantaneously teleported beside him. Unfortunately, he too was caught in the pink mist conjured by Hao Daiqiao. Under normal circumstances, being ensnared would not pose a problem. He could simply undergo another absorption, having discovered the benefits that lay in the aftermath. Yet now, he found himself in outer space. If Hao Daiqiao absorbed his power, he would revert from his Super Saiyan state, destined to become a frozen statue. Another cry of dismay escaped his lips as Son Goku was flung from the swirling mist, tumbling through space until he collided with a fragment of a meteorite, finally coming to a halt. Ouch, that meteorite is too hard. Once he steadied himself, a sizable bump appeared on his forehead. Son Goku, ever the dramatist, entertained himself, while Hao Daiqiao and Buu continued their fierce battle, utterly disregarding him. The enveloping pink mist around Buu failed to produce the same effect it had on previous adversaries. Buu's body emitted a radiant glow, reminiscent of the protective shield once used by Vegeta, repelling Hao Daiqiao's advances and mitigating the energy absorption to the fullest extent. You are my child. What you can do, I can do better. You will never breach my defenses, Buu declared, having taken on a paternal role, incessantly referring to Hao Daiqiao as a rebellious offspring. This incensed Hao Daiqiao, yet he was not one to be easily outdone in verbal sparring. He countered sharply, "You are mistaken, though I birthed you and you have inherited many of my skills. However, your father is indeed your father, regardless of the skills possessed. I can still restrain you. Behold, what is this?" The powdery mist conjured by Hao Daiqiao suddenly solidifies into several azure drill bits. They strike fiercely against the protective aura of Majin Buu, shattering it with a single thrust. This is the protective shield of number 17, reduced to this state by your hands, yet it still breaches Buu's safeguard. Majin Buu remains silent, but Son Goku, observing from the sidelines, catches a glimpse of the scene emerging from the swirling mist, transform into a sausage, in response to Hao Daiqiao's breach of his protective aura. Majin Buu exhibits no sign of trepidation. His robust tentacles unleash a bolt of lightning aimed squarely at Hao Daiqiao. At this moment, enveloped in mist and in a colossal form, Hao Daiqiao still maintains a wrapping state around Buu. Utilizing this opportunity for a decisive strike is nothing short of lethal. Yet, Hao Daiqiao does not condense his form nor evade. The entire cloud of mist radiates a luminous glow, forming a barrier that deflects the lightning back. Just as Buu prepares to counter, the immense cloud of powdery mist that Hao Daiqiao embodies vanishes in an instant, reappearing within Majin Buu's body, exploding forth and spreading rapidly throughout his corporeal veins. Upon witnessing this, Majin Buu calmly remarks, "You've entered my belly. Do you wish for me to regenerate you once more?" Simultaneously, within Buu's interior, the gaps between his organs rapidly constrict, attempting to ensnare and reverse absorb Hao Daiqiao. However, this is precisely what Hao Daiqiao fears the least. Having absorbed 80% of the essence of his ancestral star, his physique, vitality, and endurance far surpass that of Majin Buu. Such differences cannot merely be compensated for by sheer combat prowess. Moreover, did not Hao Daiqiao leave himself a contingency? He has diminished the energy absorption capabilities inherited from Buu by more than half. Thus, in the realm of energy acquisition, Buu cannot compete with him. Before long, Majin Buu senses his strength swiftly dwindling. "While I lay dormant within you, have you rendered my energy absorption capabilities ineffective by more than half?" Hao Daiqiao scoffs. "You are mistaken. I have merely reclaimed what I bestowed upon you during my 10 months of gestation. A father gives as he pleases and takes back as he wishes. What issue lies therein?" At last, the tables have turned, and Majin Buu finds himself unsettled. Though his emotional intelligence may be lacking, his combat instincts and situational awareness are undeniably sharp. He quickly realizes that if he falters in energy absorption under equal conditions, victory will be elusive. Death does not frighten him, but the thought of failing to fulfill his role as a father is utterly unacceptable. It was a single phrase from the angel Whis that awakened his mission to become a father, leading him to realize the need to take Hao Daiqiao away. "If you have reclaimed it, then I shall reclaim it back." Buu finally takes the matter seriously. In the next moment, Majin Buu emulated Hao Daiqiao, each of his cells radiating a protective glow, effectively isolating himself from the contact with Hao Daiqiao's cells. He then executed a rapid teleportation, swiftly extricating himself from Hao Daiqiao's grasp and creating distance between them. Hao Daiqiao tumbled out of the void, while Buu had already distanced himself by a kilometer. It seemed feasible, yet I doubt my physique could achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, Son Goku observed how Buu, by severing contact with Hao Daiqiao and employing teleportation, had expelled him from within. This sparked an epiphany. Hao Daiqiao, surprised by Buu's method of evading him, mused that it was not insurmountable. "You wish to avoid my touch? How then do you intend to seize me?" "I can transform you into duck neck," Buu retorted. Hao Daiqiao chuckled. If you could transform me, wouldn't you have done so already? Bu grinned mischievously, suddenly unleashing a surge of energy. He elevated his power to its zenith, surpassing the deep blue state of Son Goku. In the next instant, Bu clenched his hands in midair, rendering Hao Daiqiao completely immobile. Sleep paralysis? Who cannot do that? Bu's words were curt. This sent a jolt through Hao Daiqiao. Such a magical skill was uniquely capable of suppressing him due to absolute strength. As the potency varied with differing combat power, this was a magic that ensnared the enemy, not a mere energy confinement. He could neither resist nor absorb the magic. Now that you're immobile, I shall transform you into duck neck and consume you, thus rendering us equal once more. As long as I remain perpetually stronger than you, forever suppressing you, you shall always remain my subordinate. As he spoke, Bu unleashed a colossal bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, aimed directly at Hao Daiqiao. This strike was unlike any prior skirmish. It was an absolute display of power. Even if Hao Daiqiao were free, he could not possibly repel it with his meager protective glow. However, just as the lightning was about to strike Hao Daiqiao, another version of him suddenly materialized above Bu, delivering a resounding slap to Bu's head. Yet, Bu left only an afterimage, vanishing without a trace. This distraction momentarily weakened the magical paralysis imposed upon Hao Daiqiao. A single cell detached from his body, colliding with the impending lightning, instantly transforming into duck neck, which Hao Daiqiao swiftly grasped and consumed, thanks to Hao Daiqiao's prior clandestine release of a doppelganger. The critical moment of interference thwarted Bu's surprise assault. Following this encounter, a chill enveloped Hao Daiqiao. As long as I remain stronger than you, forever suppressing you, you will always be my subordinate? How tyrannical. Do you consider this just? Then I must thank you for your instruction. Each word was articulated with precision. Yet Bu offered no response, neither explanation nor rebuttal. In the next moment, Hao Daiqiao let out a furious roar. A surge of overwhelming terror erupted from within him. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His body crackled and popped, each cell rapidly shedding its former shell, embarking on a new evolution. The aura continued to intensify, and faint glimmers of golden light flickered about him. Witnessing this scene from a distance, Goku's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Why did this explosive state seem so familiar? Was it not reminiscent of his own initial breakthrough to Super Saiyan on the planet Namek, when he shattered the shackles within? Here was Gao Daiqiao, a member of the Bu race, adopting the transformation of Saiyan. Was he transforming into Super Gao Daiqiao? Upon observing Gao Daiqiao's ultimate transformation, Goku was left utterly speechless. Indeed, it bore striking resemblance to the state of the Super Saiyans. Gao Daiqiao's eyebrows and hair had turned golden, and his aura surged with an intensity that Goku could only approximate. At that moment, Gao Daiqiao's energy was akin to Goku's own Super Blue form. This indicated that Gao Daiqiao's Super 1 was equivalent to Goku's Super Blue. What then would Gao Daiqiao's Super Blue or Deep Blue be like? Goku dared not imagine. He had no time to ponder. His mind was consumed with questions. Had Gao Daiqiao learned to transform into Super 1 on his own? Or was he perhaps a descendant of the Saiyans? Even if assimilated by Bu, did he retain the essence of a Saiyan? Could it be that he was truly Vegeta's illegitimate child? Goku found himself revisiting that fateful speculation. Was it possible that other Saiyans resided in Universe 7? Otherwise, such a transformation into Super Saiyan would be unattainable. Even Cell, possessing the cells of both Goku and Vegeta and inheriting similar combat prowess, had never displayed such a transformation. Yet Goku was mistaken. Gao Daiqiao had acquired the genetic essence of all these Saiyans during their battle, evolving into his current state. Despite his origins in the Bu race, he could still transform akin to a Saiyan. This was something even Majin Buu could not achieve, and yet Gao Daiqiao could, as he represented the most advanced evolution, with a purer essence than Bu, while still retaining a human form. Gao Daiqiao had initially wished to keep this ace up his sleeve for a while longer. However, Majin Buu's outrageous words had deeply provoked him. Since power was paramount, he begrudgingly accepted the role of a father. Upon transforming into Super 1, Majin Buu was taken aback, clearly caught off guard. Moreover, a glimmer of light flickered in Buu's eyes, revealing an expression of unexpected satisfaction. Gao Daiqiao was completely oblivious to this. Once his transformation was complete, he wasted no time and struck. With a mere point of his right index finger, Majin Buu was rendered helpless. The strength was significantly diminished, and the flow of energy was notably obstructed, yet it was not entirely incapacitating. It was evident that Majin Buu's power still surpassed that of Heio considerably. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Heio to make his move. With a fierce glare, he summoned dozens of azure protective barriers that ensnared Buu. Subsequently, Heio body emitted countless wisps of powder, transforming into slender, piercing spikes that shot towards Majin Buu. These spikes, upon striking Buu's exceptionally resilient form, penetrated as effortlessly as needles through tofu, instantly rendering Majin Buu translucent from front to back. If merely one spike was of little consequence to Buu, the ensuing barrage of needles was far from trivial. Like bone-slicing daggers, they pierced through Buu's body in succession. With each penetration, they siphoned energy while extracting some of Buu's cells, confining them within the spikes. Thus, Majin Buu gradually diminished in size, his aura weakening with each passing moment. The process appeared intricate, yet transpired in an instant. Buu quickly sensed the peril he was in. Seizing the opportunity, while still possessing greater power than Heio, he detonated his own body, breaking free from the oppressive force. In an instant, a cloud of pink mist coalesced, reshaping into Buu's form. However, the very next moment, Buu found himself once more immobilized, not by the earlier oppressive force, but by a technique that even he had never mastered, the magic sealing wave. This was a skill Heio had secretly pilfered from the mind of Master Roshi during their previous encounter. This technique could, with a mere flick of magical force, bind all cells of the target intended for sealing. Executed while Majin Buu was completely unprepared, it caught him completely off guard. Indeed, it unfolded as such. Majin Buu was ensnared within a luminous whirlwind, which incessantly tugged at his form, disrupting the regulation of his energy, rendering him incapable of utilizing his immense power. Buu's body was then elongated, resembling a gigantic noodle, without any intention of sealing him within a vessel. Heio eyes widened. The elongated Buu was swiftly severed into dozens of segments, each encased within individual protective barriers, transformed into char siu. At the moment of Buu's separation, Heio unleashed a surge of luminescence, causing each of Majin Buu's duplicates to transmute into distinct pieces of char siu. One by one, he consumed them, ensuring they remained separated to prevent their re-merging, which could risk Buu's resurrection. After devouring all the char siu, he turned to see Sun Wukong, astonished and resembling an ice sculpture. Witnessing Heio form begin to exhibit faint points of light, evenly distributed across his body. It is precisely the fragmented body of Majin Buu that has been separated and sealed by Heio, who is gradually absorbing his power. To divide and conquer. To strike down one by one. What an ingenious strategy. So this is how your Buu clan engages in battle. Today has truly broadened my horizons. How do you intend to deal with him? After the difficulty in reviving him last time, you surely do not wish to eliminate him this time, do you? Son Goku communicated telepathically, first expressing his admiration for Heio, while simultaneously inquiring why he suddenly chose to confront Buu. Heio sat cross-legged in the vastness of space, exerting all his strength to suppress Majin Buu. In response to Goku's inquiry, he replied nonchalantly, "I will not kill him. He has become so obsessed with the idea of fatherhood that he has lost his senses. I merely intend to teach him a lesson. Since he claims that the strong are his fathers, I shall let him remain a foolish child for all eternity. Such a mind is ill-suited for unrealistic dreams." Upon hearing these words, Goku let out a sigh of relief. Battles aside, he ultimately did not wish for either of the two to be in any peril. By the way, Heio, how did you transform into a Super Saiyan? Have your Buu clan evolved to the point of being able to adopt other transformation forms? Or are you, perchance, a Saiyan yourself? Surely you are not truly a descendant of Vegeta. Stop right there. Uncle Goku, do not make such assumptions. I merely acquired your genes during our recent skirmish and integrated them into my own for my use. Heio continued, if you must speculate about my lineage, I might as well inform you that I could potentially be your son. A paternity test would undoubtedly reveal our blood relation. Would you like to inform Aunt Chi-Chi that you have a son out there? Hearing Heio increasingly absurd claims, son Goku felt a wave of panic wash over him. No, I won't speculate recklessly. Please do not tell Chi-Chi, or she will truly overthink it. She becomes quite distressed when she cries. Nevertheless, your ability is truly astonishing. By the way, if you can do this, can Majin Buu as well? Heio shook his head. He cannot, for his physique is far too inferior, unless he completely devours you all. So, he claims he wishes to be a father. Does he truly deserve such a title? Chapter 27. finally grown taller. This fellow is indeed a true prodigy. He has even defeated the formidable Majin Buu. On Earth, those who sensed Buu's energy dissipating could not help but exclaim in astonishment, each of them drenched in sweat and overwhelmed. They had all sensed Heodacio's unusual activity today. First, Android 18's energy dwindled to its lowest point, followed by Android 17's. Now, it was Majin Buu's turn. Would they be next? Were they to become mere livestock, raised by Heodacio until they were fattened for slaughter? The mere thought filled them with an almost despairing sense of powerlessness. They could only hope that Heodacio was inherently benevolent. Alternatively, could the god of destruction Beerus and the angel which restrain him? Time passed, and Goku remained on a drifting asteroid, meditating alongside Hao Daiqiao. Hao Daiqiao erected a protective barrier and provided breathable air, allowing Goku to avoid remaining in his Super Saiyan form indefinitely. As he absorbed Majin Buu, Hao Daiqiao engaged Goku in discussions about the path of cultivation. Uncle Goku, let's find some time to spar again. It would help you manifest your Ultra Instinct more frequently. Last time, I only managed to catch a glimpse of its trajectory, but couldn't fully grasp it. Goku replied, sure, I'd like you to push me further as well. I can sense that it's becoming increasingly easier for me to enter that state. However, it would be best to train in the time-space of the Heavenly Temple. After we finish, we can recover before coming back, as it could be quite disruptive otherwise. I've been focused on re-establishing my strength these days, which has delayed many matters. Then it's settled. Hao Daiqiao exclaimed. By the way, Uncle Goku, where did you learn that instant transmission technique? During your travels across the universe, did you encounter any peculiar extraterrestrials with strange abilities? Are there any techniques to counter Majin Buu as well? Although I managed to catch him off guard with the spirit bomb, it would have taken a considerable struggle to determine the victor, especially since I was weaker than him initially. Next time, that approach might not work, and I will have to rely on sheer strength to suppress him. It would be helpful to have more methods to counter him. Goku chuckled. Daiqiao, I believe your interest lies not in learning more methods to counter Buu. You already possess plenty. What you truly wish to know is whether there are any other peculiar techniques that can challenge you, right? Hao Daiqiao smiled sheepishly. Goku, much like Buu, may lack emotional intelligence, yet he is far from foolish. I learned instant transmission on a planet called Yardrat. Upon learning of Frisia's impending attack on Earth, I wanted to return swiftly. I spent a year on that planet before mastering the technique. However, the Yardratians possess numerous fascinating techniques, such as the multiplication technique, which creates infinite clones, size alteration, and even a force separation technique, among others. Speaking of which, the forced separation technique should have an effective counter against Buu, though I'm uncertain if it would work on you. Force separation? Hao Daiqiao furrowed his brow. Goku nodded. Yes, for instance, Buu has absorbed many beings, acquiring their essence. This separation technique is a reversal spell. Should Buu fall victim to it, the essences he has absorbed would be forcibly extracted from his body. I'm not sure how it would affect you, as I sense you share a connection with Buu, yet you're not entirely the same. Uncle Goku, didn't you learn this magic? Hao Daiqiao inquired. Goku shook his head. I didn't have the time to learn it. Had I mastered that magic, I would have used it the day we faced each other at sea. It seems that I truly need to find some time to learn. Otherwise, I shall become a cow tethered in your pasture. Hao Daiqiao chuckled. Then remember to take me along. I too wish to learn and devise a way to cope. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion about various insights into their cultivation. Suddenly, Sun Wukong uttered a sound of surprise, albeit with uncertainty. What is it, Uncle Wukong? I feel like you've grown a little taller, Sun Wukong remarked, perplexed. However, this statement resonated in Hao Daiqiao's mind, causing a cacophony of excitement to swell within him. What did you say, Uncle Wukong? You mean to say that I seem taller? Indeed. When you were meditating, it wasn't very noticeable, but now that you're standing, you've truly gained a notch in height. Your clothes appear rather ill-fitting now. You seem to resemble an ordinary child of 4 or 5 years. Sun Wukong measured with his hand, speaking slowly. Yes, I have grown taller. I truly have. Hao Daiqiao observed how his long pants had transformed into cropped trousers, and his shirt had become somewhat revealing, accompanied by a noticeable change in his line of sight. It was indeed a mark of growth. His heart soared with joy. The heavy stone that had burdened it finally lifted. As long as I can continue to grow, that is sufficient. Initially, he had contemplated delving into the memories of Majin Buu to ascertain if he could indeed continue to mature. However, it now appeared unnecessary. Furthermore, unless absolutely essential, he was reluctant to access the memories of an ancient being that had existed for billions of years. The myriad experiences of Majin Buu, if relived, might alter his own essence. As for the memories of ordinary people, they were of little consequence, given their limited experiences. Upon introspection, Hao Daiqiao felt that he had absorbed the majority of Buu's power, leaving just a fraction behind, not draining it entirely. With a firm tension in his body, the starlight around him began to coalesce slowly. Once again employing his sanguine methods, he extracted Bu from within himself. Upon detaching from Hao Daiqiao's body, Bu returned to his original size, yet fell in a slumber once more. Floating in space, he resembled a dead pig drifting upon a river. Much like what Hao Daiqiao had witnessed before, he retained a tenth of his previous strength. If Bu wished to advance further, he would have to rely on his own cultivation or absorb other formidable warriors. However, as long as he remained on Earth, opportunities to absorb others would be scarce. Sun Wukong and his companions would not allow such occurrences. They would prefer to defeat or drive away Bu rather than permit him to consume humans. As the time drew near, after securing Bu, Hao Daiqiao felt a weight lift from his heart. Heath and Sun Wukong returned Bu to Earth, agreeing to meet for a spar at the God Temple once Wukong had fully recovered, and then each returned to their respective homes. Hao Daiqiao delivered Bu back to Satan unscathed, bringing a profound sigh of relief from Satan, particularly upon seeing that Hao Daiqiao had grown significantly taller, though unspoken. A great weight lifted from the heart. With this development, the two should be able to coexist harmoniously, shouldn't they? However, upon returning to the villa that Satan had newly prepared for him, he faced expulsion. Qianqian and Rao, noticing that Hao Daiqiao had seemingly grown a full head taller, could hardly believe that this little boy, appearing to be merely 4 or 5 years old, was indeed him. Even though his appearance had not altered much, nor had his hairstyle changed, the ill-fitting clothes, donned by the two girls that very morning, were a clear indication of his transformation. Nevertheless, the girls remained skeptical and insisted on escorting Hao Daiqiao out, even threatening to summon the authorities, suspecting that perhaps some bizarre individuals, inspired by the previous day's news, had impersonated him to commit theft. After all, this world is home to many who can easily change their guise. Chapter 28. The Fortune Teller. Is it Wukong's headpiece? Our first encounter was in the morning, when you were dressed in maid outfits. The following day, you donned outfits reminiscent of youthful heroines. This morning, I consumed 38 different types of food, as confirmed by Rao herself. If I were merely an imposter, I would not possess such knowledge. If the aforementioned does not suffice to convince you, behold this. Do you not remember this mole? It was through this very mark that my godmother recognized me. Upon seeing Hao Daiqiao's exuberance, the two girls gasped and covered their eyes with their hands. Yet, the curious glances peering through their fingers betrayed their restraint. Ultimately, they were compelled to accept that this was indeed Hao Daiqiao. Despite the fact that this young master had grown a head taller in a single day and transformed from a reclusive child into an exuberant and attention-grabbing youth, akin to a change of soul. However, his appetite remained unchanged, and his affectionate nature persisted. After all, while circumstances may change, one's inherent nature is hard to alter. With these two aspects confirmed, the girls were entirely convinced that this was their beloved Hao Daiqiao. After lulling him to sleep, the girls returned to their staff quarters. I increasingly feel that our young master is no ordinary person. Therefore, regarding yesterday's news, it is highly probable that what if one day our young master returns as a towering figure, a handsome god standing at nearly 2 meters? Qianqian furrowed her brow and inquired. Rao, nodding like a chick pecking at grain, replied, of course it's possible, but he must prove that he is our young master, just as he did today. Rao's words instantly injected a surge of adrenaline into Qianqian, causing her cheeks to flush. Yes, he must showcase that mole. Otherwise, we shall call the police and report him for trespassing. Fortunately, Hao Daiqiao was unaware of their conversation. If he had heard them, it would not merely be a matter of one day. It could very well be tomorrow when he transforms into a 2-meter-tall god. Let's hope they are not genuinely frightened enough to call the authorities. The following morning, as dawn gently broke, Hao Daiqiao had yet to rise when he was abruptly awakened. However, the one calling his name was not Qianqian or Rao, but rather Sun Wukong. Reluctantly, Hao Daiqiao turned over, flitting about in bed like a slippery loach before gradually opening his eyes. Upon seeing a wrinkled, elderly face alarmingly close to him, he nearly leapt out of his skin. In a fright, he sprang 3 meters into the air, collapsing the bed and breaking through the ceiling, which sent dust billowing around him. His scream echoed throughout the villa, startling Qianqian and Rao awake, who hurriedly sprang from their beds and rushed towards him. Daiqiao, it's me. Upon witnessing Hao Daiqiao's panicked reaction, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a moment to collect his thoughts. Hearing the familiar voice of Sun Wukong, now on the upper level, Hao Daiqiao regained his composure. Uncle Wukong, are you not aware that scaring someone can be deadly? Why do you come over first thing in the morning to frighten me with that mask? Sun Wukong was bewildered. You, who are invincible in battle, are afraid of being scared. Moreover, I did not frighten you. What do you mean by mask? Don't play dumb with me. But you weren't wearing a mask. Who was that ghastly face full of wrinkles? Hao Daiqiao retorted. Let me tell you, I once had a nightmare where an old lady pretended to fall, tricking me into a pitch-black house. As he spoke, he leaped down through the gaping hole in the ceiling. When he beheld Sun Wukong and a hunched, red-haired old woman seated atop an enormous transparent orb, adorned with a black pointed hat, his words ceased abruptly. He stood frozen in place, even as Qian and Rao, having rushed over, began frantically knocking on the door. He remained unresponsive. The old woman, perched on the orb, simply gestured towards the door. The knocking ceased, and the cries of Qian and Rao faded into silence. After this, she slowly began to speak. You mentioned dreaming of an old lady who lured you into a dark house. What transpired next? Fortune-telling granny. Are you the fortune-telling granny? Sister of the turtle sage? Hao Daiqiao speculated, cautiously inquiring about her identity. Yes, indeed, I am. Sun Wukong attempted to introduce Hao Daiqiao, but was interrupted by the fortune-telling granny. Yes, I am the one who frightened you just now. Wukong, hold your tongue. I wish to hear about the dream from this young brother. What happened to that old lady? Hao Daiqiao's face flushed at the old woman's words, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. However, upon hearing the fortune-telling granny express her interest, Sun Wukong too became intrigued by Hao Daiqiao's dream and encouraged him to elaborate. Faced with this, Hao Daiqiao had no choice but to awkwardly chuckle before continuing. One day, I had a dream where I walked down a long street. It was an ancient street from a bygone era, paved with cobblestones, flanked by buildings that echoed the architectural styles of a distant past. The sky loomed overhead, shrouded in darkness, casting a shadow over the entire street, which was devoid of any presence. I encountered an elderly woman. Her visage was marked by time, and as I caught a fleeting glance at the fortune-teller, I hesitated, swallowing hard before continuing my words. I observed her seated on the ground, attempting to rise but struggling to do so, seemingly having fallen. I approached and assisted her, inquiring about her residence, offering to help her home. Her abode was hidden in a narrow alley just around the corner, a house constructed of dark stone, enveloped in gloom, revealing only the faint outlines of furniture within. Upon escorting her inside, I noted several rooms, all shrouded in darkness, obscuring any discernible details. Yet, I felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were watching me from every corner, accompanied by the heavy sound of breathing, yet no one emerged. The elderly woman expressed her gratitude for my assistance. Call me a good child. She inquired about any form of reward I might desire, stating that anything was possible. However, my fear of darkness, compounded by the presence of those indistinct entities lurking within the house, prompted me to politely decline. As I prepared to leave, heading toward the entrance, I found my feet moving, yet the door remained stubbornly 2 or 3 meters away, eluding my approach. I turned to ask the elderly woman about this peculiar occurrence, only to be met with a visage that sent chills down my spine. Once again, I glanced at the fortune-teller. The woman's face had turned an unnatural shade of white, akin to a blank sheet of paper. No, it was a sheet of paper, a transformation that rendered the old woman's countenance into a mere illustration of hollow eyes, a nose, a mouth, and painted wrinkles. Moreover, that mouth stretched forth a long, slimy tongue, landing against my face, its coldness palpable. At that moment, I heard the sound of a door closing, the door of the elderly woman's home. Then, I was jolted awake from this nightmare. As I recounted my experience, the fortune-teller interjected, linking my perception of her resemblance to the old woman. So upon seeing me, you felt I bore a striking similarity to her? No, not at all. I stammered, feeling embarrassed. The fortune-teller interrupted, her tone devoid of reproach. Well, I have finished recounting the tale. Let us turn to more pressing matters. I originally came this morning with a request for Wukong. However, he mentioned that he is not in the best condition at present and believed it would be more prudent to entrust this matter to you. Thus, we have come to disturb you. I apologize for startling you earlier. It was not my intention. I merely found your appearance distinctly different from others and wished to observe you more closely. Who would have known that Wukong would hasten to wake you so abruptly? Chapter 29. A plea from the underworld. "Oh, what is it that requires my assistance?" I inquired, intrigued. The fortune teller paused for a moment before speaking. "Recently, great turmoil has erupted in the underworld. The king of hell and the 5 great realm kings are gathering warriors from all realms to assist in the underworld." How could such chaos arise in the underworld? The king of hell, akin to a destroyer in the 7th universe, possesses absolute dominion over souls. Both he and the soul artifacts he creates. How could there be disorder? Moreover, with the 5 realm kings and the formidable beings training beside the great realm king, they should easily sweep through the underworld. The fortune teller replied, "You are correct. For countless millennia, the successive kings of hell have inherently wielded the power to restrain souls. The underworld is also connected to the serpent path and the realm kings, who help guard it. However, in recent days, a mysterious rune has inexplicably circulated, which, when practiced and inscribed upon the soul, can defy the suppression imposed by the king of hell and his crafted artifacts. Thus, one must resort to forceful capture as in the mortal realm. Once these enigmatic runes emerged, they spread throughout the hellish realms like a plague. Now, nearly half of the hellish spirits have mastered this rune and are disseminating it at an alarming rate. The entire underworld is now in chaos, as those hellish souls, having lost their inhibitions, have begun a united assault on the underworld, aiming to breach its gates and utilize the passage to the mortal realm to return. With the ability to restrain souls rendered ineffective, the underworld's resistance is futile, relying solely on the limited assistance of the 4 great realm kings. Some scattered forces from hell have already proven to be quite formidable, and should ancient beings, dormant for eons in the forbidden grounds of hell, unite, the underworld would be utterly defenseless. If the gates are breached and the souls reclaim their corporeal forms in the mortal realm, it would lead to cosmic chaos. Hao Daqiao shook his head, pondering. If the king of hell can no longer suppress the souls, does he intend to rely solely on physical combat? To confront spirits with flesh? Is physical exorcism truly feasible? Upon hearing this, the fortune teller immediately clarified, indeed. Since the establishment of the underworld and the emergence of the underworld's gates eons ago, several similar disasters have occurred. The previous solutions involved summoning warriors from the mortal realm to assist in defending the underworld, granting time for the king of hell and the 5 great realm kings to comprehend those runic laws and devise methods to either eliminate or suppress them. As for the summoned warriors, lacking the constitution of the realm kings, they cannot survive in the underworld. Upon arriving, their physical bodies will be preserved in a mysterious realm, while their souls engage in battle. Fighting in a spiritual state? Wouldn't that negate the advantages of a physical form? Hao Daqiao frowned. It can still be effective, albeit significantly diminished compared to the mortal realm, the fortune teller assured. However, you need not worry. Those souls experience a similar reduction in their innate skills and racial abilities once transformed into spiritual entities. Thus, you're still on equal footing. The fortune teller added. Hao Daqiao nodded, having grasped the situation. Nevertheless, even so, he felt no compelling need to go. Firstly, his venture into the underworld to engage in combat raised questions as to whether he could, in a disembodied state, absorb others' energy as effortlessly as he did now. Secondly, in the realm of the living, he possessed the confidence to ensure his immortality. However, once his soul traversed to the underworld, that assurance became uncertain. After all, figures such as Frisia, Cell, and the malevolent Majin Buu, who once dominated their realms, were left at the mercy of others post-mortem. His unfamiliarity with the underworld posed a risk. What if, upon leaving his body, he were to be subdued unexpectedly? He was not willing to relinquish the splendid life he currently enjoyed. Very well, I have grasped the matter, he declared. Uncle Goku, Granny Fortune Teller, you may take your leave. I shall return to my slumber. Initially, seeing Hao Daqiao nodding in contemplation, one might have assumed he was resolute in offering assistance. Little did they know, he was merely issuing an eviction notice. Goku and Granny Fortune Teller nearly toppled over at his words. After all that discussion, you respond with this? Granny Fortune Teller remarked, her forehead adorned with beads of sweat. What else should I say? Hao Daqiao retorted. Although I recognize you as the sister of the esteemed Master Rashi and am aware of your acquaintance with Uncle Goku, this is our first encounter. I have no ties to the underworld. Why would you assume that upon the call of King Yama and the proclamation of the 5 great kais, without any mention of risks or rewards, I would willingly pledge my service? I lack the self-sacrificing spirit of Uncle Goku, and I am not a fool to be manipulated. Unless there is a compelling exchange that stirs my interest, I shall not relinquish my life for another's cause. Ultimately, what does the destruction of this universe mean to me? I could still thrive, even amidst its ruin, albeit with diminished enjoyment. Therefore, do not be so astonished. My refusal is merely a testament to my clarity of mind. How Daiqiao smiled gently as he spoke, extending his hand to summon a radiance that erupted in the air. The debris of the shattered ceiling, the dust, and the splintered bed, all remnants of the recent destruction, seemed to reverse in time, restoring to their original state as if the havoc had never transpired. Witnessing this spectacle and hearing those words, Goku and Granny Fortune Teller were profoundly astonished. With how Daiqiao's current prowess, he could indeed disregard the opinions of others and act in accordance with his own desires. However, Goku keenly detected the implications behind how Daiqiao's words. In an instant, he appeared beside how Daiqiao, whispering a few words into his ear. Afterward, Goku stepped back, smiling at Granny Fortune Teller. Granny Daiqiao did not say he would not assist. He merely mentioned the necessity of adequate compensation. Surely, the esteemed King Yama has extended a call to arms, promising rewards for aiding the underworld? There must be few like me who are solely drawn to the prospect of battle. Alternatively, in past occurrences of this nature, what rewards have those who offered assistance received? Upon hearing son Wukong's words, the fortune-telling old woman's expression softened somewhat. It is indeed my fault, in truth. Lord Yin Wang offers rewards to those who come to assist him. Every person must meet their end, whether through old age, illness, or unforeseen circumstances. The reward is the ability to choose the starting point of the next life, accompanied by the memories of the previous one. Ah, what a monumental reward that is. How Daiqiao rolled his eyes. Perhaps for other beings bound by mortality, such a reward holds some allure. Yet for him, it bears little attraction, unless fate intervenes. He is destined to share eternity with the heavens, immortal and ageless. Moreover, he has already experienced such a beginning. Could it be that Yin Wang could arrange a rebirth more remarkable than his current existence? If so, he ought to exploit the loopholes, for that would lead to the birth of countless formidable beings in the seventh universe. All right, I shall go. Where do we depart? To everyone's surprise, how Daiqiao agreed. The sooner, the better, replied the fortune-telling old woman after a moment of astonishment. Having seen countless individuals, she could not decipher the thoughts swirling within this young lad's mind. Yet, she perceived that his agreement to venture forth likely had little to do with the reward she mentioned. It must be that Wukong discreetly whispered something that stirred how Daiqiao's interest. Chapter 30, The North Kai, Uncle Cricket. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Satan, and the others, how Daiqiao accompanied the fortune-telling old woman to the underworld. Once he departed, Wukong exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, a voice echoed in Wukong's ears. That kid is truly eccentric. One cannot fathom what thoughts occupy his mind, making him such a handful. Wukong, it's one thing for the others. But are you truly not coming as well? I have been observing him closely during this time, and know that he possesses far more than he currently displays. He harbors boundless and terrifying potential. One individual could rival 1,000 armies. I fear that the little demons of hell, even with their runes, will face dire consequences. Yet, this is what worries me most. Without you accompanying him, there will be no one to oversee him, and I genuinely cannot rest easy. Wukong chuckled softly upon hearing this. Lord Kai, are you concerned that Daiqiao will descend into the underworld, becoming uncontrollable and turning into the greatest menace of hell? You are aware of this? North Kai scoffed. Then you need not worry. I have faith in Daiqiao. He certainly understands the measure of his actions. Moreover, I harbor some selfish motives, wishing for him to grow stronger. However, this could offend Lord Yin Wang. If I were to go and he were to take offense, what if I were not allowed to return? I still wish to train alongside Whis. After the Universe Power Tournament, I glimpsed higher peaks and yearned to ascend further, desiring to live a little longer. Are you suggesting that the notion you just discreetly shared with him is truly too audacious? Initially, I intended to prevent you from uttering such nonsense. However, ever since that young lad's emergence, I have harbored an inexplicable premonition that his growing strength may indeed bode well for us. After all, the recent infernal upheaval, coupled with the appearance of those enigmatic runes, subtly hints at something significant, which is why I refrain from dissuading you. Yet, I must implore you not to mention this matter again. Otherwise, should you perish next time, there will be no resurrection, as the King of Hell will not release you, and even the mighty Shinran of Namek will be powerless to revive you. With a knowing grin, Wukong acknowledged this. As for the young Heodacio, I must trouble Lord Kai to look after him. In the realm of the Kais, the old Kai, The Supreme Kai and his attendant, Jebit, were intently observing a crystal ball. Within it, Sun Wukong had just concluded a conversation with the Supreme Kai before instantaneously teleporting home. At that moment, the old Kai waved his hand, causing the image on the crystal to vanish. I often say that Wukong is merely pretending to be foolish. Yet within him lies profound wisdom and a wealth of clever ideas. The notion of undermining the King of Hell is something he could conceive. It appears he genuinely cares for Heodacio and harbors great hopes for him. Ancestor, could it be that Wukong's paternal instincts were awakened due to Heodacio merging his genes? The Supreme Kai pondered. Yet, he has never shown such concern for his own offspring. The old Supreme Kai remarked, one of his biological children is cared for by an elderly mother, while the other has the guidance of a green-faced father. Who is there to look after Heodacio? Even Buu's parenting philosophy has backfired. Wukong's love is truly profound. He is actively supporting Heodacio, ensuring he does not stray from the path. Regardless, with Heodacio in the fray, the situation in the underworld can stabilize without our intervention. However, the emergence of those peculiar runes is excessively suspicious. Their strange effects elude my understanding, and their coincidental appearance in the netherworld reeks of conspiracy. We should not squander time. We must urgently seek a method to counteract this threat, lest it become a significant hazard. In the underworld at the Serpent Path, Heodacio and the fortune-telling grandmother appeared at the starting point of the path. The fortune-telling grandmother said, Heodacio, I will leave you here. Follow the Serpent Path to the end, where you will meet the North Kai. He will accompany you and other strong warriors from the Northern Galaxy to the underworld to meet the King of Hell. All right. Thank you, grandmother. I shall take my leave. Heodacio nodded with a smile. Yet, instead of embarking down the Serpent Path, he smiled as he gazed in a particular direction, and without any noticeable action, he vanished from sight. Instantaneous movement. This lad possesses that skill as well. The fortune-telling grandmother was taken aback. It seems Wukong has concealed much. Strangely, however, despite the emergence of such a prodigy on Earth, my divination skills sensed nothing. Is it possible that his fate lies beyond the realm of divination? Could he be akin to a deity? On the Kai planet, the North Kai stood before his small planetary abode, with the gorilla Beerus crouched behind him. Behind them stood a multitude of diverse beings, numbering no less than 50 or 60. The majority possessed humanoid forms, albeit with varied appearances. There were also some with bizarre physiques, an array so eclectic that it defied description. This group of entities exuded a palpable, surging aura, akin to dormant volcanoes brimming with untold energy, poised for release. They were cosmic powerhouses summoned from various planets within the Northern Galaxy to aid the realm of the underworld. At this moment of anticipation, their expressions varied. Some were indifferent, others stoic, while a few displayed slight impatience, and some gazed with fervor and hope. This eagerness stemmed from a single proclamation made by the Northern King, awaiting the arrival of strong beings from Earth. In recent years, Earth's reputation had spread throughout the Northern Galaxy, transforming it into a legendary entity. The Saiyans, Frieza and his progeny, as well as the formidable Majin Buu, had all encountered significant setbacks on Earth. Moreover, a certain individual named Son Goku had captured the championship at the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament, earning widespread acclaim. Numerous extraterrestrial warriors were eager to witness the splendor of Earth, yet remained shrouded in mystery regarding the planet. Whispers suggested that not only did the King of the Universe hold Earth in high regard, but even the fabled King Kai harbored a fondness for it, with rumors circulating about it being the Destroyer's favored dining spot. Thus, despite their profound curiosity, these extraterrestrial beings hesitated to set foot on Earth, fearing an ill-fated encounter with the Destroyer. However, today, they would finally have the opportunity to meet these legendary warriors from Earth. As the crowd indulged in their imaginations about the formidable champions from Earth, a small child suddenly appeared a meter away from the king. With a beaming smile, the child greeted the king and extended a hand for a handshake. However, the king had been discreetly observing Hao Daqiao for some time, gaining a certain level of understanding of him. Thus, when Hao Daqiao reached out, the king found himself frozen in place, a look of nervousness etched across his face, uncertain whether to reciprocate. It was quite clear what he was apprehensive about. Uncle Crickets, you've been secretly watching me for days. We're practically old friends. So why shy away? Hao Daqiao remarked, instantly discerning the king's thoughts. Upon hearing this, the king trembled, his heart racing. He had never anticipated that Hao Daqiao was aware of his covert observations. Just as the king stood petrified, Hao Daqiao boldly grasped his hand. In that moment, the king felt a jolt akin to an electric shock, followed by a voice in his mind that only he could hear. Uncle Crickets, it's fine for you to look now while I'm still young, but when I grow up, you mustn't gaze anymore. Do leave me some privacy. Chapter 31. The king of hell was taken aback. Who is this insolent child, so audacious as to address the king of the universe in such a manner? Exhibiting such flippant behavior, is the hand of the king of the realm something that you can casually grasp? Observing how Hao Daqiao seemed quite familiar with the king, a small faction of the extraterrestrial warriors behind him voiced their discontent. It is hardly surprising. They had anticipated witnessing the legendary prowess of Earth's champions, yet were instead met with a mere child. This young one, behaving so frivolously and speaking with such abandon, naturally provoked feelings of disdain. Furthermore, although the reasons for Hao Daqiao's sudden appearance were unclear, the aura he exuded suggested a combat power of merely a few thousand. Which warrior present could possibly be weaker than he? Upon hearing the taunts from the extraterrestrial warriors, Hao Daqiao did not react at all, not even casting a glance in their direction. However, the king of the realm quickly interjected to defend him. Do not be so disrespectful. Young Daqiao is personally invited from Earth by me. His unrestrained and candid character is simply a reflection of his nature, unrelated to any lack of decorum. In the future, as warriors of the Northern Galaxy, you will stand shoulder to shoulder, representing our alliance. It is imperative that you refrain from uttering words that could jeopardize our unity and lead to ridicule from other regions. Initially, some extraterrestrial warriors had intended to pose further inquiries, but witnessing the king of the realm's staunch defense of this child, they swallowed their words. Consequently, their curiosity about what made Hao Daqiao so special intensified, prompting them to wonder why he warranted such protection from the king. There was no need for confusion. The sole representative of Earth in this battle was indeed young Daqiao, and no one else. I shall not elaborate on why Earth has sent only this one warrior. You will come to understand in due course. Noticing that the warriors remained silent, their expressions revealing their thoughts, the king felt compelled to offer an explanation. Subsequently, they all proceeded to the underworld. In the underworld, within the Hall of Yama, a colossal figure adorned with a bushy beard and a red face sat at the center of a high platform, clad in a suit and wearing a horned hat, exuding an air of authority and power. Flanking the high platform were two additional tiers where the Great King and the three regional kings of the East, South, and West were seated, leaving one position vacant. Below the platform stood a dense throng of various beings, numbering in the thousands, appearing diminutive as if they were the size of eggs in this seemingly modest Hall of Yama, a truly astonishing sight. These beings were divided into two factions. One bore a white halo above their heads, clearly in a spiritual state, while the other consisted of formidable warriors collected from the territories of the three kings for support. Each faction was further divided into four columns, corresponding to the four factions present, including that of the Great King. At this moment, the Hall of Yama was enveloped in a heavy silence, an oppressive atmosphere prevailing. Even the usually lively and whimsical kings sat quietly, refraining from their usual jesting. Suddenly, a guardian of the underworld floated into the grand hall from outside. Report to Lord Yin Mo and the four great kings of the realms that the Northern Realm King has arrived with his warriors from the Northern Galaxy. Upon hearing this, Yin Wang's spirit was invigorated, prompting him to invite them in promptly. As commanded, the powerful beings present observed Yin Mo's sudden transformation from a furrowed brow to an unexpected exhilaration upon the arrival of the Northern Realm King. This subtle shift piqued the curiosity of the assembled warriors. Could it be that the warriors brought by the Northern Realm King held more significance than those from other regions present? Such was the prevailing thought among most of the strong. However, some informed individuals remained composed, with a hint of excitement, as they were likely participants or spectators of the previous Underworld Martial Arts Conference, where the champion was indeed a warrior from the Northern Galaxy. Consequently, nearly inaudible whispers began to ripple through the crowd, which Yin Mo and the kings did not discourage, all gazing towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. Soon, the Northern Realm King entered with his entourage. An odd phenomenon unfolded as, upon entering the hall, apart from the Northern King and Hao Daqiao, all other warriors began to gradually shrink, ultimately reducing to the size of eggs. Perhaps this had been previously explained by the Northern Realm King. Although the shrinking warriors were surprised, they did not panic excessively. Yet, the entire assembly, including Yin Wang and the five great kings, were astonished that Hao Daqiao remained unchanged. Who is this young brother? Yin Mo inquired, his attention immediately drawn to Hao Daqiao. Initially, He intended to sense the presence of Sun Wukong and the Earth warriors mentioned by him, but before he could detect Wukong's aura, he sensed Hao Daiqiao's. This aura evoked a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of someone who had previously reported to the underworld, imbued with a mysterious essence from an ancient epic. Only those who had lived through countless ages could experience such a sensation. Even Wukong lacked this feeling. The Great Realm King and the 3 other kings from the southeast also sensed something unusual, their attention automatically captivated by Hao Daiqiao. They had intended to jest about why the Northern Realm King had not yet revived, but found themselves disregarding that thought. They merely sensed that Hao Daiqiao was not as simple as he appeared, an instinctive unease settling within them. Lord Yin. This is before the Northern Realm King could take a seat. He began to introduce Hao Daiqiao upon Yin Wang's inquiry. However, upon entering the hall, Hao Daiqiao fixated on Yin Wang and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "You are Yin Mo, the supreme ruler of the underworld. I have finally met you. You are truly magnificent." In his fervor, Hao Daiqiao lost his composure, oblivious to the thousands of curious eyes fixed upon him. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The North Realm King's greatest fear had materialized. He had yet to intervene to prevent Hao Daiqiao. In the midst of the onlookers' terrified gazes, Hao Daiqiao's form flickered and appeared directly before the King of Hell. Instinctively, the King of Hell projected a layer of luminous protection around himself. However, inexplicably, Hao Daiqiao radiated a brilliant glow that penetrated the King's protective barrier, and he placed his hands upon the King's immense visage, opening his mouth wide to deliver a kiss. Witnessing this scene, the North Realm King nearly succumbed to shock. Meanwhile, the Realm Kings flanking the King of Hell sprang into action, casting a myriad of binding spells, all of which were effortlessly negated by the light emanating from Hao Daiqiao. With a resounding smack, Hao Daiqiao audaciously kissed the King of Hell on his aged face, leaving a glistening trail of saliva. This act rendered the king momentarily speechless. For countless years, the ruler of the underworld had never encountered such audacity. Today, he had been unprecedentedly challenged by a mere child. One could scarcely describe the turmoil of emotions he must have felt. "Dear King of Hell, I hope you do not take offense. I have heard tales of your remarkable prowess. I admire you immensely, and my actions were merely a manifestation of my admiration. Is that tea? Or perhaps coffee? It smells divine." Just as Hao Daiqiao confessed his admiration for the King of Hell, his attention inexplicably shifted to a cup containing a liquid on the table beside the king, which bore the inscription "Exclusive to the King of Hell." Before the king could respond, Hao Daiqiao, amidst the fearful gazes of the assembly, seized the king's exclusive cup and drank its contents in one swift motion. After finishing, he exclaimed in delight, "Wow, this is delightful tea." He then proceeded to lick the cup clean, an action that left everyone present utterly speechless. Such behavior was unprecedented, a spectacle that would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of the underworld for future generations to marvel at. Chapter 32. A turn of events. Daiqiao? Return at once. The North Realm King could no longer bear the sight. With a gust of wind at his feet, he sprang forth like a cricket, swiftly reaching Hao Daiqiao's side, grasping him and pulling him back down. Daiqiao, however, was far from pleased. "Uncle Cricket, what are you doing? I still wish to inquire if the King of Hell has other delectable treats." The North Realm King hastily covered Hao Daiqiao's mouth, admonishing, "Be quiet. Stay put. Once this matter is resolved, I promise you will indulge to your heart's content." "Really?" Hao Daiqiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he finally fell silent, though his gaze remained fixed upon the King of Hell, grinning like a fool. "My lord, I beseech you to pardon this child's indiscreet behavior and words. He did not intend to offend you. He is merely a child, possessing a rather exuberant character, lacking in the understanding of social nuances and the rules of the underworld. However, he harbors no malice or disrespect." At this juncture, even with some insider knowledge, the King of the Northern Realm found it necessary to rationalize the actions of Hao Daiqiao. After all, should the King of Hell direct his ire at him, he too would be implicated. It is not fear of the King of Hell that troubles him. Rather, it is the concern that the king might report him to his superior. Yet, the King of Hell, having lived through countless ages and occupied a high position, has encountered numerous grand spectacles. His reaction to Hao Daiqiao's unruliness was minimal, even bordering on indifference. Moreover, this little rascal openly expressed his admiration in front of many cosmic powerhouses, thus inadvertently enhancing the king's reputation. Once he leaves this underworld, his combat prowess pales in comparison to the formidable beings within this hall, a persistent source of his anxiety. Consequently, He found himself increasingly intrigued by how Daiqiao and his somewhat flamboyant behavior. Ultimately, he concluded that the boy was simply being mischievous, and he would not hold it against him. Furthermore, this young brother is rather extraordinary. Upon entering this grand hall, he disregarded the hall's intricate defenses, effortlessly breaching my protective aura and seemingly ignoring the binding techniques of the other realm kings. I cannot help but wonder what race this young Daiqiao hails from and which planet he originates. In response, the king of the northern realm replied nonchalantly, "Esteemed guests, how Daiqiao was discovered by the angel lord on the fringes of the universe and brought back to earth for the care of son Wukong and others. His appearance is indistinguishable from that of a human, yet I am uncertain of his exact lineage. You all are well-versed individuals. Perhaps you could discern his origins? After all, the angel lord holds him in high regard, which undoubtedly signifies his uniqueness." Upon hearing this, the assembly within the hall erupted in astonishment once more. Those who understood exchanged glances of disbelief and refrained from speaking. Meanwhile, those who were bewildered wore expressions of confusion, pondering what an angel could possibly mean, territory they had never explored. Yet, from the horrified expressions of the king of hell and the other realm kings, it was evident that this was indeed a legendary and forbidden existence. Otherwise, they would not have ceased their inquiries. Observing that the king of the northern realm had invoked the angel as a shield, the king of hell saw no point in further questioning. It was clear that there were secrets too delicate to be disclosed. The other four realm kings shared this sentiment. Finally, the king of hell forced a smile and said, "In that case, there is no need to delve further. Let's change the subject. By the way, why has son Wukong from Earth not arrived? And what are the other powerful beings from Earth? They are among the elite of cosmic warriors." Hearing the king of hell finally raise this question, the other realm kings and those knowledgeable about Earth strength turned their concerned gazes towards the king of the northern realm. As it stands, he explained, after much deliberation, "We have collectively decided that it suffices to send only young Daiqiao to assist us. We also hope that Daiqiao can undergo some training in this environment." As soon as the king of the northern realm finished speaking, the king of the western realm laughed heartily. Such confidence. This time is unlike any other. The cosmic powerhouses residing in the underworld number no less than 1,000, yet they remain insufficient to confront this calamity. Otherwise, there would be no need to seek assistance from the mortal realm. While we have heard of the esteemed name of Earth in the northern galaxy, they have sent but a single representative, which reflects not confidence, but rather arrogance. The great West King does not harbor animosity towards the northern galaxy or Earth. He simply believes that this is a critical juncture that allows for no negligence. However, the great king of the universe possesses a different perspective. Dear West, perhaps their intentions differ from your understanding. It could be that this young warrior is indeed formidable enough to face legions alone. Alternatively, they might place their faith in us, trusting that the other champions we have summoned can resolve this crisis, thus only dispatching this young warrior for experience. Or perhaps they wish for us to engage first. And should we falter, they will come to our aid, not out of arrogance on the part of Earth's warriors. Regardless, we must not make baseless assumptions about others' motives. The great king of the universe spoke thus, causing the West King to flush with embarrassment, hastily agreeing. The king of hell seized this moment to invite the North King to take a seat and promptly address the matter at hand. "Now that all who can come have arrived, let us not dwell on trivialities. We shall discuss the mission for which you are here to provide support." A few days ago, an enigmatic rune entered the underworld through unknown means and reached hell. Engraving and mastering this rune upon one's body allows one to disregard the artifacts that restrain souls in our realm. Even my own body, designed to counteract souls, proves ineffective against them. Moreover, today, a skilled operative stationed to the front reported that those in hell have discovered additional applications for the runes. Souls inscribed with these runes not only experience a rapid surge in power, but also accelerate their cultivation. They can even strengthen themselves by consuming other souls. Upon realizing they could enhance themselves through the consumption of their kin, the hellish army, initially intent on invading the underworld and returning to the mortal realm, has deferred their assault to begin this macabre feeding frenzy. This, however, is not a favorable sign. The souls of hell are merely consolidating their strength. Once they have fully integrated their power, we shall face a terrifying tempest. Thus, time is of the essence. While they are still embroiled in infighting and their individual strengths have not yet reached formidable levels, we must act swiftly to intervene. Otherwise, should even a fraction of these malevolent spirits evolve into great demons, we shall find ourselves powerless to contain them. There is yet another matter, a secret of the underworld and even of hell itself, that must now be disclosed to you. Previously, it was believed that hell comprised a singular vast domain, an isolated space. In truth, however, hell is home to 5 forbidden areas that even the most ordinary malevolent spirits dare not tread, as well as adjacent realms with tenuous spatial barriers, occasionally manifesting unstable portals of connection. The 5 forbidden places need not be elaborated upon, for they conceal the malevolent souls of cosmic fiends that have existed for countless eons. As for the 4 realms, their contents remain somewhat enigmatic even to me. At this juncture, the expression of King Yama grows grave. I am aware that the entities contained within date back to my own tenure, or even the tenure before mine, where ancient malevolent spirits were imprisoned. These 4 realms were once unified with hell, but over the vast expanse of time, due to spatial movements, they were inadvertently severed. Perhaps even primordial beings from the dawn of creation reside within, most of whom possess extraordinary abilities. Typically, they remain in a state of slumber. Yet I cannot guarantee that the current events will not disturb them, awakening their wrath. In the past, my form as the king of the underworld could inherently suppress them, but that is no longer certain. Therefore, this time, your assistance is crucial not only in averting, but also in obliterating this calamity, while remaining vigilant for the emergence of any unusual malevolent spirits. Originally, the malevolent spirits of hell needed merely your help to fend off the attack on the underworld, buying us time to conquer the ruins. However, the circumstances have shifted. Taking advantage of their internal strife and dwindling numbers, I hope you can initiate a gradual counteroffensive. It is not imperative to achieve outright victory. At the very least, reclaiming some of the previously occupied territories would serve as a buffer. Next, the Great King will assign tasks according to the plan we previously discussed. Upon hearing this, the Great King interjected, explaining that the realm occupied by the underworld is circular in shape, with hell lying beneath it, immensely vast. A spatial barrier separates hell from the underworld, containing numerous minute spatial nodes. These nodes have become our strongholds, with the other side leading into hell. There used to be a substantial buffer zone, but it has since been claimed. The first step in this shift from defense to offense involves warriors from the 4 galaxies forming teams based on their respective factions, becoming 4 counteroffensive battalions responsible for advancing into the fan-shaped territories of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, reclaiming the spatial nodes in the buffer zone adjacent to hell. The second step involves breaking into smaller groups to ensnare individual malevolent spirits, gradually weakening hell's power. The third step entails a united counterattack, pushing through hell and sealing off the spatial passages in the 4 realms. Finally, once the runes are deciphered, we shall select the most exceptional warriors from each galaxy to jointly enter the 4 realms and reseal the escaped primordial malevolence. Is this clear to everyone? Understood. The thousands of warriors below responded in unison. At this moment, King Yama took over once more, retrieving a purple talisman from his pocket. Very well. Next, let your realm king guide you to the prepared sanctum in the underworld for your souls to exit, while your physical bodies remain secure. The oppressive negative energies of hell are unsuitable for prolonged exposure from mortal forms, and by allowing your souls to depart, you mitigate the risk of your bodies being possessed by malevolent spirits. Gazing at the talisman in my hand, known as the Soul Transference Talisman, it will be distributed to each of you when the time comes. Should you find yourselves overwhelmed or in dire circumstances, you may channel your energy to activate it, and the talisman shall save your life by transporting you back. Thus, remember to safeguard it meticulously. Upon concluding his words, the King of Hell and the 4 great lords of the realms vacated their seats, departing the hall of the King of Hell with their respective retinues. Indeed, how Daichiao was exceptionally obedient, attentively listening throughout, only waving goodbye to the King of Hell at this moment, exclaiming, "Farewell, Uncle King of Hell, until we meet again." It seemed as though they were quite familiar with one another. The King of Hell smiled and nodded until all the warriors had exited, at which point he abruptly withdrew his smile and fell into contemplation. He increasingly felt that how Daichiao's manner of interaction was not solely due to the fact that his counterpart was a child, unaware of the gravity of the situation. It appeared as if he had been subjected to a trick, yet there was no evidence to substantiate this notion. The great lord beside him had not yet departed. Noticing the King of Hell's pensive demeanor, he merely smiled in silence. The great lord did not lead his team away, as the formidable warriors who typically trained under him had now returned to their respective galaxies and were being dispatched by the other lords. Once the four lords completed their tasks and returned, they would jointly enter seclusion to study and decipher the intricacies of those runes. The North Lord, accompanied by a contingent of over 100 warriors, proceeded towards a secluded area, a mist-laden forest. The spirits of the warriors, already marked with a white halo, were instructed to remain outside the forest. The North Lord, along with the warriors gathered from various life planets, ventured into the woods. As they all entered, the surroundings warped dramatically. Soon thereafter, they found themselves in a nebulous realm devoid of anything but mist, with the ground beneath them resembling a soft, milky carpet woven from cotton. Upon entering this ethereal space, the North Lord produced a stone resembling a key and inserted it into the air. Instantly, the soft ground radiated with brilliant light, and runes began to intertwine before them. In that moment, Daiqiao witnessed the others collapsing like lifeless bodies, leaving only a faint silhouette standing in place. Was this the separation of the soul from the body? The warriors were astonished, feeling absolutely nothing as they expressed their wonder. Your physical forms shall remain here, and once the calamity subsides, you may return to reclaim your bodies. During this period of soul separation, to ensure the safety of your physical forms, they will be sealed in this location, and none may return midway. Now, proceed forth in that direction. You will automatically exit this space, instructed the North Lord, gesturing towards a path. At that moment, an exclamation rang out, why have you not separated from your soul? The others turned their gazes toward the source of the voice. Through the translucent forms of the other warriors, they beheld, to their astonishment, that Daiqiao's body and soul had not parted ways. This left Daiqiao himself quite astonished, as he felt nothing at all. The Northern Realm King was even more taken aback, his antennae twitching involuntarily for a moment. Logically speaking, as long as one is alive and does not possess a token to enter this space inscribed with the soul separation spell, even a Realm King would have their soul expelled. Yet, remarkably, Daiqiao did not experience this. Could it be that just a moment ago, both Daiqiao and the Northern Realm King found themselves contemplating this direction, as no other explanation seemed plausible? It appears that Daiqiao is indeed unlike ordinary individuals. With the soul separation formation rendered ineffective, it stands to reason that he could also persist in the underworld, or even in hell, maintaining his physical form for an extended period. Let us proceed in this manner for now. If you encounter any discomfort later, we shall devise a solution then. The Northern Realm King nodded, concealing his astonishment, as maintaining a calm demeanor was crucial for the tranquility of the group. Indeed, upon observing the Northern Realm King's nonchalance, the others gradually settled down as well. Some who had harbored disdain for Daiqiao even found themselves secretly amused. You thought your earthly origins made you special. It seems you have dug your own grave. How amusing. The fact that his soul did not separate implies that he would not require the soul-collecting talisman mentioned by the King of Hell, naturally diminishing his chances of survival. Furthermore, the physical body is at a disadvantage against the soul, much like physical attacks against magic. Thus, his mortality would be even more precarious. Moreover, the existence of his corporeal form in the underworld could bring about unforeseen complications. In this light, being different from everyone else could indeed be a disadvantage. However, Daiqiao remained unfazed, secretly reveling in his situation. He was curious about what abilities he could manifest in the underworld. At this moment, he genuinely hoped someone would provoke him, as that would allow him to test the changes he had undergone. Or perhaps, once he mastered that peculiar script, he might be able to harness it as well. Chapter 34. Encountering the Makani. Once the entire group departed from that space, they found themselves directly outside the forest. The souls of the departed warriors, nourished by the dense energy of the underworld, gradually solidified, soon becoming nearly indistinguishable from physical entities. The only distinction was that those who had departed bore no white halo above their heads. The warrior stationed outside had not noticed that Daiqiao still retained his corporeal form. Very well. Now that you have successfully separated your souls, you may endure in the underworld for an extended duration. Before we set off, you shall form groups of 5, and once grouped, appoint a leader to receive 5 soul-transmitting talismans. Then, a warrior from the underworld will lead you to the front lines, where the respective commanders will assign you tasks. Upon the Northern Realm King's conclusion, the crowd of warriors began to stir, autonomously selecting their teams. Most grouped together with individuals from their own planets, neighboring planets, or those they were familiar with. In addition to those who were unfamiliar with one another forming teams based on strength, there were several individuals who, for various reasons, found themselves unable to successfully join a team, remaining in an awkward state. Among them was Hao Daiqiao. However, Hao Daiqiao did not feel uncomfortable. He simply chose not to actively seek out a team. He stood in place, observing with keen interest as others formed their groups. Surprisingly, not a single formidable warrior approached him to forge an alliance. The strong individuals who had already formed their teams cast curious glances in his direction, eager to discover who would ultimately be willing to team up with this young lad who had consistently sought the spotlight. Yet, the outcome was rather unsatisfactory. No one stepped forward. Even several free warriors, who had been rejected due to their relatively lower strength, opted not to approach Hao Daiqiao. Seeing this, some of the powerful beings who had previously rebuked Hao Daiqiao for his impudence on Planet King couldn't suppress their amusement, chuckling with disdain. What is the matter? You don't even regard the Earth warrior from the universe's strongest star? Just how lofty are your aspirations? Don't you realize that associating with a warrior from Earth symbolizes a connection to the universe's elite? If you want to approach him, then I shall. Oh dear, but I've already formed a team. My companions place such trust in me. How could I abandon them? The speaker was a massive extraterrestrial creature with a dinosaur-like head and mantis-like arms. He was among the first to successfully assemble a team, comprising 5 exceptional warriors from the North Galaxy, all possessing Super Saiyan Level 1 prowess. These 5 had forsaken their fellow compatriots from their home planet to form a new alliance. Judging by their aura, they were among the strongest teams present. Upon hearing the creature's words, those free warriors who had initially considered teaming up with Hao Daiqiao quickly abandoned the thought. Those who had not formed a team soon gathered together, even if their number fell short of 5. The King of the North refrained from defending Hao Daiqiao, having already shown him considerable favoritism on multiple occasions. If he continued to do so, dissent might arise within the ranks, potentially leading to a fractious disunity, which would certainly invite scorn from the outer galaxy. Upon hearing the king's voice, the 7 free warriors, who had yet to make a firm decision about forming a team, suddenly converged like lightning. 2 of them, lagging slightly behind, looked dismayed, nearly lamenting their previous indecision. Presently, they found themselves the weakest among this group, unable to gather 5 members, while also having to include an immature young lad. How would they describe their fate? It was already foreseeable that they would be destined for a beating. Yet, just as they were disheartened and reluctantly making their way toward Hao Daiqiao, 2 green figures emerged from the back of the group, surpassing the 2 and swiftly approaching Hao Daiqiao's side. The Namekians, both of them. Previously, Hao Daiqiao had taken note of them, though he lacked the opportunity for discourse. These 2 beings, sharing a kinship with the Earth's Piccolo, likely hailed from Namek, embodying the warrior type. However, in comparison to Piccolo, their combat prowess could be deemed rather modest, each possessing around 10,000 in battle strength. As they approached Hao Daiqiao, their imposing figures bowed down to regard him. Suddenly, they broke into radiant smiles and extended their hands. Greetings, noble warrior from our Savior's homeland, Earth. I am Duke, and this is Solaris from Namek. Your esteemed compatriots, Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Sun Gohan, and Mr. Krillin, once risked their lives to rescue our home planet, for which we express our profound gratitude. We were briefly transported to Earth by the dragon, and it is indeed a magnificent world. When the King of Worlds introduced you as an Earthling, we longed to extend our greetings but lacked the opportunity until now. During the team formation, we assumed you would be the center of attention, given your origins from a realm of unparalleled strength. Yet, here we are, as fellow compatriots of our benefactor. It is only natural that we stand together. Thank you. Moved by the sincerity and warmth of the Namekians, Hao Daiqiao reached out and firmly shook Duke's hand. In his childhood, watching animated tales, the arc featuring the Demon King Piccolo had instilled an overwhelming sense of fear within him. The image of the creature laying eggs, with its minions swiftly dispatching Krillin, and the harrowing demise of Master Roshi under the Demon Seal wave was indeed haunting. The oppressive aura was chilling. Later, during the Namek saga, he felt the tragedy of their near extinction at the hands of Frieza's minions. The desperate struggle of the young Gohan and Krillin to save Den during their escape left him breathless. Now, facing these 2 Namekians, who exhibited a friendliness that even Piccolo had not shown days prior, Hao Daiqiao felt as though he had traversed through time. The 2 lone wanderers, witnessing this exchange, were momentarily taken aback. Then, one of them suddenly broke into a smile, seizing the hand of the nearby, solitary figure and racing toward the crowd. Soon locating the trio they had just separated from. This trio, not lacking in strength, regarded the newcomers with disdain, yet felt powerless in their presence. Having initially sought to forge alliances with the Namekians, they were dismayed when the two showed no interest in their overtures and departed without a word, leaving them feeling quite vexed. Such fools. One of them scoffed. But it is well. Each individual's fate is theirs to choose. Some may choose to walk toward oblivion, and that is their freedom. Yet, not all in the group concurred with the sentiment. Within the assembly, some reveled in their misfortune, others expressed surprise, while a number harbored deep admiration and envy within their hearts. Upon the formation of the teams, the Northern Realm King continued, "Well, the teams have been selected. I would like to nominate someone as the captain to collect the soul transfer tokens for the team members. These tokens are exceedingly rare, capable of transporting you back to logistics in that hellish environment. They are exceptionally precious, and each individual may carry only one. Once used, you must wait 7 days for the next supply. I hope you will take great care of them." With a wave of his right hand, several sets of 5 soul transfer tokens materialized and hovered in the air. From the crowd, formidable individuals emerged to claim them, each representing the strongest among their respective teams. In Hao Daiqiao's team, no captain was chosen. Instead, they reached a consensus to listen to one another's opinions in all matters. It seemed the Northern Realm King was aware of their decision, as the corresponding 3 soul transfer tokens were directly presented to them. Each of the 3 took 1 token and secured it carefully. Subsequently, Hao Daiqiao heard the voice of the Northern Realm King in his mind. "I have my own tasks to attend to and shall not accompany you to the front lines. Be mindful of your actions. Temper your presence and avoid drawing too much attention." Chapter 35. The Conspiracy of the Dinosaur Cockroach. After the departure of the Northern Realm King, the main force of the Northern Galaxy, with the assistance of the underworld soldiers, boarded an underworld spaceship bound for the front lines. This vessel possessed the spatial properties of a mustard seed, allowing a ship the size of an ordinary house to accommodate over 100 individuals. Moreover, it traveled at remarkable speed, reaching the northern region's main camp in just over half an hour. The camp was centrally located within the northern area, facilitating easy access to various nodes connected to Hell and transformed into a strategically advantageous stronghold, difficult to attack. Within the extensive grounds, numerous capsule rooms of varying sizes were densely packed, serving as a sanctuary for the warriors to recuperate. At the heart of these capsule rooms lay the main hall, a grand structure designated for discussions. Hao Daiqiao and his companions first proceeded to the main hall to procure supplies and assign responsibilities for the offensive nodes. They were greeted by 5 once heroic warriors of the Northern Galaxy, who had contributed significantly to the realm and had not entered reincarnation after death, instead lingering near the great Realm King for cultivation. These individuals represented the pinnacle of Northern Galaxy's combat prowess, only slightly inferior to the underworld's foremost champion, Rib Rice, and outclassing Sun Wukong in his Ultra Instinct form. Among them were 4 men and 1 woman. One of the men, resembling a humanoid with cat ears, exuded an air of elegance. However, once clad in armor, he appeared remarkably valiant. Upon witnessing everyone disembark from the spaceship, he smiled and said, "I am grateful to all of you, my comrades, for your noble support. My name is Papate, one of the heads of the Northern Galaxy battle team appointed by the Lord of the Realm. The other 4 are also heads, and many of our decisions are made collectively." Dag, a towering figure reminiscent of a polar bear, emanated explosive strength from his muscular frame. Doer, a slender individual resembling a mantis shrimp, possessed numerous limbs. Tetsuko is a well-proportioned humanoid creature, distinguished by his blue hair and purple face. The final individual, named Xiao Xiao, is a girl from the Feather Clan, her body adorned with pristine white feathers, resembling a snow sculpture. At this moment, Xiao Xiao points to a neat arrangement of several boxes on the ground nearby, which contain the wristwatches you may find useful. Your captain is to collect the appropriate number of watches based on the size of your team. On the left side of each watch is a switch that, when pressed, opens to reveal a spatial capsule housing an independent capsule room. During non-mission periods, you may retrieve it to rest within. Each capsule room contains a week's worth of provisions, consisting of fruits from special trees of the underworld, capable of restoring your strength and healing your injuries. There is one crucial matter that you must heed and remember. The realms of Hell, the Netherworld, and the mortal plane are entirely dissimilar. In Hell, all beings and souls experience a suppression of their sensitivity to Qi, and the signals of communication devices are equally hindered. This wristwatch possesses another function, allowing for basic communication. Although it can only transmit simple signals and detect the general location of teammates, it is your sole means of remote communication in Hell. To prevent malevolent spirits from ascertaining your position, You may deactivate the watch's location feature at any time. However, this watch is vital to the survival of your companions, so it must be safeguarded diligently, lest it fall into enemy hands. Once all captains have retrieved their wristwatches, Papa Te continues, stating that tasks will be allocated based on your respective strengths. Subsequently, a warrior with 9 eyes resembling a toad's head steps forth from behind the 5 leaders, clutching a laptop in his hands, with a data cable coiled around his wrist. The toad-headed warrior's 9 eyes flash, capturing the intensity of the chi from all teams into the laptop. Following a preset program, the teams are paired based on strength and assigned to various nodes. The toad-headed warrior then projects the matching information into the air, allowing the soldiers to read it. Hao Daiqiao's team is designated as number 23. They will be stationed at Node 16 alongside 2 other formidable teams. However, fate has a curious way of intertwining paths. Among those assigned to the same node is the very individual who had previously mocked him during team formation, a creature with a dinosaur head and mantis arms, known as the dinosaur mantis. This temperamental and treacherous being displays a hint of surprise at finding Hao Daiqiao in his vicinity, revealing a slight smile. While he considers himself above publicly bullying a child, he wonders if teasing them might not be entirely inappropriate. The other team remains unfamiliar, devoid of any apparent conflict, which leaves Hao Daiqiao feeling somewhat disheartened as he now hesitates to test his skills against them. The tasks have been allocated, and you are to proceed in your respective teams with your personal wristwatches, which will serve as your navigational guides. A gentle reminder: due to the peculiar circumstances, you are required to remain at the designated outpost unless gravely injured. Once the assignments were dispatched, the team dispersed with a flurry. Each subgroup advanced in the direction indicated by their watches. Hao Daiqiao and the Tunamikians set off last, disabling the positioning feature on their watches while retaining a few basic signal functions. Apart from the 3 of them, the others had vanished without a trace. After flying a few kilometers, Hao Daiqiao suddenly halted. Duke and Liar, the Tunamikians, paused in confusion. "What is the matter, little brother Daiqiao? Why have you stopped?" They inquired. "We delayed our departure to mask our presence and prevent others from sensing our direction, thereby avoiding any potential trouble. Did you sense something?" Hao Daiqiao shook his head. "I didn't sense anything. I merely thought it was a bit wasteful to continue flying." Upon hearing this, Duke and Liar were taken aback. "If we're not flying, how do we proceed? It seems the underworld hasn't provided us with any flying apparatus. This journey would take several hours. If there are no alternatives, we shouldn't waste time." Hao Daiqiao smiled slightly and beckoned to the 2. "Come closer, my brothers. I have a solution." The 2 floated over, albeit with a hint of skepticism. With a grin, Hao Daiqiao placed a hand on each of their shoulders, and in an instant, they vanished. A short distance ahead, concealed within the ominous clouds, 5 individuals lay hidden, one of whom was the formidable dinosaur mantis. His plan was to first distribute the soul transmission symbols and supply fruits to Hao Daiqiao and his companions. This would enable them to sustain their strength longer in the impending battle, affording an additional chance for survival and the possibility of garnering greater merit. They had discreetly learned that during this support mission, Lord Yen Wang would reward the top 10 powerful fighters with significant opportunities capable of maximizing their potential. Such an opportunity for transcending 1's limits was exceedingly rare. Otherwise, they would not have forsaken their comrades from their home planet to team up with other strong individuals. Have they set off? It must be in this direction, right? They have indeed departed, heading this way. My keen sight cannot be mistaken, even with their watch's positioning disabled. I can still see them. At their current pace, they will arrive in just a few minutes, remarked one powerful individual with a vertical eye on his forehead. He then posed another question. But are you certain about engaging in combat so close to the main camp? A formidable figure, adorned with bat-like wings and possessing skin as pale as pristine parchment, responded, "You need not worry about that. My demon bat's celestial sound can seal space and isolate energy fluctuations. I am entirely confident that even if the sky were to fall, the main camp would remain oblivious. When the Jellyfish King erases their memories of this event, they will remain unaware that anything transpired." Nearby, a colossal jellyfish tentacle swayed like a cascading waterfall. However, as minutes elapsed, no one approached. What was happening? Were they not supposed to come this way? The cyclopean creature hastily employed its far-sight ability to investigate once more, only to be met with embarrassment. They had vanished, not a trace within 1,000 miles. Chapter 36, The Pursuit Game. As the dinosaur cockroach team reached the main camp at Node 16, They were informed by the stationed warrior responsible for their reception that a child and two green-faced individuals had arrived over 3 hours prior. They had already traversed the node and entered the hellish buffer zone toward the front lines. Moreover, a 5-member team had also arrived, with their strongest member being the last to reach. The soldier who greeted them jestingly remarked, instantly darkening the expressions of the 5. Damn it. We don't know what method they employed, but they managed to bypass us and arrived here at such speed, far quicker than us. Is there any difference between this and a direct slap in the face? It makes us appear merely nominal. They must not be spared. We need to uncover their method of rapid travel. It would greatly benefit us. Contemplating this, the 5 inquired about the node's location and proceeded to the front lines. The front lines were marked by a massive wall, formed from swirling dark clouds, resembling a colossal gray-white dragon lying across the buffer zone. Before the wall lay numerous infernal formations. Any hellish specter attempting to breach would first be ensnared in a mist, slowing their advance. The commanding general stationed at this node was a seemingly simple-minded giant with a single horn, named Dulong, who possessed considerable prowess. He stood among a group of warriors atop the wall, alongside the members of the second team, who appeared to be engaged in some explanation. Upon seeing the dinosaur cockroach team arrive belatedly, Dulong cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, the strongest always make a grand entrance. With the 5 of you, our team station at this node has become even more formidable." However, he quickly inquired, "Less chatter. What is the situation here? And where has that trio consisting of a small child and 2 green-faced men gone? Why are they absent?" The dinosaur cockroach leader, noticing that Hao Daqiao's team was not present, felt the sting of the giant's words and immediately asked with a tone that resembled a command. General Dulong, upon hearing this, remained silent, smiling at the 5. Behind him, a dozen or so comrades stepped forward, each exuding a formidable aura as they advanced toward the formidable assembly of the dinosaur-like mantids. While individually, those who had already established their presence here were not as powerful as any member of the Mantid squad. They compensated with their sheer numbers, and their overall strength was not vastly different. Moreover, most of them had cultivated their skills in close proximity to the Great King, fostering a bond of trust and tacit understanding that required no elaboration. The members of the Mantid squad had long reveled in their dominance on their home planet, forgetting whose territory this truly was. Faced with the sudden surge of overwhelming pressure, even if they could withstand it, they silently struggled. Observing this, the lone dragon adopted an apologetic demeanor. "What seems to be the issue, my friends? After all, these reinforcements were summoned by the esteemed Great King and Lord of Hell. Is this how you choose to welcome them?" Although this was not their territory, it was essential to make them feel at home and warmly received. The Mantid squad, though visibly displeased, recognized that a confrontation would likely not sit well with the Great King. As the opposing party tempered their aura, they too had no choice but to momentarily sheathe their weapons. At that moment, one of the warriors with a third, I turned his gaze and smiled gently, lowering his stance. "We apologize, esteemed guests. It was our oversight. Our concern for the young brother who arrived earlier led us to forget the occasion. The Great King specifically instructed us to look after him, as he hails from Earth and shares a notable connection with the legendary first warrior of Earth, Sun Wukong. I believe esteemed seniors are familiar with the relationship between Sun Wukong and the Great King. We were merely apprehensive that in their eagerness, they might encounter danger, which caused us to lose control of our emotions." Upon hearing the words of the three-eyed warrior, the lone dragon raised an eyebrow. This was information he had not previously encountered. The young lad, named Hao Daqiao, upon his arrival, had merely introduced himself and inquired about the local situation. Upon learning that warriors had been dispatched to investigate enemy movements, he had expressed an eagerness to familiarize himself with the surroundings, without mentioning his origins from Earth or his connection to Sun Wukong and the Great King. As for the name of Sun Wukong, the lone dragon and his comrades were not merely aware of it. They had witnessed his prowess firsthand at the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament many years prior. They had observed his duel with the Underworld's premier warrior, Ribrice, although neither emerged as the victor due to both breaking the rules of the contest. The audience had clearly seen the decisive moment when Sun Wukong employed instantaneous movement alongside his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha, which Ribrice could not withstand. Nodding in acknowledgement, the lone dragon replied, "Ah, since it was the Great King's directive, we can understand your earlier actions. That young brother has ventured out of the Chasm City with 2 Namekians to acclimate himself to the battleground. There should be no danger, especially since they each possess a soul transfer talisman, enabling them to return instantly if peril arises." Yet, the dinosaur and the cockroach chuckled and said, The general is unaware that this young lad is unlike us. He is not a mere spirit detached from body. He has stepped into hell with his corporeal form. Although we are uncertain how he achieved this, or if his physique is unique, Lord King is still concerned that his physical presence may struggle to adapt to the infernal realm. Therefore, we must diligently oversee him. Since he has recklessly entered the combat zone, to prevent any unfortunate incidents that could lead to complications with Lord King, we shall set forth to retrieve him. Furthermore, we must extend our guidance to him, ensuring he does not act recklessly, lest he meets an untimely demise here, leaving us to bear the consequences. Upon hearing the dinosaur and cockroach's words, the solitary dragon furrowed his brow. Is this truly the case? There is no time to waste. You must hasten and bring him back swiftly. Lord King, too, should reconsider bringing such a connected child to this perilous place for support. This is hardly assistance. It is an invitation for chaos. As the solitary dragon and his warriors appeared taken aback, the dinosaur and cockroach exchanged sly smiles before swiftly darting out from the walls of the city towards the battlefield. Only a mere 10 kilometers had been traversed when the five burst into laughter. Our brother with the piercing eyes is quite clever. He managed to deceive those fools with just a few words. They are nothing but a bunch of worthless beings, relying on their numbers to oppose us. In a one-on-one, or even one against two, we would utterly dominate them. With such lowly skills, how dare they flaunt their bravado before us? Watch how we use our strength to slap them back to reality. In the Dragon Ball universe, hell is not a desolate realm of suffering. On the contrary, it boasts vast expanses and scenery reminiscent of paradise, adorned with pure white clouds, fragrant meadows, and lush greenery. Such a magnificent place exists solely to torment the souls of the most malevolent beings. The most wicked individuals are condemned to endure eternal confinement in this beautiful realm, a fate that must be excruciating. Of course, the existence of such beauty aims to purify the evil within their hearts, albeit with little effect. At this moment, Hao Daqiao and Duke, two Namekians, were racing through the war zone of the hellish buffer zone, having departed from the city walls half an hour prior. They remained entirely oblivious to their involuntary entanglement in a game of pursuit. Both Namekians felt a tinge of frustration. Compared to their home planet, the scenery here was far more splendid. Yet, this place was the underworld, a prison for the souls of the most heinous offenders, leaving them with a sense of imbalance. Additionally, the two green-faced beings wore expressions of resignation. They had agreed to negotiate, yet as soon as Hao Daqiao arrived at the city walls, he was eager to venture into hell without considering the inherent dangers that lay in wait. Fortunately, each possessed a soul transmission talisman, and with Hao Daqiao's ability to teleport, they steeled themselves and followed him into the unknown. They had been out for over half an hour, and contrary to the vivid imagery of howling malevolent spirits and the earth-shattering battles with the galactic warriors that lingered in their minds, no such scenes had materialized. Instead, they ventured deep into the unknown, having encountered not even a shadow of a ghost, nor a whisper of an aura. The dire circumstances previously described by the King of Hell and the King of Realms now hung in the balance of doubt. Chapter 37. Ambushed. Hell was not devoid of life. Rather, its inherent nature suppressed the ability of all beings within to sense any aura. The range of this perception was contingent upon the strength of both the perceiver and the being perceived. Generally, the distance was limited. Even those at Super 1 level could sense only within a few dozen kilometers. When they had departed, the Dragon of Loneliness had forewarned them. Moreover, there was an additional factor. The information relayed by the dragon, as well as by the kings, was outdated. The malevolent spirits of hell had grown increasingly powerful as they consumed their brethren. They had mastered the art of suppressing their own auras to such an extent that even when in close proximity, they remained undetectable. This posed a greater challenge for any retaliatory efforts. Meanwhile, the trio of Hao Daqiao remained blissfully unaware. Wandering aimlessly as the warriors sent to gather intelligence were systematically ambushed by formidable demons. Most managed to escape back to the city walls using soul transmission talismans, though two warriors, hindered by their sluggishness, were devoured by the demons. On another front, the team led by the Tyrannosaurus beetle also fell victim to an assault. Shortly after departing from the city walls, they encountered a powerful demon. This demon had evolved to a level akin to Super 2 and resembled a colossal dandelion, boasting a diameter of over 10 meters. Its entire form was cloaked in long, velvety tendrils, obscuring its true appearance. A white halo floated above its head, marred by emerging black spots, indicative of the demonic runes cultivated by the souls of hell. It materialized suddenly, targeting the jellyfish monster within the Tyrannosaurus beetles group. The tendrils shot forth, transforming into elongated strands that ensnared the jellyfish monster, intent on consuming it. Fortunately, the jellyfish's comrades were not to be taken lightly. The Cyclopean warrior immediately opened its singular eye, unleashing a beam of luminescent energy that enveloped the demon, momentarily immobilizing it. The jellyfish monster narrowly escaped, breaking free from the white tendrils and rejoining its allies. "What audacity! How dare you ambush us? You shall not return," exclaimed the bat-winged pale man, as he swiftly positioned himself above the demon, unleashing a resonant roar that sent ripples cascading down, engulfing the demon below. "I have confined it with my eye. You all must strike and incapacitate it." Upon hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus beetle, the jellyfish monster, and their companion, the stone man, launched a counter-offensive against the demon. The Tyrannosaurus beetle opened its maw, unleashing a powerful energy cannon. The jellyfish creature shimmered with countless points of light, raising several tentacles to gather a sphere radiating a terrifying wave of energy and hurled it downward. Meanwhile, the stone golem pressed down with great force, manifesting a soil-colored palm imprint that crashed towards the ground with magnificent momentum. The three attacks struck the great demon simultaneously. A thunderous explosion erupted from that spot, sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, reaching heights of over 1,000 meters in mere seconds. A circular, visible shockwave rapidly spread across the earth, whipping up winds akin to a fierce typhoon. The five figures had already retreated well beyond the explosion's reach, floating in the high air, gazing at the point of detonation. Behold the artistry of the explosion. What beautiful fireworks. It could be deemed a masterpiece of the world. Have we gone too far? Did we leave the other party severely injured upon our first encounter? They launched a surprise attack on us first. Would it not be excessive for us to refrain from retaliating? Indeed, while they may be injured, they have gained their freedom. However, just as the dinosaur mantis team reveled in their triumph, a rift in space suddenly opened behind them. Dozens of threads shot forth from the fissure like steel, instantly piercing the bodies of the five. Following that, a massive white fluffball emerged from the crack unscathed, its immense form splitting open to reveal a gaping maw, swallowing the eye-stalk warrior whole. Witnessing this scene, the remaining four were understandably alarmed, seizing the opportunity while the eye-stalk warrior struggled within the demon's belly. The jellyfish warrior's colossal head suddenly rippled with energy, surging towards the great demon. The troll was struck by the ripple, as if electrocuted, becoming dizzy and disoriented. In this moment of vulnerability, the jellyfish warrior once again emanated a phosphorescent glow, channeling it into one of its tentacles. Within a mere 2 seconds, that tentacle burst forth with blinding radiance, severing the threads that ensnared it, narrowly escaping. The dinosaur mantis utilized its scythe-like arms, gathering strength to cut through the threads and escape as well. The others employed various means to free themselves. What on earth is this creature that rendered our previous attacks utterly ineffective? Should we continue fighting, or should we retreat? At that moment, the stone golem felt a twinge of fear. The dinosaur mantis shot a fierce glare at the stone golem. If you wish to flee, do so on your own. Though this fellow may be tough-skinned and resilient, he is not beyond defeat. To flee at the first battle would only invite ridicule. If you have no shame, I still possess some. Besides, the eye-stalk warrior is still struggling within its belly. If we do not devise a method to rescue him, we may as well forfeit any future encounters with foes of equal caliber. Moreover, had it been you who was swallowed just now, would you wish for US to abandon you? Upon hearing the dinosaur mantis words, the stone golem was somewhat taken aback. They were indeed kindred spirits, neither valuing profit over loyalty. Otherwise, they would not have come together. Yet now, in this perilous moment, their leader resolutely prioritized loyalty. The stone man sneered coldly, turning to leave. He had no desire to sacrifice his life for the sake of unrelated individuals. However, the dinosaur stag beetle calmly remarked, "If you leave today, you shall no longer be part of our team. Abandoning your comrades to flee will render you unwelcome should you wish to rejoin. Should you choose to fight alone, ponder the consequences." These words halted the stone man in his tracks. His expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, and ultimately, he returned with a determined demeanor. The other two teammates, upon hearing this, visibly relaxed. At this juncture, they could only muster their full strength. Concealing their abilities would only lead to greater difficulties in the battles to come if they allowed the vertical eye to perish. Inspired by the dinosaur stag beetle's words, The trio's fury ignited, and in an instant, their combat prowess surged beyond even that of a Super Saiyan. The jellyfish once again unleashed a mental assault. It had previously discerned that the great demon possessed a formidable physique, but a relatively weak mental fortitude. Waves of psychic ripples cascaded like water, incessantly battering the demon and reigniting the headache it had just begun to alleviate. The Batwing man swiftly employed his demon bat, Sound Field, adding a layer of confinement. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wings, two beams of light capable of cleaving mountains surged forth, aimed at the great demon. The stone man's countenance darkened. He raised his right hand, summoning torrents of yellow earth into his palm, which swiftly coalesced into a 3-meter-long stone spear. With a powerful thrust, the spear tore through the air, creating a rift in the void as it lunged towards the demon. The bat-winged warrior's slicing beams struck the demon's form, severing its fur-like tendrils as if they were mere chives, leaving a significant wound on its rough exterior. The stone man's spear then plunged into that very wound with tremendous force. Although the demon was in a state of disorientation and pain, it managed to shake violently, dislodging the spear and leaving a deep gash that bled no blood. Simultaneously, every tendril of the demon's fur abruptly straightened, radiating brilliance. In the next moment, countless energy projectiles erupted from the tips of the tendrils, cascading down like a torrential rain. The dinosaur stag beetle projected a shimmering shield to intercept these energy bullets, then, in a flash, closed the distance to the demon, his scythe-like arms gleaming with deadly energy. With a rapid assault, he struck twice at the demon's original wound, tearing through its internal space. Like a ruptured water bag, a dense gray mist gushed forth, revealing the already weakened vertical eye. Seeing this, the jellyfish warrior extended a tentacle and swiftly retrieved the vertical eye. Following this, the dinosaur stag beetle and his two companions launched another devastating assault. Chapter 38: Frenzied Creation of the Ultimate Warrior. Indeed, the dinosaur stag beetle's team triumphed over the great demon, capturing it within a capsule prison. They exerted their full might, sustaining minor injuries to 4 members and a serious injury to 1. Thanks to the harmonious interplay of each individual's innate skills, they complement one another beautifully. In the face of a formidable demon capable of shattering space and unleashing devastating attacks, any ordinary warrior would find the prospect of triumphing utterly inconceivable. Perhaps only Ribrice, renowned as the strongest warrior of the underworld, might stand a chance. Should we still pursue that little brat, Hao Daitiao? We are all wounded now and require the supplies they possess, Stone Man inquired. Pursue what? We must hasten back to recuperate. To encounter such a powerful malevolent spirit in our very first battle, which has already reached the level of a demon, indicates that the situation may have shifted. We ought to return and deliberate further. The dinosaur-backed cockroach cast a glance at the listless vertical eye and lamented. The bat-winged strongman nodded in agreement. If the demons in hell have reached such a level through mutual devouring, both now and in the future, they will find no opportunity for action. Given their current strength, entering the depths of hell would likely result in an even graver fate. Perhaps they have already utilized their soul transportation talismans to return to their base. Being defeated is not out of the question. Let us return to the walls of Tianqian City. The dinosaur-backed cockroach promptly made the decision. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a figure approached swiftly, exuding an aura seemingly more potent than that of the prior demon. The faces of the 5 turned ashen in an instant. No time to waste. Let's flee. Without regard for appearances, the dinosaur-backed cockroach was the first to produce the soul transportation talisman, infusing it with energy. The talisman transformed into a gust of wind, whisking them away in a flash of light. The other 4, witnessing this, hastily followed suit. Just as they vanished in a flurry, the looming figure arrived. It was a man with an unruly mane of hair cascading down to his knees, adorned with a plush belt and clad in the soft armor of the Frisia Force. Had Hao Daitiao been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual. Yet the aura emanating from him had surged to an alarming degree. Seeing the 5 transform into streaks of light, the man realized he could not keep pace and felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Oof! With a cold snort, he cast his gaze forward, and instantly, a nearby hillside erupted in a violent explosion of dust and debris. The peculiar patterns etched into his exposed skin radiated outward, rendering him exceptionally fearsome. It won't be long now. Once I grow stronger, I shall break free from this cursed place to seek you out. Then, the walls of Tianqian City. The swift and disheveled return of the dinosaur-backed cockroach and his companions did not surprise Poison Dragon and the others. He had already received reports from other warriors returning from missions regarding the happenings in Hell, and had relayed the renewed mutations of the infernal demons back to headquarters, which was likely reporting to King Yin and the 5 great realm lords. You returned so soon? What of that little brat and the 2 green-faced men? Did you not find them? This could be dire. Could something have happened to them? How do you intend to explain this to the realm lord? After all, you promised to keep an eye on them. Julong spoke gravely, and his words left the likes of Tyrannosaurus and Cockroach blushing. They had never received the King of the Realm's mandate to oversee Hao Daiqiao. Their earlier fabrication was merely a ruse to intimidate these individuals, providing them an excuse for future disciplinary actions against Hao Daiqiao. Ironically, their deceit backfired, placing them squarely in the fire. While we indeed failed to locate the boy, we have successfully captured a formidable demon. The vertical-eyed warrior, displaying a quick wit, swiftly changed the subject. Indeed, upon hearing of the capture of a great demon, all present, including Julong, were taken aback, momentarily forgetting about Hao Daiqiao. However, their concern for Hao Daiqiao's safety was not genuine, although his watch had disabled its location function, rendering him untraceable. Julong and the others believed that if he were truly in peril, he would activate the location feature and send a distress signal to his comrades. The lack of such signals led them to conclude that Hao Daiqiao was likely in good health. Julong's remarks were merely intended to tease Tyrannosaurus and Cockroach. Meanwhile, Hao Daiqiao was far from idle. He was utilizing his seemingly inexhaustible energy, disregarding the consumption, to perform rapid short-distance teleportations. Additionally, his trio had transformed into a sextet. The 3 new members were none other than the 3 hellish spirits from this infernal buffer zone. 2 of them possessed near superior levels of power, while the third was somewhat weaker, boasting a combat strength of merely over 100,000. Yet, he was still significantly stronger than both Duke and Sun, the 2 Namekians. This weakest spirit bore a familiar visage. Of course, it was familiar to Hao Daiqiao, yet he remained unaware of who Hao Daiqiao was. However, from this day forth, he would come to truly know Hao Daiqiao and would incessantly reminisce about him in the unending days to come. This individual was Tao Bai, a formidable adversary encountered by Sun Wukong in his youth. After his demise, he too was condemned to hell. Initially, he had been subjected to relentless bullying in the infernal realm. As a fellow enemy of Sun Wukong, he was even barred from joining the hatred-filled stronghold of Wukong, simply due to his meager strength, which rendered him unworthy even to carry others' shoes. He could only cower behind more powerful beings, serving them like a beast of burden. Until recently, by a stroke of fortune, he discovered the method to practice certain runes, which drastically enhanced his power. Furthermore, due to the accumulation of grievances over time, one day, he erupted in vengeance, ambushing several of his perennial rivals who had long coveted his position. To erase all traces, he devoured these adversaries whole. Surprisingly, Tao Bai was among the first to uncover that consuming his kind could augment one's own strength. Previously, such an act was unthinkable before the advent of runes. They were incapable of mutual consumption. Otherwise, Hell would have long been devoid of inhabitants. Subsequently, he severed ties with the powerful beings he had once allied with and ventured forth to carve his own path. As an increasing number of malevolent spirits vanished, the truth ultimately came to light. Thus, the secret of consuming one's kin to gain strength spread with the swiftness of a locust swarm. After a few days of assaulting the fortress of the underworld, this revelation erupted, prompting them to focus on mutual slaughter to augment their own power. The principle of self-preservation reigns supreme among mortals, and even more so among these fiends. Tao Bai, having devoured an ever-increasing number of his kind, grew stronger at an astonishing rate. Yet, within the vast realm of Hell, a domain teeming with formidable spirits, he was by no means the most powerful, nor the most gifted or fortunate. Consequently, as his kind dwindled and their strength escalated, Tao Bai found himself increasingly vulnerable to becoming prey for the mightier beings. Thus, when Hao Daiqiao discovered Tao Bai, he was being relentlessly pursued by a formidable spirit of near-superior rank, fleeing in a state of desperation. In a twist of fate, he inadvertently collided with Hao Daiqiao, who had just teleported into existence, finding himself cradled in the embrace of small princess. His fate, of course, was a fortunate one. Not only did he preserve his life, but he also joined the ranks of research, yielding groundbreaking and constructive scientific achievements. Indeed, Hao Daiqiao utilized him as a subject for experimentation, endeavoring to siphon energy from hellish spirits using his living form. To everyone's astonishment, it succeeded. This brought immense joy to Hao Daitiao, as he no longer needed to rely solely on his companions. Ultimately, Tao Bai's combat prowess, amounting to over 100,000, was graciously absorbed by Hao Daitiao, who left him with merely a few thousand for his journey. The spirit pursuing Tao Bai had only approached superior rank. Thus it did not qualify as a great demon. Its circumstances mirrored those of Tao Bai, as it found itself regress to a state of vulnerability, even weaker than before. Additionally, another spirit, which was the second in rank, sensed Tao Bai's presence. Through Tao Bai, Hao Daitiao discerned the reason behind this phenomenon. The underworld's restrictions limited his ability to perceive distances beyond a certain range, while Tao Bai, as a spirit adept in runes, could sense directions, albeit without knowledge of the true distance or strength of the other entities. After much contemplation, Hao Daitiao refrained from recklessly engaging with the peculiar runes, uncertain of how they might alter his disposition. Nevertheless, he observed that spirits who practiced these runes indeed grew in strength, yet their malevolence intensified, accompanied by an insatiable thirst for power, akin to a zombie's craving for blood. This insatiable hunger spurred them into a frenzied slaughter. Upon consuming their first victim, they became uncontrollable. This led Hao Daitiao to a troubling conjecture. The frenzied consumption among these spirits seemed to be a path towards the creation of an ultimate being, one that encapsulated the combined might of all hell's malevolent forces. Chapter 39. Hao Daitiao and his little accomplice. Tao Bai, how accurate is your sensing? How far have we traveled? We haven't even glimpsed a shadow of a ghost. Hao Daitiao was engaged in a teleportation spanning hundreds of kilometers. This was the extent of his perceptible range within the underworld. Each time he executed his instantaneous movement, he could only leap within the confines of the area he could sense. Having leaped numerous times, they still could not locate Doutai Bai and the other two malevolent spirits of the same kind. Doutai Bai timidly remarked, "He should be nearby. I can sense his presence. He must have detected us as well, hence he is lying low." "Indeed, Master," the other two malevolent spirits interjected anxiously. "Doutai Bai is correct. The presence of our kind is palpable in the vicinity, and we can perceive the aura of the runes upon him. What if I release you, and we search separately?" Upon hearing this, Doutai Bai and the other two spirits immediately panicked, shaking their heads fervently like fledglings. No. Let us remain close to you, Master. It is both comfortable and reassuring. If we part ways, and he ambushes us, we would have no chance to escape." As Hao Daitiao glanced back, he mused, "So this is what provides you with a sense of security? Is it truly safety, or do you simply enjoy this binding arrangement?" At that moment, their formation was quite picturesque, reminiscent of a royal procession. Hao Daitiao stood at the forefront, flanked by Duke and Lyrie, the two Namekians, each placing a hand on his shoulder, their expressions a mix of bemusement and resignation. Since witnessing Hao Daitiao's prowess in subduing the three malevolent spirits, they dared not entertain thoughts of negotiation. They questioned their own worthiness. Even when unleashing their concealed powers, they barely amassed a combat strength of 30 to 40,000. They couldn't even best the weakest, Doutai Bai, let alone offer assistance. On Namek, they were among the elite, but here, they felt reduced to mere spectators, unable to even muster applause. Behind them, the three malevolent spirits stood in a formation reminiscent of an eagle clutching a chick, tightly bound by several strands of hair extending from Hao Daitiao's head, a binding reminiscent of peculiar predilections. This was how they were transported through space in an instant. The three spirits claimed this was both comfortable and secure, leaving one to ponder who the true oddity was. What then could be done? Would he resort to his special technique? The innocent flora and fauna bore no blame. Hao Daitiao, despite his words, was unambiguous in action. Taking a deep breath, he gently exhaled, producing an effect akin to a fire hose magnified 1,000,000 times. The column of air he expelled swept through the surroundings. Dust and debris were sent flying for miles, flattening hills, fields, and forests alike. Witnessing this spectacle, those behind could only drop their jaws in astonishment. Just then, a figure burst forth from the swirling dust, fleeing in an instant, seemingly quite terrified. "There you are. Stay here. I shall fetch him," he declared, his voice lingering in the air, even as he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Hao Daitiao returned. "My lord, what about that person?" The two Namekians had yet to speak, but Tao Bai's three malevolent spirits inquired anxiously, as if they were all part of the same cohort. Hao Daitiao spat. Though it was not mere phlegm, It was a mass enveloped in a powdery mist. Upon being expelled, it expanded in the wind, transforming into a humanoid malevolent spirit that had succumbed to unconsciousness. He had absorbed the other's power, but the eerie runes were entirely absent. Awaken him, and continue searching for your kind, commanded Hao Dantiao. Tao Bai Bai and the others were left at a loss for how to respond, merely kicking the spirit like marionettes, before resuming their quest for the next target. During their journey, Malevolent Spirit number 3 whispered to Malevolent Spirit number 4, "Though we are acquainted, I shall refrain from calling you by name in our current predicament. Henceforth, you shall be referred to as number 4. Do not despair. From what I gather, you seem to have endured little suffering. That is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, for we have all been battered and bruised, yet we have retained our lives. However, do not rejoice too soon. In the depths of hell, who is unaware that the mightiest are often the most peculiar? Surely, you do not believe him to be an ordinary child? One day, if he grows displeased, we may cease to exist. Therefore, for the sake of our lives, I urge you to obey diligently and not hinder us. If I instruct you to head east, do not venture west. If I tell you to wear trousers, do not remove your shirt." Although number 3 spoke softly, every ear caught his words, each reacting differently. Hao Dantiao nodded inwardly, finding number 3 quite sensible. Duke and Son expressed peculiar looks, pondering whether reinforcements had arrived or if they were merely here to gather lackeys. Tao Bai Bai and number 2 could not agree more. Anyone who angered Hao Dantiao and placed them in peril would face their wrath. Before long, Hao Dantiao acquired another formidable ally. This individual resembled a puddle of water, transparent and colorless, nearing the level of a Super 1, adept at concealment. Hao Dantiao had expended considerable effort to locate him. This is unacceptable. Our efficiency is far too low. Here is the plan. Each of you shall take one of my avatars and venture forth freely, while I shall disguise myself as a charming little creature to roam about. Should we encounter any malevolent spirits, my avatar will handle them. If even my avatar struggles, I will simply teleport to the scene. After all, my awareness of my avatars remains unaffected by the constraints of hell. As soon as Hao Dantiao proposed this, the 5 malevolent spirits collapsed to their knees, as if a calamity had befallen them. My lord, consider this carefully. The ranks of our kind in hell are dwindling. Those who still survive are undoubtedly exceptionally powerful. Without your presence, we would be swiftly dispatched upon detection. We beseech you, in light of our unwavering loyalty and service, do not send us forth alone. Hao Dantiao observed the sorrowful spirits before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation, rolling his eyes toward the heavens. Were their courage and strength intertwined? Were they now clinging to their lives? What had they been doing prior? Are you questioning my ability to create doppelgangers? Hao Dantiao inquired with suspicion. A few of the spirits were nearly paralyzed with fear, proclaiming, "My lord, we would not dare." Then go forth and revel, with my doppelgangers overseeing you. If any of you fail to exert yourselves to the utmost and attract a horde of your kin, I shall bind him and roast him over a fire when we reconvene at night. Thus, the 5 spirits had no choice but to comply. Hao Dantiao grasped his own chubby cheeks and, with a tug, produced 2 pink rings of flesh that hung from the wrists of 2 spirits. This bizarre ability sent shivers down everyone's spine, even the Namekian Duke and the Son, who could regenerate their limbs and elongate their extremities, felt goosebumps rise on their skin. Subsequently, each individual, including Duke and the Son, bore a pink ring of flesh on their hands, their spirits uneasy as they dispersed. Chapter 40. The trap. More than 40 figures stood in a line on the towering walls of the city. Besides the camp, there were still 7 or 8 injured warriors recovering, representing the entirety of the combat force at this Note 16. Among them, the Dragon Squad, comprising 5 members, held the highest combat capability, all exceeding the 1st rank. The remaining warriors were below this level. This force, within the Northern Galaxy, could nearly sweep through the region except for Earth. Yet, they were now tasked solely with guarding a single node. The spirits had returned to assault the city once more, now having ascended to the realm of great demons, complicating matters significantly. Julong gazed toward the depths of hell, where 2 kilometers away, 3 figures radiated a formidable aura, clearly possessing power beyond the 1st rank. However, these 3 great demons maintained a cautious distance from one another, wary of each other. It was evident that their circumstances had changed since their previous united assault on the city. Though facing the walls, these 3 great demons occasionally cast furtive glances behind them, their brows furrowed in concern. It seemed that something in the depths of hell truly frightened them. Something powerful approaches from further away. The bat-winged warrior suddenly exclaimed. He had been emitting a peculiar wave, capable of detecting distant fluctuations. As his voice faded, the onlookers noticed the three great demons spring into action. All three figures erupted with energy, elevating their combat strength to its zenith, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of terrifying energy blasts toward the colossal city. The warriors atop the walls reacted immediately. Experienced fighters pressed their hands into the grooves of the wall's railings, channeling their energy into the structure. They witnessed the engraved five-pointed star formation at the heart of the wall erupting, as three massive energy spheres were propelled forward, colliding with the three energy blasts. Three dazzling flashes erupted, their deafening roars unleashing a terrifying tempest of energy that forced the onlookers to squint against the blinding light. When the storm subsided, it left behind three immense craters, each measuring 50 to 60 meters in diameter. Remarkably, these energy blasts had detonated hundreds of meters above, yet still managed to wreak such havoc on the ground, illustrating the formidable power of these energy cannons. A group of cowards cowered behind the city walls, resembling turtles retreating into their shells. "Do you dare to emerge and engage in battle?" shouted a colossal demon, clad in armor and resembling a giant crab. Instantly, a voice from the wall retorted, "If you possess the courage, why not ascend and attack? Is it that you lack the desire?" Under ordinary circumstances, someone would have already descended to confront them. Even if defeated, there would be comrades to provide support. However, the earlier warning from the Bat-Winged Man about a more formidable demon approaching had cast a shadow of doubt, leading to the decision to hold the wall and devise a strategy. I hope you can still utter those words later," the crab demon sneered. "I am unafraid to speak openly. You must sense the impending arrival of a colossal creature that our trio cannot contend with. Its sole purpose is to devour us and grow stronger. We are unwilling to be consumed, hence our arrival here to stake everything on this battle. You can either subdue us to deny its sustenance, or you can assist us in defeating it first, allowing us to fight again later. Alternatively, you may simply watch as it devours us three, growing so powerful that your entire group will be unable to resist. Consider your options carefully." Upon hearing the crab demon's words, the crowd furrowed their brows, clearly recognizing the validity of his arguments. However, the course of action remained in the hands of the lone dragon, and all eyes turned to him. He surveyed the five-member dinosaur cockroach team. Aside from the severely injured Cyclopean member recovering in the rear, the remaining four still had strength to fight. Currently, they were the strongest, possessing above-average power, capable of engaging in battle and retreating unscathed. "Are we willing?" the cockroach demon challenged. "Let us unite and swiftly take down one opponent. The remaining two can be restrained by our brothers on the wall before the great demon arrives, defeating them one by one. What is there to fear? Even if that distant foe approaches, as long as your men can hold them, we will not hesitate to engage." Upon hearing this, the lone dragon nodded, signaling to his brethren. He, along with the four from the dinosaur cockroach team, promptly dashed from the wall, abandoning the crab demon on the far right, and instead launching a swift assault on the demon on the far left. This demon was a vine creature. Towering over 10 meters tall, its body entwined with silver vines as thick as arms, emanating a metallic sheen. Moreover, this demon exuded the strongest aura among the three. They did not choose the easiest target, but opted to capture the leader first. The vine demon reacted swiftly, the silvery tendrils entwined around its form loosening and lashing out towards the five individuals. However, the bat-winged warrior unleashed the melody of the demon bat, instantaneously ensnaring the vine demon, rendering it akin to a statue suspended in midair. The jellyfish warrior executed a mental wave, striking at its mind, inducing a momentary dizziness that incapacitated its ability to strategize. Strangely, the other two demons did not rush to its aid. Instead, they charged directly towards the chasm city walls. Though their actions were peculiar, the others were anticipated to withstand the attack. At that moment, a decisive strike was imminent. The dinosaur and the cockroach, alongside the stone giant, prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques, no longer in jest but in earnest force. The lone dragon formed hand seals, a gesture capable of swiftly concentrating bodily power into a singular point. As the seals were completed, his hands radiated a luminous glow, and an oppressive aura erupted as he forcefully propelled forward. 3 beams of terrifying light surged forth from the trio, aimed at obliterating the vine demon. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 3 gourd-shaped fruits adorning the vine burst open simultaneously, releasing 3 figures. Not only did they shatter the bat-winged warrior's confinement, they also dispelled the jellyfish warrior's mental assault, liberating the vine demon. The 3 figures joined forces, deflecting the 3 formidable energy waves, which detonated in the distance, resulting in 3 cataclysmic mushroom clouds. The earth trembled, and fierce winds whipped up dust, evoking the end of the world. Meanwhile, the crab demon and another demon waved their right hands. 6 capsule cages shot forth, streaking past the defensive array without eliciting any magical response, soaring directly towards the chasm city walls, where they exploded in succession. From within emerged 6 figures, each of superior caliber, who, once stabilizing their stance, launched a coordinated assault on all the defenders remaining on the walls. One executed an attack reminiscent of Prince Vegeta's technique, unleashing a barrage of concentrated energy blasts towards everyone on the walls. The remaining 2 continuously waved their hands, unleashing powerful energy waves directed at the defenders. The underworld warriors atop the walls were taken aback, unable to focus on consolidating their strength for defense or counterattack as they scrambled to evade the onslaught of energy projectiles raining down like a storm. In an instant, the vast expanse of the walls erupted in explosions, accompanied by incessant cries of agony. One demon, akin to a phantom, moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the ranks of underworld warriors. With each pass, it struck forcefully at the nape of their necks. Some were caught off guard and fainted on the spot, while others, reacting slightly quicker, managed to evade the blow but were nonetheless sent flying by a subsequent kick. Another demon ascended the walls and vanished from sight, only for explosions to erupt from various mechanisms and restrictions across the walls. Instantly, the immense wall, congealed from white malevolent energy, began to exude wisps of white mist, as the once solid structure began to dissolve like dry ice. Dulong and the members of the Tyrannosaurus cockroach team found themselves ensnared and surrounded, unable to retreat. Chapter 41. Transformed into Mapo Tofu. Note 16. The Rampart of the Abyss. Dulong was ensnared by the Vine Demon, unable to spare a moment for himself. His body was already riddled with wounds, and he was willing to employ a strategy that would harm himself as much as his enemy in a desperate attempt to take the Vine Demon down with him. Seeking to mitigate the losses incurred, his reckless ambition and poor decision-making had led to the breach of the Rampart of the Abyss, a fact that filled him with regret and fury. The protective formations in the several kilometers surrounding the wall had been completely dismantled, rendering its defenses and counterattacks ineffective, leaving no barriers in place. Moreover, the walls, formed from gathered shadowy mist, were in the process of disintegration, having lost considerable height, now reduced to mere remnants of what had once been a grand fortification. The towering demons could now leap over the remnants with ease, as effortlessly as drawing a breath. At that moment, the 6 demons that had previously infiltrated were wreaking havoc atop the wall. Each demon had seized a powerful warrior from the underworld, tearing them apart and consuming them in ravenous gulps, subsequently increasing in power. Among them was a terrifying figure, effortlessly grasping a warrior from the underworld while indulging in its feast. 10 minutes prior, when Dulong and the Tyrannosaurus cockroach team members were detained, the warriors from the underworld had been ambushed by a speedy demon and a demon capable of invisibility, resulting in 7 or 8 of them being knocked unconscious. The remaining 30-odd warriors, after a brief moment of panic, swiftly regrouped and adjusted their tactics, forming teams to confront each demon, effectively encircling the 6. However, despair soon set in as a formidable demon, previously sensed by the winged warrior through its sonic abilities, arrived just in time. With a chilling sneer, it declared, "You each select 2. Whoever captures them can consume them. The rest belong to me." It then charged onto the Rampart of the Abyss, wreaking havoc. This demon was the very one that had previously instilled terror in the Tyrannosaurus cockroach team, clad in the battle garb of the Frisia Legion, possessing strength comparable to that of a Super Saiyan, and could be termed a giant demon. Once it made its move, no warrior atop the wall stood a chance against it. In mere moments, the 30-odd warriors from the underworld were scattered and defeated, with several devoured within minutes. A few, still possessing soul transmission talismans, managed to escape after sustaining injuries to avoid being consumed, while those without such talismans turned into a disorganized mass, panic-stricken and desperate to flee for their lives. Outside the walls, aside from Dulong, the remaining members of the Tyrannosaurus cockroach team had lost their fighting spirit. Having been beaten back and left with numerous injuries, Their soul transmission talismans had long been expended, and they contemplated how to extricate themselves and preserve their lives. Otherwise, once the giant demon atop the wall finished devouring the other warriors, escape would no longer be an option. The one ensnaring the Tyrannosaurus cockroach team was the humanoid crab demon, impervious to ordinary attacks as they merely tickled its armored shell. A pair of formidable crab pincers, impervious to all resistance, would undoubtedly reduce any flesh that dared to confront them to mere pulp. Only the mighty mantis arms of the dinosaur mantis could withstand such a force. Yet, even those robust mantis limbs were singularly exceptional. The rest of its body, though sturdier than the average, remained flesh and blood, already battered by the relentless onslaught of the crab demon. Suddenly, the crab demon lunged forward with a swift motion, its indomitable pincers crashing down toward the dinosaur mantis's head, only to be barely thwarted by the serrated edges of the mantis arms. The thunderous clash of metal reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. In a moment of fierce retaliation, the dinosaur mantis opened its massive jaws, unleashing a formidable shockwave that caught the crab demon off guard, sending it hurtling backwards. Seizing this opportunity, had the dinosaur mantis followed up with a swift strike, it could have inflicted significant harm upon the crab demon. However, it chose not to, recognizing the distance that had formed between them, while the other demons remained engrossed in their own battles, unable to intervene. With a swift turn, the dinosaur mantis transformed into a bolt of lightning, racing toward the depths of the underworld, vanishing from sight in mere moments. The noble resolve to never abandon its comrades was swiftly forgotten. Witnessing this, the remaining powerful beings in the underworld felt a surge of panic, their desire to flee intensifying, while the crab demon proclaimed its disdain. How audacious of this coward to flee! Am I to be left with nothing? No, I must capture one before pursuing. Otherwise, I shall be at a loss. Yet, upon turning, it beheld their leader, a towering ogre, devouring one of the underworld's warriors, leaving no morsel for itself. The other warriors of the underworld had long since escaped, and those who had breached the city walls were now in pursuit. The remaining demons in the vicinity began to exert their strength, eager for a swift resolution. Showing no intention of sharing spoils, gritting its teeth, the crab demon flashed forward in pursuit of the fleeing dinosaur mantis. Once the crab demon departed, a number of underworld warriors broke free. The bat-winged and jellyfish warriors successfully evaded their opponents, each choosing a different escape route. Their adversaries, the demons, hurried after them, unwilling to let their efforts go to waste. As for the lone dragon, it had never entertained the thought of fleeing. As the commander tasked with guarding the 16th node, its failure in judgment had led to this catastrophe, resulting in the deaths and escapes of comrades. Such a failure could trigger a chain reaction, leading to the ultimate downfall of the underworld. As a formidable being of the northern galaxy and a proud disciple of the great realm king, this was a disgraceful debacle. There would be no face left to present before the great realm king. Thus, it resolved to atone for its errors with its own life. Observing its companions either dead or fleeing, with defeat all but assured, it wondered why it should struggle any longer. Why not surrender and become a part of me, escaping this prison to soar into the world and achieve greatness? The vine demon, while extending its steel-like tendrils to strike at the lone dragon, attempted to persuade him. Yet, the lone dragon remained resolute, embodying an unwavering spirit that defied death, transforming his body into a fleeting shadow as he swiftly closed the distance with his adversary. Closer, closer. At a critical moment, he seized the opportunity, navigating through a gap in a myriad of vines. In an instant, he stood before the vine demon. Suddenly, his entire being vibrated, radiating a brilliant white light, and a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, instilling fear in all who beheld it. He was about to self-destruct. Wishing for me to become part of you? Come, let us together return to dust. The lone dragon roared in fury, charging toward the vine demon. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. Aside from the recently unleashed magical gourd, a crystalline white flower had blossomed upon the vine demon. There had been no signs of abnormality until the moment the lone dragon prepared for his self-detonation. Suddenly, that white flower erupted, emitting a radiant aura that enveloped the lone dragon, instantly quelling his surging energy and rendering his body immobile. In that instant, despair surged within the lone dragon's heart. Everyone who has survived thus far has their trump card. Haven't they? Since you have agreed to become a part of me, I shall fulfill your wish. Let us stride toward a glorious future together. With a wave of its hand, the vine demon, shrouded in light, pulled the immobile lone dragon toward the white flower. In that moment, the lone dragon exhaled deeply, a look of relief gracing his features as he slowly closed his eyes. A small figure appeared beside the lone dragon, extending a finger to gently tap him, a childish voice whispering in his ear, "Transform into Mapo Tofu." A beam of light shot forth from that fingertip, breaking through the fabric of space and enveloping the Vine Demon in an instant. In that moment, the Vine Demon's confident smile abruptly froze, and then, in a flash, its colossal form transformed into a plate of Mapo tofu, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Chapter 42. It's him, the useless fighter. How? How did Tiao's little brother? You're not harmed? The lone dragon, who had narrowly escaped death thanks to Hao Tiao, asked in disbelief. Hao Tiao turned his head, squinting with a displeased expression. What is the matter? I've only been out for a little while, and already there are rumors of my demise? Isn't there a watch? Doesn't it show that I'm gone? Who said that? What a wicked heart, to wish such a curse upon me. Yes, it was the dinosaur cockroach combat team. They said they would come for you, but turned back upon encountering the demon, thinking you would those guys again. How annoying. I'm not as useless as they are. They could perish, and I wouldn't care. The next time I see them, I'll definitely give them a good lesson. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how beautiful the world can be. A slight smile played on Hao Tiao's lips as he spoke. Du Long had yet to comprehend the meaning of the affection that Hao Tiao spoke of. His thoughts immediately drifted to the Vine Demon, aware that Hao Tiao had intervened to save him. However, as he had been with his eyes closed at the time, he was oblivious to the fate of the Vine Demon. Now, he cautiously scanned his surroundings and gravely inquired, "By the way, what happened to that Vine Demon?" "Little brother Tiao, you must be careful. That white flower on it is quite peculiar," he warned. "What thing?" "It's right here and smells rather delightful," Hao Tiao replied, turning to point at a hidden spot behind him, where a bowl of fragrant, enticing Mapo tofu floated in the air. What? Are you saying this dish is that thing?" Du Long stammered, pointing at the Mapo tofu in disbelief. "Indeed, it smells delightful. I haven't had it in ages and I'm quite tempted. I want to be sharing with you." Hao Tiao nodded, then opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing both the dish and the bowl in one go, savoring the taste with a look of delight. "No, this cannot be. How is this possible?" Du Long finally grasped the situation but was reluctant to accept it, especially as he observed Hao Tiao's eating method, which bore resemblance to that of the demons. Noticing the bewilderment and horror etched across Du Long's face, Hao Tiao dismissed the need for further explanation. "It's up to you. However, I cannot retain this within me for long, so I shall leave its disposal to you." With that, Hao Tiao expelled a transparent substance from his mouth, which elongated with the wind and transformed into a half-meter-tall vine specter that collapsed onto the ground, already unconscious. Though its combat prowess was akin to that of a mortal soul, it was still etched with strange runes, and a dense cluster of dark spots adorned the circle above its head. Du Long's gaze mechanically shifted between the fallen vine specter and Hao Tiao, his mouth agape and his eyes wide as saucers, feeling as though his worldview was shattering. "It appears I have returned too late. This place seems nearly ravaged. There must have been quite a commotion earlier," he remarked. "Had I known, I wouldn't have sought out that demon, trading a sesame seed for a watermelon. Who could have foreseen your urgent summons would escalate to such proportions?" Hao Tiao surveyed the surroundings before glancing at the distant, half-melted city wall of Tianqian, curling his lips in disdain. Upon hearing this, Du Long felt a surge of self-reproach. "It was my carelessness that led to a poor decision, ensnaring everyone in a trap. Moreover, the spatial suppression of the underworld is peculiar. Communication is not as seamless as in other realms, only allowing for simple signals to be transmitted through specialized tools. Thus, this watch serves merely this purpose. That is why I failed to summon you in time. It is all my fault. Had I not been negligent and strayed from the city walls, allowing them an opportunity, the outcome would have been the same," Hao Tiao interjected. "They had already orchestrated a fine performance, leading us to believe their focus was solely on devouring one another. While it is true they consume their kin, this does not imply they cannot unite. They are not devoid of intelligence. Should we overlook these factors, falling into their trap would be inevitable, if not one way, then another." Yet, this did little to alleviate Du Long's feelings of guilt. Hao Tiao remained indifferent to whether Du Long felt remorse, as long as it did not affect him. He was unconcerned about others' emotional turmoil. You still have those fruits that restore stamina and heal injuries, right? If so, consume a few quickly. I'm going to catch fish. There's a fish that can be easily captured. How Daiqiao's gaze fixed upon a figure atop the towering walls of the city. It was none other than the giant troll. At that moment, the troll had finished devouring the underworld warrior in its grasp, its power surging to a new height. Nearing the Super Saiyan level, this was the most formidable opponent Hao Daiqiao had encountered since arriving in this hellish realm. Wait, that face looks somewhat familiar. As a member of the Buu clan, Hao Daiqiao possessed vision far beyond that of ordinary beings. Even at a distance of several kilometers, he could discern every detail, including the number of blackheads on the troll's nose. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, upon seeing that face, that hair, that armor, a name sprang to his mind. Raditz, the brother of Son Goku, the creator of the infamous saying that defined mediocrity. Upon arriving on Earth, he had tenderly taken away his own brother, making him a quintessentially benevolent figure. At least this was the assessment that Hao Daiqiao rendered in that moment. Having fattened himself up, he presented himself at their doorstep. What else could he be but a great benefactor? Suppressing his excitement, Hao Daiqiao prepared to approach Raditz for an in-depth exchange of insights on benevolence. However, to his astonishment, Raditz, several kilometers away atop the wall, suddenly turned and fled. He headed towards the 16th node, where hell intersected with the underworld. This was disastrous. He was making for the exit, and now that Raditz had become so powerful, who in the North Galaxy could possibly stop him? It was likely he would devour the warriors of the North Galaxy one by one. Thankfully, some comrades had already escaped. They should have relayed the news back to headquarters in the North Galaxy. One could only hope they had prepared for the impending calamity. Otherwise, everyone would soon understand the magnitude of the disaster that was about to unfold. Seeing this, Julong was frantic and at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. How had Hao Daiqiao transformed the vine demon into a dish? Was it possible to turn that giant troll into a culinary delight as well? Yet, where could he find Hao Daiqiao now? Raditz was nearing Super Saiyan levels, and his speed of flight was incomparable. With no one to impede him, he swiftly approached the 16th spatial node, a monstrous maw waiting to engulf him. Raditz found himself pondering why such thoughts flitted through his mind. Was it a sense of impending threat? That little brat from earlier? The vine demon had suddenly disappeared, and that child had appeared in its place. Raditz had not even seen how Hao Daiqiao had made his move. However, the moment their eyes met, even with just a faint sense of Hao Daiqiao's thousands of battle power emanating from him, Raditz felt an unsettling foreboding. Having once met death and endured the torments of hell for an eternity, Raditz resolutely decided to depart from that desolate realm in search of a place with greater sustenance. He believed that given time to consume more souls, he would not fear this peculiar little boy, no matter how odd his presence felt. Hey, you there lost in thought? Were you pondering about me? However, the moment Raditz approached the portal, a diminutive figure leapt forth, startling him so profoundly that his hair stood on end, and he nearly conserved his hair gel. Chapter 43. Raditz, the Remarkable Masseuse. You, how on earth did you? Faced with the unexpected appearance of Hao Daiqiao, Raditz was rendered speechless in astonishment. He was confident that he had traversed from the precipice of the city without anyone tailing him, nor had he sensed any presence. How had this little brat arrived here? Was it possible that Hao Daiqiao could no longer contain himself? How can you speak so incoherently? It's like a half-finished bowel movement, utterly uncomfortable. Raditz completely failed to grasp Hao Daiqiao's analogy. A bowel movement? How long had it been since he last had one? I care not for who you are or how you arrived here before me. I have but one command. Step aside immediately. Or else what? Will you kindly refer to me as a weakling? How do you know I have uttered such words? Raditz's expression shifted once more. While others may not have been privy to his experiences on Earth during his time in hell, he had dreamt of every moment following his return to Earth almost every night. He vividly remembered labeling an ordinary Earthling as a weakling. Yet, to think that Kakarot, who had thrived on that very planet, alongside the Namekian, had conspired to bind him and humiliate him so disgracefully was infuriating. The mere thought of it made his teeth grind. He longed to return to the living realm and wreak havoc on Earth to reclaim his honor. It was rumored that during Kakarot's last visit to the underworld for a competition, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Now, Raditz was more potent than Goku ever was. As long as he could steadily devour a few more powerful beings, the day of vengeance would not be far off. How do I know this? Such tales have long circulated in the martial world. You repeatedly call others weaklings, yet you yourself have been dispatched here by one such weakling. Now, it appears that the title of weakling is more fitting for you than ever. Upon hearing Hao Daiqiao's slightly mocking words, Raditz's eyes twitched and his expression darkened. Very well, then. Before he could finish his sentence, his right hand was already raised, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that obliterated Hao Daqiao's form into ashes. However, no semblance of joy graced Raditz' face. With his body inscribed with strange runes, he possessed acute senses and an instinctive awareness of danger. The dissipated figure was undoubtedly not the true essence of that little boy. Indeed, this was the very essence of Hao Daqiao's being, deliberately left behind as dispersed cellular dust to absorb the energy of that shockwave. His true form had long since materialized beside Raditz. Are you not taking this seriously? Such a level of attack warrants a more earnest response, does it not? The sudden appearance of Hao Daqiao startled Raditz anew, in a fit of indignation. His fist struck like lightning. Yet, Hao Daqiao did not evade. Instead, he turned, presenting his back to Raditz's fist, purposefully absorbing the blows. Thud, thud, thud. Those formidable punches landed squarely on Hao Daqiao's back, targeting the very spots where young men often seek a massage. Indeed, this intensity was somewhat acceptable, quite pleasant. Continue on, he exclaimed joyfully. The more Raditz struck, the deeper his frown became. He aimed for Hao Daqiao's abdomen, yet found himself pounding his back instead. He sought to strike Hao Daqiao's temple, but again, it was his back that bore the brunt of the assault. Was this mischievous child merely here to seek a back massage? You seek your own demise. Ultimately, Raditz could not contain himself. With a powerful shudder, he unleashed all his energy in a display reminiscent of a prince's battle technique. Hao Daqiao, oblivious to the reasons Saiyans resorted to such tactics in moments of fervor, thought it might serve well for a foot massage. Accordingly, he quickly removed his shoes, floating in the air, using his little feet to shield himself. Each blast that burst against his soles bestowed upon him a delightful sensation of rejuvenation. After a round of attacks, Hao Daqiao still appeared unsatisfied, lamenting, "Why has it stopped? Come on, a few more strikes, and my vitality will surely strengthen." "Shut up. Godi, Godi, Godi." Raditz was utterly exasperated. With a forceful push of his hands, another wave of terrifying energy surged forth. Observing this, Hao Daqiao furrowed his brow, pondering where he might apply this force. Perhaps to style his hair to achieve a little slick-back look? He boldly thrust his head forward, extending it like a turtle, plunging into the shockwave, allowing it to sweep back his hair into a neat style, enhancing his charm significantly. Raditz, panting heavily, witnessed Hao Daqiao emerge unscathed, transforming him into a stylist akin to Tony, and felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He had initially believed that his strength had surged to new heights, finally affording him the chance to redeem his past failures. Yet, before he could even step out of the depths of hell, he was met with a harsh reality. All those years spent in quiet endurance, honing his skills, had seemingly culminated in today's humiliation. Observing Raditz's dejection, with his hands drooping and his eyes filled with sorrow, Hao Daqiao, having never witnessed such a sight, quickly offered words of comfort. "In truth, you are quite remarkable. Your massage skills are truly exceptional. If you commit yourself to further refinement, you could become a splendid massage therapist." You. Upon hearing Hao Daqiao's words of solace, Raditz clutched his chest and retched. However, what he expelled was not blood, but rather the last formidable warrior from the northern galaxy that he had just consumed. Clenching his fists, a resplendent white light enveloped him, and with a flash, he charged towards Hao Daqiao, intending to self-destruct. Alas, why resort to such extremes? It was merely a jest. As he spoke, Hao Daqiao extended a finger, releasing a beam of light that struck Raditz, instantly transforming him into a plump oyster. Following the inertia of the object, he flew directly into Hao Daqiao's mouth. Indeed, it was quite delectable, albeit I had forgotten to prepare it with garlic sauce, which I prefer over the unadulterated flavor. Hao Daqiao smacked his lips in reminiscence. He then expelled Raditz, who possessed a mere combat power of 5, and confined him within a capsule prison. The once renowned figure who coined the term battle weakling, Raditz, had now truly become one, leaving one to ponder his thoughts upon awakening. Julong had not accompanied him. Had he witnessed this scene, his expression would undoubtedly have been amusing. The once mighty troll, who had rampaged across the city walls, had been humiliated by Hao Daqiao and reduced to a sumptuous oyster. After dealing with Raditz, Hao Daqiao glanced at his wristwatch. A light was flickering, indicating a supply outpost at Node 16 in the underworld, signaling a call for assistance. Grasping the fallen warrior recently expelled by Raditz, he vanished in an instant. Wherever he had previously traveled, his teleportation could reach. Upon appearing at the supply camp, he found 3 colossal demons, nearly at Super Saiyan level, wreaking havoc upon the warriors recuperating there. Only 7 injured soldiers and 1 on-duty warrior remained, none possessing even super-level combat power. Thus they were swiftly captured, becoming the demons' sustenance. Eating with such gusto, did they not fear choking? How Daiqiao moved like lightning, appearing before one of the demons and delivering a punch to its gut, causing a recently consumed warrior to be expelled. In 3 swift movements, he incapacitated the 3 demons. It was then time for Hao Daiqiao to feast. Chapter 44, Digging and Digging. I never anticipated that Dulong could be so foolish. If Node 16 were to fall, it would trigger a domino effect, leading to the collapse of the areas guarded by the Northern Galaxy. We would never again hold our heads high throughout the universe. The gigantic man, resembling a polar bear, Dag, exclaimed with indignation. 20 minutes prior, the 5 leaders stationed at the main base of the Northern Galaxy received the news of the fall of Node 16. They promptly convened and decided to send 2 leaders along with a 20-man team for reinforcement. Dag and another leader, the lean mantis shrimp, Doer, both possessed combat power exceeding super level. Upon hearing Deji's indignant remarks, the mantis shrimp Doer shook his head. One cannot entirely blame the Dulong. Who could have anticipated that those denizens of hell would unite so swiftly to confront us after devouring one another? Furthermore, were we in your position, facing a behemoth that has consumed countless malevolent spirits and 12 formidable demons, we would hardly be assured of our ability to defend the chasm. My greater concern lies in the fact that, even if we hasten there now, it may be to no avail. We could very well venture forth only to meet our doom. We can only strive to impede their advance and ensure that our main force is prepared to confront the enemy. The Goose sighed, resigned to this course of action. I had no inkling that matters would escalate so rapidly. A foreboding sense enveloped me, for it seemed likely that the underworld's defenses could soon falter. There is one matter I truly cannot comprehend. What is it? Doer inquired. Why has Lord Kai not summoned all the powerful beings from Earth? There exists Sun Wukong, and aside from him, I have heard whispers of 4 or 5 others even mightier than the strongest among us. Yet only a mere child has been dispatched. That child is indeed just a child, with a foolish demeanor, as if he has come merely for a holiday. I wonder how he fares. Doer sighed, expressing ignorance on the matter. Since Lord Kai has not voiced any concerns, what can we do? We must focus on our own duties, if disaster is to strike. Those of greater stature will naturally step forth to bear the burden. Their contingent of reinforcements, aboard a specially designed aircraft, arrived at Node 16's logistics center in just over half an hour. By this time, the battle at the logistics department had settled, with 8 or 9 wounded individuals having been relocated there, including Dulong. However, Hao Daiqiao was notably absent. Upon inquiry, the Gu and Doer were astounded to learn of Hao Daiqiao's remarkable feats, finding it hard to believe, yet compelled to accept the reality. For on the ground lay the capsule prison submitted by Dulong, containing 6 malevolent spirits, all reportedly captured by Hao Daiqiao, with no one daring to claim credit. Where's he gone now? The Gu asked. He instructed us to await reinforcements while he pursued the other great demons, and he would not return for a time. He stated that upon the arrival of reinforcements, the first order of business would be to repair the chasm's walls and the damaged defensive formations. Furthermore, he intended to bring back the captured malevolent spirits, claiming he possessed a method to extract our comrades who had been devoured. He mentioned something about digging and digging. Dulong responded, though Doer did not grasp the meaning. What? Dig them out? Digging and digging? Indeed. He asserted that as long as we could open the bellies of these malevolent spirits, we could retrieve our comrades, for they had not yet been entirely digested. They were sealed within the spirits' bellies by his secret arts. He feared that if they were extracted now, they might disperse. Hence the necessity of finding a place heavy with energy to facilitate the excavation, Dulong explained. In truth, he did not fully understand, but was merely relaying the information. In the past, comrades had been devoured and could not be rescued. Yet now, Hao Daiqiao claimed that salvation was still possible, suggesting that they could extract them directly from the belly of the evil spirit. If that were the case, could they not replicate this method and rescue all their comrades who had been consumed? However, he was unaware that only those who had been swallowed by Hao Daiqiao could be saved. Since he had made such a declaration, it was worth trying. Even if the chance of rescuing a comrade was slim, it was a chance worth seizing. Dagier spoke solemnly. Just moments ago, he had privately dismissed Hao Daiqiao as a mere child, akin to a tourist, questioning why he did not seek the assistance of true warriors from Earth. Now, he finally grasped the significance of the King of Realms. Would he jest with the safety of the underworld and the reputation of the Northern Galaxy? Ultimately, it was his narrow perspective that had limited him. In a certain area of the Infernal Realm, the dinosaur mantid was engaged in a desperate battle against the crab demon, both fighting and fleeing. Despite the dinosaur mantid's clever tactics, the crab demon, having emerged from the depths of hell, was no ordinary foe. Thus, even though the dinosaur mantid possessed slightly superior combat strength, it could only retreat in the face of the crab demon's formidable armor. The crab demon was like an unshakable adhesive, refusing to be cast off. Had it not been for the dinosaur mantid's reckless decision to expend all its weekly supplies to regain stamina, it would have been slain countless times by now. With no choice but to endure, the dinosaur mantid bided its time, waiting for the crab demon to exhaust its energy before attempting to create distance and hide. It had already activated its location signal, hoping for rescue. Surely, the headquarters would not abandon this node, and the surviving personnel? If they did not send reinforcements to reclaim the node, they would be left vulnerable to invasion. Once the headquarters dispatched assistance, it could draw the demon's attention away and seize the opportunity to escape. However, it soon became apparent that the demon's stamina seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly pursuing the dinosaur mantid. As its own supplies dwindled, the dinosaur mantid began to panic. Gritting its teeth, it turned and unleashed two scythe-like arms that cleaved through the void, propelling itself forward with renewed speed. If it couldn't shake off this relentless pursuer, it would soon meet its demise once its supplies ran dry. Hey, what are you thinking? Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed in its ears just as it turned. When it looked back, the crab demon's massive pincers were descending upon it. It hastily raised its arms to block, but felt as though it had been struck by a mountain, the impact sending pain coursing through its limbs. At the same time, it was hurled to the ground, creating a vast crater upon impact. The dinosaur mantid could not afford to wait for death. It flipped and leapt, attempting to escape once more. Yet, the shimmering giant had already intercepted its path. The dinosaur mantid's expression shifted to one of disbelief. How could this be? Its strength had increased yet again. It was nearing the level of the great demon. The crab demon chuckled darkly. Why is it impossible? In this inferno, a haven for nefarious beings, it is prudent to keep a hand hidden. In critical moments, it may very well save one's life. I merely encased a captured kin within me, intending to absorb them when a need arises. Otherwise, that scoundrel Raditz would undoubtedly perceive me as a threat and strike first. Just moments ago, I sensed through the runes that he likely met his demise. Thus, I find no reason to conceal my intentions any longer. If someone of his caliber can fall, my own delay in growing stronger will surely lead to a fate no more favorable than his. You need not struggle. I shall not allow your escape. I sense we are of the same ilk, though you have yet to descend into this hell. Serving as a hound for the underworld, do you truly believe you will ascend to paradise upon your demise? The crab demon, upon noticing the lack of a halo above the dinosaur cockroach's head, deduced his identity. You are indeed correct. I may very well descend into hell after my death, which is precisely why I have come to procure a favor from the underworld, so that in the afterlife, I might barter this goodwill for a chance at reincarnation. Therefore, I shall not submit easily, especially after witnessing your plight, which has only fortified my resolve. The crab demon chuckled, remarking, you are mistaken. If the underworld were capable of granting favors, hell would not be so overcrowded. Since we are to arrive, it is better to do so sooner rather than later. Seize this opportunity to merge with me and embark upon a true path of enlightenment. Chapter 45. The Allure of the Flesh Ring. If you were assaulting the king of Hell's palace at this moment, I might have considered your proposal. Alas, despite the peculiar runes you possess, they have merely breached a singular node connecting hell and the underworld. The path you tread cannot yet be deemed a road of light. As the dinosaur cockroach struggled to fend off the crab demon's onslaught, he sought to calm his adversary while contemplating an escape. His mind remained clear. To trust even a single word from such hellish fiends would lead to utter ruin. The crab demon laughed heartily. You are unaware, for under Raditz's wretched leadership, we have already breached this node of yours, let alone other nodes. The initial combat strength of a select few leaders surpasses even that of Raditz. To what extent their power has grown remains a mystery. In short, your node is neither the first to be breached, nor will it be the last. Upon hearing this, the dinosaur cockroach's expression shifted. As his focus wavered momentarily, the crab demon seized the opportunity. From where there had been nothing at his sides, 8 sharp limbs suddenly emerged, piercing through the dinosaur cockroach. Instantly, several gaping wounds marred his form. Fortunately, as a spectral entity, no blood spilled forth, yet the damage inflicted upon his soul was profound. This was not the most lethal of blows, as the dinosaur cockroach attempted to sever the crab's claw embedded in him with his mantis-like arm. His defenses lay wide open, allowing two beams of deathly light to erupt from the crab demon's pincers. In that moment, the dinosaur cockroach felt the chilling breath of death closing in. A diminutive figure appeared spectrally before the dinosaur mantis, emanating a radiant white light. Two beams of lethal energy struck against this luminescence, only to vanish into silence. The crab demon's pupils dilated in disbelief, and instinctively, he recoiled, seeking to create distance. "My spicy crab, where do you think you're fleeing to?" came the childish voice of Hao Daoshio, obscuring the dinosaur mantis's view. All that could be seen was a flicker of white light, followed by a piercing scream from the crab demon. The shriek abruptly ceased, giving way to an eerie stillness. When Hao Daoshio turned to face the dinosaur mantis, he held a plate of spicy crab, exuding an intense aroma of piquant spices. The dinosaur mantis stood, transfixed. "What are you staring at, you foul dinosaur? Since the beginning on King Planet, you have harbored ill intentions toward me, so do not even think I will share my crab with you." The dinosaur mantis longed to protest, to declare innocence, to assert his fear of offending. Yet, words eluded him, for at the moment Hao Daoshio had appeared, the dinosaur mantis sensed an aura emanating from him that surpassed even that of Raditz during an assault on their stronghold. Though little did he know this was the result of Hao Daoshio's deliberate restraint. Moreover, the sudden transformation of the crab demon into a dish led the dinosaur mantis to feel like a mere jester. He had foolishly dreamt of coveting the soul-sealing talisman and provisions from Hao Daoshio, yet secretly relieve himself for never having truly affronted him. Otherwise, the one presented on that plate would have likely been him. Though he had not witnessed the preparation, he could well imagine the exquisite flavors and presentation. Braised dinosaur head? Salt and pepper mantis limbs? Surely, they would be delectable. The very thought sent chills down the dinosaur mantis's spine, as the spicy crab crunched delightfully in Hao Daoshio's mouth, bringing him immense satisfaction. The dinosaur mantis lay motionless on the ground, akin to a fledgling chick. Hao Daoshio, feeling somewhat conflicted, had intended to offer some comforting words, yet found no appropriate excuse. How dull. After finishing the spicy crab, he cast a disdainful glance at the dinosaur mantis and turned to depart, vanishing in a flash. Uncertain how long he had remained in a daze, the dinosaur mantis finally regained his senses, only to discover his legs were numb from sitting. He could not comprehend why his ethereal form would experience such numbness. However, he understood that from this day forth, he must tread carefully. In the depths of hell, Duke, the Mechian wandered aimlessly under Hao Daoshio's directive, having yet to encounter a single malevolent spirit. Since parting from the group and embarking on this solitary journey, his heart hung suspended in trepidation, perpetually alert like a timid mouse, ever watchful for the sudden onslaught of a hellish fiend. Having witnessed the formidable power of the hell demon, he was acutely aware of his own insignificance and no longer harbored any hope of making a meaningful contribution to this mission. Simply preserving his life would be a considerable achievement. With this thought in mind, Duke's gaze shifted to a pink ring encircling his right wrist. How Daitiao had proclaimed it to be his avatar, capable of autonomously attacking when confronted by hellish spirits. However, Duke observed that since it had adorned his wrist, it had exhibited no sign of activity. In the unfortunate event that he encountered a hellish specter, could this trinket truly save him from peril? He had unwavering faith in Hao Daitiao's abilities, yet he harbored doubts regarding this peculiar ring. At that moment, Duke noticed the emergency signal light on his wristwatch illuminating, indicating a call for urgent assembly directed towards the chasm wall. After much contemplation, he resolved to return and ascertain the nature of the unfolding events. Suddenly, Hao Daitiao's voice emanated from the ring, reassuring him that he need not worry about the situation at the chasm wall, as he would handle it. Startled, Duke exclaimed, "Daitiao, you have been here all along?" "Of course," came a reply. "I could sense your distrust toward my avatar." At this admission, Duke's face flushed with embarrassment, silently relieved that he had not spoken ill of Hao Daitiao. Following this exchange, silence enveloped them once more. Yet, from the moment Hao Daitiao's voice had broken the stillness, the weight on Duke's heart lifted. Thus emboldened, he soared forth as a streak of green light into the deeper realms of hell. Shortly thereafter, he indeed encountered a formidable hell demon, which lay in ambush, keenly observing his ostentatious flight. However, upon revealing itself, it was swiftly vanquished by Hao Daitiao's avatar. leaving it utterly unrecognizable before being devoured whole. With this, Duke's anxieties dissipated entirely, and he indulged in his newfound freedom. The splendor of hell was truly captivating. He lingered in its beauty, fully embodying the reckless spirit that Hao Daiqiao had encouraged. A similar experience unfolded for another Namekian, Sunny, whose thoughts mirrored Duke's, ultimately leading him to revel in the same abandon. Conversely, the 5 hellish spirits, including Tao Bai Bai, whom Hao Daiqiao had subdued, found themselves in a different state of mind. Initially, they were reluctant to part ways with Hao Daiqiao, primarily out of fear for their lives. Once separated, however, they succumbed to a false sense of hope, perceiving this as a potential opportunity for escape, provided they could remove the ring from their hands. Thus, they became fixated on this singular task. Regardless of whether they pulled, bit, or even severed their own hands, the ring remained stubbornly affixed. After severing a hand, the ring would bizarrely reappear on the other. Some spirits, possessing multiple hands, resorted to amputating both, only to find the ring adorning their necks. It was as if the ring taunted them, urging, "Why not try again? Don't give up." The last 5 malevolent spirits completely abandoned any thoughts of escape. They steeled themselves, thinking, "Aren't you quite impressive? I shall take you to the depths of despair and see if you still possess such prowess." However, in the end, they were all left dumbfounded. Every malevolent spirit they encountered along the way was devoured one by the clones conjured from the flesh circle. While Hao Daiqiao was indifferent to the thoughts of the other spirits, he could not ignore the intense idea that suddenly blossomed within Tao Bai Bai's mind, for it was overwhelming. Upon witnessing the formidable powers of the flesh circle, Tao Bai Bai was struck by a wild notion. He resolved to take the flesh circle to confront the vengeful Sun Wukong Club. To those scoundrels who once looked down upon him and denied him entry into the club, tremble in anticipation. This time, Tao, I shall reclaim everything that was lost. Chapter 46, Breaches Everywhere. On Earth, at Bulma's residence, the entire villa quaked, reverberating with Bulma's ferocious roar. "Sun Wukong, you unreliable scoundrel. You assured me that my little Tiao Tiao would return swiftly, yet a week has passed, and he remains absent. Where have you deceived him to?" With that, Bulma slammed down the phone with a fierce force. The device crashed onto the plush sofa, bouncing back onto the chest of Vegeta, who was sitting nearby, wide-eyed and drenched in sweat. Vegeta, with quick reflexes, caught the rebounding phone. Yet a frown of annoyance lingered on his face. Just that morning, after their intimate moment, Vegeta had casually remarked, "Bulma, you seem to have gained a bit of weight." He didn't specify whether it was good or bad. His wife promptly went into a frenzy, rushing to weigh herself and scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror. After a morning of discontent with everyone she encountered, she finally could not contain herself and called Sun Wukong to berate him. Barely seconds after Bulma hung up, Sun Wukong arrived at Bulma's home in a flash using instant transmission. Upon seeing Bulma's dark expression, he was filled with trepidation. "Bulma, please do not be angry. I shall explain." He then recounted the troubles occurring in the underworld, detailing how King Yama and the King of the Worlds sought assistance. Just as he finished, Bulma leaned forward and seized Sun Wukong by the ear, lifting him off the ground. "You, Sun Wukong, are you, in your group of adults, merely decorative with all that power? When the King of the Worlds and King Yama come seeking aid, you all shrink back and push a mere child forward? Do you still have any shame?" With each word Bulma uttered, the grip on Wukong's ear tightened, causing him to yowl in pain. "Bulma, ease up. It hurts, it hurts. Listen to my defense. No, listen to my explanation." Bulma, tugging at Sun Wukong's ear, shouted, "I shall not listen. I don't care. You must go to the underworld immediately and bring back little Tiao Tiao. Otherwise, I shall certainly twist your ears off." All right. I promise you, just let go." Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and hastily agreed. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing this scene from the sofa, remained curled up with a pillow shielding his face, too timid to utter a word. At that moment, he could not allow Bulma to recall his earlier remark from the morning, lest he risk his own ears. However, the unfortunate truth is that he was merely a scapegoat, and thus Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon him. "Vegeta, why do you not keep a better watch over Bulma? She has become increasingly willful. Is it not a sign of discord in your domestic life? Have you not treated her well, allowing her to harbor such resentment?" In his moment of desperation, Sun Wukong indiscriminately sought a target and uttered these words. Bulma was instantly petrified, while Vegeta's expression contorted grotesquely, springing up to exclaim, "Sun Wukong, What nonsense are you spouting? When have we been at odds? Vegeta hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Seizing this opportunity, Wukong sneakily added, or could it be that Bulma is experiencing an early onset of menopause? He had previously heard Gohan mention that Chi-Chi's fiery temperament might be attributed to such matters. However, before Son Wukong could finish his thought, both Vegeta and Bulma lunged at him, their fierce expressions suggesting they intended to devour him whole. This time, Son Wukong was not so foolish. He swiftly vanished from sight. Consequently, Bulma and Vegeta collided with one another. You two truly exhibit a deep affection for one another, sharing a remarkable connection. Very well, I no longer doubt the harmony in your household. However, there is one matter I must clarify. I shall not venture into the underworld to retrieve the Tiao. His journey there serves a purpose that is beyond our meddling. Although I'm unaware of your urgency regarding the Tiao's return, I assure you that once his affairs are concluded, he shall return of his own accord. With that, I shall take my leave and not intrude upon your affectionate moments. Upon finishing his words, Son Wukong swiftly teleported away. Yet scarcely had he settled at home when Bulma called again. Bulma, I have made my position quite clear to you. Can you not overcome your longing for the Tiao? He is truly fine and will return shortly once his matters are resolved. However, this time Bulma was not calling about the earlier incident. She mentioned that Satan had called your house, and Chi-Chi informed him of your presence here, prompting Satan to turn around and contact me in search of you and Vegeta. What does Satan want with me? Son Wukong pondered aloud. He said that a group of mysterious individuals had landed in their spaceship at his villa, disregarding his warnings and intruding upon his home, intending to abduct the slumbering Buu. He mentioned that since the Tiao was away, he sought you and Vegeta to hasten over and see if they could prevent the abduction. Vegeta has already set out and should arrive shortly. You should hurry over as well. Very well, I shall go at once. As the phone call concluded, Son Wukong furrowed his brow, pondering who might dare to invade Satan's abode and abduct Buu, especially while Buu was ensnared in slumber by the formidable Dai Tiao. There was something decidedly peculiar about this situation. Without hesitation, he instantaneously teleported to Satan's residence. Upon arrival, he chanced upon a group of extraterrestrial beings clad in purple uniforms, their forms varying dramatically, as they lifted the slumbering Buu onto a spaceship. In the underworld, within the halls of Yama, reports echoed. Alert! 2 more nodes in the southern galaxy's designated area have succumbed, bringing the total to 17. Alert! 5 additional nodes in the eastern galaxy's jurisdiction have fallen, totaling 15. In the span of mere days, the relentless war reports resonated through Yama's palace, unsettling both Yama and the 5 great kings, who were engrossed in deciphering enigmatic runes and found it difficult to concentrate. The Eastern King remarked, at this rate, it won't be long before all the nodes are lost. Once our warriors dwindle and we are forced to retreat, even if we discover a method to decode the runes, we will be unable to halt the burgeoning hellish trolls. The Southern King suggested, should we not seize the remaining time to seek out some powerful allies from the mortal realm? The Western King replied, I cannot summon any more. Those I previously invited were already at the pinnacle of strength. Any further attempts would yield no stronger allies, merely more lives lost. Conversely, the Northern Galaxy still possesses a plethora of untapped power. The Southern King inquired, are you referring to the powerful beings from Earth in the Northern Galaxy? The Western King affirmed, indeed. Everyone witnessed Son Wukong's prowess during the Underworld Martial Arts Tournament. Moreover, it is said that Earth harbors at least 6 or 7 such formidable warriors. Yet, only Dai Qiao has been dispatched this time. While he has performed admirably of late, he remains somewhat outmatched. The Northern King, hearing the discourse among the other 3, chuckled. To suggest that we are outmatched is quite the jest. Though the northern region of our galaxy faced the loss of a few nodes initially, we ultimately reclaimed them and swiftly stabilized the situation. I do not believe that sending just Dai Qiao from Earth equates to being outnumbered. In light of the current dire circumstances, since we cannot hold the nodes, we might as well abandon them, consolidating our forces in the underworld. This way, we can avoid dispersing our manpower and being defeated piecemeal. It is evident that the malevolent spirits of the underworld will inevitably target the realm of Yama. Only by breaching it can they escape and wreak havoc elsewhere. Let them come to us. We can designate an area before Yama as a battlefield or arena. Should they wish to penetrate the underworld, let them attempt it. Thus, our Dai Qiao will not be isolated, and we will not be stretched thin between the northern front and the eastern and western fronts. Yama and the great kings, who had remained silent until now, found their spirits lifted by the Northern King's proposal. Chapter 47, A Roll Call of Names. Northern King, Are you jesting? Now you propose to abandon all nodes and withdraw all personnel. Does that not render our previous efforts futile? Have the sacrifices of our warriors been in vain? The king of the West furrowed his brow. The king of the North shook his head. No, the sacrifices of our warriors were not in vain. They gave their lives to secure us invaluable time. It is we who have betrayed them by failing to utilize this hard-won opportunity to decipher the runes and reverse our misfortunes. However, the tides of battle have shifted. It is now impossible to regain lost ground by overwhelming numbers and picking them off one by one. If we do not alter our strategy and insist on having them hold their ground, we will only lead more warriors to unnecessary sacrifice. The king of the South interjected. You have a valid point, but are you so certain that by withdrawing our forces, securing the underworld, and designating a specific area as the battlefield, we can defeat them while ensuring the safety of our warriors? Or do you genuinely believe that that young lad, Hao Daqiao, can single-handedly contend against thousands? What if he does not possess the strength you claim? If the underworld becomes surrounded by the enemy and is breached, we will have no room for maneuver. Upon hearing this, the king of the North's expression grew serious, his tone resolute. I believe he can accomplish it. We, the regional kings, have remained here, pondering the methods to decipher the runes, without ever having the opportunity to witness how Hao Daqiao confronts the enemy on the front lines. I can assert that the reason several nodes in our northern galaxy have been breached is not due to Hao Daqiao's incapacity to defend them, but rather the vastness of the area, the multitude of nodes, and the suppression of sensory capabilities by the underworld that hinder his actions. If all the demons of hell were to concentrate in one place, he could undoubtedly stand against thousands. If you do not believe me, feel free to summon the strong individuals from the northern galaxy who have witnessed Hao Daqiao in action, or directly recall him for clarification. The king of the East remarked. Perhaps Hao Daqiao does possess such strength, but for this decision to be made, it must be supported by tangible battle results. We cannot rely on conjecture. Once it is proven that he has such capabilities, I will support the gathering of our forces. After all, it is evident that those nodes cannot be held any longer, and it is indeed necessary to change tactics to minimize warrior casualties. At that moment, the Grand King finally spoke. Haha, further discussion is futile. How strong is Hao Daqiao? Can he truly fend off thousands? Why don't we go see for ourselves? I suspect that deciphering those enigmatic runes will not be achieved anytime soon. We might as well venture out together and assess the situation. What do you think, King Yin? After careful consideration, King Yin finally nodded. In the region defended by the Northern Galaxy, at the 5th node, the city walls of the Abyss were engaged in an intense battle. Just how intense? The walls were in ruins, almost unrecognizable, yet they still retained some defensive capability. Standing atop were over 30 powerful individuals from the Northern Galaxy, with 2/3 of them sustaining injuries. Among them were some familiar faces, and the Dinosaur Cockroach battle team also had 4 members present. These warriors, whether injured or not, radiated an aura of excitement, their fists clenched in exhilaration as they roared with fervor. Hao Daqiao is magnificent. Hao Daqiao is so handsome. That move is absolutely splendid. Boss, knock him out. That ugly fellow just licked me. One female warrior even cried out, Hao Daqiao, my eternal idol. Sister will always love you. I shall wait for you to grow up and bear your children, and so on. Meanwhile, several kilometers ahead of the city wall, an earth-shattering battle was unfolding. 17 great demons and 2 trolls, 19 hellish spirits in total, were being besieged by Hao Daqiao alone, enduring a relentless onslaught. Yes, you read that correctly. It was Hao Daqiao versus 19 adversaries. These 19 fiends were huddled together, unleashing terrifying energy blasts in a desperate attempt to retaliate. They no longer harbored any thoughts of breaking free. Just 10 minutes prior, they had been bombarding the city wall, their dense and terrifying attacks crashing down like a tempest. The spectacle was cataclysmic, reminiscent of an apocalypse, with colossal mushroom clouds rising skyward. The violent shockwaves swept across the land, obliterating the buffer zone of the formation in front of the wall and creating a moat several kilometers wide. That ground was utterly annihilated. As they were on the verge of breaching the defenses, Hao Daqiao and the Dinosaur Cockroach battle team suddenly emerged from an unknown source. They first delivered a punch or a kick to the demons, asserting their dominance and diverting all enmity toward themselves. Then came a thorough and invigorating massage, one that left Hao Daqiao feeling refreshed and his breath flowing more freely, as if he were as light as a feather. Those who had experienced such a massage knew precisely what that sensation entailed. His remarkable ability to absorb force nearly frightened the masseurs into a state of panic, prompting them to turn and flee. However, Hao Daiqiao had yet to settle the bill. How could he allow such generosity to go unreciprocated? Thus, whenever he spotted someone attempting to escape, he would remain rooted in place, gently waving his hand, which would break through the fabric of space to appear before the fleeing demon, sending it back. Hey, don't leave just yet. Since you've given me such a delightful massage, I must repay you properly. You've consumed so much, you must be quite full. Let us warm up a bit and work off some of that excess. Once you are tender and delectable, I shall prepare a splendid feast for you. Upon hearing these words, the demons naturally felt that Hao Daiqiao was being overly courteous. Some expressed concerns that the weather seemed to be changing and that they needed to return home to gather their clothes. Others stated they hadn't been home in 3 years and that their wives were about to give birth, necessitating a swift return to name their child. Some even claimed that a mere glance at Hao Daiqiao had left them pregnant, urging them to return and nurture their unborn. In summary, everyone was eager to depart. Yet Hao Daiqiao remained exceedingly enthusiastic. With the meal not yet prepared, how could he allow the ingredients to escape? One by one, he corralled them back, rounding them up to reduce their excess. The eager participants, unable to resist his hospitality, began to engage in a frenzy of activity to enliven the atmosphere for Hao Daiqiao. As the ingredients reached an optimal state, Hao Daiqiao could no longer contain his overflowing talent and began to announce the dishes he would prepare. With his right hand extended and finger raised, he started to enumerate: steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, and so forth. Before long, the once eager participants transformed into an array of exquisite dishes. The delightful aromas wafted over the city walls, causing the warriors to salivate uncontrollably. "Wait, hold your horses," they exclaimed. Hao Daiqiao rolled his eyes, thinking how naive they were. After all his hard work in the kitchen, they had not lifted a finger and still expected to partake. They wouldn't even get a chance to lick the plates clean. In the end, he inhaled deeply, consuming all 19 dishes in one swift motion. By the time the dinosaur and cockroach team arrived, there was nothing left but bones to gather. One by one, the malevolent spirits were ejected by Hao Daiqiao, who then imprisoned them in capsule cages. This spectacle was witnessed by King Yama and the others, who had arrived earlier. Their expressions frozen in awe, their lips trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 48. Encircling the Underworld. My apologies, Uncle Yama, esteemed cricket uncles and aunts, I didn't notice your arrival, and thus failed to save you any food. Upon seeing King Yama and the 5 humanoid crickets, Hao Daiqiao approached with a cheerful demeanor. While the North King maintained his composure, the other 4 kings dared not utter a word in response. Uncle Yama, drenched in sweat, awkwardly chuckled, "No worries, no worries. We aren't hungry, just enjoy your meal." He had witnessed Hao Daiqiao's prowess firsthand. It became evident that the North King had been reluctant to disclose Hao Daiqiao's identity and strength, concealing such remarkable abilities. This technique was reminiscent of what he had observed during the judgment of the malevolent Buu, which helped him comprehend the nature of Hao Daiqiao's race. He suddenly understood why Earth had sent only Hao Daiqiao, while the North King had been so adamantly confident. In recent days, reports of Hao Daiqiao's exploits had circulated, yet none were as astonishing as witnessing them firsthand. Furthermore, all the warriors stationed at this node gathered around, their faces alight with excitement and admiration, clearly indicating the immense surprise Hao Daiqiao had brought them. His impact was comparable, if not greater, than that of the legendary son Wukong. "Uncle Yama, please do not stand on ceremony. You all haven't eaten yet, have you? If you're truly hungry, I can prepare a feast for you, ensuring your satisfaction. However, we have run out of ingredients here and must venture to another node to procure some." At this declaration, the gathered kings were quite alarmed. At that moment, the North King stepped forward exceedingly courteous. "Daiqiao, truly, there is no need for such formality. We are truly not hungry. We merely happened to pass by and decided to take a look," he said. It was not out of courtesy, but rather out of trepidation. What if, without a direct refusal, Hao Daiqiao actually prepared a feast for them? That would surely terrify them. Observing the resolute demeanor of the Northern Realm King, the other Realm Kings and Yin Wang appear to share a lack of interest, prompting Hao Daiqiao to relent. "Ah, very well then. Since you did not come for a meal, may I inquire how Uncle Yin Wang and the esteemed gentlemen and ladies of the Cricket Clan have emerged from their seclusion? Have you perhaps deciphered those enigmatic runes?" "Not yet," Yin Wang replied. "I primarily came to see you to ascertain whether you are comfortable and well-fed." Hao Daiqiao's large, sparkling eyes blinked with delight. "I am quite accustomed to my surroundings. This hell is filled with delectable treats and engaging amusements. Not to mention a group of companions who were exceedingly kind to me. As she spoke, Hao Daitiao glanced at the dozens of formidable beings from the Northern Galaxy. Some among them appeared quite exhilarated, for what joy it is to be acknowledged by one's idol Q. However, the four members of the Dinosaur Cockroach battle team exhibited expressions that fluctuated between green and red, revealing their discomfort. Initially, they harbored animosity towards Hao Daitiao. Except for the bat-winged warrior who was devoured by a demon, the other four were successively rescued by her, each terrified and trembling. Eventually, they observed that Hao Daitiao meant them no harm. They were, after all, coerced into following her on various expeditions, traversing several nodes. Gradually, their apprehension transformed into unwavering admiration. Under the guidance of the astute, vertically-eyed warrior, the four completely lowered their defenses, becoming devoted followers of Hao Daitiao. They shamelessly trailed behind her, contributing to the atmosphere, while also gathering the remnants she discarded. Hao Daitiao reveled in this dynamic. These four were far bolder than Duke and Rilluo, adept at reading the room and catering to her preferences. Thus, even now, Duke and Rilluo remain immersed in the depths of hell, not yet summoned back by Hao Daitiao. During this period, Duke and Rilluo indulged in capturing birds and chickens, thoroughly enjoying their exploits as they reveled in the thrill of power. Their notorious reputation spread across this infernal realm. Additionally, 5 other hellish spirits joined Hao Daitiao's doppelganger in stirring up trouble, establishing a formidable name for themselves. They understood that this might be their only opportunity to reclaim what they had lost. Excellent work, Daitiao. You are doing wonderfully, Yin Wang praised repeatedly. Now, continue your culinary endeavors while we take our leave. With that, Yin Wang and the 5 realm kings departed with a sense of exhilaration, leaving Hao Daitiao in a state of confusion. Why do they seem so jubilant? Hadn't they mentioned that the other 3 domains were on the brink of collapse? She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tell them to consolidate the battlefield. Hell was vast. How long would it take to reclaim it? Perhaps it would be better to let them invade the underworld, and then she could prepare a grand feast to contain them all. However, upon his arrival at another node, he swiftly received a strategic adjustment issued by headquarters. This was precisely the contraction of the battlefield he had hoped for, allowing all personnel to retreat to the underworld for a steadfast defense. Thus, the formidable army of powerful warriors began their grand return to the underworld, swiftly assembling according to the formations agreed upon by the King of Hell and the 5 great realm kings. The Namekian Duke and the Sun also found themselves transported back through the instantaneous movement utilized by Hao Daitiao's avatar. Upon encountering Hao Daitiao, both were filled with excitement, albeit tinged with a hint of reproach, as they lamented the promised unity in both entry and exit, which ultimately led to a disjointed experience devoid of shared joy in their strength. Daitiao, the battle is not yet concluded. Could you possibly extend the duration of the wristbands for me? Hao Daitiao had not yet indicated a desire to reclaim the wristbands, yet the earnest Sun, somewhat embarrassed, tentatively probed Hao Daitiao. Hao Daitiao cast a sidelong glance at Duke, who appeared equally reluctant to part with his avatar. Considering his generally favorable impression of the Namekian, Hao Daitiao acquiesced, agreeing to reclaim the avatar only after the battle's conclusion. Both Namekians were elated, nearly on the verge of jubilant leaps. Their exchange did not go unnoticed by the 4 subordinates of the Dinosaur Cockroach Squad, trailing behind Hao Daitiao, who were instantly engulfed in envy and longing. They subtly hinted at the possibility of receiving wristbands of their own, primarily captivated by their aesthetic charm. However, Hao Daitiao seemed entirely oblivious to their hints, leaving the 4 subordinates feeling desolate. In truth, Hao Daitiao had long since discerned their hidden agendas, yet he harbored a sense of grudging resentment. These 4 had previously mocked him, and his decision not to retaliate had already demonstrated considerable magnanimity. Should they dare to encroach further, it would depend on their skills and flattery. Once the formation strategies of the King of Hell and others were implemented, some individuals found themselves with leisure time, no longer required to guard designated locations. Among them were Hao Daitiao and the Dinosaur Cockroach Squad, elite warriors who were now free to assist as they pleased. The 2 Namekians, Duke and Sun, merely basked in the afterglow, accompanying Hao Daitiao as free agents, providing support at will. Other elite warriors from across the galaxy enjoyed similar privileges, including the formidable Ribrice, well known to Hao Daitiao. After the team returned from the front line, tales of Hao Daitiao's exploits quickly circulated among the ranks, igniting fervent discussions akin to a boiling cauldron. There were even rumors suggesting that the withdrawal of all teams to fortify the underworld was orchestrated to create opportunities for Hao Daitiao to showcase his extraordinary abilities. Hearing such claims, Ribrice, fueled by curiosity, made a special visit. Chapter 49. Ribrice surrenders without battle. Are you the Hao Daitiao from Earth? Do you know Sun Wukong? Upon encountering Hao Daitiao, Ribrice inquired, maintaining his aloof demeanor, treating Hao Daitiao not as a child but as an equal. Behind him trailed a cadre of 8 formidable warriors, who had come specifically upon hearing of Ribrice's visit to Hao Daitiao. Otherwise, these guardians of the underworld, who had been stationed at the front lines from the outset, would not have had the opportunity to meet him. Hao Daitiao, reclining amidst a shroud of ominous clouds, was dozing, while the likes of Dinosaur and Cockroach engaged in boastful banter with other powerful beings at a distance, not wishing to intrude. Upon hearing the inquiry, Hao Daitiao responded before even opening his eyes. Sun Wukong? Of course, I know him. He is the former lover of my godmother, and they grew up together. Only then did he lazily open his eyes to see Ribrice and his entourage standing nearby. The revelation that Sun Wukong was his godmother's former lover elicited a remarkable change in the expressions of those present. Who could have imagined that the seemingly simple-minded Sun Wukong was so intricately connected? Dinosaur and Cockroach, upon noticing this, ceased their boasting and approached, their gazes turning hostile towards Ribrice and his companions. They resented Ribrice's cold inquiries, deeming them disrespectful to their leader, Hao Daitiao. Hey, who do you think you are, speaking to our leader in such a tone? Hao Daitiao promptly raised a hand to halt their outrage, signaling to Dinosaur and Cockroach not to overreact. If true offense had been taken, he would respond in kind without needing anyone to act on his behalf. Ribrice cast a glance at Dinosaur and Cockroach, but remained unfazed and continued to address Hao Daitiao. I have heard of your unparalleled prowess on the front lines. Your combat style is quite unique. Shall we spar? Certainly, came Hao Daitiao's unexpected affirmation, but he swiftly redirected the conversation towards Duke, the Namekian. Me? You want me to spar with him? Duke was taken aback by the sudden request. Before Ribrice could react, the 8 warriors behind him expressed their displeasure upon hearing Hao Daitiao's words. What with this brat's attitude? Has he become arrogant just because he gained some notoriety? Does he underestimate the strongest of the underworld? They continued. If you're afraid, just admit it. Don't throw some random nobody at us to deflect. Ribrice needn't intervene. This little green-faced youth would be dealt with by them. If he wishes to spar, let him step forward. Otherwise, he admits defeat and acknowledges his inferiority. Hearing this, Dinosaur and Cockroach were incensed. The powerful Sea Mother stepped forth, unleashing a deafening wave of mental energy. Mind your tone. Who do you think you are? Our leader can do as he pleases, and you have no say in the matter. Don't say I'm bullying you. Someone your caliber, I could handle alone, 1 or 2, without needing our leader's assistance. Seeing the Sea Mother's underlings so agitated, Hao Daitiao quickly intervened. Calm down, little Sea Mother. I'll handle this. Duke, please make it a memorable encounter. Hao Daitiao affectionately called him Little Jellyfish, and the once ivory head of the jellyfish warrior suddenly radiated with a luminous glow, a hallmark of his embarrassment. The joy in Duke's heart soared as Hao Daitiao addressed him as brother in such a familiar manner. Moreover, with Hao Daitiao's doppelganger still lingering at his side, Duke felt an eager desire to showcase his prowess before Hao Daitiao. After hearing the disrespectful remarks from the underworld warrior, he was determined to teach him a lesson on Hao Daitiao's behalf. Thus, stepping out of the ranks, he flickered into a nearby open space. The warrior behind him, observing this, smirked slightly and followed suit. Possessing exceptional combat strength, he had no concerns facing Duke, whose power barely exceeded 10,000. Truly, it was a case of the mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a foolish endeavor, and a call for disaster. Hey, what are you barking about? How can a mantis obstruct a chariot? Would you care to test that? Upon hearing these words, Duke remained unperturbed, while the dinosaur-like creature erupted in a fit of rage. Duke refrained from retorting, recognizing the truth in his adversary's words. Ultimately, it was Hao Daitiao who was engaged in combat. He was merely playing a supporting role. With a stoic expression, Duke's body trembled as he unleashed the latent energy within him, instantly elevating his combat strength to approximately 40,000. His opponent, momentarily taken aback, was intrigued by Duke's concealed power but remained untroubled. The chasm between them was still vast. Duke took the initiative, opening his mouth to unleash an energy cannon aimed directly at his foe. The latter merely smiled, his eyes brimming with disdain, and did not even attempt to evade, taking the full brunt of the attack. With a resounding explosion, a colossal, fiery blossom erupted from the spot where he stood. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the vigilant warriors stationed at a distance. Only those bound to their posts remained unaware, while the rest sensed the disturbance and soared over to investigate. Before the fiery display could dissipate, Duke left a shadow in his wake and appeared behind the warrior. The adversary still made no attempt to retaliate. Sensing the approaching crowd, a thought flickered through his mind. He intended to demonstrate just how easily the Northern Galaxy warriors could be overwhelmed. However, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the smoke. The warrior shot out from the haze, twisting in the air as he spun numerous times. Upon landing, he fell silent. His fate was a stark contrast to his earlier bravado, indeed a sight to behold. Witnessing this, all present were rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. In truth, Duke understood that he could not match his opponent in sheer strength alone. Thus, he opted for a strategy of deception to catch them off guard. Creating a cloud of dust to obscure the view, he seized the moment to strike unexpectedly. Audacio's doppelganger swiftly enveloped Duke's fist, delivering a crushing blow to his opponent. What? Vegeta was actually knocked out by an Namekian with merely tens of thousands in combat power? What a bewildering twist. Has Vegeta lost his senses? It is utterly unfathomable to tarnish the reputation of one's own galaxy like this. Those familiar with Vegeta from the Western Galaxy can hardly believe it. He must have been careless. I shall confront this Namekian myself. I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, another warrior surged forward from behind the rib rice, launching an immediate assault on Duke. Unlike Vegeta's reckless approach, Duke furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated. During his retreat, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts from his palms, creating clouds of smoke to obscure his figure. Once shrouded in the haze, he activated the pink circle in his right hand, propelling him swiftly to his opponent's side, delivering another powerful punch. In this manner, Duke cleverly employed various techniques to obscure visibility, defeating 6 out of the 8 formidable warriors behind the rib rice, leaving a trail of fallen adversaries. The remaining warriors fell silent, their previous bravado extinguished. It is your pink circle that aids you, the essence of how Dachiao. Is that your doppelganger? Rib rice questioned, furrowing his brow. Do not concern yourself with that. Just tell me, do you dare to spar again? The dinosaur, brimming with pride, proclaimed as if he were single-handedly dominating the field against numerous challengers. Merely the attention from all corners filled him with immense pride. Whether how Dachiao or Duke emerged victorious represented the glory of their Northern Galaxy, a shared honor. No need for further contest. I concede. I also apologize on behalf of my companions for their earlier disrespect towards you. To everyone's surprise, Rib Rice displayed remarkable self-awareness and, unbothered by others' opinions, conceded openly and bowed in apology. This only further highlighted the prowess of the Northern Galaxy's warriors. Even a warrior with merely tens of thousands in combat power could easily vanquish a super soldier. Thus, it comes as no surprise that among the 4 major galaxies, only the Northern Galaxy managed to secure its stronghold. Chapter 50, awaiting the arrival of ingredients report. The infernal army of evil spirits has breached all nodes and is advancing relentlessly towards the netherworld. Preliminary estimates indicate there are approximately 600 to 700 individuals, predominantly demons, among whom there are 60 to 70 giants, with a dozen or so exuding exceptionally powerful auras, their depths unknown. Scouts have been returning with reports. And following a comprehensive assessment of the enemy situation, a general from the netherworld presented the findings to the King of Hell and the 5 major realm kings. Major Realm King, are the defensive and offensive formations surrounding the netherworld-esque structures fully prepared? Netherworld Commander, in response to the King of Hell and esteemed Realm Kings. Everything is in place and as solid as a fortress. King of Hell, excellent. Relay the orders to remain vigilant and adhere to the prearranged formations to withstand the enemy's assault. Inform Hao Dachiao Ribrice and the main forces to remain ready for swift support. Understood. As the commander departed from the King of Hell's Hall, the king cast a serious glance around and exchanged glances with the 5 realm kings. Let's also step outside to observe the battle. I am truly eager to witness the magnificent prowess of the young Hao Daitiao. My anticipation grows to behold the terrified expressions of those hellish demons as they scurry in panic. The King of the West chuckled with delight. Previously, he harbored doubts about Hao Daitiao, but after witnessing his combat prowess, he has become an ardent admirer. Subsequently, the 5 kings remained inactive. Instead, with a wave of his right hand, the king of hell transformed the ceiling of the Hell Palace into a transparent spectacle. The high platform upon which the six of them sat began to float slowly upwards, drifting out from the palace. Upon exiting, they were greeted by an awe-inspiring sight. A colossal wall of ominous clouds encircled the architectural marvels of the underworld. Tiny warriors, no larger than grains of rice, stood defiantly upon it, exuding a fierce aura. Beyond the wall, in the four cardinal directions, dense formations of troops were arrayed, totaling over 1,000 warriors, each radiating a chilling presence. Leading a contingent of 12, Dai stood atop the main city gate, gazing into the distance. From the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, squads of hellish warriors converged for various points, coalescing into four formidable forces, each comprising over 100 members, advancing steadily towards the underworld, now less than 100 miles away. Nearly every demon emanated a horrific aura exceeding that of the first tier. As they gathered, strange runes on their ethereal forms glimmered, their luminescence subtly intertwining to form a colossal shadow. This shadow emanated an uncanny vibration, reminiscent of an ancient evil deity poised to emerge, a spectacle both formidable and awe-inspiring. The forces of the underworld sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon them, rendering each warrior tense and pale, as if burdened by 100 pounds of rice. Enduring immense strain. As the hellish army drew nearer, the pressure intensified. At that moment, Duke Lai Ri and the two Namekians, along with the quartet of dinosaurs and 6 other elite warriors from the northern galaxy, furrowed their brows, casting glances at the petite yet steadfast figure of Hao Daiqiao, who stood elevated above them. Each person held their breath, hoping that Hao Daiqiao could withstand the impending storm of momentum approaching from afar. Floating high in the air, no one could discern his expression. His eyes shone with increasing fervor, his cheeks flushed, lips slightly parted, and a hint of liquid glistened as it trickled down his mouth. Moreover, Hao Daiqiao discerned a delightful surprise. He recognized a member of the Hatred for Sun Wukong Club, as they congregated at the center of the malevolent spirits to the west. Familiar figures came into view. Dr. Jero, the father of the androids, accompanied by 6 or 7 unfamiliar silhouettes, alongside Vegeta's attendant Nappa, Cell, Frisia's father King Cold, and his subordinates. Under the command of Frisia, his subordinates such as Zarbin, the Jinya Force, and Babidi, who had unleashed Majin Buu, accompanied by his 3 minions and a cadre of newly recruited followers marked with the letter M on their foreheads, emerged. Most of these individuals had attained the strength of Super Saiyan 2, with Cell boasting an impressive power level akin to that of Super Saiyan 3, making him the mightiest among them. It was unexpected that those who had once clashed with Goku and his companions would rise to prominence in this upheaval of the underworld, not only augmenting their powers, but seemingly forming a formidable faction. Previously, Hao Daiqiao had lamented his late arrival during his traversal, missing the opportunity to partake in earlier battles. Now, however, fate offered him a chance to fulfill his dreams. There were numerous individuals, an abundance of ingredients. This time, he was determined to indulge and see if he could grow in one go. Yet, he pondered what would happen if he startled the other demons during his feast. Would they scatter in fright, retreating back to hell, leaving him to scour the world in search of them once more? A solution was imperative. With that thought, Hao Daiqiao closed his eyes. Within his body, unseen by all, 600 to 700 cells executed a swift teleportation, hiding within the bodies of the hellish spirits. Thus, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, he could sense their presence and instantly reappear before them. After accomplishing this, Hao Daiqiao turned to face the 4 members of the dinosaur cockroach team. I hear you wish to wear the wristbands I conjured? His unexpected kindness left the quartet momentarily stunned, but soon they erupted in joy, nodding enthusiastically as if wound up like a clock. I can lend you the wristbands, but there is one condition. Please do tell, O leader. We would even go so far as to offer our charms, or even our lives, exclaimed the stone man, brimming with excitement. At that moment, it was Hao Daiqiao's turn to be taken aback. He had been too abrupt. He should have been more direct instead of keeping them in suspense. As for your charms, you may sell them however you wish in the future, just not in our presence. My only request is this. When the battle commences, I fear the demons might flee. Please do your utmost to intercept their escape to spare me the trouble of searching for them later. Understood. With the envious gazes of others upon him, Hao Daiqiao expelled a cloud of pink mist, transforming it into 4 pink wristbands that adorned the arms of the dinosaur cockroach quartet, igniting their excitement. As the hellish army approached within mere miles of the underworld forces, how Daiqiao could no longer contain himself. After issuing a brief command, he leapt from the city walls, soaring into the sky. The powerful beings in the underworld witnessed his ascension, not interpreting it as a signal for attack, but rather with eager anticipation. Eager to discern the prowess of this recently famed underworld deity of death and how he would confront the impending onslaught. However, after how Daiqiao swiftly soared 30 miles beyond the city walls, he extended a finger, summoning 4 orbs of terrifying energy that manifested and surged forth in the directions of east, south, west, and north, directly targeting the 4 legions of hellish forces. Such boldness, such arrogance, such ignorance of mortality. Yet, it is indeed intriguing. Instantly, a myriad of evaluations erupted from the mouths of every formidable being, whether from the realm of the underworld or that of hell. Chapter 51. Would you dare to respond if I call you? The 4 fearsome energy spheres hurtled towards the 4 battalions of the infernal army. Each legion unleashed either energy spheres or beams, effectively dispersing how Daiqiao's assault amidst the air. For colossal bursts of flames illuminated the sky, heralding the commencement of battle. A female ogre, witnessing how Daiqiao's audacity, exclaimed with excitement, "That little brat is no weakling. Yet such audacity is rare. I shall capture him and bring him home for some training. I've heard that the essence of his pure soul is quite delectable. I have quite the appetite, so no one shall compete with me. As an erudite ogre of the underworld, I find myself in need of a wayward little disciple. And this lad suits my taste perfectly. I am quite different, for I delight in making children cry, tripping them up, snatching their treats, and reveling in their wails. Oh, how it pleases me. I shall seize him now and prick him with my whiskers until he weeps." Many ogres were captivated by how Daiqiao's earlier display, expressing their desire to treat him with utmost care. Consequently, each battalion dispatched 4 or 5 ogres toward his direction. How Daiqiao, suddenly alarmed, was overcome with fear and promptly transformed into a beam of light, darting towards the northwestern gap, where the infernal army had yet to form a complete encirclement. This delighted the eastern and western legions, especially the ogres racing to capture Hao Daiqiao. It was akin to colliding into an embrace. In the blink of an eye, 3 ogres had caught up with him. When Hao Daiqiao turned to face them, the panic and fear that had previously adorned his visage were nowhere to be found. It was clear he had feigned such expressions. Unbeknownst to him, a pink ceramic jar, the size of a goose egg, had appeared in his left hand. He raised it high, proclaiming with a resounding voice, "Which fiend dares to pursue me? If I were to call you a fiend, would you dare to respond?" Confronted with Hao Daiqiao's sudden and bewildering antics, the first 3 pursuing ogres were left utterly flabbergasted. One ogre chuckled, "Little brat, are you playing games with us? So, I am the fiend you speak of. What of it? Should I take a bite out of you, fiendish uncle?" Hao Daiqiao grinned mischievously. "Then I shall claim you first." With the ceramic jar held aloft in his left hand and his right hand poised like a sword, he commanded, "Collect." A surge of pink mist erupted from the jar, instantaneously breaking through the confines of space and enveloping the surroundings. A harrowing cry emerged from the swirling pink mist, yet none could discern the events unfolding within. Subsequently, the mist receded, flowing back into the ceramic jar, and the cries abruptly ceased. Witnessing this scene, the 2 other trolls were taken aback, instinctively retreating in haste. Meanwhile, the other trolls approaching from various directions came to an abrupt halt, casting bewildered glances in this direction, their expressions rife with disbelief. A troll of considerable strength had been captured without so much as a struggle, ensnared in the small jar. Was it a sacred relic of some sort? This pink jar was indeed an extension of Hao Daiqiao, yet it emanated no discernible aura, appearing merely as an inanimate object. The mist that had poured forth carried a chaotic essence, entirely distinct from the aura surrounding Hao Daiqiao. This was a deliberate maneuver on his part, aimed at preventing an immediate mass exodus. Despite his current prowess, he was incapable of transforming hundreds of formidable demons into sustenance all at once. Moreover, he intended to relish the moment, elated by the sight of such abundant ingredients. No, Morty was not dead. His essence lingered, likely sealed within the jar. If the jar were to be destroyed, Morty would surely be released. Furthermore, the method he had employed to manipulate the jar seemed reminiscent of an ancient tome he had perused, said to contain a legendary and mysterious magic capable of ensnaring adversaries. The jar itself was specially crafted, devoid of lethal intent. As long as he remained silent in response to the childish taunts, the spell would remain ineffective. In the distance, one troll remarked, seemingly unraveling the enigma. Upon hearing these words, how Daiqiao's expression subtly shifted, a detail keenly observed by the other trolls, igniting their scheming minds. Further away, two trolls cautiously unleashed waves of force. How Daiqiao merely dodged with agility, refraining from a direct confrontation, all the while cradling the jar with care, choosing not to retaliate. Observing this, they charged forward, intent on close combat. How Daiqiao swiftly raised the jar. The two formidable demons decisively retreated, retreating over 10 kilometers in an instant. Indeed, they were wary of the jar and how Daiqiao's grasp. Ha ha, you timid souls, I have yet to make a move, and you've already fled in fright. If you possess any courage, come forth and confront me. How Daiqiao feigned the voice of a mischievous 5 or 6-year-old, persistently provoking the trolls. Yet to his surprise, they remained unfazed. Witnessing this, how Daiqiao's demeanor gradually shifted to one of waning patience. TCH, this is utterly unamusing. He then cast his gaze toward the distant hellish army, noting that his antics had indeed halted their advance, drawing their full attention. Could it be that this little brat is the one responsible for the annihilation of the small squads, including Raditz, tasked with guarding the northern galaxy? Asked Cell, his expression devoid of emotion. One of his subordinates responded, My lord, due to the assault on certain nodes in the northern galaxy by the great demons, none have escaped. The others who breached the nodes encountered no formidable resistance. Therefore, we cannot ascertain if this little brat was indeed behind it. However, one thing is certain. There exists a terrifyingly powerful entity in the underworld. The ability to defend the northern region yet retreat to the underworld surely implies a conspiracy. And we should proceed with caution. Could it be Goku and his son, or Vegeta and the others? Cell pondered, furrowing his brow. Recently, news reached him that the vast majority of the underworld army had been decimated. His initial suspicion fell upon Goku, his son, and the Earth's warriors. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that the underworld army, having drastically increased their strength through the mastery of arcane runes, could suffer such a near-total annihilation. Yet, he felt no fear, rather. A sense of exhilaration surged within him. If Goku and his companions were indeed involved, that would be even better, with his power having escalated to its current heights. He believed he could crush the former Goku with a mere flick of his wrist. Even if time had passed, and Goku had likely grown stronger, Cell remained confident in his ability to defeat him. Thus, the absence of Goku's presence from the underworld left him somewhat disappointed, for it meant he could not redeem himself today. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of other members of the Anti-Goku Club, who shared a collective dismay at the absence of their foes who had once slain them. As for Babidi, while he harbored a grudge against Goku for being the catalyst of his demise, his current focus was on whether Majin Buu had arrived. He hoped not, until the appearance of Heyodatio brought with it a hint of Majin Buu's aura. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips, though he kept his thoughts to himself, recognizing this as a monumental opportunity to augment his strength. Such a secret could not be easily divulged. Chapter 52. The underworld engages in full-scale warfare. Perhaps Goku, Vegeta, and the others are merely concealing their auras, hiding within the underworld, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. If that is the case, we shall force them out. I can no longer contain myself. With my power having surged, the inability to unleash my pin-up hatred leaves me utterly uncomfortable, exclaimed Dr. Gero, the father of the androids, with Frisia's father, King Cold, and the members of the Ginyu Force nodding in agreement. Cell and the others shared no dissent. Thus, the team here disregarded how Daiqiao and launched an assault on the netherworld. The vast infernal army surged forth towards the underworld with great momentum. Each formidable demon unleashed their ranged attacks instantaneously, a vibrant array of energy projectiles hurtling towards the city walls of the netherworld from a distance of several kilometers. Akin to a torrential downpour, all defenses, commanded the leader of the battle team from the netherworld. The warriors atop the walls raised a hand to press against the battlements. A tremendous force surged into the walls, and in an instant, a colossal energy shield emerged, enveloping the entire netherworld region, including the forces outside its walls. The Mechans Duke, the Blazing Sun, and the Dinosaur Cockroach Quartet had already extended their right hands upon the city walls. The pink rings on their hands suddenly transformed into a mist that permeated the walls, merging with the energy shield as it formed. The rain-like energy blast struck the shield, erupting into brilliant, searing bursts of light that nearly engulfed the entire energy barrier. At that moment, even the formidable Majin Buu would have been reduced to dust had he been outside the shield amidst those blazing radiances. However, This seemingly thin layer of protection effortlessly withstood the torrential assault. Moreover, the energy released from the blast was absorbed by the shield, visibly emanating a soft pink glow. The Infernal Army had been confident that their previous barrage would surely devastate the Netherworld. Yet it was casually thwarted as if by a gentle breeze. Seeing this, Cell and the others furrowed their brows. That shield is remarkably resilient? Again, increase the intensity, and the other 3 teams shall not merely watch. Subsequently, all the infernal forces gathered their energy, preparing to launch a new round of simultaneous ranged attacks to breach the shield. However, the Netherworld acted more swiftly. While the energy shield remained, numerous 5-star formation diagrams emerged on the city walls. In an instant, dozens of terrifying beams of light shot forth in all directions. Cease the assault, initiate defense, commanded the giants among the Infernal Army. The forces that had been accumulating energy for an attack swiftly shifted to defense. 4 enormous light shields, composed of runes, suddenly materialized before each of the 4 teams. The beams collided with the shields, refracting away in all directions. In that moment, the beams of light burst forth like a dazzling laser show, illuminating the distant skies. Dozens of scorching orbs of destructive light, radiating with the intensity of the sun, visibly expanded and erupted, heralding an endless tide of terror. Fortunately, aside from the Netherworld and Hell, the realm was filled with void, save for the roiling shadows above. Had these attacks struck the earth, it would have undoubtedly shattered into dust. Alas, how unfortunate, for these scattered energies represent my very height. No, I cannot allow such power to be squandered. Upon witnessing the scene, Hao Daiqiao felt an intense pang of anguish. Instantly, numerous wisps of powdery mist within his body shifted, materializing amidst the explosive bursts of light, rapidly devouring the energy released therein. The contraction of the battlefield by the underworld had confined operations to this region, presenting a monumental opportunity for energy accumulation. Naturally, he could not afford to let a single fragment of energy slip through his fingers. It was imperative that he join the fray. As the skirmish commenced in the distance, the conflict on Hao Daiqiao's side momentarily halted. Surrounding him were a dozen trolls who had yet to regroup, all captivated by the tumult of battle nearby. "I call upon you, trolls. Will you dare respond?" Hao Daiqiao bellowed, startling the trolls, akin to frightened flies retreating in an instant. Observing that he made no move, he found amusement in their startled reactions, laughing heartily at their expense. However, the trolls were incensed. It appeared that the ceramic jar in the boy's possession indeed had its limitations. Otherwise, he would have struck again without hesitation. With this realization, the trolls resolved to collectively teach this impudent child a lesson, allowing him a premature taste of society's harsh realities. Thus, they ceased their evasions and swiftly encircled Hao Daiqiao. Super Phantom Divine Wind Fist. With this, Hao Daiqiao shed any pretense and unleashed the ultimate technique of Wuqing Kexis. He exhaled, conjuring forth several energy entities that mirrored his form, each trailing a spectral tail, scattering like wraiths towards the approaching trolls. Unfamiliar with such a technique, the trolls mistook it for mere duplicates and did not evade, charging forward to explode them with their fists. Boom! 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 The colossal orbs of light detonated, engulfing the trolls within. A cacophony of anguished cries ensued. The commotion naturally drew the attention of the combatants in the distance, leading to an eerie tableau as the fighting ceased, and all gazes turned toward this unfolding drama. Seizing the moment, Hao Daiqiao, no longer dawdling, dashed to the side of a troll that had been disoriented by the explosion. Noticing its disjointed form with a missing arm, he kindly assisted in removing the other arm. Finding the legs a hindrance, he likewise helped to detach them. Ultimately, deeming the overall appearance unsightly, he tore away the remnants, scattering petals through the air. While the transformation appeared intricate and time-consuming, it transpired within the span of mere seconds. The other trolls, witnessing the spectacle, were struck with terror, hastily retreating towards their main forces, their bodies significantly impaired. Yet, Hao Daiqiao would not permit their escape. "Please do not leave. I am here to care for you." Subsequently, Hao Daiqiao's hand transcended the boundaries of space, effortlessly casting aside his adversaries one by one. "Gather," he commanded once more, and this time, the pink ceramic jar materialized in his grasp, releasing a vast cloud of pink mist that surged towards the multitude of giants. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of the giants morphed into sheer terror and despair. They had misjudged the situation. The jar required no incantation to ensnare them. They had been utterly deceived. I shall fight you. One among the giants, driven to madness, radiated a luminous glow, preparing for self-destruction. Yet, enveloped by the pink mist, even a successful detonation would yield no significant upheaval. Their self-destruction resembled firecrackers smothered within a thick mound of sand, merely causing the mist to quiver slightly. At this moment, Hao Daiqiao's physical form had attained an unimaginable level of resilience, far surpassing his earlier encounters with Sun Wukong upon the sea. His cells, now infused with abundant energy, had become indestructible. Chapter 53. Alas, I inadvertently failed to conceal my presence. The young lad had indeed masked his true strength. His combat prowess exceeded that of the giants by a considerable margin. Remarkably, he could breach the fabric of space to initiate an attack. What divine artifact was that jar in his possession? What terrifying capabilities did the mist possess? The infernal army. Witnessing how Daiqiao, swiftly dispatching several giants in a most peculiar manner, was evidently shaken. They pondered the implications. If that jar could defy the disparities in combat power indefinitely, was this young boy not invincible in this realm? The auras of Sun Wukong and his allies, such as Vegeta, remained concealed. Perhaps they had not arrived at all. It was highly probable that it was this child who annihilated Raditz' entire team. To attack through the breach of space? As long as 1's power reached a certain threshold, I could achieve that too. What I feared was that jar. To this day, I had yet to discern any flaw within it. In the western domain of hell, Self floated upon a cloud of grayish-white mist, squinting at the distant figure of Hao Daiqiao. Every demon in hell furrowed their brows, contemplating strategies to counter the young boy. Only Babidi harbored a secret delight. The stronger the better, the stronger the better. Meanwhile, in the underworld, all the powerful beings were naturally invigorated, except for a few from the northern galaxy. The warriors from other galaxies had never witnessed Hao Daiqiao in action. Previously, they had heard whispers of his mysterious techniques. Now, witnessing it firsthand, they could see the rumors were indeed true. With the formidable Hao Daiqiao in their ranks, achieving such remarkable victories from the onset, the morale of the underworld forces surged. The shadows cast by the earlier losses in the eastern, western, and southern regions, along with the pressure imposed by the infernal army's imposing presence, gradually diminished in the hearts of the powerful. However, King Yama and the four great kings wore expressions of slight concern, not out of fear of defeat in this battle against the infernal demons. They observed that Hao Daiqiao seemed to engage in petty skirmishes, seemingly attempting to conceal his true capabilities. It was uncertain what ulterior motives or concerns he harbored. Ultimately, Beijie Wang chuckled and remarked that perhaps he feared scaring people away. In order to draw the infernal army to the greatest extent without frightening them off, Hao Daiqiao indeed exerted considerable effort, projecting an image that was both formidable and worthy of attention, yet suggesting that an increased number of adversaries could still be overcome. The infernal forces clashed with the realm of the dead once more, transitioning from a distant exchange of energy to a chaotic melee, where warriors from both sides engaged in close combat. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air. The realm of the dead boasted numerical superiority, while the infernal side possessed exceptionally powerful individuals. Initially, two formidable warriors from the realm of the dead besieged a single mighty demon from the infernal domain. However, the disparity in absolute strength between them was significant, and thus, as soon as the conflict erupted, the infernal side gained the upper hand, overpowering the warriors from the realm of the dead. Had it not been for the soul-transmitting talismans on the side of the dead, many strong fighters would have perished immediately. To prevent Hao Daiqiao from disrupting the main battlefield, the infernal forces dispatched over 20 trolls to ensnare him and lure him far from the fray, which aligned perfectly with Hao Daiqiao's intentions. Each of these trolls possessed unique abilities, and one particularly formidable troll, with strength surpassing level 2, unleashed a spatial sealing skill, confining Hao Daiqiao within a small circle of 5 meters in radius, rendering him unable to launch attacks through spatial manipulation. As soon as Hao Daiqiao was sealed, a barrage of over 20 terrifying energy orbs surged towards him. A blinding sphere of light erupted, rapidly expanding to a diameter of several dozen kilometers, imbued with an overwhelming force of annihilation. Fortunately, being distanced from the main battlefield spared him from the devastating shockwave. However, the luminous sphere quickly extinguished, coalescing into a massive cloud of pink mist that floated ominously. Gather! Hao Daiqiao's voice resonated, and within the misty sphere, a vortex emerged, drawing the pink fog back. Ultimately, His figure materialized, clutching a small ceramic jar, visibly shaken as he patted his chest in relief. That was close. I almost got obliterated. Thankfully, I have the swallowing heaven jar. Oh, my little jar, I owe you my life. How Daiqiao appeared as though he attributed his survival solely to the pink ceramic jar rather than his own strength. Yet, did he truly believe that apart from this little jar, he would be at the mercy of others? What you could do, I can do as well. With that, how Daiqiao waved towards the mighty demon who had just cast the sealing spell, and astonishingly, from dozens of kilometers away, the troll found itself ensnared by a sealing technique identical to its own. With a swift motion of his right fist, How Daiqiao transcended the boundaries of space, delivering a powerful blow that sent the formidable demon crashing backward. He raised the ceramic jar once more, intending to secure it. Suddenly, he perceived a deceleration in his own speed, as if time itself had been stretched 1,000-fold, while the velocity of his thoughts remained unperturbed. Just as he pondered how to counter this predicament, a shadow flitted past him, and the ceramic jar vanished from his grasp. In the ensuing chaos, a barrage of terrifying energy projectiles assailed him from all directions, culminating in another cataclysmic explosion, even more devastating than the last. Grateful for Lady Shurji's timely intervention, he reflected that without her assistance, he might have been ensnared by that pink ceramic jar. The rescued giant, addressing a figure whose form was hazy yet glimmered like crystal, expressed sincere gratitude. At that moment, the pink jar hung upon it, perpetually ensnared in a state of control. This being was a demon lord of strength comparable to a Super Saiyan, the most formidable among the 20 or so giants besieging Hao Daiqiao. Having bided its time in silence, it finally struck with precision. Yet, it offered no reply, instead twisting its body to gaze in Hao Daiqiao's direction, seemingly astonished. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, Hao Daiqiao stood unscathed in place, prompting gasps of disbelief from the surrounding giants. It dawned on them that this young boy had been toying with them all along, surviving the full force of a dozen giants without a scratch. Was there any need for further explanation? The ceramic jar was merely a shield. A wave of embarrassment washed over Hao Daiqiao. It appeared his intentions had been inadvertently revealed. The skill that slowed a person's movements had proven effective, albeit unintentionally. With that realization, he resolved to lay his cards on the table. As he spoke, his eyes blinked, and a colossal energy shield enveloped the two giants in an instant. Almost immediately, the jar in the demon lord's hand flickered, breaking free from control and erupting into a vast cloud of pink mist that enveloped the two and drew them back. As the mist merged with Hao Daiqiao's essence, the surrounding giants were paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions. Chapter 54. A Shift in the Mortal Realm. Run? Do you think you can escape? Hao Daiqiao grinned wickedly, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, he materialized before a fleeing giant, gently touching the tip of his finger against it. A burst of phosphorescence enveloped the giant, freezing its terrified expression in place, and in a surreal twist, it transformed into a milk candy, which Hao Daiqiao caught his mouth. He teleported again, appearing beside another giant, replicating the process. Witnessing their comrades being reduced to snacks, the remaining giants were utterly petrified, redoubling their efforts to flee with newfound speed. Fortunately, they existed in a spectral state. Had they been in corporeal form, they would surely have been overwhelmed with terror. However, no matter how swiftly one runs, it proves futile. The aftermath has been meticulously arranged by Hao Daiqiao. The overwhelming situation here has startled the distant realms of the underworld and hell. The battles there have come to a sudden halt. Both the formidable beings of the underworld and hell turn their gazes towards Hao Daiqiao, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Instantaneous movement. This young lad possesses the ability to teleport? What manner of being is he? With but a mere gesture, he conjures a luminescent glow that transforms others into sustenance. Could it be? Sheru's brow furrows. Nearly capable of crushing a fly, he turns to Babidi, observing his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Hao Daiqiao's terrifying abilities. A suspicion arises within him. Although he has never directly inquired of Babidi, the latter's subordinates once spoke of a creature named Majin Buu, whose powers bear a striking resemblance to those displayed by the young boy in the distance. The capability to transmute beings into food for consumption through sorcery. Could this child be Majin Buu? Yet, how could it be that Majin Buu is described as a grotesque, corpulent figure, while this one resembles a mere mortal from Earth? Sheru's emotions are now in disarray. Previously, he held himself in high regard, unafraid even in the presence of Goku and his son, or Vegeta. Yet now, he feels an unsettling urge to retreat. He is not alone in this sentiment among the hellish forces. Upon witnessing how Daiqiao's use of instantaneous movement and his ability to transform foes into food, they all begin to contemplate retreat. Should the situation take a turn, they would surely flee at the first opportunity. As for the underworld, aside from the North Galaxy warriors who have previously witnessed how Daiqiao's prowess, the rest of the warriors from the galaxies are incredulous that such a terrifying being exists in this universe. They secretly express gratitude that how Daiqiao is of their faction. Otherwise, what would they have to combat him? This is the extent of his power. Goku would likely not stand a chance against him, would he? That day, I naively wished to spar with him. Fortunately, I conceded at the time. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the magnitude of the embarrassment I would have faced. Is this the strength of Earth's warriors? I've heard there are many other powerful beings on Earth. Such news makes me yearn to pay homage. On a certain battlefield, Rib Rice gazes towards the direction of how Daiqiao's battle, murmuring to himself with a self-deprecating expression. Behind him stand several powerful beings from the West Galaxy, part of the 8 warriors who once defended Rib Rice. Their expressions are now a vivid tapestry of emotions. How foolish they were to speak to Hao Daiqiao in such a manner that day. Now, waves of regret wash over them. Had Hao Daiqiao unleashed his power that day, they would have undoubtedly become mere snacks for others to consume. Above the architecture of the underworld, the King of Hell and the 5 great kings sit upon a high platform, gazing into the battlefield where Hao Daiqiao resides. They all wore satisfied smiles. Did you hear that? He inadvertently revealed himself. Indeed, he had been concealing so much before. What a childish prankster. His playful spirit is excessively pronounced. However, we can now rest assured. This calamity from the underworld should pass without incident. On the city walls, the dinosaur cockroach squad of 4 was brimming with excitement. The leader had finally ceased to hide. He communicated to us that we could make our move. Let us go. It's time for us to showcase our skills, exclaimed Jellyfish. Yet, the Mech Star Duke cautioned, do not become too enamored with battle. Daoshio has summoned us to act primarily to intercept any fleeing enemies. Thus, it would be wise for us to disperse along the periphery of the fray, ready to block or capture any cowardly souls attempting to escape. Understood, understood. You are so oblivious to our plight, having donned those pink wristbands for days on end. Stone exclaimed excitedly, stroking a pink ring around his arm. Subsequently, the 6 of them stealthily moved in 6 different directions, positioning themselves at the outskirts of the battle, waiting to see which timid soul would flee first. Merely a minute passed before Hao Daoshio devoured the 20-odd trolls who had attempted to hinder his entrance into the main battlefield. His combat prowess surged dramatically, and his stature grew several centimeters, resembling a 6 or 7-year-old. Truly a little scholar. Just as he intended to return to the main battlefield, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Crack! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the underworld, followed by flashes of lightning and thunder from a point in the eastern sky. Initially, it was but a few bolts of lightning and rumbles, but then that spot erupted into a terrifying thunderstorm. The booming echoes struck like hammers against the hearts of all present. Whether in the underworld or hell, everyone gazed in astonishment towards the sky where the storm raged. What was happening? Thunder? Could it herald another great disaster? Upon hearing such fierce thunder, the King of Hell and the 5 great realm lords, whose faces had been filled with smiles, suddenly paled. No sooner had the king spoken than a swirling vortex of dark clouds began to materialize amidst the storm. The vortex expanded, culminating in a tremendous explosion as a spatial passageway opened. Subsequently, a luminous conduit emerged, resembling a vast pipeline extending from the portal. It stretched on until it reached a teleportation array within a certain structure in the underworld. Then, the crowd beheld countless souls, faces twisted in agony, some weeping, others raving, some sorrowful, and others reluctant, streaming along the conduit toward the underworld. So many souls from the netherworld. A great calamity has befallen the realm of the living. What has transpired? Someone, quickly fetch the Yin-Yang Pearl. The King of Hell shouted, urging a steward within the underworld's edifice. This calamity from the underworld coincides with a great disaster in the realm of the living. What is happening in this world? The 5 great realm lords furrowed their brows, anxious and apprehensive, sensing that dire circumstances were at hand. Previously, a sense of unease had lingered, as many believed it was an omen of impending catastrophe. Little did they know that calamity had struck the mortal realm. leaving them bewildered as to the source of their disquiet. At this moment, the figure of Hao Daiqiao suddenly appeared before Yin Wang and his companions. Uncle Yin Wang, esteemed elders, he inquired, "What has transpired? Is it possible that the passage brings forth souls from the mortal world? Could it be that a formidable being has emerged, wreaking havoc upon the living?" The Northern Realm King nodded, affirming that indeed, something had gone awry in the mortal domain. However, it remained uncertain whether the disturbance was localized or had repercussions across the entire universe. As Realm Kings, they possessed the ability to perceive any corner of their governed universe. Yet such vision was confined to the Realm King star. In the underworld, they could sense disturbances, yet the peculiar nature of this realm obscured their sight. Under normal circumstances, they would return to the Realm King star to discern the nature of the crisis, but given the perilous state of the underworld, they could not afford to depart. Their hopes rested upon the Realm King deity, who, from his celestial domain, could behold the entirety of the universe. If even he could not quell the impending disaster, he would likely seek the assistance of Wukong and his allies. Chapter 55, Embodying Multitudes. It appeared that yet another unparalleled force had emerged in the mortal realm, plunging the underworld into chaos. Heaven favors us. The demons of hell rejoiced, their spirits lifted. Now is the time to launch a counteroffensive, bellowed one of the demon lords. With a flick of his fingertip, the passageway for transporting souls collapsed instantaneously. In that moment, billions of souls, released from the mortal realm, erupted like fireworks, scattering across the battlefield like dandelion seeds. The battlefield descended into turmoil. Some demons devoured the falling souls, while powerful beings from the underworld rushed to assist the lost spirits. Yet, any attempt to intervene was met with ambushes from formidable demons. "This is dire. Quickly, save those innocent souls." Yin Wang and the Realm Kings, witnessing the chaos, changed their expressions and promptly issued orders to the underworld warriors and the overseers of soul collection. Yin Wang retrieved a capsule from his pocket, and with a gentle squeeze, a soul-retrieving banner inscribed with runes materialized in his hand. With a vigorous sweep, the banner radiated light, unleashing a tremendous force that spread across the battlefield. The drifting souls were instantaneously drawn back, like kites tethered by invisible strings. However, the retrieval was not swift, as many souls were intercepted and consumed by the demons. "Daiqiao, can you hear me? Daiqiao." At that moment, the anxious voices of Duke and the blazing sun from Namek reached Hao Daiqiao's ears through the pink wristband. "I can hear you. What is it?" Hao Daiqiao inquired, furrowing his brow. "I have seen many of our kin from Namek. They have transformed into souls. Is something amiss on Namek?" Duke and the sun's voice trembled with concern. "Where?" Hao Daiqiao's nerves felt as if they had been tugged by an invisible thread. He swiftly executed a teleportation to Duke's side. Over there, Duke was on the verge of tears, his entire being trembling. Following Duke's direction, Hao Daiqiao beheld a multitude of Namekian souls emerging from the portal, cascading through the air, destined to descend upon the battlefield. They were about to land on the battlefield. "Daiqiao, we must hasten to their rescue. Otherwise, they shall be devoured." With that, Duke soared skyward, racing toward the direction where his kin were descending. Hao Daiqiao took a deep breath, vanished from sight, and in the next moment, reappeared amidst the scattered souls of the Namekians. The hellish demon, initially anticipating a fortuitous turn of events, was struck with terror at the sight of Hao Daiqiao materializing above, prompting an immediate flight in panic. Ignoring them, Hao Daiqiao unleashed a cloud of pink mist. As the mist emerged, it swiftly dispersed. Countless invisible cellular particles rapidly adhered to all the new souls, including the Namekians. Then, an eerie spectacle unfolded. One by one, the new souls vanished from sight only to reappear within the protective barrier enveloping the underworld as structures. The barrier transformed into a chaotic mass, resembling a vat overflowing with pickled vegetables, with the souls contorted and deformed. What is happening? How did those souls instantaneously materialize within the protective confines of the underworld? Both the underworld and hell were left bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Only the king of the Northern Realm comprehended that this was one of Hao Daiqiao's trump cards. Each cell possessed the capability for independent teleportation. Yet, while the rescue was accomplished, the dilemma of managing these souls loomed large. The underworld was currently undergoing tribulations and lacked the time to adjudicate these souls. Should they be dispatched to heaven, condemned to hell, reincarnated directly, or temporarily housed elsewhere until the divine dragon could resurrect them? Moreover, It was evident that this was merely a fraction of the influx. The portal continued to relay a steady stream of newly deceased souls. Daikyao. Facilitating this influx of souls into the underworld is untenable. The sheer volume of new souls cannot be accommodated in the underworld, which lacks the space to house them. Our primary focus must be on vanquishing the demons of hell. Only then can the entire realm accommodate these newly departed souls, rather than perpetually serving as sustenance for the demons to replenish their energy. Henceforth, concentrate on combating the hellish demons, clearing the battlefield surrounding the new soul transmission portal, and forcing the adversaries to the other side. At that point, we will dispatch formidable beings from the underworld to encircle the area, allowing the new souls to settle safely. As Hao Daiqiao pondered whether to place a portion of the souls near the passageway to swiftly transport the newly emerged souls into the protective realm of the underworld. The voice of the Northern Realm King resonated within his mind. Hao Daiqiao nodded in understanding, realizing that the Northern Realm King was aligned with his thoughts. Subsequently, he communicated through his avatar wristband to Duke, Leary, and the Dinosaur Cockroach battle team, instructing them to clear a space at the new soul transmission exit. Meanwhile, he himself teleported directly to the center of the battlefield. This time, he intended to showcase his true prowess, even if it meant frightening the infernal behemoth into retreat. Otherwise, the underworld would be unable to spare any personnel to manage the influx of new souls. Thus, he unleashed the ultimate technique of the Buu clan, the art of avatar absorption. He exhaled a colossal cloud of pink mist, which instantaneously transformed into dozens of pink serpents that surged towards the infernal behemoth. 7 or 8 of the closer, slower demons were swiftly enveloped and began to absorb their energy. In mere seconds, one demon's entire energy was consumed, leaving it discarded on the ground as the serpents pursued their next target. Witnessing this, the denizens of hell and the underworld were once again taken aback. Their perceptions of how Daiqiao transformed anew. Was this truly his ultimate move? His essence manifested in myriad forms, each avatar possessing the power to devour a giant demon in an instant, murmured Yama. The 5 great realm kings were rendered speechless in their astonishment. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Where once the infernal behemoth had dominated the underworld warriors, it now found itself in a frantic, one-sided flight. Throughout the chaos, many demons, fearing being caught, unleashed terrifying energy attacks in an attempt to disperse or annihilate the pink serpents. Yet, even when fragmented, the serpents could not be eradicated. They would inevitably catch up and ensnare their prey once more. Over 30 kilometers away, those from the Hatred Goku Club, including Sheru, understood the gravity of the situation. Their plan to breach the underworld had been utterly thwarted. They had lost completely, and their very lives were now in jeopardy. The realm of the underworld was not vast enough for them to escape to safety. Ultimately, they could not evade the fate of being consumed. King Kurd let out a deep sigh, reflecting on the years he had roamed the northern galaxy, only to meet his demise upon arriving on Earth. How absurd it was! They had initially believed that the strange runes they had learned in the underworld would enhance their strength, enabling them to reclaim their honor in the world of the living. Yet, it turned out to be nothing but a farce. This world was no longer the one they were familiar with. It had become a realm teeming with anomalies, each more bizarre than the last. Presently, a harbinger of death had emerged from hell. Was there another, or perhaps a group, appearing in the realm of the living? One could only wonder how their strength compared to the one before them. Yet, it was clear that this was no longer their era. However, there were still places to seek refuge. They could enter the Forbidden Grounds, or perhaps there were the legendary 4 great realms still waiting to be explored. Within that realm resided an unparalleled demon lord, and perhaps even the spirits of prehistoric beings. Before the runes descended into hell, even the king of hell would need to ponder carefully before entering. As for us, it is far more preferable to be a mere advisor than to be devoured alive. Dr. Glow exclaimed with indignation. Upon hearing this, the members of the rivalry Yukon Club around him found their pupils dilated, lost in deep contemplation. Chapter 56, Babidi. You have mistaken the person. All the great demons of hell were in a frantic escape, yet one remained an exception, Babidi, the former master of Majin Buu. He had employed some arcane technique to stealthily approach Hao Daiqiao, whose body had diminished significantly due to the excessive release of his duplicates. A series of incantations echoed through the air. In an instant, Hao Daiqiao writhed in agony, akin to Sun Wukong being suppressed by Tang Seng's scriptures. Clutching his head and rolling painfully in the air, emitting cries of torment. The warriors of the underworld, witnessing this, were struck with astonishment, utterly bewildered by how Daitiao's plight. The king of hell and the 5 great kings of the realms were so terrified that they leaped from their seats, ready to spring into action to rescue him. Simultaneously, they communicated telepathically to the nearby powerhouses, urging them to assist Daitiao at once. If something were to befall him, it would spell doom for their underworld. At that moment, Babiti's cloaking technique faltered, and his figure materialized beside Daitiao. Yet, there was no trace of triumph upon his countenance. Instead, he wore an expression of bewilderment. What has transpired? Why has my invisibility failed? Moreover, this incantation is intended to control the mind and compel obedience. How could he react so vehemently? Upon hearing Babiti's perplexed inquiry, Daitiao, who had been tumbling through the air in excruciating pain, suddenly ceased his movements. Rolling his eyes, he exclaimed, "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier? Revealing this now only makes me look unprofessional." At these words, Babiti was taken aback, retreating a couple of steps as if his throat had been constricted once more. Rendered speechless, if I were to worry about him further, I would cease to be the king of hell. If I were to fret any longer, I would no longer be the great king of realms. If I continued to concern myself, I might as well transform into a cricket. In their frantic attempts to save Daitiao, the king of hell and his companions, whose trousers were nearly slipping off, erupted into furious exclamations. The other powerful beings of the underworld fared little better. Even if they dared not voice their grievances, they cursed silently 1,000 times over. Babiti, aware that he would ultimately meet his demise for failing to subdue Daitiao promptly, chose not to flee. Instead, he composed himself and inquired, "Why are you unaffected by my spell? Are you not the evolved Majin Buu? Otherwise, my incantation could never be ineffective against you. How could you deduce that I am Majin Buu? I am not that rotund fool." Daitiao retorted vehemently at the mention of Majin Buu. Babiti, astonished, pressed further. "Then how do you possess his various traits and abilities? You are even more formidable than he was. In this world, it is impossible to possess 2 Majin Buu. For Majin Buu was crafted by my father." Upon hearing this, Daitiao scoffed. "Do not embellish your deceased father's legacy. Your father created Majin Buu? How absurd. He merely seized the opportunity while Buu lay gravely wounded and in slumber, using his formidable magic to control him. What a despicable coward to claim the creation of life. It is utterly shameless." Provoked by Daitiao's words, Babiti fumed. "You speak nonsense. Majin Buu was indeed created by my father. I will not allow you to tarnish his name or his monumental achievements." Daitiao retorted, "Humph, you know very well whether I have slandered him. If Majin Buu was truly your father's creation, then who, pray tell, created me? For I am undeniably the progenitor of Majin Buu. He is my own flesh and blood. Do you understand? Your father took advantage of my dear, foolish son while he was incapacitated, casting a spell to enslave him, allowing him to absorb and assimilate a multitude of vile seeds, ultimately losing his essence and becoming pure evil. Now, as I cannot locate the true culprit behind your father's crimes, the sins of the father shall fall upon the son, and you shall bear the burden of my son's torment." With that, Daitiao appeared before the bewildered Babiti in an instant. Seizing him by the throat, as Majin Buu once did in the past, he extracted all of Babiti's magic, including the incantations that could restrain Majin Buu, and then unleashed a devastating attack, reducing him to mere ashes. Since commencing the battle in the realm of the damned, Daitiao had never truly slain a single demon. He had merely absorbed their energy, learned their skills, and confined them within capsule prisons. However, with Babiti, Daitiao had never contemplated sparing his life. During his time on the ancestral planet, when Majin Buu repeatedly absorbed him, Daitiao had, in moments of boredom, inquired about Buu's past. Majin Buu had stated that he could not remember. Yet, fragments of memories lingered within his cells, which Buu himself chose to ignore, for they were reminiscent of a most unpleasant experience. Daitiao had unearthed that grim and horrifying memory of Buu, which later prompted him to approach the probing of Buu's recollections with great caution. After vanquishing Babiti, Daitiao surveyed the battlefield, where not a single demon remained visible. Only the hellish spirits, stripped of their energy by Daitiao's duplicates, lingered, having been reclaimed by the powerful entities of the underworld into their capsule prisons. The new souls transported from the mortal realm were also enclosed by the underworld's might, awaiting their fate. Thus, the battle for the underworld's defense had concluded, and victory had been secured. However, this did not signify the end of all matters. Just moments earlier, after unleashing dozens of serpents formed from powdered mist that wreaked havoc. Over half of the hellish demons had managed to escape. Some of Hada Tiao's duplicates had pursued them. Should they return to hell, Hada Tiao's duplicates would no longer be able to follow. Due to his inability to remotely control so many avatars at once, he had anticipated this scenario long ago. Thus, before the battle commenced, he had taken precautions by releasing hundreds of cells, which were concealed within the bodies of those formidable demons. Now this strategy bore fruit. The mist he had previously dispersed coalesced into the imposing figure of Hao Daitiao. Utilizing the cells embedded within the demons, he executed instantaneous movement, appearing beside the demons that had escaped to various nodes. He lay in wait at these nodes, ready to ambush. One would be devoured as it arrived, and two would meet the same fate if they came together. Where are you heading? Cell, King Cooled, and Dr. Jero. At one of the nodes, Hao Daitiao intercepted the members of the Vengeful Sun Yukon Club. Had these individuals attempted to flee separately, he would have refrained from pursuit and simply blocked their paths with his avatars. However, the cells within them revealed a surprising unity. They had congregated together. Thus, Hao Daitiao felt compelled to pay them a visit. Upon witnessing Hao Daitiao's swift approach, the faces of Cell and the others turned ashen, their eyes betraying a sense of despair. Split up and escape, Cell commanded, furrowing his brow as he vanished, darting towards the node. He was unwilling to surrender without a fight, believing that if he could traverse the node into hell, he might still elude capture amidst the oppressive environment. Yet, a plume of mist erupted at the node, enveloping the entire area. Chapter 57. It is my turn to witness the performance. Even with the spatial node sealed by Hao Daitiao, Cell and his companions refused to concede. They scattered like a group of newly granted wish dragons, swiftly dispersing. However, a smirk curled at the corners of Hao Daitiao's mouth as he transformed into the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. A multitude of arms sprouted from his back, vanishing into the void, then reappearing in front of Dr. Jero and the others, sending them flying. As for Cell, he made his escape via instantaneous movement. Hao Daitiao chose not to pursue immediately. It sufficed to ensure that Cell had not slipped into hell. I will not be easily slaughtered. I will fight back. Doctor. Jero bellowed defiantly as he was sent back by Hao Daitiao. Clenching his fist tightly, he unleashed an aura equivalent to Super Saiyan 2. Narrowing his eyes, he fired 2 beams of laser towards Hao Daitiao, followed by a single-handed blast of terrifying energy. Hao Daitiao did not even flinch, allowing the attacks to strike him, as such an assault could hardly inflict harm. With a mere thought, 11 figures materialized before him, comprising 4 members of the Dinosaur Beetle Brigade, Duke and Lyrie, alongside the 5 formidable demons he had previously subdued. They had been instantaneously transported via the flesh-toned wristbands they wore. Boss, sir, the Dinosaur Beetle members exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Hao Daitiao. As Tao Bai and the formidable demons of the underworld, moments ago exuding an air of supremacy, were suddenly transported here. They transformed from invincible slaughterers into trembling chicks. Observing the distant group of individuals, one could sense the need for respite. Hao Daitiao lazily gestured towards Dr. Glow and his companions, exclaiming, "It's time for me to take a break." He then expelled a cloud of pink mist that suspended in the air, morphing into a soft, cotton candy-like blanket. From seemingly nowhere, he produced an assortment of food and drink, tossing them onto the blanket before reclining and indulging while watching. After Duke and the others picked their jaws off the ground, they turned to observe the flock of lambs awaiting slaughter in the distance. Suddenly, Duke and the blazing sun froze in shock, their eyes filled with unbridled hatred. Frisia. No, that's not right, but they are undoubtedly of the same race. That face is indelibly etched in my memory. And that blubbery creature, Dodoria, with his grotesque lumps, and the braided Cybermen. Those 2 accursed fiends once slaughtered countless members of our kin. At that time, we lacked the strength to retaliate. This time, I shall avenge my fallen brethren. With that, Duke and the blazing sun soared forth, charging directly at King Cold, alongside his companions Dodoria and the Cybermen. "Leave Doctor. Glow to me," Tao Bai shouted, rushing towards the doctor. "You were the one who first mocked my power, claiming I was unworthy to stand among you. Now, I shall see who truly belongs where. Let us, the Dinosaur Cockroach team, take on those 5 individuals, shall we?" "Their attire resembles that of the once-renowned Jinyu Force," exclaimed the Stone Man. The Jinyu Force's captain, Jinyu, initially wore a fluctuating expression. Upon hearing the Stone Man's call, he glanced at the faces of his teammates. seemingly sharing an unspoken understanding. Then, a burly man with a red pineapple head stepped forward, coldly shouting Rikuum, before striking an awkward pose. Following him were Berta, Jisoo Guldo, and Jinyu, each emerging in their distinctive stances for a grand finale, the Jinyu Force. Having seen this iconic pose countless times in anime, Hao Daiqiao felt an involuntary shiver upon witnessing it in person. Yet he could not help but be captivated, uncertain of who to attribute this fascination to. The four members of the Dinosaur Cockroach team, upon witnessing the Jinyu Force's display, could not suppress their frowns. This is quite difficult to assess. It is indeed unique. But that horned fellow's earlier posture was somewhat unsettling. Why would you feel discomfort? Question 1. You are of different races. Such associations should not arise. Where are your thoughts wandering? I merely find that position odd. It provokes a desire to retaliate. Thus, the four members of the dinosaur gang engaged in combat with the 5 warriors of the Jinyu Force. As for the remaining individuals, they were assigned to several subordinates of Dr. Jero, who were among the first captured by the formidable Hao Daiqiao. The chaos of battle commenced. Hao Daiqiao, comfortably seated on a pink carpet, indulged in food and drink while observing the fierce confrontation with great pleasure. If he were to provide an assessment, he would declare that the conflict between Duke and Lai Ri, the two Namekians, was the most intense. The animosity towards Frisia, an inherent sentiment among the Namekians, was palpable. King Cold, resembling Frisia, remained unknown to Duke and Lai Ri. They surmised that even if he were not Frisia himself, the presence of Zarbin and Dodoria by his side attested to his nefarious nature. Duke and Lai Ri had witnessed the two commit atrocities against their kin, and the memory of that horrific scene ignited a burning hatred within them. Moreover, the recent appearance of the souls of their fallen brethren in the underworld, reportedly slain by a minion of the ancient demon King Moro while searching for the Dragon Balls, only intensified their rage. With 3 Dragon Balls already in his possession, it was anticipated that more of their kind would meet a similar fate. However, they had heard that Sun Wukong and his companions were on their way to provide assistance, and they clung to the hope that these heroes could save the Namekian race and their home planet from impending doom. The thought of their homeworld facing a calamity akin to the previous disaster filled Duke and Lai Ri with unparalleled fury. Thus, even though they could swiftly eliminate Dodoria and Zarbin using Hao Daiqiao's flesh-toned ring, Duke and Lai Ri opted for a more deliberate approach. They sought to ensure that those who had once wreaked havoc upon their homeland would experience the agony of being vanquished, a means to assuage their deep-seated resentment. Lai Ri wielded a long whip formed from his doppelganger ring, which split into countless tendrils, relentlessly striking at Zarbin and Dodoria. No matter how they attempted to evade, it proved futile. Each lash sent them flying, only to be pulled back in like a shuttlecock in a game of badminton. Zarbin and Dodoria had no opportunity to retaliate, becoming disoriented and marked with whip scars. Suddenly, the myriad of whip shadows dissipated, transforming into a pair of pink gloves that adorned Lai Ri's hands. With a few swift movements, he appeared beside the dazed Zarbin and Dodoria. One hand pressed against each of them, and simultaneously, both palms radiated a brilliant glow, pulsating with terrifying arcs of electricity. With a resounding explosion, Zarbin and Dodoria were obliterated by the 2 waves of formidable energy. The pink gloves visibly tore open a void, consuming the fragments of their souls. Ultimately, 2 mortal-like fragments of Zarbin and Dodoria's souls were expelled, captured by Lai Ri into a capsule prison. Meanwhile, Duke brandished a pink longsword. The Kurdish king, with a visage full of resentment and humiliation, was cleaved into 8 pieces, his remains transformed into ashes by a shockwave. This, of course, was a covert request from Hao Daiqiao. To be severed into 8 parts and subsequently reduced to ashes was the unique fate that awaited the Kurdish king, an edict that must not be disobeyed. Chapter 58. The Dinosaur Mantis faces Jinyu. On the other side, the Dinosaur Mantis team engaged in combat with the Jinyu Force. Hao Daiqiao remarked that this skirmish was marked by a notable exchange of blows. Even with all 4 members of the Dinosaur Mantis team wielding his doppelganger rings, they could not swiftly overpower their adversaries. A significant factor in this was the presence of the formidable Gudo from the Jinyu Force. He possessed the ability to halt time, along with binding techniques and the power to manipulate objects. Previously, on Namek, he had nearly vanquished Krillin and Gohan using these control skills, only to be thwarted by a surprise attack from Vegeta. Upon descending into the underworld, he underwent profound introspection, continuously enhancing his innate skills while also bolstering his overall strength. He had now evolved into a formidable entity, nearing the prowess of a Super Saiyan 3, only slightly weaker than their leader, Jinyu. given his extraordinary skills. It was conceivable that he was the strongest among the current Jinyu force. In any case, in the absence of Hao Daiqiao's intervention, Gudo resolutely protected his companions. 15 minutes prior, when the two teams clashed, the dinosaur mantis, as the leader, immediately targeted Jinyu. The disparity in their strengths was immense, prompting the dinosaur mantis to swiftly employ Hao Daiqiao's doppelganger ring. The ring instantly softened, spreading along the mantis's arms and enveloping his entire body in a pink membrane. Due to Hao Daiqiao's cellular properties, this membrane granted the dinosaur mantis formidable resistance to impact. The battle commenced with a flurry of close-quarters combat, where the mantis absorbed numerous blows without sustaining injury, while Jinyu bore the brunt of countless scratches inflicted by the mantis's razor-like appendages. However, due to Jinyu's overwhelming strength, already at Super Saiyan levels, he was able to use his energy to mitigate the sharpness of the mantis's strikes, avoiding fatal harm. Had a typical Super Saiyan 1 demon faced the mantis, they would have been reduced to mere shreds. As the dinosaur mantis forced Jinyu back, the latter's countenance twisted in anger. This creature, seemingly inferior, had managed to deflect all his assaults with a mere layer of membrane, leaving him deeply unsettled. Gudo, restrain him. I'll finish him off with a single blow. With that anomaly around, there's no escaping. If I can drag one down with me, I will. Rest assured, Gudo nodded. In the next moment, Jinyu's body tensed, his aura surging dramatically as he concentrated all his might into his right hand, unleashing a terrifying energy blast capable of obliterating the earth. The dinosaur mantis sneered coldly, unleashing a surge of energy in my presence, as if to mock my inability to evade it. With the support of Hao Daiqiao's avatar, he possessed an undeniable advantage in speed, even capable of instantaneous movement. However, when he attempted to dodge, he found himself utterly immobilized. What? The expression on the dinosaur mantis's face froze as he was directly struck by the shockwave. The terrifying wave of energy spread rapidly, engulfing hundreds of kilometers in an instant, except for those equipped with Hao Daiqiao's avatar wristbands. The other hellish titans hastily erected energy shields, fearing the catastrophic force would affect them. After unleashing this wave, Jinyu's chest heaved violently, his breath faltering, clearly indicating the immense drain of energy from that strike. Yet, his expression remained taut, his brow furrowing deeper. As the smoke dissipated, the dinosaur mantis stood unharmed, its pink membrane more vibrant than ever. The mantis itself was astonished. Had it not been for that membrane, it would have been reduced to ash. To withstand such an onslaught was astonishing. Just the experience of this moment would be a cherished memory for a lifetime. Was that not exhilarating? Now it's my turn, isn't it? And you, bespectacled one, with your underhanded tactics, let us engage together. With a sweeping motion of its mantis arm, the dinosaur mantis unleashed a cross-shaped beam of lethal light towards Jinyu. Simultaneously, it fired a cannon blast towards Gudo. As Jinyu and Gudo evaded the attack, two pink tendrils pierced through space, appearing behind them, poised to strike. Gudo reacted swiftly, taking a deep breath, and in that moment, time within a 30-meter radius around him, and Jinyu came to a standstill. The two tendrils froze in midair just before piercing them. These pink tendrils originated from the dinosaur mantis's vibrant membrane, mimicking the skills of the vine demon. Seeing its attack thwarted, the dinosaur mantis, unwilling to concede, launched another cross-shaped beam of light, only for it to be halted 30 meters from Gudo. Narrowing its eyes, it contemplated its next move. Only after Gudo and Jinyu moved away could that beam be set free, but it had already missed its target. The pink tendrils also regained their freedom, retreating back through the spatial portal to reattach to the dinosaur mantis. Subsequently, the dinosaur mantis employed several other skills from Hao Daiqiao's avatar, yet it still could not breach Gudo's defenses. The other team members were also affected, just when they were on the brink of securing victory against their opponents. Gudo would invariably intervene to neutralize their attacks. This left the dinosaur mantis's team members feeling disheartened. Why were the opponents they faced so formidable when others seemed so easily dealt with? This was also a consequence of Hao Daiqiao not directly controlling the avatar. The dinosaur mantis and its companions were granted the avatar wristbands by Hao Daiqiao, allowing them to manipulate the avatar through mental control. Due to the limited time spent in contact with his doppelganger, he was yet to master the majority of the skills acquired through devouring or learning from others. Otherwise, they could have utilized the abilities absorbed from the two trolls to engage the enemy, one being the power to immobilize a vast area from a distance, and the other to manipulate the flow of time. Observing the dinosaur cockroach squad in a state of helplessness, he was unsure when the picnic had transformed into lounging on beach chairs with chilled beverages. With a smirk, he remarked, "Little dinosaurs, your squad seems to be struggling. Would you like some assistance?" Upon hearing his voice, all 4 members of the dinosaur cockroach squad turned to face him. It was evident that battles in other areas had concluded long ago with decisive victories. Their lack of progress made the 4 feel somewhat embarrassed. "Thank you for your kind offer, but we prefer to handle it ourselves." In response, he shrugged, "All right, but do not take too long. I have other matters to attend to." Subsequently, the dinosaur cockroach vanished from their original position, reappearing beside Goku in the next instant. A mantis arm poised to strike at his head. Goku was taken aback, but having previously witnessed the instantaneous movement of his doppelganger, he was already on high alert. Just as the serrated edge of the mantis arm was about to make contact with his neck, time itself froze. With a swift motion of his right hand, Goku sent the dinosaur cockroach flying away from him. This was the extent of his capabilities, as they too were incapable of harming the dinosaur cockroach and its companions, who were enveloped in a pink membrane. However, in the next moment, Goku was seized by a splitting headache. It was not only him. The other members of the Jinyu force were similarly afflicted. The formidable jellyfish warrior had finally unleashed his ultimate technique, employing a mental attack to ambush Goku. Seizing the opportunity, the I-beam warrior unleashed a beam of light that ensnared Goku. The dinosaur cockroach's figure instantaneously reappeared beside Goku, a gleaming mantis arm flashing ominously. Goku's head fell to the ground, an unfortunate turn of events indeed. The dinosaur cockroach then unleashed a final blast. Goku was utterly obliterated, meeting a fate akin to that of the unfortunate inhabitants of planet Namek. Chapter 59, Returning to the Realm of the Living. Without Goku as their backing, the remaining members of the Jinyu force swiftly faced their own demise. The once celebrated speedster, Berta, under the control of the jellyfish warrior, was rendered into a mere screaming fool. Flipping helplessly in the air, Guys, who treated energy balls as volleyballs, was obliterated alongside his ball by the stone giant S-Palm. As for the hulking Rickoum, who had once mercilessly beaten Vegeta, he now found himself imprisoned by the I-beam warrior, used as a target for their attacks. A truly pitiable fate. Meanwhile, Jinyu narrowly escaped being reduced to a mere carcass, akin to a Beijing roast duck. Despite his battered state, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Suddenly, he radiated light. Abruptly turning to gaze at his doppelganger, with a thunderous shout, he exclaimed, "Transfer!" A radiant beam of light instantaneously emanated from his body, enveloping Hao Daitiao, attempting to shift his soul elsewhere. However, the soul-severing formation of the underworld had previously proven ineffective against Hao Daitiao. Could this soul transfer skill of Jinyu's truly succeed? The light encased Hao Daitiao, yet he exhibited no change. Jinyu remained unchanged as well. As the brilliance gradually dimmed, Jinyu surveyed his surroundings, staring incredulously at Hao Daitiao. "How is this possible? My body transfer skill has failed?" Hao Daitiao chuckled. "Why is it impossible? Consider this. When you were alive, you possessed both a corporeal form and a soul, allowing for body exchanges. Yet now, you exist solely as a soul. How can you transfer? Transfer your mental energy? Your consciousness? Even if consciousness and soul were distinct, you could still transfer. But I'm not a soul entity. We are not equal. Are you proposing to exchange souls or consciousness? Moreover, I harbor remnants of other bodies and souls. Whom do you wish to exchange with?" This barrage of inquiries left Jinyu dazed and confused. Indeed, he had no answers, for he had never attempted a body exchange in hell. Initially transformed into a frog, he lacked the ability to facilitate further exchanges, ultimately being swallowed by a snake, which restored his soul to its original form. He had assumed that reverting to his true form would enable him to continue body transfers, yet he found himself incapable of such actions. For a moment, he was at a loss. In light of this, he declared, "My life is my own to govern." Suddenly, Jinyu, in a fit of madness, shouted as his body radiated a shimmering white light, rapidly expanding before self-destructing. The self-detonation of a Super Saiyan-level Demon King was no trifling matter. Jinyu had intended to drag others down with him, but he miscalculated. Just before his explosion, he was enveloped by a cloud of powdery mist emitted by Hao Daitiao. The sound of his self-detonation barely echoed beyond the realm, akin to a whisper. Thus, the Jinyu force was irrevocably disbanded, with their captain obliterated. The remaining 4 were absorbed by Hao Daitiao's avatars. As for Dr. Jiro, he had already met his demise at the hands of Tao Bai Bai, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. After delivering a thorough beating to vent his fury, he had the avatar of how Daiqiao absorbed Jero. Now, the only remaining member of the enmity towards the members of the Goku Club was Cell, who was still in flight. How Daiqiao kept a vigilant watch on him, who had yet to escape back to the underworld. At each juncture, Cell would spot an avatar of how Daiqiao lying in wait, prompting him to teleport away at the first sight. This game of cat and mouse continued, preventing him from fleeing back to hell. Meanwhile, the other fleeing demons and dark lords had nearly all been consumed by how Daiqiao's avatars. In a flash, how Daiqiao appeared before Cell, blocking his path. Cell immediately recognized the true form of how Daiqiao and nearly lost control in fear. He was about to teleport away, yet before his hand could reach his forehead, his entire body became immobilized. It was the time-stopping technique, a divine skill acquired by how Daiqiao through the absorption of Gudo. Shero, you seem to be in a foul mood, he remarked, hiding away as if you lacked the confidence that accompanied your transformation into a perfect being. It appears that failure and death indeed alter a person's essence. Hence, I find little interest in engaging with you further. How Daiqiao was even disinclined to consume him. He exhaled a cloud of powdery mist, and after absorbing all of Sheru's power, imprisoned him within a capsule cage. Thus, the infernal coalition that had assaulted the underworld was entirely eradicated. As for how many lurking demons remained concealed in hell, how Daiqiao was unaware and currently uninterested. He intended to return to the realm of the living. While pursuing the demons fleeing from hell, he also took note of the newly arrived souls from the living world. He discovered that nearly the entire population of Namek had perished, their souls arriving in the underworld. It was said that Namek had transformed into a dead star. Before the planet's destruction, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had also reached Namek, yet their souls were not seen in the underworld, suggesting they were still safe. Unfortunately, they could not save Namek, and the soul known as Moro had not arrived in the afterlife, indicating that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had gained nothing from their encounter with him. Thus, he wished to return and ascertain the true strength of this Moro, who could not be subdued even by the current Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Moreover, he had been experiencing unsettling premonitions and often heard the voice of his adoptive mother, Bulma. After recalling all his split selves, how Daiqiao returned to the underworld, now appearing as a child of approximately 10 years old. His transformation left Yama and all the others utterly astonished. However, how Daiqiao was quite disheartened. Despite absorbing so much power, he had only regressed to the appearance of a 10-year-old, with his cultivation having only slightly improved. He speculated that most of the energy he absorbed was utilized to promote cellular division, resulting in his physical growth. Perhaps once he reached adulthood and his body stabilized, his cultivation would experience a significant surge. Yama, esteemed uncles and aunts, if there are no pressing matters at hand, may I return to the realm of the living for a while? Yama nodded, acknowledging that although hell had not been thoroughly investigated and the presence of hidden demons remained uncertain, it was indeed time for him to return. Through the Yin Yang Pearl, I have learned that, for reasons unknown, an ancient creature named Moro has escaped from the Northern Galaxy prison. He first ravaged the Namekians, seized the Dragon Balls to wish for a return to his former glory, and subsequently defeated Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Majin Buu, transforming Namek into a dead star. He then released all the prisoners from the Northern Galaxy prison and is now wreaking havoc throughout the Northern Galaxy universe. After Sun Wukong escaped, he remained at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol to cultivate. Vegeta traveled to planet Yardrat for training, while Majin Buu, after exchanging bodies with the Grand Kai within him, fell into slumber once more. When King Enma mentioned Majin Buu, he discreetly observed how Daiqiao's expression, seemingly trying to discern the nature of the relationship between how Daiqiao and Majin Buu. However, how Daiqiao exhibited no emotion, as if he were listening to a matter entirely unrelated to himself. In Chapter 60, Reckless Bulma, among the reinforcements from the mortal realm sent to the underworld, only how Daiqiao returned. Even Duke and Sunlight, who were Namekians, did not accompany him back. King Enma and North Kai deemed these two too weak to be of any assistance. Following the recent victory in the underworld, there was a pressing need for personnel to help reclaim lost territories, re-establish various checkpoints, and accommodate new souls. Although Sunlight and Duke yearned to return to the mortal realm to avenge their fallen kin, they had no choice but to comply with the orders. Initially, King Enma suggested that how Daiqiao leave a clone behind just in case, but how Daiqiao insisted that if he returned to the mortal realm, the clone would be rendered completely ineffective due to the overwhelming power of the dimensional barrier. The The reason that Tao Baibai's 5 hellish spirits could rampage through hell without Daiqiao's clone was due to the existence of numerous nodes between hell and the underworld. Old fortune teller, do you wish to return to your youthful days? Before parting ways with the fortune teller and returning to Earth, Hao Daiqiao asked with a mischievous grin. This caused the sagging cheeks of the wrinkled fortune teller to quiver slightly. She wondered what scheme this impish boy was concocting and why he suddenly posed such a question. Yet, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Who wouldn't desire to regain their youth? She had once contemplated gathering the Dragon Balls, but ultimately dismissed the idea, fearing that if the Ancient Ones discovered she had utilized them to rejuvenate herself, she would be the subject of ridicule for the rest of her days. Hao Daiqiao chuckled, reassuring the fortune teller that she need not worry. No Dragon Balls were required, merely money. 1 million will make you 5 years younger, and this includes not just your appearance, but your physical condition as well. You can either bring the money to me yourself, or introduce wealthy patrons to earn a commission. Upon hearing this, the fortune teller raised an eyebrow, appearing slightly tempted, yet ultimately shook her head. All right then, I merely mentioned it. Whether you need it or not is something you must ponder for yourself. If you're interested, you may consult my godmother Bulma or Trunks for more details. They have witnessed my methods of rejuvenation firsthand. With that, Hao Daiqiao bid farewell and left the fortune teller deep in thought. Upon returning to Earth, his first destination was Bulma's residence, eager to ascertain the current situation. Upon learning from the King of Hell, there exists an inevitable temporal discrepancy. When Gao Daiqiao arrived at Bulma's residence, she was engaged in conversation with a peculiar communication device. Jack, do you still have the audacity to ask me to persuade Piccolo, Krillin, and the others to become Galactic Patrol officers? It has been several days, and my husband, along with Goku and Buu, have yet to return. What? They lost. Planet Namek has been devoured and turned into a dead star? Only a handful of Namekians remain. Vegeta has gone to train on another planet. Goku is also training. Buu is in slumber. What shall we do about Earth? Fine, I can help you gather everyone, but I cannot guarantee their willingness to become Galactic Patrol officers. You are already on your way? Very well. Then come and speak with them yourself at the Heavenly Temple. After hanging up, Bulma's expression became somewhat grave, as she evidently was aware of certain matters. Who had the audacity to cause my godmother such distress? Gao Daiqiao's voice suddenly resonated, and Bulma turned towards its source, spotting a 10-year-old boy with a sunny disposition standing at the entrance. You are Xiao Tiao Tiao, Bulma exclaimed, somewhat uncertainly. Gao Daiqiao, believing himself to be humorous, grinned and replied, guess. To his surprise, Bulma swiftly approached him without hesitation, yanked away his modesty cloth, and declared, what is there to guess? I shall simply check. In a world rife with malefactors, even Buu was not spared from theft. Indeed, I must exercise greater vigilance. This left Gao Daiqiao momentarily speechless. Fortunately, they were alone. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to comport himself. To his astonishment, Bulma was even more unreserved, treating him as if he were her own son. You little rascal, still trying to play coy with me. You are my Xiao Tiao Tiao. It has only been a little over half a month since we last met, and you have grown taller. Although you are not as adorable as in your childhood, you are becoming increasingly handsome. Come here for a hug. At this rate, it won't be long before I can no longer lift you. With that, Bulma swept Gao Daiqiao into her arms, spinning him around in the air before giving him a hearty kiss and setting him down. I wonder if my Xiao Tiao Tiao has simply grown too heavy, or if I'm not as spry as I once was. After just 2 spins, I feel a bit dizzy and short breath. It seems I truly am aging. After placing Gao Daiqiao down, Bulma supported herself with a chair while holding her forehead, turning her face to the side with a pitiful expression. Gao Daiqiao rolled his eyes. If he could not discern her meaning, he would not dare call himself a master of romance. Bulma was clearly conveying, my child, it has been over half a month since we last met. Have you not noticed how I have indulged myself during this time? My face has become chubby, my abdomen slightly protruding, and the dark circles under my eyes from late-night binge-watching are unmistakable. With a smile, Gao Daiqiao extended his hand, and a small orb of light flew from his fingertip, entering Bulma's body. Godmother, you are overthinking. You haven't changed at all, remaining just as you were 3 years ago. Is that truly the case? Bulma, keenly aware of the changes in her body, feigned ignorance. Of course, if you don't believe me, why not take a glance in the mirror? Shall I go see? With that, Bulma suppressed her joy and casually trotted into the bathroom. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, Daoshio had returned to the mortal world just in time after temporarily quelling the great calamity of the underworld. Otherwise, with neither angels nor destroyers present, who could possibly thwart the demon Moro? Even the current Majin Buu was a formidable adversary. Goku and Vegeta had been persistently restrained. It was likely that only the prodigious Daoshio could contend with him. Hearing the old Kaioshin's words of relief, the Kaioshin's brow remained furrowed. However, it was unclear how many formidable demons still lurked in the depths of hell and what their strengths were. If Daoshio had just returned to the mortal realm and the underworld was too, then you would have to transform into a little donkey. Ferrying him back and forth between the two realms, the old Kaioshin remarked nonchalantly. The Kaioshin and Jebet exchanged peculiar glances, nodding in uncertain agreement. In the heavenly temple, Piccolo, who had been restless lately, spent time with Dandy, seeking to mentally connect with Namek and discern the source of his recent feelings of anxiety. Suddenly, he sensed three presences appearing in the space beyond Earth, descending towards it. Not particularly strong. You all wait here. I shall investigate. After briefing Dandy, Piccolo soared out of the Heavenly Temple's plaza, heading towards a specific direction. Chapter 61. Earth's Information Leak. Upon witnessing her transformation back to her pre-pregnancy state, Bulma's elation was palpable. However, she did not forget her promise to the Galactic Patrol officer, Gak. She reached out to her friends, including Piccolo, to see if they would be willing to temporarily join the Galactic Patrol to assist in apprehending escaped convicts from the Galactic Prison. After making calls to all her capable friends, Bulma turned to Daoshio. Little Daoshio, could you take me to the Heavenly Temple? A Galactic Patrol officer named Gak will be arriving shortly, and I wish to inquire further about Goku and Vegeta's situation. Of course, Daoshio nodded. Upon his return, he had not sensed Goku or Vegeta's presence and was unsure where to find them. He too was eager to learn about the current circumstances. Once Bulma returned with her little daughter, Daoshio utilized instant transmission to accompany her to the Heavenly Temple. When the three suddenly appeared before Dandy, he was startled and jumped. Be Bulma. And you? How did you all come here? Dandy was hesitant to even utter Daoshio's name. I have come to discuss something with you. The Galactic Patrol Officer Gak will be here shortly to confer with everyone. Indeed, this is my godson, Hao Daiqiao. As a celestial being, you should be familiar with him by now. Daiqiao possesses a kind heart and a gentle disposition. There is no need for you to be so timid. Moreover, what of that fellow Piccolo? I have heard from Gohan that he is with you. Bulma, cradling her daughter, surveyed the surroundings, only to see Mr. Bobo with no sign of Piccolo. Piccolo has indeed been training with me during this period. He just mentioned sensing three unfamiliar energies entering Earth from outer space and expressed his intention to investigate. Dandy chuckled awkwardly. He was uncertain of Daiqiao's kindness. Yet he had witnessed the tactics employed on the sea firsthand. What else could one do but be cautious? Who wouldn't fear provoking Daiqiao's misfortune? Three energies? From outer space? Could it be that Gak has arrived? No. Gak could locate the Celestial Palace via communication devices. If he were on Earth, he would undoubtedly be here. Could it be? Godmother, those three individuals sport non-mainstream hairstyles. Do they resemble the Gak you mentioned? Daiqiao's gaze seemed unfocused, yet he could perceive events transpiring elsewhere on Earth. In truth, Daiqiao was acquainted with Gak from his prior existence in the realm of anime, but he refrained from explaining his knowledge and instead prompted Bulma to identify them. Can you see as well? Dandy observed that Daiqiao's state was reminiscent of their celestial beings, keenly aware of all surroundings, which astonished him. I have mastered all of King Kai's skills, Daiqiao chuckled. Can I also see, little Daiqiao? Bulma inquired. Daiqiao nodded. Indeed. Simply rest your hand upon my shoulder and close your eyes, and you will perceive it. Thus, Bulma embraced her daughter with one arm, while placing her other hand on Daiqiao's shoulder and closed her eyes. Instantly, she witnessed the scene unfolding there. Gak was absent, and the individuals bore no insignia of the Galactic Patrol. Could they be escaped convicts from Galactic Prison who had arrived on Earth? What should we do? It appears Piccolo is about to let them go. What if they return and alert others, bringing Moro here? Noticing Bulma's anxious demeanor, Daiqiao quickly advised, Godmother, if there is something you wish to convey to Piccolo, simply call his name. He will hear you. Is it truly permissible? Then I shall give it a try. Bulma exclaimed, promptly calling out, Piccolo, do not let them go. The planet Namek has been destroyed, and its inhabitants nearly annihilated. These three are likely among the culprits. At that moment, Piccolo was gazing up at the spaceship preparing for departure when he suddenly heard Bulma's urgent voice. Bulma, where are you? Is this a mental connection? How can it be? I am at the Celestial Palace. Daiqiao has returned, and I am communicating with you through him. Quickly, stop those individuals. Do not let them escape. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow and immediately acted, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the spaceship. The three aliens, accompanied by the wreckage of the craft, crashed heavily to the ground, tumbling in disarray. Beck approached with a greenish hue on his face, visibly infuriated. How dare you deceive me? Among them, a short figure with a cocky hairstyle clutched a communicator, emitting a sinister laugh. Haha, so what if we tricked you? Even if you were to take us down now, it would be too late. I have already reported the situation here to Lord Moro. If you dare to kill us by the time Lord Moro arrives, your fate will be sealed. The entire planet will be drained of its vitality, leaving no trace of life. However, if you spare us when Lord Moro arrives, we could speak favorably on your behalf, perhaps even securing your life. With a stroke of luck, you might find yourself in the service of Lord Moro. Just as Beck was about to inquire about Moro, Hao Jiao's figure suddenly appeared before him. He waved his hand, conjuring a cloud of pink mist that enveloped the three extraterrestrials and Beck alike. When the mist dissipated, they found themselves in the grand plaza of the Divine Temple. You've grown taller. Your aura has strengthened significantly, Beck exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Hao Jiao's transformation. I suppose that's true, but right now, interrogating these three miscreants is of paramount importance, Hao Jiao replied, casting a glance at the trio, who, having experienced the enchanting mist, now stood in silent trepidation. Hao Jiao had no intention of resorting to torture. The jellyfish from the dinosaur cockroach squad possessed a technique of mental hypnosis, capable of compelling the opponent to answer any inquiry through sheer mental prowess, which would prove useful at this juncture. Hao Jiao had a vague recollection of the name Moro, having encountered it before his transmigration, seemingly in relation to events post-Super Broly. However, he knew little about the individual. Thus, with Moro's emergence, Hao Jiao found himself entangled in the situation, having had no prior engagement with the subject. Yet, before returning from the underworld, he had acquired considerable information about Moro from the King of Hell, including his innate talents and ultimate techniques. 2 minutes later, one of the green-haired, long-faced individuals named Pasta appeared dazed. Did you just contact Moro? He was asked. Yes, I reported the presence of a formidable being on Earth to our superior, who in turn conveyed the information to Lord Moro, he replied. Where are Moro and the escaped prisoners from Galactic Prison now? How long until they arrive on Earth? Since Lord Moro obliterated planet Namek, he has been traversing the cosmos, consuming other powerful life source planets. The prisoners from Galactic Prison are responsible for a widespread search, exploring and reporting valuable life source planets to Lord Moro, who then arrives to plunder and devour them. Therefore, we do not know their exact location at this moment, nor when they will come to Earth. Chapter 62, Arrival on Earth. The crowd had gleaned a general understanding of the situation. Indeed, the conditions on Earth had been reported to Moro. Consequently, the planet was likely on the brink of a catastrophic disaster. As Bulma fretted over the matter, Krillin arrived at the Kai's temple. True to his role as a servant of the people, Krillin always rushed to the forefront in matters of great importance. Bulma was deeply touched that he was the first among their companions to heed her call. However, she inquired, "Why did you come alone? Where's number 18? He replied, slightly embarrassed. She is currently on vacation with the children and asked me to return first to check things out. If there is indeed a situation, she will arrive promptly. Krillin's gaze then shifted to Tiao. His swift arrival was largely motivated by his perception of Tiao's presence. After all, their family could afford a vacation thanks to Tiao's recent patronage, for which he felt immensely grateful. Seeing that Tiao now appeared to be 10 years old, Krillin was astonished. Tiao, it has been over half a month since we last met, and you have grown so much. Your strength has also increased significantly. Congratulations. Tiao squinted, feigning disdain. Uncle Krillin, you say congratulations, yet you just returned from vacation empty-handed to see me. It hardly seems worthy of celebration. Taken aback, Krillin burst into laughter. Fortunately, number 18 had the foresight to prepare some items for me to bring over. Otherwise, I would indeed feel quite embarrassed. Saying this, Krillin retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground, which exploded into a large box measuring 2 meters on each side. Inside were various delectable snacks. This was the primary reason for Krillin's hasty visit. Knowing Tiao's fondness for food, number 18 specifically purchased these treats for him during their holiday. As Tiao's excitement ignited, he eagerly jumped into the box to indulge. At that moment, Bulma discreetly pulled Krillin aside and, with a twinkle in her eye, inquired, "Didn't you mention recently that as your daughter grows, your financial pressures have been mounting? How come you're now vacationing and bringing to Tiao so many delightful treats? Have you won the lottery? Or perhaps heeded my advice to invest in my family stock? Krillin's face flushed at Bulma's questioning. Indeed, he had been unable to afford such luxuries before, but now number 18 had purchased shares in her company. The newfound wealth for vacations and other expenditures stemmed from Tiao's contributions. Krillin shared with Bulma the arrangement they had with Tiao for 100,000 each time. "Ah, I see. That is quite wonderful," Bulma replied, somewhat surprised yet relieved. Previously, she had heard of Krillin's financial struggles and wished to assist him, but like Goku, he was reluctant to accept her help. Now, with Tiao extending a hand, it alleviated a burden from Bulma's heart. Just then, a UFO-shaped spacecraft appeared above the Kai's temple. As the hatch opened, an extraterrestrial resembling a bootleg version of Tiga drifted out. This being was none other than Galactic Patrolman Gak. Upon seeing only a handful of people in the square, he was immediately filled with disappointment. Is this truly all there is? Moreover, did I not specify that I was seeking formidable fighters? I recall that your planet is home to numerous, powerful individuals. Gak's complaints upon his arrival, completely disregarding his own efforts, prompted Bulma to furrow her brow. What are you barking about? You merely mentioned your journey, not that you would arrive so swiftly. Do you think everyone is as leisurely as Krillin, readily available at your beck and call? What audacity you possess! As Bulma erupted in frustration, Gak instinctively shrank back, hastening to clarify that was not his intention. Nearby, Krillin gazed at Bulma with a look of melancholy. Did you not just say that I possess a sense of justice? How has it now transformed into me being idle? Can't you be a little sympathetic and act as my sword? Bulma whispered to Krillin, her eyes still fixed on Gak. Feeling the intensity of Bulma's stare, Gak quickly shifted the focus of the conversation. Look who I've brought with me. With a wave of his hand, a green figure floated out from the spacecraft. It was none other than the sole survivor from the recent Namekian catastrophe, a young Namekian named Eska. Upon seeing Eska, Dandy instantly recognized his childhood friend and was filled with joy as they embraced, their eyes glistening with tears. Piccolo stood to the side, his emotions complex, believing that only these three from their race remained. He inwardly rejoiced, realizing there was still hope. As long as the Namekians were not entirely extinct, there remained a chance to create Dragon Balls and revive their kin. Moreover, Piccolo unexpectedly sensed the presence of their clan leader, the Elder, emanating from Eska. This must have been a legacy intentionally passed down before the previous Elder's demise, ensuring the survival of the Namekian dragon. It opened up further possibilities for the resurrection of their race. While they were still enveloped in the joy of reunion, Gak suddenly exclaimed, "Macarini brothers, how did you?" It turned out that Gak had spotted three nonconformists, defeated by Piccolo and confined within a cage not far away. He immediately recognized them as minions of Moro. Bulma, noticing this, promptly relayed the information gathered during the interrogation to Gak. Gak contacted the Galactic Patrol headquarters and learned that Moro's nearest subordinate would reach Earth within 10 days. However, it remained uncertain who would come, or if Moro himself would make an appearance. No worries, we still have time to prepare. Quickly, summon all the formidable fighters on your planet. Let us make some arrangements. And when Goku finishes training. Yet, before Gak could complete his sentence, a silent spatial wormhole suddenly opened in the center of the square. Three figures clad in galactic prison uniforms leaped from the wormhole into the divine temple square. Everyone immediately sensed the presence and turned to look. In the square stood a rotund bear, a tall man, and a green-haired child. Jack instantly recognized the trio, yet his gaze was fixated on the tall figure in the center, his face a mask of terror. Sabentalus. What's Sabentalus? Who are they? Clint inquired, bewildered. They are minions of Moro. Jack trembled as he spoke. What? Did you not just say it would take 10 days for them to arrive? The crowd gasped in shock. Jack's complexion turned pale as he intently scrutinized the three before him. Indeed, I did say that, but that was the time required for the spaceship to travel. They just clearly traversed through a spatial wormhole. Observe their condition. It's the innate ability of the hedgehog aliens. Sabentalus. He is an artificial life form created by superior civilization, capable of mimicking an opponent's abilities and strengths for 30 minutes. You must exercise extreme caution. Upon hearing Jack's warning, Bick and Clint exchanged uneasy glances. Throughout this commotion, Hadateo remained obliviously ensconced within a box, munching on snacks, completely indifferent to the unfolding events. However, the attention of Sabentalus and his companions soon gravitated towards the caged Macrini brothers on the other side. Samalika, you arrived rather swiftly. Please rescue us, exclaimed Pasta, the eldest of the Macrini brothers, with palpable excitement. Yet the green-haired child beside Sabintalis approached the cage with a mocking grin. Ah, if it isn't the Macrini brothers. How did you end up in this cage? It seems rather fitting, doesn't it? Hoping to escape? But Lord Moro has decreed that traitors who act without permission should be sent to hell, so don't count on getting out. A sinister smile danced on the green-haired child's face as he raised his hand, forming it into a claw that radiated with a shimmering light, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The Macrini brothers were left in a state of shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Just as the luminous claw was about to unleash its power, a figure silently appeared behind the green-haired child and seized his wrist. Chapter 63. Bulma is stronger than Klin. It was Bick who intervened. He had a firm grip on the green-haired child's hand, rendering him unable to escape. No killing in the sacred temple. Furthermore, I will not permit evil beings to invade Earth. Just as Bick prepared to strike, a chill crept menacingly toward the crown of his head. As he loosened his grip on the green-haired child to evade the impending threat, a hand clutched the back of his neck. It was Sabintalis. In the instant he grasped Bick's neck, a crystalline gem on his forehead shimmered, instantly replicating Bick's form. This entire occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye. Klin, Jack, and the others had barely enough time to react. By the time they surged forward to rescue Bick, he had already evaded Sabintalis' grasp without being hindered. As soon as Bick leapt 2 meters away, Cyberman raised his right hand and swiftly thrust his finger. A beam of magical energy shot towards Bick's back with deadly precision. Bick, taken aback, narrowly evaded the lethal attack at the last moment. The formidable penetrating power of the magical beam pierced through the divine temple, hurtling down towards Earth, startling everyone nearby. Such extraordinary power in your technique. Quite impressive indeed. Ha ha ha. Observing Cyberman employing Bick's own moves, the green-haired boy sneered at Bick not long ago. You boasted about preventing evil beings from invading Earth? I am eager to see just how capable you are of stopping Cyberman. Just as the green-haired boy was about to utter more, Cyberman's right arm suddenly elongated, shooting forth like a striking serpent. Gak, standing 30 meters away, failed to dodge and was struck squarely. In an instant, he was sent plummeting from the divine temple towards the ground below. It turned out Gak had been signaling Bulma and the others to escape while they had the chance to avoid being caught up in the ensuing battle. However, his subtle gestures were noticed by Cyberman, who mistakenly assumed Gak intended to attack and preemptively struck first. Witnessing Gak being knocked down, Bick assumed Gak could not fly and promptly soared after him in an attempt to rescue him. Yet just as he was about to reach the fallen Gak, a radiant light burst forth from Gak's feet, lifting him up instantly. Oh, you can fly. Why didn't you mention it earlier? What a waste of sentiment. Bick rolled his eyes. Gak retorted with a glare. I am a galactic patrolman. Is it so strange that I can fly? What about you? Leaving the temple so recklessly while leaving Bulma and the others behind is quite perilous. Fear not, for that fellow is here, Bick replied calmly. That fellow? Who? Before Gak could finish his question, both he and Bick sensed something and turned. They beheld Cyberman descending rapidly from above, his hands once again extending towards them. Bick smirked, extending his own arms like serpents to meet Cyberman's grasp. You push hard. I shall push back. The two rubbery figures wrestled in midair, entangled in a fierce struggle, descending into a desolate area. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy had pursued them down, immediately engaging Gak in battle. In the plaza of the Divine Temple, Hao Daqiao continued munching on snacks from a box. Krillin, Dandy, and the others stood on high alert, shielding Bulma and her daughter, their eyes fixed on the imposing figure of Yumba, the stout bear man who had followed Cyberman. However, the bear man completely ignored Krillin and the others, fixated instead on a box, his nose twitching as he caught the tantalizing aroma in the air. Earlier, when Mosley and Cyberman were present, he had already caught a whiff but had remained composed. Now, seeing both of them chase after their adversaries, he could no longer suppress his cravings and made his way toward the box where Hao Daqiao was located. Soon, he caught sight of a 10-year-old child's half-profile, with cheeks puffing and deflating rhythmically as the sound of chewing resonated. A heap of colorful snacks nearly obscured the child's entire figure, leaving only the upper part of the shoulders exposed. Indeed, they were delectable treats. What had initially been mere suspicion was now an undeniable truth. Yumba could not help but swallow hard before rushing towards the box, startling Bulma, who gasped in alarm. In the next moment, Krillin darted out from the side, intercepting him with a powerful punch that halted Yumba in his tracks. He then closed in, methodically pushing Yumba back to a safe distance from Bulma. With a final sweeping kick aimed at his neck, Yumba effortlessly caught it with one hand. How insufferable! How dare you interrupt my feast? He exclaimed. If you dare obstruct me again, I shall eliminate you first. With that, he forcefully flung Krillin away, causing a corner of the Divine Temple's plaza to crumble. Yumba turned once more to approach the box. Just as he was about to reach it, Bulma gritted her teeth and rushed forward, cradling the child in her arms as she shouted, "Step back. You should not come any closer, or you will find me quite unyielding." Her words were direct and audacious, yet her legs trembled with fear. The little girl in her embrace, sensed the tension and began to wail. Blocked once again, Yunba's fury reached its zenith. "Why are you all so detestable? I merely wish to enjoy a snack," he declared, extending his hand as a brilliant beam of light shot towards Bulma's heart. From a distance, Krillin, along with Dandy and Bobo, froze in horror, realizing it was too late to intervene. They could only shout urgently, "Bulma." Meanwhile, Hao Diao remained indifferent, still immersed in the mound of snacks without a care. Just as despair gripped Krillin and the others, Yunba's laser beam struck Bulma's heart. Yet it merely flickered across her like a flashlight beam, causing no apparent harm. The cries of Bra subsided as well. However, something was amiss. Bulma, who had closed her eyes, anticipating her demise, felt a peculiar sensation at her heart, as if a tiny creature were crawling across the surface, causing an itch. Upon opening her eyes, she glanced at her chest where a column of light danced erratically, eliciting waves of tingling sensations. The light, emanating from Yunba's hand, resembled a laser pointer. Clearly, Yunba was taken aback. The laser, capable of slicing through mountains, had struck an ordinary mortal without leaving a trace. Doubt crept in. He must have made an error. He manipulated the laser with his fingers, guiding it across Bulma's clothing. An onlooker would undoubtedly perceive this scene as a rogue using a laser pointer to tease a respectable woman, and worse, while in front of her child. Bulma herself was of this opinion. She erupted in fury. "You shameless bear! How dare you shine a laser pointer on me in broad daylight? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" With that, Bulma, child in arms, defiantly advanced towards Yunba, unwavering in her approach against the laser beam. Soon, she stood directly before him. "How is this possible? Even now, your aura remains unchanged. How could you withstand my strike?" As she spoke, Yunba swung his massive paw, resembling a fan, towards Bulma's temple. A resounding crack echoed through the air as his hand met her temple, akin to a mere mortal's slap against stone. His palm visibly reddened and thickened. Bulma, taken aback by the absurdity, laughed in disbelief. "You dare to strike my head? Is my head something you can touch?" With that, she retaliated with a swift slap. Another crisp sound rang out. However, unlike Yunba's strike, Bulma's blow sent the towering, 2-meter-tall bear flying, crashing through the halls of the Divine Temple. Saliva, teeth, and blood scattered across the ground. This scene left all present, except for Hao Jiao, utterly stunned. Even Bulma herself was taken aback. Did I just send him flying? Am I stronger than Yunba? Chapter 64. Would you like to join the fray? Yunba could hardly fathom that a seemingly weak woman, holding a child no less, could send him airborne. The impact had knocked out his upper teeth, leaving him dazed. It took a while for his buzzing mind to regain clarity. He hastily steadied himself. Otherwise, he would have plummeted to the ground, touching his sore, swollen left cheek. He struggled to find words to describe the pain. His vision from the left eye was nearly obscured, as if a heavy weight had settled upon his face, causing both agony and annoyance. Alhajed, Yunba Sitd, I'm going to explode with rage. All of you worthless fools deserve to perish. After this outburst, his body trembled, unleashing a torrent of fury as he ascended towards the Divine Temple. Soon, he beheld the lotus-like structure of the temple. With a surge of energy, he thrust both hands upward, unleashing a powerful energy cannon towards the temple. However, in the next moment, Krillin appeared before the cannon with a flicker of movement. Wearing a look of mild skepticism, he extended his right palm and pushed with force. A swirl of pink mist erupted from his hand. Yunba's formidable energy cannon collided with the mist. Yet, to his astonishment, the once mighty attack vanished silently into the fog, losing all momentum. How is this possible? Witnessing this, Yunba stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Moments ago, he had been effortlessly cast aside by his own strength, crashing into a corner of the Temple of the Gods. Yet now, with a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly dissipated the full force of that strike. Meanwhile, Klin's expression shifted from skepticism to sheer delight. As he observed the pink mist absorb the energy blast and coalesce around him, forming a protective barrier, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, Deqiao did not deceive me. Now I can unleash my full potential. That rotund fellow, how delightfully he tossed me aside just now. Now it's my turn." With fervor, he charged toward Yunba, engaging him in combat. Little Tiao, can I truly soar through the skies and wield such power like Klin? Seeing Klin taunting Yunba as a cat would a mouse. Bulma, who had entrusted her daughter to the Tiao for safekeeping, eagerly inquired. Of course, my dear godmother. You can do anything you desire, whatever I am capable of. My clones can assist you in realizing your ambitions, the Tiao replied, gnawing on a duck neck. Then, shall I attempt to take flight? Bulma said, springing lightly from the ground. Instantly, she felt as though she had shed her weight, floating upward like a feather. This filled her with joy, as she soared through the sky like a jubilant swallow. Suddenly, her spirit ignited, and with an open palm, she gently propelled an energy blast into the air, which vanished in the blink of an eye. With both hands in motion, she executed the prince's technique, sending a barrage of blasts in the direction of her aspirations. Little Tiao, can I defeat that bear? Witnessing her ability to wield her husband's signature moves, Bulma was brimming with excitement and anticipation. Godmother, be careful not to strike too hard. Upon receiving his affirmation, Bulma's eyes sparkled with determination, with exhilaration propelling her forward. She transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the distant confrontation between Yunba and Klin. Do you wish to join on the fun? The Chiao leaned against a box, munching on his duck neck while observing the envious expressions of Dandy, Eska, and Mr. Bobo. Can we too? Eska timidly inquired. Certainly. Your Machik star compatriots, Duke and Sun, have participated in the underworld missions, the Chiao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, both Eska and Dandy's pupils widened noticeably. Eska, particularly animated, exclaimed, Duke, son, you met them. I was their teammate during our missions in the underworld. We even witnessed the souls of your deceased kin descend into the netherworld, where they have been placed by Lord Yama, awaiting resurrection once earthly matters are resolved. The Tiao provided a succinct explanation. With a resolute gaze, Eska implored, I humbly request your divine power, Great One. I seek vengeance for my kin. The Tiao, we are duty-bound to protect Earth, and we too wish to stand alongside you. Dandy and Bobo stepped forward in solidarity. Moments later, the three departed from the divine temple, exhilarated, and made their way to the battlefield where Bick awaited. Once everyone had vacated the scene, Hao Daiqiao, gnawing on a duck neck, turned to gaze at the Macaroni brothers, who were cowering in a corner of their cage. Paralyzed by fear. Although you are but mere minions, I adhere to the philosophy that even a mosquito's leg is a form of sustenance. With that, Hao Daiqiao gestured, and a small cloud of pink mist enveloped the Macaroni brothers. When the mist dissipated, they lay limp within the cage, utterly devoid of strength. While others indulge in instant noodles and anime, I find myself enjoying snacks as I observe the spectacle before me. Today's entertainment is rather delightful. Thus, Hao Daiqiao vanished along with a box of snacks, reappearing atop a lofty mountain at the edge of the battlefield where Bick and Gak were engaged. From a distance, Bick and Son Gohan were locked in a standoff against Sabnaris, who had replicated Bick's powers and techniques. Initially, the battle was evenly matched, as both combatants wielded identical strength and abilities, exchanging blows with remarkable parity. However, Sabnaris' capacity to clone Bick's combat prowess granted him boundless stamina for 30 minutes, while Bick, a mere mortal, began to falter as fatigue set in. He found himself evading the elongated arms of his adversary and was battered mercilessly by the devastating energy blasts. He narrowly escaped annihilation from Sabnaris' devastating mouth beam, which struck perilously close, mere inches away. Gak, preoccupied with his own peril, could offer no assistance. Exhausted, Bick could only hope for Hao Daiqiao's timely intervention, for with his formidable strength, it would be effortless for him to thwart such an attack, even from a great distance. To Bick's dismay, it was not Hao Daiqiao who materialized to his aid, but rather his own son, Son Gohan, who arrived just in time to deflect the lethal strike. In that moment, Bick reflected on the value of his parenting. Gohan had indeed proven himself worthy. Uncle Bick, are you all right? Gohan inquired, maintaining a steely gaze at Sabnaris. Bick, drenched in sweat and gasping, replied, I'm fine. But why hasn't Daiqiao come to help? Gohan pressed further. Bick cast an awkward glance toward the divine temple, speculating perhaps he is preoccupied with snacks. I heard from Goku that his cravings rival even booze. Just before this incident, Krillin brought him a whole box of treats. Gohan, momentarily taken aback, soon came to terms with the situation. He was well aware of Hao Daiqiao's insatiable appetite, having heard tales from Biddy Lee. However, just as they concluded their conversation, they sensed Hao Daiqiao's aura emanating from a nearby mountain. Turning to look, they were momentarily taken aback. The box of snacks, now fully unfolded, lay spread out upon the ground like a lavish carpet. The snacks were strewn across the ground. How Daiqiao, sipping on his soda, enthusiastically nibbled on spicy chicken feet while casting a curious glance this way. In the distance, three figures were making their way towards him, namely Dandy, Bobo, and Isaka, who had set out earlier but arrived later. Chapter 65. A Race Against Time Under Fire. Dandy, Bobo, Isaka, what brings you here? It's dangerous. You should head over to Daiqiao. Upon seeing the trio land nearby, Piccolo furrowed his brow, concerned that they might be caught in the fray. Don't worry, Brother Piccolo. Look at this. Dandy grinned, pointing to a layer of pink film covering their skin. With this, we won't be easily harmed and can unleash powers beyond our own. Is this from Daiqiao? Piccolo scrutinized the film and turned to glance at how Daiqiao, who was engrossed in his snack. Indeed, Isaka nodded. Very well, but with Gohan and me here, that should suffice. If you are truly capable, go assist Gak. Piccolo gestured towards Gak, who was being pushed back in battle. Dandy and the others nodded in unison and soared towards Gak. Meanwhile, Gohan had already engaged in combat with Sabnaris. Just as Gohan attempted to close in, he was repelled by Sabnaris' princely combat technique. A barrage of energy blasts rained down upon him. However, having retrained after how Daiqiao absorbed his previous abilities, Gohan had achieved another breakthrough. He merely needed to shift his body slightly to evade the onslaught of energy blasts. Yet after dodging all the scattered attacks, the blasts did not detonate but remained suspended around him. Suddenly, they struck. The energy blasts converged from all directions towards Son Gohan. With a thunderous explosion, a massive blast erupted where Gohan stood. A torrent of smoke surged skyward, reaching heights of 1,000 meters. The terrifying shockwave rippled outward. Gohan! Piccolo exclaimed in alarm. That attack was Sabnaris' imitation of his ultimate technique, designed to trap an opponent's escape route. If Gohan had received the blow without warning, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. However, as Piccolo's voice echoed, a figure flickered into view behind Sabnaris. It was none other than Son Gohan. At that moment, he was enveloped in a layer of distorted golden light, his right hand poised like a sword. An invisible force erupted from his fingertips, striking Sabnaris' back and sending him hurtling away, his garments torn to shreds. That's my boy. Oh no, my Gohan. Seeing Son Gohan not only break through the encirclement, but also deliver a devastating counterattack filled Piccolo with exhilaration. Gohan, slightly embarrassed by Piccolo's praise, replied, Uncle Piccolo, you flatter me. I know your techniques better than anyone. Even if he were at his peak, I would not fall for his tricks. With a resigned smile, Piccolo remarked, Gohan, there is no need for such subtlety. It is evident that I am no longer your adversary. Although this realization brings a touch of frustration, it is not an insurmountable truth. Gohan chuckled heartily. Uncle Piccolo, you must accept this fact, for it is your doing. I am a product of your diligent training. Furthermore, please do hasten to change my attire, as I find myself rather constrained in this outfit. Piccolo nodded with a smile, gesturing with his hand, causing Gohan's work uniform to transform into the battle attire of the Namekians. There, our ancestral garments are now fitted to you. Now, swiftly deal with him. I fear that prolonged delays may allow him to summon further assistance. Indeed, Gohan affirmed, turning resolutely towards Sabanlis. Meanwhile, from another battlefield, a green-haired child was rushing towards them, calling out in distress. He was battered and bruised, with a portion of his bodysuit torn away, exposing a patch of pink skin. Sabanlis, help! These shameless brutes are ganging up on me. One struck my eye, another tugged at my ear, one pummeled my nose, and another tore my pants. Eskar, pursuing closely behind, retorted, You ravaged my planet and slaughtered my kin, and yet you dare accuse us of bullying you? It would not be an exaggeration to say we could turn you into Peking duck. Gak, clutching a tattered cloth, shouted, Hey, have you no shame? Who tore your pants? Clarify this matter. It was I who captured you. You tore your own garment while trying to escape. Do not slander my character. Witnessing this, Sabanlis let out a furious roar, and his body unexpectedly surged to a towering height of over 100 meters. He unleashed a colossal energy blast towards Dandy and the green-haired child in pursuit. Gak quickly dodged, assuming Dandy, Eskar, and Mr. Bobo would follow suit. To his surprise, the three rushed headlong towards the blast, eager to experience the sensation of being struck. The terrifying explosion erupted, and the three were struck with full force. What had happened to them? Had they grown stronger, or had madness overtaken them? Piccolo and Gohan were bewildered, yet they at least understood the reasoning behind it. Gak, however, remained oblivious, believing it to be an act of folly leading them to their doom. A similar notion blossomed in the minds of the green-haired child, Shimal Laika, and Sabanlis. This intelligence from Earth must be flawed. The inhabitants here are formidable, yet a few seem rather lacking in wit. Thus, it would suffice to eliminate the pale-faced young man named Gohan, and they could easily seize this planet of life. However, just as Shimal Laika was lost in daydreams, the remnants of the explosion subsided, and the smoke cleared. The three figures of green and black gazed at each other in astonishment. Indeed, just as Jiao said, it feels as soothing as a massage. Had I not endured a few blows, I would scarcely dare to engage in such an act. I am so valiant. I long to capture this moment on film to savor it later. Mr. Bobo seldom engages in such lengthy discourse. If the day comes when our home planet faces annihilation, perhaps my fate would be different than it is today. However, Eska suddenly appeared somewhat despondent. Dandy patted him, urging him not to be disheartened. Once we vanquish these villains, we can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect our kin, and the outcome will remain unchanged. Indeed, I shall take down these two scoundrels at once, Eska declared, stepping forward with fierce determination, raising his fist to unleash a powerful blow upon the colossal Saberlease. A massive shadow of his fist surged forth, hurtling towards Saberlease. Saberlease furrowed his brow and sidestepped the assault. Yet in the next instant, a gigantic pink-spiked club materialized behind him, crashing down upon the back of his head. With a thunderous impact, Saberlease received a staggering blow. His body stiffened, and he fell, rapidly shrinking back to his original size, having lost consciousness. That'll teach you to put on airs, Dandy scoffed, retracting the pink-spiked club. Observing this, the green-haired child, Mosalika, rushed forward, vigorously shaking Saberlease in an attempt to rouse him. However, Saberlease showed no signs of awakening. Just as Mosalika lamented the dire situation, two figures arrived in unison, Krillin and Bulma. In an even more astonishing display, Bulma clutched the ankle of the unconscious fat bear Yunba with one hand. Upon reaching close proximity, she effortlessly flung him aside like a mere ragdoll, landing him next to Saberlease. Dusting off her hands, Bulma wore a dismissive expression. I expected more prowess, daring to shine a laser pointer at me. Yet in battle, it was evident he was nothing but a spineless bear, utterly feeble. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo and Gohan's jaws dropped in disbelief, while Krillin recoiled, too intimidated to utter a word. Bulma's assertion rang true. Under the influence of Hao Daijiao, not only was this hefty fellow weak, but even he himself, enhanced by Hao Daijiao, dared not provoke her. One need only glance at the wounds on the bear's body, scratches and palm prints, with fur nearly stripped away. This untrained woman in combat exhibited a primal ferocity that was utterly terrifying. Chapter 66. Yes, I shall use my bald head to thwart him. Now, then, Mosalika, with both your companions defeated, will you surrender willingly, or shall we be compelled to take action? Jack stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the green-haired child crouching beside Saberlease. He had not anticipated that Saberlease, capable of mimicking the strength and skills of others, could be so effortlessly subdued. He remained curious about the nature of the pink aura enveloping Dandy and Eska. It not only significantly augmented their power, but even allowed the mortal Bulma to manifest the prowess of a battle deity. Was it bestowed upon them by that boy, around 10 years of age, seated atop the distant mountain, surrounded by a scattering of snacks, who was observing the scene while indulging in his treats? The name he bore was Hao Daijiao. Jack was thoroughly astonished, for it was only at this moment that he truly took notice of the individual before him. The name was familiar. He had once overheard Sun Wukong and Vegeta whispering that even if they were unable to prevail, it would be of little consequence, for De Tiao would provide assistance. He had inquired of Wukong who De Tiao was, but both Wukong and Vegeta refrained from revealing his identity, merely suggesting that should the universe fall into ruin and neither angels nor destroyers intervene, this person would come to their aid. To his surprise, he encountered him today on Earth, and he appeared to be but a young boy. Jack was uncertain of Hao Daijiao's strength, yet given the reverence with which Wukong and Vegeta spoke of him, coupled with the extraordinary effect of the bestowed pink aura, perhaps Hao Daijiao could indeed resolve this cosmic crisis. Thus, Jack was eager to apprehend Sabonis and the others, yearning for insight into the situation from Hao Daijiao. As Jack conversed with Mosalika, the latter had initially furrowed his brow in contemplation of Sabonis. However, upon Jack's prompting for a decision, Mosalika's expression abruptly transformed from concern to delight, followed by an exuberant laughter. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? Are you surrendering? Or shall we make a move? Isn't it a tad premature to declare such? How could you possibly know my comrades have been defeated? Witnessing Mosalika's frenzied demeanor, Jack felt an unsettling shift. The first to react was Son Gohan. Everyone get back. That guy isn't unconscious. His energy has suddenly shifted. Jack exclaimed, could it be true? Quickly eliminate him. There's something amiss. Do not let him rise, or we shall all perish. Upon hearing Jack's words, Son Gohan immediately focused his energy, refraining from the recklessness he had displayed against Cell, and instead unleashed a decisive strike. Kamehameha. Gohan swiftly concentrated a formidable energy and directed it towards the prone Sabonis. At the moment of firing the Kamehameha, the aura was nothing short of cataclysmic. Aside from Sabonis, Piccolo, Krillin, and others hastily evacuated Bulma to safety. Mosalika too was making a desperate escape with the unconscious Yunba. Yet, Sabonis arose as if resurrected from the dead, executing a sudden leap to his feet. The energy crystal on his forehead, which had previously reflected Piccolo's silhouette, now displayed the visage of a goat-headed figure. Given his speed in standing, there was a possibility he could evade Gohan's strike. However, astonishingly, Sabonis did not flinch in the face of Gohan's formidable attack, not even adopting a defensive stance. The unparalleled Kamehameha struck Sabonis with unerring accuracy. What left Piccolo, Krillin, and the others, who sought refuge, utterly astounded was the revelation that Gohan's mighty Kamehameha, while appearing grandiose, was indeed of unparalleled lethality. Had that strike impacted Earth, penetrating to its core, it could have caused a catastrophic chain reaction leading to the planet's obliteration. However, when the attack struck Sabanilis's body, it surprisingly lacked the anticipated destructive power. It was even less potent than a simple energy blast from Krillin, merely resulting in a vast expanse of white mist, akin to water poured over a glowing iron piece. The mist dissipated swiftly. With eyes closed and arms outstretched, as if stretching, Sabanilis's aura surged dramatically, although at a distance. Jack could still discern the image of the demon Moro emblazoned on Sabanilis's forehead. In a moment of panic, he exclaimed, indeed, he has transformed into Moro's avatar. The rumors are true. He can retain the combat prowess and techniques of those he has previously replicated and can switch between them as needed. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin stood in stunned silence. For them, witnessing Moro's abilities for the first time felt akin to the gluttonous figure feasting nearby, who devours others' energy in a single gulp. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Piccolo suddenly snapped back to reality. Had I known, I wouldn't have engaged. I would have let the Tion strike directly. Having faced Hao Tion, he had developed a deep fear of those capable of consuming others' energy. Although Hao Tion was also present, this individual could similarly absorb energy, presenting an overwhelming uncertainty. After all, even the formidable Majin Buu had been summoned, yet ultimately defeated. I only heard the rumors. I had no way of knowing they were true. Jack lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Regardless, we must give it our all and resolve this swiftly. As Piccolo spoke, he Gohan, and Krillin immediately sprang into action. However, Sabanilis was already on high alert. At the moment they moved, he waved his right hand. The ground before Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin suddenly erupted. Torrents of lava spewed forth, forming a wall of molten rock that barred their passage and encircled Sabanilis. Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin simultaneously thrust their palms forward, unleashing a wave of energy that crashed against the lava wall, yet failed to breach even a fraction of it. Why? It's just lava. Why can't we break through? Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. While he couldn't speak for the others, his own strike had been substantial, especially in his most powerful form. No, wait. The attack was absorbed by the lava, and my own strength is waning. Gohan soon recognized the abnormality. However, as he sensed the discrepancy, his energy was dissipating rapidly, akin to a countdown from 10 to 1. Strands of energy were being stripped from him, soaring skyward. The same phenomenon occurred with Piccolo. Look above. What is that? Is it the energy he absorbed? Krillin shouted, pointing at the sky above the encircled lava, where a sphere of energy several meters in diameter floated ominously. Krillin, are you all right? Beck was drenched in sweat, his steps unsteady and his breathing rapid. Yet, he noticed that Krillin appeared completely unaffected. Yes, I'm fine, Krillin replied, perhaps due to the protective membrane enveloping him. As he pointed to the delicate pink layer on his body, Beck quickly scanned the distance, and indeed, aside from Jack, Bulma, Mr. Popo, Eska, Dandy, and even the formidable Goku, everyone seemed to be in perfect condition. It must be. The protective shield created by Goku could counter that fiend's energy-draining technique. Krillin quickly, intervened to stop him. Just as Beck's words fell, a fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him flying. Soon, Gohan was also kicked away. Oomph. Who are you calling to stop Sabellis? Who could possibly halt Sabellis? It was the green-haired child, Mosalika, who had hurried back from afar. He had not overheard the entirety of Beck and Krillin's conversation, but he had caught Beck's last words, calling Krillin to stop Sabellis. Thus, Mosalika charged and struck Beck. He then approached Krillin, wearing a mischievous grin, and said, "Did he really ask you to stop Sabellis? How do you plan to do that? With your bald head?" Squinting his eyes, Krillin smirked slightly, "Indeed, with my bald head." In a flash, Krillin lunged forward, crashing his forehead against Mosalika's face. Chapter 67. Krillin's Great Display of Power. It was only when Sabellis intervened that Mosalika regained his senses from the dizzying pain, exclaiming in terror, You're unaffected?" His forehead was swollen with lumps, one side of his face bruised, and several of his front teeth knocked out, causing him to speak with a lisp. These were, of course, the gifts from bald-headed Krillin. Beck, Gohan, and the others stood in stunned silence. It turned out that gaining strength came with its own peculiarities, a phenomenon not exclusive to the Saiyans. Responding to Mosalika's confusion, Krillin smiled. "Whether or not I am affected is of little significance. What truly matters is that your friend heard me say I was fine, yet he failed to warn you, allowing you to come over and be turned into a pig's head. This raises my suspicions about whether your friendship is genuine or merely superficial." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Mosalika, whose face resembled that of a pig, turned to Sabellis, who had dispelled the lava wall. Sabellis, looking rather embarrassed, admitted, "I did hear, but I thought he was just joking to deceive me. After all, who would suspect that Lord Moro's abilities could be immune before they are fully verified?" Then, his expression shifted as he turned to Krillin. "However, even if you cannot absorb the power within you, do you truly believe you can reclaim the energy you unleash? Unless you engage in pure hand-to-hand combat. But in a brawl, can your body possibly match the strength of Lord Moro's?" With that, Sabellis gestured, and the energy sphere accumulating above him split into three, one portion merging with Mosalika's form. A portion of energy enveloped the distant, unconscious Yunba, while the most substantial share was consumed by Saiyan himself. In that moment, Saiyan's power surged once more, surpassing even the strongest state of Gohan just moments prior. For he absorbed not only the strengths of Gohan, Piccolo, and Gak, but also a fragment of the Earth's molten core. However, he dared to absorb only a small fraction, reserving the remainder for Moro, lest he incur the latter's wrath. After Yunba and Mosalika were infused with energy, one awakened from slumber while the other rapidly healed. "Leave the bald one to me. You two handle the others," Saiyan declared, charging towards Krillin. Once Yunba and Mosalika regained their strength and wounds, they donned mischievous smiles as they approached the nearest foes, Piccolo and Gohan. Both summoned a terrifying power in their right hands, radiating a luminous white glow, poised to deliver a lethal strike to their adversaries. Yet, how could Krillin allow such recklessness? He thrust his right palm forward, unleashing three pink vines that shot forth like lightning, akin to the tentacles of an octopus, aimed directly at Saiyan and his companions, with three resounding thuds. Aside from Saiyan being propelled hundreds of meters away, Yunba and Mosalika were pierced through by the pink tendrils, strung together like roasted frogs, instantly rendered powerless. With a gentle flick, Krillin sent them hurtling to the foot of the mountain where Hatateo stood. This strike left the onlookers in stunned silence. Even Krillin himself was momentarily incredulous at the sheer might of his attack. Witnessing this, Saiyan's first displayed shock, then his expression darkened. He extended his right palm and clenched it forcefully, an indescribable force instantaneously binding Krillin, lifting him off the ground, rendering him immobile. "Krillin!" The crowd gasped, and while Gohan and Piccolo attempted to intervene, they found themselves as helpless as limp crabs, unable to save themselves. Bulma, Eska, Dandy, Bobo, and the others wished to assist, but were halted by Hatateo's telepathic warning. Thus, Krillin remained suspended in the air, crushed beneath Saiyan's powerful grip. Having been killed by Frieza once before, Krillin was gripped by dread, his face etched with terror. Yet, ensnared in this invisible grasp, he felt no pain. All pressure was shielded beyond that layer of pink membrane. As though bound by mere gauze, Saiyan ground his fingers together in a show of frustration, still failing to witness the anticipated scene of the bald head being reduced to a pulp. Furrowing his brow, he unleashed a colossal energy beam towards Krillin. This attack far surpassed the Kamehameha previously executed by Gohan. Both Piccolo and Gohan, drenched in sweat, frowned as they beheld this spectacle, yet their reactions were notably subdued. A consequence of Hotateo's discreet communications. Just as the immense energy sphere was about to collide with Krillin, a deep blue energy shield suddenly blossomed before Klin, resembling a soft, oversized balloon that effortlessly deflected the terrifying energy projectile, sending it soaring in another direction toward the sky. It swiftly breached the atmosphere, plunging deeper into the cosmos. A cloud of pink mist instantaneously transported itself beyond the confines of space, transforming into a vast net that enveloped and consumed the energy sphere. This entire spectacle went unnoticed by all except Hao Daqiao. The attack had been thwarted once more, revealing a look of astonishment on Saberlus's face. He swung his right hand again, unleashing a torrent of magma as robust as a mountain, surging upward from the earth to collide with Klin. Yet again, another protective shield emerged, encasing Klin and transforming the crashing magma into a dazzling display of fireworks. Bick and Gohan vanished from their original positions, reappearing instantaneously atop the mountain where Hao Daqiao stood. Everyone had been relocated to this spot by Hao Daqiao. Jark cast a deep glance at Hao Daqiao, who sat amidst a pile of snacks, savoring the treats while observing the battle. Following the other's gaze, he beheld the scene where Klin was engaged. The air was thick with billowing smoke, and the ground was a seething expanse of magma. The sight was reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Is it over? My turn now. Klin's voice emerged from the dense smoke. Suddenly, a figure shot forth, trailing a spiral of dense smoke, quite breathtaking. Upon emerging, he charged directly at Saberlis. Adhering to Hao Daqiao's directive, Klin aimed for a swift resolution, determined to prevent Saberlis from harnessing the power of Earth any further. Noticing Klin rushing toward him, Saberlis attempted to employ his control techniques once more to immobilize him. However, Klin had learned from previous encounters. Observing the opponent raise his hand, he promptly retaliated with the same method. With a firm grip of his left hand, he executed a technique that bound Saberlis in place. With a swift motion of his right hand, a flurry of energy slashes surged forth. In a remarkable display, one became three, as three energy blades darted past Saberlis with astonishing speed, cleaving his form into several pieces. Fragments of Saberlus's body scattered through the air, his head wide-eyed, filled with shock and disbelief. He had never anticipated that after resorting to Moro's techniques, he would meet such a fate. Klin was magnificent. Atop the mountain, Gohan and the others erupted in exhilarated cheers. Jark stood stunned, his worldview on the brink of collapse, utterly unprepared for the extraordinary events that unfolded during this journey to Earth. Of course, he referred to Hao Daqiao. Jark was well aware of Klin's strength, but to witness such prowess elevated by Hao Daqiao was nothing short of astonishing. It became evident that Goku and Vegeta were indeed correct. This time, the universe had hope. Yet, just as the crowd reveled in their joy, Saberlus's severed limbs instantaneously reassembled, his wounds healing before their very eyes. Simultaneously, the crystal upon his forehead instantaneously transformed into a hedgehog-like entity. Then, with a mere gesture of his right hand, a spatial wormhole materialized beneath Sabernilus's feet. He stepped into the wormhole and sealed it behind him. The entire occurrence transpired with such abruptness that, despite the onlooker's intent to intervene, it was far too late. Chapter 68, The Foolishness of Jack. Upon witnessing Sabernilus activate the wormhole to flee, Klin had the opportunity to prevent this, but refrained from taking action. He turned, furrowing his brow towards the distant Hao Daqiao, who was still engrossed in snacks, exhibiting no inclination to pursue. Upon reaching the summit of the small hill, Klin expressed his confusion. Daqiao, why did you tell me not to let him go? If he returns to inform Moro of the situation here, won't Moro arrive next time with a strategic advantage? Bulma chimed in. Indeed, I was also eager to join the fray. It's a rare opportunity. Why did you prevent me from participating, Xiao Yao? The others shared the same perplexity, casting glances at Hao Daqiao. After sipping on a sugary beverage, Hao Daqiao chuckled. Because I sense that Sabernilus possesses a device capable of transmitting everything occurring here back to Moro. It is highly likely that Moro is observing everything from light years away. If I allowed Grandma to descend and wreak havoc, frightening Moro into hiding, how would I be able to locate him afterward? As for Uncle Klin, if you were to intercept Sabernilus, how could I follow him to find Moro? Jack probed. You intend to seek out Moro? Hao Daqiao turned to Jack. What do you think? If you believe it is unnecessary to act so hastily, I can allow him to live a few more days. Jack, frightened, hastily waved his hands. That's not my intent. What I meant to say is, Are you truly capable of defeating Moro? I cannot guarantee that, how Dai Qiao replied, but I can certainly make the attempt. Jack continued, if you are not entirely certain, should we wait for Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta? They are currently undergoing specialized training and should emerge shortly to assist. How Dai Qiao pondered for a moment. How long is not long? Is there a precise time frame? I can wait indefinitely, but I'm uncertain if Moro can afford to wait. Perhaps he will arrive shortly. He may have already gleaned my existence from the conversation between Uncle Klin, Uncle Piccolo, and Brother Gohan, and may be wary. He might accumulate more power before making his approach. As Hao Daiqiao spoke, Jack looked bewilderedly at Klin, Piccolo, and the others. Klin, Gohan, and Piccolo suddenly wore expressions of discomfort. I was unaware that Sabernelis possessed a device capable of capturing the events occurring here. I had thought I could keep him permanently on Earth. Thus, I discussed the protective barrier in the presence of Sabernelis with Piccolo and Gohan. It is possible that those conversations were indeed recorded, Klin admitted, feeling somewhat sheepish. Hao Danqiao shook his head, reassuring Uncle Krillin that there was no need for self-reproach. In truth, the issue was not of great magnitude. Even if Moro had heard of me, he had yet to witness my true prowess. Most likely, he was merely cautious in his mind, but he was probably not genuinely afraid. My assertion was merely a conjecture of a possible scenario. Therefore, should I await the return of Uncle Wukong and Godfather Vegeta before proceeding? As Hao Danqiao uttered these words, he cast a glance at Jack. Jack found himself in a dilemma. Should they wait for the two? Mr. Wukong was currently training in the hyperbolic time chamber at the Galactic Patrol headquarters with Merus. Should I inquire with him? As you wish, I shall take my leave for now. Hao Danqiao smiled slightly and vanished from the spot, taking with him the unfinished snacks. Along with him disappeared Bulma and the pink film surrounding Krillin, Eska, Dandy, and others. The remaining individuals were utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Jack, are you out of your mind? You actually suggested waiting for Wukong and Vegeta? You just let Hao Danqiao leave like that. Piccolo was nearly beside himself with rage. Krillin, though irritated, chuckled, huh? I never imagined you would make such a decision. By your reasoning, with Moro's capabilities, each additional day of delay could result in countless cosmic lives lost. How can you be so blind to the situation? Jack's complexion darkened. What do you mean? That fellow Hao Danqiao said it himself. He cannot guarantee he can defeat Moro. The fact that he lacks assurance indicates he does not possess absolute confidence. If he cannot ensure victory, why not wait for Wukong and Mr. Vegeta to bolster our odds? As long as Moro does not initiate an attack, is it not prudent to delay for another day? Otherwise, if we recklessly engage in this uncertain battle and suffer defeat, we would be systematically overwhelmed and our strength depleted. Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo were momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Jack's reasoning. Piccolo replied, well, you do have a point. However, you are unaware of how formidable that Hao Danqiao truly is. Nevertheless, since you are the one who came to organize this, I shall defer to your judgment. As long as you can bear the responsibility. It is highly likely that Danqiao harbored similar thoughts. Let us depart, he concluded, exchanging a glance with Gohan before soaring away. Not returning to the heavenly temple. The moment Hao Danqiao had summoned their powers back to him, they had been replenished. Krillin sighed, bid farewell to Dandy and the others, and turned to leave. Jack could no longer contain his frustration. What is wrong with all of you? Now that you are leaving, does our prior agreement to assist at the Galactic Patrol headquarters still stand? Not interested, seek assistance elsewhere, Krillin shrugged and walked away. With Gohan's departure, Jack could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked Dandy, what is going on with everyone? Dandy recounted the remarkable deeds of Hao Daiqiao, who had previously engaged in an epic battle at sea against numerous foes and had even triumphed over the demon Buu, subsequently being summoned by King Yama to provide aid in the underworld. Upon hearing this, Jack was utterly stunned. In his haste to make a decision without fully grasping the situation, he had unwittingly allowed a formidable adversary to escape, thus jeopardizing their opportunity. This cannot stand. I must seek out Hao Daiqiao immediately, kneel before him, and offer my sincerest apologies. I implore him to overlook my earlier doubts and to find and vanquish Moro with utmost urgency. Yet Dandy restrained him. It would be wise for you to refrain from such actions. Constantly shifting your stance and directing others can only breed resentment. Exercise caution, lest you achieve the opposite of your intent. Endure this hardship on your own. Jack conceded, you make a valid point. Should Moro hesitate to strike for fear of repercussions, we may be able to wait for Goku and Vegeta to return, ensuring a more secure outcome. If we do not await their arrival and Moro appears, I believe Hao Daiqiao would not stand idly by. Thus, it must be, Jack sighed, a bitter expression upon his face. At Bulma's residence, she returned home and could not help but exclaim, "Fortunately, my little Daichiao has not truly resolved to confront Moro alone." Jack's words held merit. He had acted prudently, avoiding impulsiveness, which brought Bulma a sense of relief. Though you possess extraordinary abilities, you are still but a child, and with Goku and Vegeta yet to emerge. This burden should not rest upon your shoulders. You have not encountered Moro and cannot fathom his strength. It is indeed wiser to await Goku and Vegeta's return. Daichiao, tell me truthfully, are you merely attempting to assuage my concerns by echoing Jack's sentiments? Upon hearing Bulma's words, how Daichiao nearly spewed forth his sugary beverage. While he did harbor a selfish motive, it was not as Bulma suggested. However, he was genuinely surprised that Bulma, despite having witnessed his ability to utilize a protective clone to soar through the skies like a warrior goddess, still regarded him with parental concern, viewing him as a child in need of protection, reluctant to allow him to undertake perilous endeavors. This touched how Daichiao deeply. Bulma had never distanced herself from him due to his peculiarities. Chapter 69, Moro's Speculations. In the depths of the universe, aboard a colossal spaceship, Moro sat in the main seat of the cockpit, eyes closed in contemplation, pondering various matters. Below, his subordinates diligently worked at their stations, not daring to utter a sound. 5 minutes earlier, Moro had finished reviewing the footage transmitted by Ceballos of the battle on Earth. He had not only witnessed the formidable prowess of Bulma and her allies, but also noted Krillin's remarkable techniques: immunity to power-absorbing magic, the ability to break free from Ceballos' telekinetic restraints, and a counterattack utilizing a similarly effective magical technique. After restraining Sabonis' mobility, he utilized the Vitality Slash to cleave Sabonis as if he were a mere radish. Had it not been for Sabonis possessing the regenerative body of a demon, he would have perished long ago from such a devastating strike. This seamless execution of technique even garnered admiration from the demon, Moro. However, it remained nothing more than mere admiration. Upon reviewing the data relayed by Sabonis, Moro discerned that the bald man named Krillin did not possess particularly formidable strength, especially when compared to his previous encounters with Goku and Vegeta. The reason for his victory over Sabonis lay in two factors. Firstly, his immunity to magic, which prevented the deprivation of his powers. Secondly, when Sabonis replicated his talents and strength, he was far from his current prowess, thus rendering the copied abilities significantly inferior. Nevertheless, Moro was not entirely indifferent to the happenings on Earth. He had certainly listened in on the dialogue between Krillin, Piccolo, and Gohan, understanding that Krillin's immunity stemmed from an individual named Daichiao, who could create a protective barrier against his magic. However, the nature of Daichiao's strength and the reason for Krillin's immunity remained a mystery to Moro. In Moro's recollections, the only being capable of withstanding his magic was the Grand Kaishin, the same entity who had previously battled against him, the Majin Buu. He speculated that Daichiao might possess magical knowledge akin to that of Majin Buu. However, Moro surmised that Daichiao lacked the power necessary to confront him. His analysis yielded several points. First, if Daichiao were indeed powerful, why had he not been summoned alongside Goku, Vegeta, and Majin Buu during the confrontation on Namek? Moreover, there was no evidence of Daichiao bestowing the protective barrier upon Goku or Vegeta. Second, after Goku, Vegeta, and Majin Buu were defeated, why did they not seek Daichiao for vengeance or request his protective barrier, instead opting to pursue breakthroughs on their own? Third, a considerable time had elapsed since the destruction of Namek. Despite his numerous conquests, Daichiao had yet to make an appearance, nor had the Galactic Patrol, adorned with protective barriers, engaged in battle. He speculated that the protective barrier could only be applied to a select few and had not yet become widespread. Lastly, although Sabonis ventured to Earth without locating Daichiao, he similarly sensed no presence surpassing that of Goku and Vegeta, nor did he detect any energy exceeding Goku's from that direction. Based on these considerations, Moro concluded that although Daichiao could fabricate a barrier that counters him, his strength was ultimately inferior. With this thought, Moro's spirits lifted somewhat. Little did he know that Daichiao's absence during the last encounter was due to his presence in the afterlife, and his current inaction was a result of more enticing delicacies drawing his attention. Additionally, Daichiao had acquired a demon's innate skill while dealing with the great demon of hell. As long as he remains unwilling to reveal his true capabilities, few will discern the depths of his strength. Let's observe whether that individual named Daichiao will come to challenge me, or if a cadre of individuals shrouded in protective veils, will attempt to capture my subordinates. Should they not arrive, it would further substantiate my conjecture. Nevertheless, one must not underestimate the life-giving planet known as Earth. Not only did the Saiyans choose to remain there, but also the formidable Majin Buu, and now, that person named Tiao. Should he assist Son Goku and Vegeta in becoming immune to my magic, he could indeed prove to be a formidable adversary. To err on the side of caution, I must continually dispatch scouts to Earth to probe its true nature, while simultaneously consuming more life-giving planets to elevate my own power before launching an assault on Earth, thereby overpowering them through sheer strength. I have recently learned that those two Saiyans are also in training, and I can sense that the Saiyan named Vegeta is rapidly increasing in power. I shall allow you to live a little longer. Once the chives have grown plump, I shall feast upon you, such is the fate of the chives. Upon contemplating this, the contemplative Moro could not help but smile. Observing this, his attentive subordinates felt a weight lift from their hearts. A few hours later, Say Bentley's returned to Moro's spaceship through a series of spatial wormholes. I have failed in my duties. I humbly ask for your punishment, Lord Moro. Say Bentley's bowed his head. Moro chuckled softly, acknowledging that indeed, you have not performed adequately and deserve reprimand. However, considering you have uncovered something intriguing and have not violated my edicts by recklessly consuming planetary energy to enhance yourself, I shall only require you to find several more life-giving planets to replenish my energy. Should you perform well, there will be additional rewards in store for you. Thank you, my lord. Thus, in the ensuing time, Moro did not launch a direct assault on Earth. Instead, he consumed numerous life-giving planets, regardless of their vitality. Anything that could be devoured was not spared. His strength continued to accumulate, enhancing his own power. Meanwhile, both the friends on Earth and the Galactic Patrol were not idle. They were diligently training and preparing. Only Hada Tiao seemed to be idly passing his time. After escorting Bulma home that day, he pondered and ultimately decided to return to his own villa. After all, staying at Bulma's home required her to divide her attention to care for him. Returning to his own villa, where everything was at his fingertips and beautiful women were at his side, seemed far more pleasant. However, after being away for over half a month, he had transformed from the age of 5 to 10. Naturally, Qian and Rao Rao insisted that he prove himself to be their adorable young master. How would he prove this? The only way was to release the birds from their cage. This led the two girls to secretly hope that Hada Tiao would embark on another journey soon. When he returned next time, he would surely have grown even more. On that morning, shortly after finishing breakfast, Hao Daqiao received a phone call from Trunks. He informed Qian and Rao Rao before stepping out. Rao Rao remarked, "What a pity that the young master is not going far." Qian teased, "How absurd, you silly girl. Are you serious? What will you do if young Master Daqiao returns as an adult?" Rao Rao's cheeks flushed slightly as she bashfully replied, "How will I respond? Naturally, it would be in pairs." After saying this, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Upon leaving the villa, Hao Daqiao's figure flickered and appeared in the garden of another villa. This garden was far larger than that of Satan's home, almost seemingly endless. At that moment, Trunks stood beneath a towering hydrangea tree, his expression one of urgency. When he saw Hao Daqiao suddenly appear, his anxious demeanor transformed into one of joyous delight. "Brother, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite a while." Hao Daqiao rolled his eyes. How long could it have been? Did it take even 10 minutes from when I received your call to my arrival? You must be quite desperate for money. Trunks looked embarrassed. "Brother, please don't mock me. Although my mother is the wealthiest person in the world, she only provides for my basic needs and education, and my allowance is quite limited. She has made it clear that her wealth does not equate to my own, and until her passing, her money is not mine. So you see, brother, I can hardly indulge in purchasing my favorite collectibles." Hao Daqiao chuckled and patted Trunks on the shoulder. "I understand now, and I must admit, it's only from you that I learned this. Very well, let us earn this money together. Lead the way." Chapter 70, Trunks' Business. Hao Daqiao followed in Trunks' footsteps, transforming into a fleeting shadow as they made their way to a villa akin to a castle, even more extravagant than Bulma's residence. Trunks called out to the villa, and soon a middle-aged man in uniform, appearing to be in his 50s, emerged. "Esteemed guests, please come in. The lady has been waiting for you for quite some time." This middle-aged man was the butler of the household. Hao Daqiao and Trunks followed the butler, winding through several corridors before taking an elevator to an aerial garden. It was a vast balcony transformed into a garden, filled with a myriad of fragrant and colorful flowers, as well as various trees with leaves of different hues. There were also a gazebo, swings, and a tea table. A woman in her 40s, elegantly dressed, sat in a comfortable chair sipping tea, attended by two maidservants. Upon seeing Trunks and Hao Daqiao arrive, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she stood up eagerly. However, as she stood, she realized her exuberance was slightly out of place, and she quickly composed herself. Trunks, you've arrived. Is this the extraordinary person you spoke of? The one who can rejuvenate others? Quite unexpectedly, he appears to be just a young lad. Indeed, Aunt Linglon, this is the very individual I mentioned last time. He's my godbrother. My mother often seeks his assistance. Have you not always admired her youthful demeanor? This is her secret to maintaining her vitality. Trunks replied with a smile and a nod. Upon hearing Trunks's words, Hao Daqiao was rendered speechless. How could Trunks, the epitome of Bulma's pride, divulge his own mother's secret for the sake of purchasing collectibles? Bulma had explicitly instructed that her methods for remaining youthful were to remain confidential. Previously, she relied on the Dragon Balls. Now, it appeared she had entrusted this knowledge to Hao Daqiao. Such secrets of Bulma were not meant for public knowledge. Who would have thought her own son would betray her trust today? If Bulma were to discover this, would she not break that flimsy clothesline? Hey, how dare you reveal your mother's secret? Hao Daqiao couldn't restrain his mental inquiry to Trunks. Since we are venturing into this business, my mother's secret is bound to be exposed. Rather than allowing others to speculate and gossip behind our backs, it is far better to speak openly. As long as all wealthy women engage in the same practice, who would care if it were my mother's secret? Once we amass the wealth of women worldwide, it will cease to be a secret and transform into a lifestyle, Trunks asserted candidly. That is indeed a reasonable perspective. No wonder you were the first to recognize this opportunity and propose collaboration with me, Hao Daqiao acknowledged. However, before this becomes a lifestyle, if your mother finds out, she will surely chastise you. Aren't you afraid? Not at all. Compared to the prospect of acquiring collectibles, a scolding is trivial. Do you truly believe my mother could inflict pain upon me? She can only suppress me through bloodline constraints. When it comes to punishment, that would be my father. Trunks retorted. Hao Daqiao silently scoffed, dismissing the notion of bloodline suppression as merely a means of controlling one's financial destiny. Shall we commence? I wish to experience a decade's worth of youth and observe the results. Upon hearing Trunks, the affluent woman named Linglon appeared rather eager. You wish to be younger by 10 years? That is certainly feasible. However, Aunt Linglon, we previously agreed upon compensation. Trunks began. The wealthy lady smiled. As long as I'm satisfied, for each year of youth, the price is merely a small target amount. However, the payment must be made after the procedure. Initially, I can only provide 1/3 of the fee. After 6 months, if there are no adverse effects, I will pay the remaining balance. Wouldn't that be quite reasonable? Very well. Trunks conceded. As a child, he was reluctant to demand full payment up front. Yet he was astute enough to recognize the influence of this wealthy woman. If he successfully completed this transaction, her endorsement would pave the way for future endeavors. As the wealthy woman beheld Trunks's agreement, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Yet, a hint of anxiety flickered across her face as she turned to Hao Daqiao, inquiring, "What must I do?" "Nothing at all. You may sit, stand, or recline as you wish, dear lady," Hao Daqiao replied with a smile. "Then, I shall remain seated?" she asked. "Certainly, I shall commence," he said, unfazed by the curious glances from her two attendants. Extending his luminescent fingertips, he was about to make his move when a loud male voice interrupted. "Stop! What are you doing? Cease immediately, and do not harm my lily of the valley." This urgent shout disrupted Hao Daqiao's intentions. The crowd turned to see a tall, handsome man in his early 30s hastily approaching. "Gao Lang?" The wealthy woman expressed her surprise upon recognizing him. "Lily of the valley, do not move. I am here." As he reached Hao Daqiao, he clearly intended to push him aside. Hao Daqiao sidestepped, causing the man to stumble into a patch of flowers, landing in a rather undignified manner. It was evident that he had exerted considerable force in his attempt to shove Hao Daqiao aside. "Gao Lang, what brings you here?" Despite the man's fall, the wealthy woman appeared unconcerned, her first inquiry not about his well-being, but rather his presence. After a moment, the handsome man awkwardly emerged from the flower bed, first narrowing his eyes at Hao Daqiao before approaching the wealthy woman, grasping her hand with concern. "I heard you were deceived, so I hurried over to check on you. Are you all right? Those two little frauds did not harm you, did they?" I noticed his fingers were glowing. "Surely, that cannot be an attack on you?" The wealthy woman looked perplexed. "You heard I was deceived? By whom? Who informed you of this?" "These two are my esteemed guests. Do not speak recklessly about fraud." But I heard they tricked you into believing they possess divine abilities that could make you youthful again. What sort of divine prowess exists that can truly reverse age? My dear, if you seek to regain youth, you ought to visit a beauty salon. Or perhaps I should exert more effort this evening. It is folly to believe in such hearsay that claims to turn back time for a fortune. Moreover, I've heard rumors of individuals with strange abilities who can mesmerize others, deceiving them for wealth and pleasure. The glowing fingers of that young man resemble the tactics of those notorious individuals, evidently intending to exploit you. Fortunately, I arrived in time to thwart their plans. Otherwise, I would have been terribly worried had anything happened to you. Chapter 71, Gossip. How Daiqiao and Trunks stood aside, keenly observing as the man animatedly accused them of being deceivers. Regarding this accusation, how Daiqiao and Trunks were not the slightest bit angry. In fact, they found it somewhat amusing. Initially, how Daiqiao assumed the man was a relative of the wealthy woman, concerned for her safety and wary of potential deception, which was quite understandable. However, as the man tenderly grasped the wealthy woman's hand and affectionately called her darling, how Daiqiao quickly surmised the nature of their relationship. It is only natural to appreciate the beauty of splendid things. Regardless of gender, the allure remains the same. And if one is affluent, the world is invariably filled with beauty. The fact that this man had captured the wealthy woman's heart undoubtedly indicated he possessed remarkable qualities. With such thoughts igniting his curiosity, how Daiqiao discreetly dispatched a cell to attach itself to the man's skin, surreptitiously extracting his memories. To his astonishment, he gleaned a wealth of information that indeed confirmed the man's exceptional attributes. However, what truly startled him was a bombshell revelation. Although the man was involved with the wealthy woman, he was secretly maintaining a family elsewhere, complete with children. After all, accompanying the wealthy woman was merely a business endeavor, while providing for his family was a matter of survival. Moreover, the man harbored genuine fears that how Daiqiao and Trunks might deceive the wealthy woman out of her fortune, for his financial well-being hinged entirely upon her moods. Should she fall victim to fraud, her disposition would understandably sour, adversely affecting his own pursuits. On another note, the world is indeed a realm of boundless possibilities. The man was particularly apprehensive that how Daiqiao and Trunks possessed the genuine capability to rejuvenate the wealthy woman. Despite her appearance suggesting she was in her early 40s, she was in fact nearing 60. The woman's advanced age afforded him opportunities. Should she regain her youth, a plethora of choices would emerge, introducing significant uncertainties into his life. It was evident that when the man stumbled into the flower bed, the wealthy woman showed little concern. Had she regained her youth, one could easily speculate the outcome of their relationship. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to hastily arrive to thwart the wealthy woman's potential transformation. Observing the man's relentless determination, how Daiqiao found it amusing. Even more comical was the fact that the wealthy woman appeared unaffected, her gaze revealing a sense of profound understanding, though she seemed to hold back her thoughts for reasons unknown. Could there be hidden circumstances at play? How Daiqiao pondered this, and subsequently dispatched another cell to attach to the wealthy woman's skin to read her memories. In the next moment, his expression transformed dramatically. It turned out that the wealthy woman had long been aware of the man's familial situation. The reason she had refrained from exposing him was twofold. On one hand, his exceptional qualities distinguished him among her many suitors. On the other, she had recently encountered a charming young man who had managed to captivate her, a feat that even a heart encased in metaphorical concrete found difficult to resist. Longing for a romantic connection with him, she felt that her life would be devoid of regrets. However, the young man was not one to be swayed by material wealth, and she had already succumbed to the passage of time. Day by day, she lamented, "I was born before you, and by the time you arrived, I have grown old." She believed that she would never have the chance for a deeper bond with him until Trunks took the initiative to approach her. She glimpsed a flicker of hope. Yet until she witnessed tangible results, it remained merely a hope. Thus, she refrained from confronting the man who concealed a family behind his facade. "Hey, what are you secretly delighted about?" Trunks whispered as he discreetly moved closer to Hao Diao. He had been observing Hao Diao for quite some time, initially concerned that this unexpected male presence would provoke his ire. To his surprise, Hao Diao appeared amused, leaving Trunks puzzled. Indeed, Hao Diao had uncovered something quite extraordinary, and he nodded in agreement with a smile. Trunks' intrigue pressed, "What is it? Do tell. You are still a minor. This matter is not for your ears," Hao Diao replied, eliciting an eye roll from Trunks. "As if you're all grown up." Hao Diao playfully pushed Trunks' head away with his hand. All right, enough of that. Let us focus on the task at hand. He then turned his attention to Ling Lan, who had been led aside by a man. Aunt Ling Lan, are you still on board? If not, I shall take my leave, and we can discuss this further when you truly have time. Ling Lan, sensing urgency, quickly freed herself from the man's grasp. Stop, Gao Lang. Cease your words at once. If you continue to slander my esteemed guest, you know the consequences that will follow. Gao Lang, taken aback by Ling Lan's sudden outburst, stood frozen in place. He gulped, attempting to respond, but a single glance from Ling Lan silenced him completely. Once the man had finally quieted, Ling Lan turned her smile toward Hao Diao and Trunks, apologizing. I am sorry for the delay, dear young gentleman. Gao Lang merely spoke out of ignorance. I hope you will not hold his foolishness against him. Initially, Hao Diao paid little mind to Gao Lang's malevolence. However, as Ling Lan addressed him in Trunks, he noticed the man glaring at him with a fierce intensity from behind Ling Lan, seemingly harboring resentment for interrupting his plans. This development piqued Hao Diao's interest. If he interpreted the situation correctly, it seemed to suggest a declaration of war. Surely, that must be the case. Thus, it couldn't be ignored. Wait, Aunt Ling Lan, this uncle is not speaking nonsense. He truly perceives me as a deceiver, utterly dismissing my technical prowess. I feel deeply offended, profoundly so. My heart aches, and this emotional turmoil will undoubtedly hinder my ability to assist you in regaining youthful focus. Here's the deal. Aunt Ling Lan, to put my mind at ease and ensure that my service remains at its peak, why not challenge him to a wager? If I can indeed rejuvenate you, may I claim one item he carries on his person? Hao Daitiao's reaction left everyone present in a state of perplexity, including the instigator, Gao Lang. Did Hao Daitiao truly feel insulted? Just moments ago, he had been covertly reveling in amusement, his mirth barely contained. Though attention had not been directed towards him, it was evident to all. Yet now, witnessing Hao Daitiao's defiant and aggrieved demeanor, one might think otherwise. Gao Lang, noticing the discontent on Hao Daitiao's face, sensed something amiss. What nonsense are you spouting, you little trickster? Are you attempting to pull a fast one? He retorted. My dear, pay him no heed. Aunt Ling Lan, observe how he incessantly calls you a little scammer. How hurtful. Tell him to put his money where his mouth is. If I win, I shall take an item from him. If I lose, I shall owe him 10 billion. This is a splendid opportunity for profit. Hao Daitiao engaged in a performance. Chapter 72. The duration taken away. I accepted this wager on behalf of Gao Lang. The wealthy Aunt Ling Lan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Gao Lang's expression soured upon hearing this. But, my dear, he began, only to be interrupted as Ling Lan pulled him aside. You must agree, that young man is upset. If he is not appeased, he won't commit fully to his work, which would hinder me. Regardless, I must attempt this today. Besides, he stated that if he fails, he owes you 10 billion. Should he succeed, he merely takes one item from you. Whatever he wishes, you shall provide, and I will compensate you later. Please do not let me down. Listening to Ling Lan's words and observing her stance, it seemed that without agreement, this matter could not proceed. Very well, I consent. Perhaps under the pressure of the affluent lady. Gao Lang acquiesced. That is splendid. Hao Daitiao replied with a smile, and once more extended his glowing finger, gesturing through the air. A plume of ethereal light emerged, enveloping Aunt Ling Lan's form. She could feel her cells rapidly rejuvenating the areas of her skin that had been wrinkled, gradually filling out. In just a few breaths, this transformation ceased. Yet, within that brief interlude, both Gao Lang and the two maids stood in stunned silence at Aunt Ling Lan's metamorphosis. Madam, you become younger. One maid stammered. Is that true? Quickly, bring me a mirror. Upon hearing the housekeeper's words, the wealthy woman could no longer contain her excitement. Once the housekeeper fetched a mirror, Ling Lan gazed into it and saw the reflection of her former self from a decade ago. She noticed only a few crow's feet and nasolabial folds, while the rest of her appearance remained remarkably youthful, resembling that of someone in their early 30s. I have truly returned to my appearance from 10 years past. If I were to be 10 years younger, would it be possible? Staring at her reflection, Ling Lan succumbed to an overwhelming wave of emotion, and a certain hope began to blossom within her heart. Observing the wealthy woman in this state, Gao Lang transitioned from astonishment to a hint of envy, and then his brow furrowed as a thought crossed his mind. When he glanced at Hao Daitiao, his expression had shifted to one of trepidation. Aunt Ling Lan, the task you entrusted to me has been accomplished. Are you satisfied? Hao Daitiao's voice pulled the wealthy woman from her reverie. Oh, my apologies, I was lost in thought. I'm indeed satisfied. This is not merely a rejuvenation. It is akin to being reborn. Then, regarding the wager with this uncle, it seems he has lost, does it not? Hao Daiqiao inquired with a smile. Linglong hesitated for a moment, turning to glance at Gao Lang. After a lengthy contemplation, she finally responded, yes, he has lost. What do you wish to claim from him today? That is unnecessary for you to know. I've already obtained it. Obtained it? Hao Daiqiao nodded. Yet, everyone else remained perplexed. Aside from the brief moment when he conjured a sphere of light, no further actions from Hao Daiqiao had been observed. Gao Leng, the principal in this matter, hastily searched his person, finding nothing amiss. His body felt unchanged, and he stared at Hao Daiqiao in confusion. Uncertain of what I've already obtained it truly meant. Was he merely toying with him? Trunks had intended to press further. But the look in Hao Daiqiao's eyes quelled his curiosity. Now that the task is completed, you may negotiate the compensation with Trunks. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Hao Daiqiao ascended into the air, disappearing from the villa's outdoor garden in the blink of an eye. Showing no regard for the mere mortals present, Trunks was left dumbfounded, unsure how to explain this occurrence. Later that evening, Trunks arrived at Hao Daiqiao's villa, brimming with excitement. Holding out a gold card. This is an unlimited gold card I arranged for you, containing 200 million. Today, only 1/3 of the payment is settled. There are 3 small objectives in total, and I will take a commission from one of them. The remainder will be transferred to you once the final payment is completed. Is there no tax to be paid? How is there still 300 million? Additionally, why do you only take 1/3? Shouldn't it be split equally? Hao Daiqiao expressed his surprise. After all, this individual had gone so far as to sell the secrets of his own mother for profit. Trunks chuckled softly, explaining to Aunt Linglong that he was referring to 10 modest goals after tax. As for why he only received 1/3, it was because the very foundation of this venture was built upon his elder brother's extraordinary abilities. Naturally, his brother deserved the lion's share. Trunks merely assisted in seeking out clients, a task of little complexity. Moreover, our ambitions extend beyond affluent women. We aim for the stars and the vast oceans. I have envisioned that once we rejuvenate these wealthy ladies, we shall also assist them with cosmetic enhancements. Occasionally, we might even provide non-invasive, drug-free treatments for various ailments. Once we have exhausted the wealth of the affluent, we shall turn our attention to the rich, and after them, to the everyday individuals. Once we have amassed riches from Earth, we will set our sights on the galaxy, and when we have conquered the galaxy, we will aspire to the entire universe. Until I have procured all the figurines I desire. At this point, Trunks' eyes sparkled with dreams and aspirations, fully immersed in boundless reverie. Oh, this rhythm is going to wear me out, Hao Daiqiao remarked, summarily encapsulating Trunks' fervent imaginings. This comment snapped Trunks back to reality, leaving him momentarily embarrassed. Ha ha, I was merely speaking whimsically. I would never want to overburden my brother. The premise, of course, hinges on his brother's willingness. Should he be reluctant, Trunks would never insist. Observing Trunks' cautious demeanor, Hao Daiqiao smiled slightly, acknowledging that the idea was quite commendable. However, when it comes to money, it should be a collective endeavor. Why not assign the beauty projects to number 17, the wealthy clientele to number 18, and the medical services to Aunt Chi-Chi? In doing so, you would lead all the uncles and aunties to prosperity. This has long been a dream of your godmother, yet she has lacked the means to realize it. If you succeed in this, your godmother will undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect. Really? Trunks' eyes gleamed upon hearing Hao Daiqiao's encouraging words. With your intelligence, how could you not know that your mother has always wished for Uncle Goku, Uncle Krillin, and Uncle number 17 to improve their circumstances? Yet, these uncles are determined to be self-sufficient and have declined your mother's good intentions. Ultimately, it boils down to pride and connections. These uncles and aunts are formidable in strength, yet they are rather wooden when it comes to business acumen and prefer to remain out of the limelight. If you can help resolve this dilemma, your godmother will surely be in awe of your capabilities. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it with utmost diligence. With such encouragement from Hao Daiqiao, Trunks felt invigorated. As he prepared to depart, he inquired, "Brother, I still wish to know what you took from that uncle this morning." Hao Daiqiao rolled his eyes in response, advising children should refrain from prying into adult affairs. Trunks' expression morphed into one of disappointment, and he flew away, clearly disenchanted. Hao Daiqiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, silly little boy, why would I disclose that I took his time?